Apprentice Chen Rui, driven by the desire to fulfill his terminally ill grandmother's wish, sought to introduce his girlfriend to his family. However, he was met with demands for a dowry of 500,000, forcing him into a heart-wrenching breakup. Little did he know that fortune would smile upon him. A family heirloom bracelet fused with his body, granting him the extraordinary ability to appraise and restore antiques. Chapter 1. The Heirloom Bracelet. Do you even understand the concept of social standing? You don't have a proper job, just a mere apprentice. What right do you have to pursue a relationship with our Chen Rui? Marriage? Produce 500,000 in dowry, or else get lost from my daughter's life. Don't waste her happiness. On the ferry docked by the banks of the Yangtze River, Chen Rui leaned against the railing, his mind haunted by the disdainful expression of his girlfriend's mother. He gazed enviously at a yacht slicing through the waves nearby, knowing its worth could fund several weddings. Alas, he was but a pauper to honor his grandmother's dying wish to see him wed. Chen Rui mustered the courage to meet his girlfriend's parents after 6 months of courtship. What awaited him was nothing but scorn from her mother. After graduating from university, Chen Rui secured a position as an apprentice in a framing studio, earning a meager 2,000 a month. 500,000 would have to work tirelessly for 21 years without spending a dime to amass that sum. Was he to resort to theft? Money, at times, could drive a person to despair. Chen Rui, my mother disapproves. We won't find happiness together. Let's break up. That moment, a message pinged on his phone. It was from his girlfriend. Reading those words, Chen Rui's face drained of color. In an instant, his mind felt as if struck by lightning, leaving him blank, his fists clenched, pale, and lifeless. Money again, it all boiled down to money. Just like that, the girlfriend he had cherished for half a year was gone. One moment they had sworn eternal love, and the next, they were mere strangers, separated by a chasm. In the face of financial constraints, even the strongest of feelings can shatter. He retrieved a pure white bracelet from his pocket, forcing a bitter smile. This bracelet, a cherished family heirloom from his grandmother, was meant to be given to his future wife, but it now seemed unnecessary. Suddenly, a massive wave from the yacht struck the ferry, causing it to lurch violently. Chen Rui lost his balance, instinctively reaching for the railing, but the pristine bracelet flew from his hand, arcing gracefully before plunging into the turbulent waters below. Damn it! Panic seized him. Had lost his girlfriend. His grandmother's wish now lay unfulfilled. And now, even the bracelet he had worn all his life was gone. What a streak of misfortune he was enduring. Without a second thought, he gritted his teeth and leapt over the railing. Splash! The icy waters of mid-October enveloped him, piercing and harsh. Though near the shore, the currents were treacherous. Beneath the surface, chaos reigned. He could barely control his own body, let alone search for the bracelet. Despite being close to the bank, the ferry's docking position meant the water was still at least 3 to 4 meters deep. Before he could reconsider, a powerful undercurrent swept him away, crashing him against a protruding rock, plunging him into darkness. Blood seeped from his head, mingling with the water, vanishing without a trace. Chen Rui's body gradually sank to the riverbed. That moment, a milky light burst forth from the depths, scattering the surrounding fish. In the center of this radiant glow was his family heirloom bracelet. In the next instant, the bracelet transformed into a stream of light, piercing through the water and colliding with Chen Rui. With a resounding crash, it shattered. Yet, the white light intensified, banishing the darkness entirely. The central city, the first hospital. In the corridor of a hospital room, a tall beauty clad in a pristine white pleated dress conversed with a nurse. Her flawless face bore an expression of helplessness as she explained, I truly do not know him. I merely saw him floating by the riverside while passing on the avenue and brought him to the hospital. Why should I believe you? The nurse sneered. I've seen many like you, shirking responsibility, but if he means nothing to you, how could you be so kind as to bring him to the hospital and even cover his medical expenses? Let me tell you, you're not allowed to leave until he awakens, or I will call the police. Faced with the nurse's stern demeanor, the beauty's eyes filled with anxiety. The doctor had said that the man named Chen Rui was suffering from severe brain trauma and organ failure due to lack of oxygen, making his chances of waking up nearly impossible. Did that mean she couldn't leave until then? Creak. At that moment, the hospital room door swung open and Chen Rui emerged. After the white light dispelled the darkness, he regained consciousness. Having faced death, Chen Rui underwent a profound transformation in life. Aside from death, nothing else truly matters. His girlfriend was gone, but he could find another. Lacking money? He could earn through hard work. Why despair? The road ahead is long as he remains steadfast. No obstacle is insurmountable. Seeing the beauty outside the door embroiled in a dispute with the nurse, he spoke. Miss Nurse, she indeed saved me. You have misunderstood. You're awake. The girl looked at Chen Rui in disbelief. The nurse was equally astonished. The doctor had clearly stated that the likelihood of Chen Rui waking up was virtually zero, so why was he now standing before them unharmed? Thank you, I apologize for the trouble. Chen Rui expressed his gratitude. I lost my phone in the river and currently cannot repay your medical expenses. If you have time, I will withdraw the money for you at the bank. No need encountering you is serendipity. The girl sighed in relief and said, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Take care of yourself and stay for further examinations. With the misunderstanding resolved, she had her own affairs to attend to. Wait, could you tell me your name? A flicker of warmth ignited in Chen Rui's heart. In this harsh reality, such a person was like a rare gem. Compared to his ex-girlfriend, she was truly incomparable. My name is Zhou Yonga. The girl brushed her hair back and smiled, radiating charm. Like a gentle spring breeze, refreshing and ethereal, akin to a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. However, as Chen Rui's gaze inadvertently fell upon the bracelet adorning Zhou Yang's wrist, the verdant hue of the bracelet prompted him to exclaim, that is a high-quality imperial green jade bracelet, once owned by Song Meiling, auctioned for 8 million at the Jiangwan Provincial Zhongjing Auction House in 2000, and later sold for 24 million at Sotheby's in Hong Kong. What on earth was happening? Chapter 2, The Staring Bird. As Chen Rui stood in shock, an expression of disbelief flickered in Zhou Yang's beautiful eyes. How do you know all this? She inquired, astonished. Having grown up in a wealthy family, she was indifferent to gold and silver ornaments, instead favoring exquisite jade. This bracelet was a birthday gift from her father, specifically purchased at Sotheby's. While many were aware of its value, Chen Rui was the first to articulate its provenance with such precision. I just mentioned it casually. Chen Rui's heart jolted. The words had seemingly emerged from his mind as if they had always existed there. Yet, he knew nothing of antique jade or the workings of Sotheby's. So how could he possess such clarity? Chen Rui felt an even greater shock than Zhou Yanga. At that moment, a pearlescent light surged in his mind, revealing the ancestral bracelet gifted to him by his grandmother. Subsequently, vivid images flashed before him. He had jumped into a river in search of the bracelet, only to be swept away by a hidden current and struck against a rock. Losing consciousness, in his final moments, a white light enveloped him, and the bracelet shattered, merging within him. The clarity of the memory was astonishing. Could it be that his grandmother's bracelet not only protected him, but also bestowed upon him the ability to appraise antiques and jade? Instantly, Chen Rui was filled with a sense of enlightenment and overwhelming joy. Though he dared not fully believe it, he quickly realized the implications. In this information age, how could he be unaware of the extraordinary potential of such a gift? If harnessed wisely, it could completely alter the course of his life. Wealth and prestige would no longer be elusive dreams. To hell with those who look down on me. Sheng Hui Sietid Internadi. You better open your eyes wide. For I shall soar to great heights. His heart surged with emotion, and after taking several deep breaths, he managed to suppress his excitement. Observing his changing expression and complex demeanor, Zhou Yanga furrowed her brow slightly and remarked, You seem quite knowledgeable about antiques. Not bad, Chen Rui replied nonchalantly. Indeed, he was no longer merely knowledgeable. The recent revelations had filled him with confidence. Zhou Yanga's eyes brightened at his response. She had been seeking a master in the field of antiques, but found herself fortunate to have saved a drowning man who turned out to be an expert. She then asked, Could I trouble you for a favor? Go ahead. Chen Rui nodded in agreement without hesitation. Gratitude was paramount. Zhou Yanga had rescued him from the river and even covered his medical expenses. He felt compelled to assist within his means. I wish to find a special item to gift my grandfather for his birthday. It holds great significance for me, so I seek a professional to accompany me to the auction house. Zhou Yanga stated earnestly. I had arranged to meet a teacher, but he has since been engaged by someone else. Would you accompany me tomorrow? Rest assured, I will compensate you for your time. The auction house. Wasn't he just contemplating how to leverage his newfound abilities to earn money? This opportunity was serendipitous. It seemed that fortune had finally turned in his favor, casting away the misfortunes that once plagued him. No problem. I will take a day off tomorrow to accompany you. Immediately, Chen Rui patted his chest and promised. Zhou Yanga felt a weight lifted from his heart as he took out a business card and handed it to Chen Rui. This is my number. I have matters to attend to, so please be sure to contact me before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. After exchanging pleasantries, he left the hospital. He first went to a mobile phone store to buy a new phone and report his number as lost. Upon entering, a harsh reprimand pierced the air. Open your eyes and see what time it is. A brash fool like you is destined to remain an apprentice forever. I can't fathom which blind woman would find anything appealing in someone so uneducated. The speaker was a balding middle-aged man in a tang suit. The master craftsman Tao Quan, who specialized in framing in the studio. Chen Rui had requested a half-day leave to meet his future mother-in-law. Yet he had not seen anyone for most of the day. This was a perfect opportunity for Tao Quan to unleash his frustrations. Having been in the studio for several months, Chen Rui had grown accustomed to Tao Quan's frequent tirades and usually brushed them off. However, today was different. Having just experienced a breakup, despite feeling somewhat uplifted due to newfound abilities and having faced life and death, he still bore the scars of his emotional turmoil. With Tao Quan's harsh words cutting through him, he could not help but retort, "Master Tao, let us maintain a modicum of civility. I acknowledge I have overstayed my leave, and I am open to fines or deductions, but you have no right to insult me." Tao Quan was taken aback by Chen Rui's unexpected defiance, and his eyes flashed with menace. "What is wrong with my reprimanding you? Do you believe I want to have General Gao dismiss you?" Chen Rui could not help but chuckle coldly within. In the past, such a threat would have unsettled him. But today was different. He was unfazed by Tao Quan's intimidation. Just as he was about to engage in a rational discussion, a voice called from the doorway. "What is all this commotion? Tao Quan, come here." The boss, Gao Dekang, entered the studio, carrying a briefcase and dressed in a sharp suit, beckoning to Tao Quan. Following him was a stunning woman with an alluring figure, clad in a white office attire. Her face, lightly adorned with makeup, showcased flawless features, yet an air of subtle anxiety lingered. She held a scroll of painting in her hands. Upon seeing Gao Dekang, a sycophantic smile instantly graced Tao Quan's face as he rushed over. "General Gao, what can I do for you?" "This young lady, Miss Zhu Yueran, wishes for us to restore a painting. Could you assess whether it can be repaired?" Gao Dekang gestured with gentlemanly elegance, guiding the beauty forward as he spoke. Zhu Yueran flashed a smile at Tao Quan, then unfurled the scroll, revealing a painting of a solitary eagle. Instantly, everyone's eyes widened with intrigue. The painting depicted a lone eagle, devoid of embellishments. Yet, the brushwork was vigorous and powerful, standing on par with the masterpieces of ancient masters. Particularly striking was the eagle's glaring white eye, which seemed to follow one from every angle, exuding a raw air of disdain and mockery. This gaze appeared to encapsulate the painting's essence, leaving onlookers in awe. However, the signature area was marred by a blot of black ink, rendering the red clay seal unreadable. The blank spaces were speckled with ink, resembling blooming plum blossoms. "Master Tao, this painting is a family heirloom that I accidentally stained. Could you assist in restoring its true visage?" In the delicate gaze of Zhu Yueran, a hint of sorrow surfaced as she softly inquired. Tao Quan cast a few glances, pursed his lips, and shook his head, stating, "I can't handle it. This painting appears quite aged, but now it is ruined." "You can't manage it? What are you good for?" Gao Dekang expressed his dissatisfaction upon hearing this. Miss Zhu Yueran hailed from a lineage of formidable repute, the illustrious Zhu family with a history spanning a century. It was rumored that she was a descendant of royalty. Upon learning that she had a painting in need of restoration, he had eagerly volunteered to give it a try, hoping to forge a connection with Zhu Yueran. However, to his dismay, the usually reliable Tao Quan was unable to resolve the issue, not only wasting Zhu Yueran's time, but also significantly tarnishing his own reputation. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, a sudden voice broke the silence. "Mr. Gao, I can restore this painting." It was none other than Chen Rui. The moment the scroll unfurled, it captivated his attention. A surge of warmth coursed through his chest, and a plethora of information flooded his mind, including methods for restoring the artwork. Thus, he confidently proclaimed before Zhu Yueran that he could undertake the task. Yet, to others this assertion seemed utterly ludicrous. Do you even understand what a life-revealing paper and a life-entrusting paper are? Dream on. Do you really think you can impress Mr. Gao and Miss Zhu? Gao Dechang's expression shifted, his gaze darting towards Chen Rui with a warning. "Chen Rui, Miss Zhu's possessions are priceless treasures. Can you bear the responsibility of claiming you can restore it?" The Zhu family was not one he could afford to offend. He initially intended to leverage this opportunity to establish a connection with the Zhu family. But if Chen Rui were to botch this task and ruin a family heirloom, angering Zhu Yueran in the process, he could not shoulder that burden. Zhu Yueran's gaze fell upon Chen Rui, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she asked, "Are you certain?" Chen Rui paid no heed to Tao Quan and Gao Dechang's skepticism. With a slight smile, he proclaimed, Emperor Kangxi of the Qing dynasty, after pacifying the realm, issued an edict inviting the descendants of the Ming royal family with the surname Zhu to surrender for rewards. One faction, believing it to be genuine, tragically faced annihilation in the 38th year of Kangxi's reign, with their 9 clans exterminated. Another faction chose to hide in the mountains, one of whom was the renowned Bada Chen Rui, Zhu. To express his dissatisfaction with the Qing court, Zhu painted birds and beasts with a cold, disdainful eye, embodying a sense of aloofness and contempt. This was not only a reflection of his cynical discontent, but also an overt scorn and mockery towards the Qing court. Resonating with the sentiments of the people, this painting, originally titled The Solitary Bird, since I have claimed I can restore it, I shall bear the responsibility. His words left the assembly in astonished silence. Zhu Yuan's expression was one of utmost shock. This painting had been passed down through generations of the Zhu family, and even she had only learned of its origins upon reaching adulthood from her father. Yet Chen Rui, with just a glance, could discern its true essence and recount its history. He was certainly no mere, uneducated apprentice. In that moment, a glimmer of determination flickered in Zhu Yuan's eyes as she presented the painting to Chen Rui, her face adorned with admiration as she said, "Then I must trouble Master Chen. Please ensure it is restored to its original state, as this painting holds immense significance for both me and my entire family." "It is but a small matter," he replied. Chen Rui unceremoniously seized the scroll. "Miss Zhu, do not heed his nonsensical tales. Chen Rui is merely an untrained apprentice, attempting to deceive you." Tao Quan, realizing the situation, interjected with a glimmer of resentment in his eyes. Chen Rui's actions were akin to publicly slapping him in the face. If Chen Rui truly managed to restore the peace, how could he, as a seasoned master, maintain his standing in this field? "Tao Master, you claim you are incapable, yet you disallow Master Chen from attempting it. What is your true intention?" Zhu Yuan's expression turned icy, her voice calm, yet her dissatisfaction was palpable. Tao Quan was rendered speechless. Gao Dekang, initially prepared to reprimand Chen Rui, swiftly changed his demeanor, donning a facade of feigned cordiality. "Since Miss Zhu has consented, Chen Rui, pour your heart into the restoration. Feel free to request anything you need. I require nothing." He then addressed Zhu Yuan. "Miss Zhu, please wait a moment. It will not take long." After speaking, he entered the restoration room and locked the door behind him. Tao Quan, grinding his teeth in frustration, could only respond with a sullen face. Such theatrics, boasting to the point of absurdity, yet when it fails, the blame will inevitably fall upon our studio. Gao Dekang shot Tao Quan a warning glance, signaling him to be silent, before respectfully ushering Zhu Yuan into the reception room. He was acutely aware that if Chen Rui could not achieve the restoration, he would promptly dismiss him, shifting all responsibility onto him without truly offending Zhu Yuan. Zhu Yuan gracefully took a seat, sipping her red tea, her gaze occasionally drifting toward the restoration room. Ever since Chen Rui revealed the origin of the painting, her interest in him had surged tremendously. The realm of calligraphy and painting encapsulates the essence of life. To articulate such thoughts, Chen Rui must possess a profound understanding of life's myriad experiences, as well as a mastery of antiques and artworks. Perhaps they could become friends, sharing a mutual appreciation. Within the restoration room, Chen Rui gently unfurled the scroll and reached out to caress it. Instantly, an imperceptible aura of desolation emanated from the painting, intertwining with his spirit. No wonder it stirred something within me. This artwork, having endured centuries, had been imbued with a unique spirit and ambience. After generations of reverence from the Zhu family, it had evolved into an independent soul. It was calling out for my assistance. A sense of clarity enveloped Chen Rui, as if he were in communion with the scroll. His hand delicately brushed over the ink spots on the painting, and suddenly, a milky radiance burst forth, swiftly dissolving the ink. In the blink of an eye, a blot of ink vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, a peculiar energy surged into his palm, coursing through his body, filling him with warmth akin to a soothing hot spring, illuminating his mind and bestowing upon him boundless strength. Chen Rui was elated. The bracelet gifted by his grandmother not only allowed him to appraise treasures, but also facilitated communication with ancient artifacts, enabling him to restore them and absorb the energy within to enhance himself. What an extraordinary ability! In less than 10 minutes, the ink beneath his hands dissipated entirely, revealing a signature that appeared to be weeping. It was one of the 2 unique signatures of the renowned artist Bada Chen Rui, Zhu. The painting resonated with a jubilant emotion. Everything was concluded. Chen Rui rolled up the painting and pushed open the door. Zhu Yuan, who had been absent-minded, suddenly brightened up at the sight and promptly inquired, "Is it done?" "Humph, in such a short span of time, even a divine being could not accomplish that." Tao Quan couldn't help but scoff, his face twisted in disdain. "I've already stated, he is merely a braggart, and Miss Zhu truly believes he can restore it?" Unfazed by Tao Quan's derision, Chen Rui presented the painting to Zhu Yuan. "Miss Zhu, please have a look." Zhu Yuan immediately approached the large table and unfurled the scroll. Her eyes sparkled with disbelief. "Master Chen, your skills are astonishing. I am immensely impressed." This painting was the foundation of the Zhu family, and she had nearly been cast out because of it. Chen Rui had indeed restored the painting to its original state. This was akin to granting her a second life. How could this be? I have spent a lifetime mounting paintings and have never heard of anyone achieving such a feat in such a brief time. Tao Quan exclaimed as if he had seen a ghost. Gao Dekang, visibly relieved, gave Chen Rui a thumbs up. "Chen Rui, well done. From now on, you shall be our studio's master responsible for restoring paintings. I will raise your salary to 10,000 a month." Upon hearing this, Tao Quan's expression darkened considerably. Previously, he had been the one calling the shots in the studio, but now, this apprentice he looked down upon had been promoted, standing on equal footing with him. Given the deep-seated conflict between Chen Rui and himself, this meant that Tao Quan's relevance would diminish significantly with Gao's newfound reliance on Chen Rui. "You little upstart, don't think you can snatch my meal. As long as I, Tao Quan, am in the studio, I will find ways to make you leave." Tao Quan's eyes glinted with malice, his heart brimming with resentment. Chapter 4. Under Scrutiny. "Thank you, Mr. Gao." Chen Rui felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Gao Dechang's words. He never anticipated that by assisting Zhu Yuan in restoring a painting, Gao would immediately promote him, raising his salary to an unimaginable height. Truly, fortune follows fortune. Chen Rui was acutely aware that all of this was a blessing from his grandmother's heirloom. This only strengthened his resolve to earn more money, to hire better doctors, and to procure superior medicine, doing everything possible to extend his grandmother's life. He wished for her to witness him find his place in the world. At that moment, Zhu Yuan had carefully stored the painting and, with a grateful expression, said, "Master Chen, may I add you on WeChat? You have been a tremendous help to me, and I would like to invite you to dinner tomorrow as a token of my appreciation." Chen Rui took out his newly purchased phone, opened the QR code, and handed it over, apologetically saying, "Adding me on WeChat is fine, but please don't call me Master Chen. I am Chen Rui. As for dinner, I must decline. I have other matters to attend to tomorrow." Hearing this, Gao Dekang raised his eyebrows, casting Chen Rui a knowing glance. He had gone to great lengths to introduce Zhu Yuan to his studio, aiming to align himself with the influential Zhu family. Elevating Chen Rui's position before her was also an attempt to ingratiate himself. Yet, this foolish Chen Rui had the audacity to refuse Zhu Yuan's invitation. Noticing Gao Dechang's expression, Chen Rui chose to disregard him and accepted Zhu Yuan's request to be friends. "Tomorrow, I have promised Zhou Yana to accompany her to the auction. There is little time for a meal. Ultimately, whether I can earn money swiftly to treat my grandmother's illness hinges upon this auction." Ding dong. My phone chimed with a message, and Chen Rui cast a casual glance, only to be startled. Zhu Yuan had transferred a sum to him, with a note indicating it was for the restoration of a painting. After counting 3 times, he confirmed it was 200,000. "Miss Zhu, could it be that you have made an error in the amount?" Chen Rui had never encountered such a large sum of money before. Even the mere sight of the numbers made his voice tremble. "This is your rightful remuneration. I simply did not bring that much cash. WeChat has a daily limit of 200,000, and the remainder will be given when you agree to dine with me." Zhu Yuan smiled charmingly, a playful glint in her eyes. "I won't disturb you tomorrow. I'll message you the day after. Surely, you cannot be busy every day. Also, if I don't call you Master Chen, then you needn't refer to me as Miss Zhu. From now on, just call me Yuan. Goodness, I have struck it rich." Chen Rui scarcely heard Zhu Yuan's subsequent words. All he could focus on was the staggering amount of 200,000, plus the promise of more. He nearly fainted from sheer joy, nodding mechanically. Observing this, Tao's face turned pale, his eyes betraying uncontainable envy. Even Gao Dekang exhibited a look of astonishment. Truly, a daughter of a wealthy family, her generosity was astonishing. Chen Rui dared not ask for even a penny of this money, as he still wished to curry favor with the Zhu family through Chen Rui. This windfall could not have come at a more opportune moment. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Rui began to search online for information and rules regarding the Zhongdu auction house to make thorough preparations. He planned to set aside 100,000 for a small trial run, hoping to seize a bargain. Resolute in his decision, Chen Rui spent a sleepless night in excitement. The following morning at 8:30, after meticulously preparing himself, Chen Rui dialed Zhou Yang's number to confirm the address of the Zhongdu auction house before hailing taxi. Half an hour later, he arrived at the entrance of the auction house. As he stepped out of the vehicle, he spotted Zhou Yang, elegantly adorned in a formal gown, standing gracefully like a lotus flower emerging from the water, drawing countless gazes. Had this been before, Chen Rui might have felt a twinge of inferiority, but now, armed with his appraisal abilities, he no longer cared for such trifles. Soon, under Zhou Yang's lead, Chen Rui stepped into this gathering place of the elite for the first time. The auction house was already filled with numerous well-dressed individuals of remarkable poise, engaging in conversation. In contrast, while Chen Rui's attire was clean and appropriate, it appeared woefully cheap and outdated, lacking sophistication. "Isn't that Miss Zhou?" At that moment, a sharp and piercing voice pierced through the air from behind. A young man with a delicate demeanor, dressed in tight-fitting pants and carrying a small bag, swaggered over to Zhou Yang, condescendingly remarking, "Why did you decline my invitation?" He then scrutinized Chen Rui with disdainful eyes, sneering, "It's a pity. Your taste is rather poor, having brought along a country bumpkin. Suan, what I choose to bring along is none of your concern. Mind your words." This Suan was the son of her father's business partner. He had long harbored inappropriate thoughts about her, yet she utterly despised this seemingly effeminate fellow. At that moment, witnessing him mock Chen Rui, a surge of anger welled up within her. Suan, upon hearing the words, intensified his sneer, still defending him. "If Uncle Zhou were to find out you were associating with such a rustic fool, he would surely be furious. Don't you understand the simple principle of matching social status? Aren't you afraid of embarrassing your father?" Suan's unabashed ridicule ignited a blaze of indignation in Chen Rui's heart. So what if he were cheap clothes? To label him as a rustic fool and a pretty boy was intolerable. Chen Rui retorted, "What audacity you have, you effeminate creature! Who grants you the courage to mock others? Is it Liang Jingru?" The words silenced Suan, his derisive grin abruptly vanishing, his complexion turning pale. "Rustic fool, how dare you insult me? Do you know who I am? You're courting death. Do you believe I want to make your life miserable in Zhongdu? Suan, enough. Chen Rui is my friend, 100 times better than you. If you dare to trouble him, I won't spare you." Zhou Yang glared fiercely at Suan. Without waiting for Chen Rui to retort again, she firmly took his arm and headed towards the auction hall, whispering softly in his ear, "Don't stoop to his level. He is more petty than a woman, utterly disgusting." The fragrant breeze brushing against his ear stirred Chen Rui's heart, leaving him entranced. He instantly cast Suan from his mind. Such intimate gestures he had only experienced with his ex-girlfriend, yet in terms of grace and appearance. Zhou Yang was in an entirely different league. Watching the two depart in such closeness, Suan's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Help me investigate a fellow named Chen Rui, the pretty boy. Just wait, I'll send you his picture shortly." Hanging up the phone, a venomous glint flickered in Suan's eyes. "A rustic fool daring to encroach on my territory? I will not rest until I ruin you. I swear." Chapter 5. An Incalculable Value. At 9:30, the spacious auction hall was filled to capacity. "Dear esteemed guests, welcome to our annual auction at Zhongdu Auction House. This event showcases 30 carefully curated items, prepared over the course of the year, that are sure to delight you." With the auctioneer taking the stage to deliver a brief opening address, the auction commenced. "Now, let us present the highlight of the evening, a cloisonné figure olive vase. The starting bid is 2 million, with subsequent bids not less than 100,000. We solemnly begin." No sooner had the auctioneer finished speaking than a multitude of Zhongdu's affluent gathered to raise their hands in bidding. In the blink of an eye, the vase soared to 5 million. Ultimately, it was sold for an astounding 6,700,000. This figure left Chen Rui utterly astonished, waves of disbelief crashing within him. In that instant, he felt as though the values he had built over 20 years were shattered in an instant. Merely a cloisonné vase commanded a sum he could never hope to earn in a lifetime. Here, money held no significance. This was indeed a true den of opulence. Nevertheless, despite his shock, he was not merely a passive observer on this occasion. As one item after another was unveiled and swiftly acquired, Chen Rui's tumultuous emotions began to settle. Turning to ask, Miss Zhou, what kind of item do you desire? My grandfather possesses a discerning taste. He has already collected items, such as cloisonne, thus holding little interest. Zhou Yang pondered for a moment and replied, ideally, something of unique significance, one of a kind. Moreover, this birthday gift is crucial to my potential inheritance of the Zhou group, so please invest your utmost effort. Rest assured, if there's anything that meets your criteria, I will certainly recognize it. Chen Rui nodded confidently. However, despite his assurance, as 17 items were auctioned off without yielding a suitable choice, Zhou Yang began to feel restless. Leaning closer to Chen Rui's ear, she whispered, are we to wait indefinitely? The subtle fragrance wafted to Chen Rui's senses, stirring his heart. He quickly masked his feelings and replied, patience, let us wait a bit longer. This scene was witnessed by Su-in, seated in the back row, whose delicate features twisted into a scowl. Just then his phone rang. Upon entering the auction hall, he had seized an opportunity to photograph Chen Rui, and now he had gathered information. Glancing down, a cold smirk spread across his face. Indeed, he was nothing but a poor wretch, unable to afford even a 500,000 dowry, discarded by a woman. Now he sought to latch on a Zhou Yang, hoping to live off her, competing with me. I shall make him realize his own insignificance and ignorance, and gradually let him experience the depths of despair. A sinister glint flashed in Su-in's eyes. As time ticked away, after a few more items of little value passed, a magnificent seal, entirely emerald green with a gleaming white surface, appeared on the auction stage. Chen Rui's eyes ignited with brilliance, his heart pounding like a war drum. A powerful urge surged within him, akin to the call of restoring an ancient painting, but magnified tenfold. Finally, it has arrived. Chen Rui had sensed a hint of it earlier, but the distance had rendered his perception vague. The moment this grand seal was presented, he instinctively knew it was the treasure he had sought. Next, an item crafted from color-changing labradorite appeared, its origins shrouded in mystery. Estimated by experts to be 380 years old, with a base price of 500,000 and a minimum bidding increment of 100,000. The auction commenced with the auctioneer brimming with enthusiasm. Miss Zhou, the item you seek is indeed this one, Chen Rui whispered, suppressing his excitement. What's so special about this seal? Its base price is only 500,000, Zhou Yang asked, looking puzzled. Previous items worth millions had failed to sell. Presenting this to her grandfather might be quite embarrassing. Trust me, it is the right choice, Chen Rui assured her confidently, choosing not to elaborate further. During the auction, there was no time for extensive explanations. Missing this opportunity could lead to regret if it fell into someone else's hands. Although this seal was not the most valuable item of the day, it was undoubtedly the most exceptional, possessing extraordinary historical significance. All right, then you shall temporarily act as my assistant and help me place bids, Zhou Yang conceded, seeing Chen Rui's unwavering confidence. I trust your judgment. As they spoke, the bid had already reached 700,000. Chen Rui, unwavering, raised his paddle and declared 800,000. As the bid echoed, the host inquired if there were any further offers. I bid 1 million, came a voice from the back, soft yet piercing, none other than Su-in, the man who had previously clashed with Chen Rui. 1,500,000. Chen Rui, unperturbed, raised his bid once more. He was determined to acquire this jade seal and would not falter until Zhou Yang intervened. 2 million. Su-in, with a sinister grin, followed closely behind. The other affluent bidders, advised by their aides, gradually withdrew from the contest. Country bumpkin, I've had my eye on you for quite some time. Although I have no interest in this jade seal, I will not allow you to have what you desire. Su-in sneered, reveling in the retreat of others. If you dare to continue bidding, I am curious to see just how much Zhou Yang is willing to spend for a freeloader like you. His words were met with laughter, as the crowd found amusement in the spectacle of someone provoking Su-in, notorious for his vengeful nature. It seemed that the delicate figure accompanying Miss Zhou was not merely an aide, but rather a kept man, adding to the intrigue. To their astonishment, Zhou Yang, with her pristine demeanor, appeared to take pleasure in the situation. The onlookers murmured, their attention fixated on Chen Rui. Zhou Yang's expression turned awkward, while Chen Rui remained unfazed. Whispering, Miss Zhou, what is your budget for this gift? As long as it is worthwhile, I can allocate up to 30 million. That is the extent of my available funds, Zhou Yang replied cautiously. Chen Rui's head spun at the revelation. Such wealth was astonishing. He understood that Zhou Yang was not an ordinary individual, as evidenced by the jade bracelet once owned by Song Meiling. Yet he had not anticipated her financial capabilities to such an extent. 10 million. With this bold declaration, Chen Rui's confidence surged, his voice resonating throughout the room. The previously boisterous atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. Su En's sinister smile froze, his complexion shifting between shades of pale and green. He had assumed he would easily overshadow Chen Rui. A few million meant little to him. However, he was utterly unprepared for Chen Rui's audacious bid of 10 million, which was clearly a challenge. Should he raise his offer again, and Chen Rui withdrew, he would become a notorious figure in the city. A headline of ridicule: rich heir duped by a nobody, acquiring an ancient artifact of dubious origin. He would be the laughingstock of his circle. Are you insane? Sun could no longer maintain his facade. He stood, pointing at Chen Rui, shouting like a scorned woman, "You filthy pauper, where did you get 10 million? You rely on women's money. I refuse to play your game, you imbecile." Zhou Yang'e, bewildered, could not help but glance at Chen Rui. Her expression a mixture of complexity. She had not anticipated Chen Rui's audacity. After all, 10 million is no trifling sum. Was he being overly impulsive? Nevertheless, given the circumstances, she found herself unable to dissuade him. Bang! The auctioneer's hands trembled with excitement as he swiftly called for 3 bids, eager to bring down the gavel. It was only then that Chen Rui's previous demeanor transformed. A serene smile graced his face as he turned to the furious Su En and declared, "I believe you are the fool here. This jade seal, crafted from a color-changing stone, is merely a replica. It emulates the He Shi Bai, which belonged to Li Sonka, the last emperor of the later Tang during the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period. In 936 AD, after the later Jin's Shi Jingtang captured Luoyang, he and his consort set the palace ablaze. All imperial artifacts were thrown into the flames. Thus, the legendary He Shi Bai, treasured for millennia, vanished. However, in 1643, the rebel leader Li Zicheng declared himself king in Xianyang and commanded artisans from Hunan to replicate the He Shi Bai, as documented in literature, using color-changing stone as his coronation token. Yet, after Li Zicheng's defeat and demise, this artifact was lost before it could ever be revealed, making it the closest imitation of the ancient legendary He Shi Bai, its value immeasurable. Alas, it is regrettable that someone as inept as you could never comprehend its profound intricacies. Upon uttering these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. No one was left unshaken. Chapter 6. The Jade Seal of the Rebel King. The auctioneer's announcement had already secured this extraordinary jade seal in Chen Rui's possession. Although the initial bid of 10 million was astonishing, his subsequent revelation of the seal's provenance rendered this expenditure remarkably worthwhile. Could it truly be that jade seal? Impossible. How could this lad possibly know of it? This 10 million was astutely spent. Whispers surged through the room, with all eyes fixed upon Chen Rui. Zhou Yang'e maintained a calm facade, yet her heart was far from the tranquility she displayed. To spend 10 million on such a treasure would surely elevate her standing. Fortunately, she had placed her trust in Chen Rui. Despite her momentary hesitation, she refrained from preventing his acquisition of the jade seal. "Guard the jade seal carefully and follow me," she instructed. Rather than simply taking the item and leaving, she called for security to escort the jade seal. She understood the principle of guarding one's riches and would not provide others with an opportunity to intervene. Those who had been watching with keen eyes quickly withdrew their intentions, deterred by the display, allowing the two to depart unimpeded. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Chen Rui arrived early at the gallery. Yet, his primary focus remained on his work. Inside, as Tao Quan was framing paintings, he heard the commotion and looked up, only to find Chen Rui instead of customer, causing his smile to vanish instantaneously. Tao Quan glared at Chen Rui as he entered, sneering, "You've truly made a name for yourself, even performing a duet with the auction house. In just one night, you've stirred up so much trouble. This little upstart is indeed a changed man." Tao Quan now regarded Chen Rui as a thorn in his side and was determined to undermine him. Ordinarily, he could endure the insults, but now he found himself being unjustly slandered. Was his promotion and raise truly so detestable in Tao Quan's eyes? Chen Rui's expression hardened as he retorted, "Master Tao, do not speak recklessly." Tao Quan sneered, "The deeds you have committed are already circulating online. Do you still think I am fabricating stories?" How could he be unaware of such a matter? He took out his phone and searched for his name, swiftly discovering posts about himself. The original poster claimed to be an eyewitness, vividly recounting Chen Rui's performance, and subsequently shared a high-definition photograph of the jade seal from the auction. The individual had somehow managed to obtain a remarkably clear image of the seal. which Chen Rui immediately recognized as genuine, the very one from last night. The original poster continued to spin tales, oblivious to the fact that the fake jade seal from the Rebel King had been lost to history for countless years. It was evident that this was a coordinated act, with the auction house complicit in the charade. Such outdated tricks should not be unleashed upon us. Do they take us for fools? I uncovered Chen Rui's details, revealing him to be merely an apprentice at an art studio, incapable of discerning such matters. As Chen Rui scrolled further, he was taken aback to find his personal information had been unearthed. His status as an apprentice and the art establishment he worked for were all disclosed in the posts. Furthermore, the tone of the discussion shifted from skepticism to outright vitriol. Initially, some bystanders had appeared in the thread, inquiring about the veracity of the situation. But it soon devolved into a chorus of condemnation directed at Chen Rui, with netizens denouncing him and the auction house for their deceit. Among the voices were certainly some hired commenters. However, the online audience lacked discernment, blindly echoing one another. As the thread progressed, it became increasingly filled with vitriol. Chen Rui felt a surge of distress, his face turning pale as he gripped his phone tightly and closed the webpage, refusing to look further. In addition to this thread, numerous other interconnected posts discussed his affair, ensuring that he had become notorious online, along with his art studio. Imagining General Gao witnessing these posts left Chen Rui outwardly composed, but inwardly fraught with turmoil. At that moment, a young man was selling calligraphy and paintings at the art studio. He spread out a scroll on the counter, and Chen Rui instantly recognized it as a counterfeit. Business was at hand, and Tao Quan approached with a smile, stating, "We will acquire this piece for 150,000. Although Tao Quan was insufferable, accepting the counterfeit would be detrimental to the art studio, prompting Chen Rui to advise against the purchase. His intentions were good, but to Tao Quan, those words were exceedingly grating. "What do you know, you insignificant apprentice? You weren't even a thought in your mother's womb when I began collecting art." Tao Quan rebuked Chen Rui and proceeded to take the man's painting. Chen Rui had received a raise and had been appointed by Gao Dekang as the master restorer of paintings. Yet, Tao Quan continued to regard him merely as an apprentice. The last restoration had seemingly been a stroke of luck, and Tao Quan doubted Chen Rui's abilities. After enduring Tao Quan's tirade, Chen Rui chose to remain silent. He occasionally reviewed the online evaluations of the art studio and had, of course, come across the exposed posts. The attention Chen Rui garnered at the auction house had been weaponized against him. Subsequently, the art studio he worked for was also implicated. Within just an hour, Gao Dekang received no fewer than 3 calls, each mocking him for employing such an individual. Gao Dekang discerned a familiar figure within the posts, other artists from the same profession. He had kindly taken in a young lad, but this gesture had brought upon him considerable trouble. Initially, Gao Dekang held a favorable impression of Chen Rui due to his adeptness in restoring paintings. However, upon the emergence of this incident, his sentiments towards Chen Rui began to wane. "Mr. Gao, Master Tao has accepted a counterfeit." Chen Rui boldly confronted the actions of Tao Quan as Gao Dekang entered. He could not tolerate such misconduct, which previously he might have overlooked in the interest of his own career. However, circumstances had changed. He was indifferent to Tao Quan's attempts to undermine him. Upon hearing this, Gao Dekang inquired about Tao Quan. He found himself inclined to trust Tao Quan more than Chen Rui. Yet, given that Chen Rui had voiced his concerns, he felt compelled to pose a question. Tao Quan hastily raised his finger beside his head, swearing vehemently, "My discernment will not fail me. This little upstart aims to ensnare me. I have yet to retaliate. And yet he presents himself at my doorstep. Today I shall see him dismissed." Though Tao Quan's lips remained sealed, his heart brimmed with animosity, his gaze laced with venom. Chapter 7. Come if you dare. Gao Dekang, having heard Tao Quan's assertions, found himself swayed and turned his attention to Chen Rui. The rumors circulating online had grown tumultuous, and the profits Chen Rui brought to the gallery were meager, overshadowed by the troubles he had caused. Chen Rui's actions had tarnished the gallery's reputation, a shadow that would linger for some time. Considering this, Gao Dechang's brows furrowed. If you devoted more of your thoughts to learning the craft of framing, you would not remain an apprentice for so long. And now you dare speak ill of Master Tao? Normally, such matters could be overlooked. But the online slanders lodged like a thorn in his throat, rendering Chen Rui an unwelcome sight. Suddenly, he unleashed an indiscriminate reprimand. Chen Rui found himself at a loss, bewildered by Gao Dechang's cold demeanor. Was he not attempting to thwart Tao Quan's infringement upon the gallery's interests? Why was Gao Dekang chastising him instead of Tao Quan? What logic was at play here? Gao Dekang, still unsated by his words, continued, "Do you truly think that by spreading rumors about Tao Quan, you have elevated your status?" Tao Quan, reveling in the misfortune of Chen Rui, found great delight in witnessing the latter's rebuke from Gao Dekang. Who was this insignificant fellow to presume authority? He thought himself significant enough to meddle in others' affairs. It served him right. Ideally, Gao Dekang would dismiss Chen Rui altogether. Chen Rui had initially felt grateful to Gao Dekang for granting him this employment, yet hearing such harsh words now left him disheartened. His sincere intentions seemed to have been cast aside with disdain. If Mr. Gao lacked compassion, why should Chen Rui adhere to principles of loyalty? Clenching his fists, anger ignited within his eyes. Thus, he resolved to speak his mind. "Very well, I shall reveal to you the flaws in this artwork." In front of both men, Chen Rui produced the painting that Tao Quan had concealed. This ink stain was added later. These two characters were clearly penned by two different hands. And here, the colors of this mountain differ distinctly from those of the previous range. Chen Rui spoke with fervent clarity, perceiving numerous flaws in the calligraphy and paintings before him. To those with a discerning eye, these errors were unmistakable indicators of forgery. How could Master Tao remain oblivious to them? With a piercing gaze, Chen Rui directed his attention towards Tao Quan. His declarations did not conclude there. Having already severed ties, Chen Rui resolved to no longer retreat. The times he had swallowed his pride and sought to accommodate had gone unnoticed, so there was no need to spare Tao Quan any semblance of dignity. The man selling the artwork was someone Chen Rui had often seen before entering the gallery. This was not his first visit. Yet today, he behaved as though it were his inaugural appearance. "You have amassed a considerable collection of calligraphy and paintings, much of which likely came from this man's hand. Master Tao, do you dare deny your collaboration in defrauding the gallery?" Each of Chen Rui's words struck like daggers into Tao Quan. He had believed he had concealed his misdeeds well enough to evade detection. Yet Chen Rui had swiftly unraveled his schemes. Tao Quan's complexion darkened, his expression turning ashen as he glared at Chen Rui. "Mr. Gao, if you doubt my words, feel free to investigate. I am confident that Master Tao has not reached the level of altering the shop's records." Chen Rui spoke with unwavering confidence. His previous restraint stemmed from recognizing that, despite Tao Quan's aggravating demeanor, he had not yet crossed the line into unforgivable territory. Moreover, as a novice, Chen Rui had garnered Gao Dekang's trust towards Tao Quan. There was no need for him to offend someone with whom he often interacted for the sake of his employer. However, those days had passed. Having endured trials of life and death, the indecisiveness that once plagued him had vanished. "You may be aggressive, but I am no longer the Chen Rui of the past." Gao Dekang's initial prejudice against Chen Rui had led him to approach the latter's claims with skepticism. Conversely, as he listened more intently, he began to discern the validity in Chen Rui's assertions. "Accountant, bring forth the ledger." Distrustful of others, Gao Dekang opted to examine the accounts himself. Before him lay the ledger, and he meticulously extracted all the calligraphy and paintings collected by Tao Quan. Numerous entries indicated high-priced acquisitions, with names varying significantly. Yet the transaction records revealed a pattern. Indeed, several customers' names, identical to those from today, appeared multiple times within the ledger. Whenever this particular customer came to sell, Tao Quan offered exceptionally high prices. As Gao Dekang made this discovery, his belief in Chen Rui's words solidified to some extent. However, he hesitated to doubt Tao Quan, a longtime associate, and ordered the artworks to be brought forth. "Gather all the pieces I have marked." Gao Dekang commanded those nearby, his expression remaining unchanged. Yet, those who knew him could perceive the simmering anger beneath his calm exterior. Chen Rui stood nearby, undeterred by Tao Quan's venomous glare. Their confrontation attracted the attention of others within the gallery. During his apprenticeship, Chen Rui had never been favored by Tao Quan. However, with his recent elevation in status, he now stood nearly on equal footing with him. Given Tao Quan's temperament, how could he possibly endure such a situation? 5 minutes after Gao Dekang's order, all the calligraphy and paintings collected by Tao Quan were piled upon the table. There was no need for Chen Rui to take a look. Gao Dekang could discern with a mere glance. Within this collection, a staggering 90% of the artworks were forgeries. Witnessing such worthless paper being acquired by Tao Quan at such a considerable expense, Gao Dekang felt a wave of darkness engulf him, nearly choking on a surge of blood. Dam Tat Tao Quan, how could he betray his trust in such a manner? Clenching the edge of the table, Gao Dekang suppressed his fury. Call the police, he uttered coldly. The sight of Tao Quan's face sent his blood pressure soaring, prompting him to gesturally signal for someone to contact the authorities. Tao Quan's complexion paled dramatically. He was acutely aware that his actions would eventually come to light. Yet, he clung to a sense of recklessness, believing that if he could sell the items before being discovered, he would evade consequences. This was not the first or second time Tao Quan had resorted to such tactics. Prior to Chen Rui's arrival at the gallery, he had already engaged in several transactions involving fraudulent artworks. Through this cunning practice of buying and selling, Tao Quan had amassed a considerable fortune. However, Chen Rui's intervention severed not only his financial lifeline, but also jeopardized his employment. In this moment of panic, Tao Quan's thoughts shifted away from targeting Chen Rui. His sole desire now was to preserve his own skin. President Gao, I was momentarily possessed by folly. I assure you, I will never err again. Please grant me a path to redemption, considering my years of hard work. Tao Quan fell to his knees at Gao Dechang's feet, tugging at his trousers in desperate supplication. Chapter 8. You are unworthy. Gao Dekang looked down at Tao Quan. With a pitiful gaze, Tao Quan gazed up at him, tears and snot streaming down his face, presenting a most unseemly and repulsive sight. As he noticed someone preparing to dial the police, Tao Quan's wails grew even louder. President Gao, I implore you. I bow before you. Yet, Gao Dekang was impervious to Tao Quan's pleas for mercy. Just as he noted a group of employees gathering in the distance to eavesdrop, a realization struck him. If he reported Tao Quan and had him apprehended, news of the counterfeit goods being sold at their gallery would inevitably leak. The entire establishment's reputation would be tarnished. Weighing the benefits, Gao Dekang opted against contacting the police and instead dismissed Tao Quan. Get up. I want to call the police. Depart on your own accord. My establishment is too humble to accommodate someone of your stature. Gao Dekang shook off Tao Quan's grasp, their eyes locking in a frigid exchange. Tao Quan narrowly escaped imprisonment, but lost his job in the process. Nonetheless, this outcome could be deemed fortunate, for he would not bear a criminal record, allowing him to seek future employment without hindrance. Very well, I shall take my leave, Tao Quan replied, his face a mask of resentment. Yet, upon seeing Gao Dechang's icy demeanor, he understood that remaining was futile and reluctantly began to gather his belongings. However, as he departed, his eyes shot daggers of hatred towards Chen Rui. Once Tao Quan left, Gao Dekang faced Chen Rui with a forced smile. Chen Rui, I owe you my gratitude for uncovering his deceit. Here's the deal. I offer a monthly salary of 20,000. You will assume Tao Quan's position. Gao Dekang had not intended to promote Chen Rui so swiftly, as his tenure had been too brief and his foundation too unstable. Yet, in the face of urgency, he had no choice but to elevate him. Chen Rui, however, did not feel particularly grateful. While 20,000 a month sounded substantial, it paled in comparison to Tao Quan's previous salary of 50,000, not to mention the profit sharing. Had it not been for Tao Quan's drunken revelation, Chen Rui would have remained oblivious to the astonishingly high salary this man commanded. On the surface, Gao Dekang exhibited great politeness towards Chen Rui, yet he was, in truth, quite stingy. The salary he offered was not even half of Tao Quan's, not to mention the absence of any commission. Was he attempting to deceive him as a fool? A chill ran through Chen Rui's heart. Even at the moment of Tao Quan's dismissal, he held a flicker of hope, believing Gao Dekang would act justly. However, he now discerned the true nature of this power-hungry businessman. First, he reprimanded him indiscriminately, then proceeded to insult him with such a paltry wage. Although Chen Rui was impoverished, he possessed a sense of dignity. General Gao, effective immediately, I resign, he declared coldly, all his anger distilled into that single statement. Gao Dekang, oblivious to the wrath simmering within him, mistakenly assumed that Chen Rui was leveraging his resignation as a threat to negotiate a higher salary. 20,000 is insufficient. How about 30,000 a month? Gao Dekang suggested, a sneer hidden beneath his smiling facade, raising 3 fingers in an offer. Chen Rui remained silent, shaking his head. Gao Dekang felt a flicker of irritation at Chen Rui's lack of appreciation, but suppressed his fury, continuing to raise the offer. Is 30,000 not acceptable? Then 35,000 should suffice. Compared to the wages Chen Rui had previously earned, this sum was akin to a chasm between heaven and earth. Such an offer would surely be irresistible to a destitute young man like Chen Rui. Yet Chen Rui once again confounded Gao Dechang's expectations. I will not work here anymore, he reiterated, having given Gao Dekang a chance that the latter had squandered himself. Chen Rui, one must know when to be content. This is the last time I'll ask. I offer you 40,000 a month. Will you accept? Gao Dechang's expression soured, his voice turning icy. Yet Chen Rui found his condescending demeanor utterly laughable. Despite all the increases, the highest offer still fell short of Tao Quan's salary. It became painfully clear that in Gao Dechang's eyes, he would always be inferior to the sycophantic Tao Quan. Fury ignited within Chen Rui. General Gao, this is not a matter of the salary offered. I simply do not wish to continue working here. Chen Rui's resolve was unwavering. Gao Dechang's napid, Shenghui. Do not be ungrateful. Do not forget who took you in. How dare he refuse him? Who granted him such audacity? A pauper who could barely afford a meal was rejecting such a lucrative position? Had he lost his mind? In the face of Gao Dechang's fury, Chen Rui maintained his composure. There is no greater sorrow than a deadened heart. With no expectations from Gao Dekang, Chen Rui's mindset became surprisingly serene. I certainly remember. Had it not been for your benevolent assistance, I would not be where I am today. I am grateful for your kindness in taking me on as an apprentice during my struggles. However, having exposed Tao Quan, I have repaid your kindness in full. Chen Rui asserted with conviction. In a fit of rage, Gao Dekang hurled his teacup to the ground, forgetting all semblance of decorum. Had he begun to look down upon the art industry after climbing the ranks in the auction house? A mere lowly wretch remained a lowly wretch. Though he cursed vehemently, confusion lingered in his heart. Had he erred in his judgment? Yet, a person like Chen Rui, if left unchecked, would inevitably become a liability. Shortly after Chen Rui's departure, Zhu Yiwen entered from outside. Upon entering, I did not encounter that enigmatic young man. Instead, I found the proprietor within the establishment. She gazed around in confusion, unable to spot Chen Rui. Where could Master Chen have gone? I still owe him 800,000 for the restoration of the paintings. Upon seeing Zhu Yiwen, Gao Dekang immediately sensed impending trouble. Her inquiry about Chen Rui caused beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. He stammered, well, he is currently preoccupied with some matters. How could Gao Dekang conjure an explanation for Zhu Yiwen regarding Chen Rui's whereabouts? Chen Rui had long since vanished. Zhu Yiwen perceived Gao Dechang's unease and pressed on relentlessly for the truth. Where has he truly gone? She displayed no courtesy towards Gao Dekang, her demeanor starkly contrasting with her attitude towards Chen Rui. After all, Chen Rui was a master capable of restoring paintings. Realizing he could not evade her questions, Gao Dekang reluctantly confessed. He has resigned and left this place. Zhu Yiwen's previously cheerful expression instantly turned frosty, as if she had come to a realization. Chen Rui's departure was a result of your short-sightedness. I shall no longer engage in any collaboration with your esteemed gallery. Chen Rui left without even collecting his payment for the restoration work. Zhu Yiwen was thoroughly unconvinced by the claim that there was no ulterior motive. She chose not to linger any longer and turned to depart from the gallery. Gao Dekang extended his hand, wishing to offer an explanation. Yet he barely had time to utter a word. Watching a lucrative opportunity slip away, particularly a significant deal, filled Gao Dekang with regret. Chapter 9. A Moment of Revelation. Once Chen Rui exited the gallery, he resolved to relinquish thoughts of that place. Months of memories had ultimately dissolved into nothingness. Yet he was fortunate to have saved some money, totaling 200,000, including the 100,000 earned from previous restorations. The funds at his disposal were sufficient to secure more suitable accommodation. Since he had resigned today, he decided to perceive this as a fresh beginning, a chance to change his residence and uplift his spirits. Without delay, Chen Rui donned appropriate attire and set out. There were few real estate agencies in proximity to his rental residence. He had already scoured them during his house-hunting endeavors. The available rental options in the vicinity were nearly indistinguishable from his current living conditions. He proceeded directly to a real estate agency situated near the commercial street, where the caliber of service was considerably higher. The agency displayed numerous listings for rental properties, with vibrant red papers detailing requirements and rental prices. After perusing the options, Chen Rui found his initial intention to rent significantly diminished. Among the properties listed, the highest monthly rent was 10,000 for a small villa in the suburbs, boasting 300 square meters. Having explored all the available properties in the city, he found none that met his satisfaction. Reflecting on the hardships he had faced while renting, Chen Rui weighed his financial situation. Ultimately, he decided against renting. With 200,000 at his disposal, why settle for a mere rental when he could purchase a home? Resolute, he ceased to examine the rental listings and boldly entered the agency. Immediately before him stood a model of a housing development. The miniature buildings on the sand table appeared quite appealing. However, the accompanying price tags dissuaded him. Were the prices in Zhongdu truly this exorbitant? Chen Rui gaped at the quoted price exceeding 20,000 per square meter. With only 200,000 in hand, he could scarcely muster a down payment. Most of the properties in Zhongdu are three-bedroom apartments, and each unit is priced at no less than 2 million. Chen Rui glanced at his empty wallet and sighed inwardly. He had once thought that having 200,000 was a mark of wealth. However, when it came time to purchase a home, he realized that he was still far from affluent. What do you think of this apartment? It's quite spacious, and once you marry and have children, you won't have to worry. The side room can be used for the kids. The enthusiastic real estate agent continued to describe the property, undeterred by Chen Rui's humble attire. Some individuals prefer to don modest clothing, even when their wealth is substantial, exuding a sense of understated elegance. The agent was uncertain whether Chen Rui belonged to this category. However, the agent's enthusiasm waned quickly as Chen Rui's demeanor revealed a lack of financial means. You can take your time to look around. If you need anything, just call me, the agent offered with a professional smile, stepping aside. I am still interested in renting a place, something in a better environment. With rent under 20,000, Chen Rui reluctantly conceded to reality. The agent's previous enthusiasm faded, and he led Chen Rui to the rental area, where the properties were even more upscale than those outside. After showing Chen Rui around, the agent attended to other clients. In the rental area, there were visual aids. The iPad nearby displayed photos of the properties. Although it couldn't replicate the experience of an in-person visit, it was helpful in filtering options. After browsing for a while, Chen Rui finally settled on a high-end residential area with a monthly rent of 18,000, a figure he found acceptable. Excuse me, is this apartment still available for rent? I would like to see it, Chen Rui called out to the agent. However, the agent was preoccupied with attending to potential buyers, and for a moment, no one acknowledged him. Just then, Chen Rui's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he was momentarily taken aback before answering. Yuran? He recalled Zhu Yuran's previous request, swallowing the formal address. Where are you now? I'm coming to find you. There is still 800,000 left to give you. Chen Rui had not forgotten about this matter. He had simply left the art studio, thinking the funds would be directly taken by General Gao, which left him momentarily stunned. Are you listening? Yes, yes. Chen Rui's heart leaped with joy as he hurriedly provided the agent's address to Zhu Yuran. All right, I'll be there shortly. Before long, Zhu Yuran arrived in her car and entered the premises, spotting Chen Rui. Here is the bank draft for the 800,000. With this, you can proceed with the transfer, she said with a charming smile. Holding the 800,000 in his hands felt surreal to Chen Rui. He had suddenly acquired 1 million. This was indeed a windfall. Now, he need not worry about renting a home. Are you looking to rent? I have an extra villa available in Lidu Garden. If you don't mind, you can stay there, Zhu Yuran remarked, noticing Chen Rui perusing the properties. As such an elegant and striking beauty entered, all eyes were drawn to her. The interaction between Zhu Yuran and Chen Rui attracted considerable attention. Upon encountering Chen Rui, a destitute young man, engaging in light-hearted banter with a beautiful woman, envious glances seemed poised to pierce through him. Zhu Yuran, expressing her intent to gift Chen Rui a villa, spoke without any effort to lower her voice, allowing her words to reach the ears of nearby agents. Surely, they could not have heard correctly? Moreover, she claimed it was for him to reside in at will. Normally, agents would dismiss someone of Chen Rui's impoverished status, yet they now found themselves utterly dumbfounded. Perhaps it's best to reconsider. The monthly rent for a villa in Lidu Garden is a staggering 100,000. I simply cannot afford it. Renting an apartment would be far more prudent. Chen Rui replied, shaking his head, declining Zhu Yuran's generous offer. Though residing in a villa might seem glamorous, Chen Rui knew that his finances would only stretch to cover 10 months, and he would soon have to vacate. Even if he desired to relocate, he would never stoop to such extremes. Zhu Yuran contemplated suggesting that she would waive the rent, but the nature of their relationship had not yet reached such intimacy. Hesitating, she opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Meanwhile, the agents, their ears perked up, flocked to Chen Rui upon hearing his words. Which apartment piques your interest? Sir, I recommend Ping an apartment. Its rent is reasonable, and it includes weekly cleaning services. Allow me to escort you for a viewing, sir. This apartment boasts the highest ratings in the vicinity, with impeccable service and facilities, ready for immediate occupancy, along with dedicated cleaning staff. The agents vied for the opportunity to show Chen Rui around. He casually selected one to accompany him to view the property. The apartment, indeed, offered commendable conditions, far superior to his current rental. The landlord, perhaps swayed by Zhu Yuan's beauty or Chen Rui's willingness to commit to a year-long lease, remarked, typically, "We require a minimum of 6 months, but given your intention to rent for a year, I can offer you a 20% discount." After a brief mental calculation, Chen Rui realized that the reduced rent was quite appealing, and satisfied with the property, he felt no need for further deliberation. "Let us proceed with the contract. I will take this apartment." The agent produced a prepared contract, and both the landlord and Chen Rui signed their names. Thus, the arrangements for the property were finalized, and the next step was to facilitate the move. As they exited the apartment, Chen Rui felt a newfound lightness after resolving this matter. "I must thank you for accompanying me to view the property today. Would you do me the honor of dining with me sometime?" "My treat." He extended the invitation. "Of course. However, I shall choose the restaurant." Zhu Yuan playfully winked at Chen Rui. Chapter 10. The candlelit beauty. Is there perhaps a hidden meaning behind my painting? Observing Chen Rui's intense gaze upon the artwork, the man was momentarily taken aback. "Chen Rui, whom are you berating?" Tao Hua, who had been closely monitoring the guest, suddenly erupted in anger. He had discerned the painting's origins and sought to expel the guest before pursuing Chen Rui. Feigning sympathy for the man's ill wife, he had intended to casually purchase the painting. The idea of Chen Rui disrupting his plans was utterly intolerable. Chen Rui cast a cold smile in his direction, not wishing to tarnish the studio's reputation in front of the guest, so he refrained from retorting. Turning to the guest, he maintained a polite demeanor. "Please, do come in." The guest, bewildered, followed Chen Rui inside. "Chen Rui, I have already examined that painting. Do not waste the gentleman's time." Chen Rui, however, paid him no mind, leading the guest directly into the reception room. He donned gloves and delicately unfurled the scroll. This was an ink painting on silk, vertical in format, measuring 218 centimeters in height and 99 centimeters in width. The ink splashes, at first glance appearing as mere stains, revealed a majestic mountain scene that imparted the sensation of standing atop a peak, surveying the world with pride from any angle. Judging by its stylistic brushwork and the remnants of the signature, it was undoubtedly a work by the renowned Qing dynasty artist Su Zizong. The mountain scene. The man was taken aback, stunned into silence, and upon regaining his composure, he cast a puzzled gaze towards Tao Quan. In both age and demeanor, Tao appeared far more like a master than the man before him. Nevertheless, the man was decidedly more inclined to trust Chen Rui's words. At that moment, his eyes, filled with doubt, scrutinized Tao Quan. Although he was not well versed in ancient paintings, he had conducted his research prior to selling the heirloom artwork. Su Zizong's paintings often fetched millions at auction. "Don't listen to this kid-s nonsense," he thought. "I've been in the antique painting business for decades. Surely my discernment surpasses that of a mere young novice. Paintings by Su Zizong are always signed, yet this signature is marred. Can he truly discern it?" As his words hung in the air, Chen Rui smirked coldly. Su Zizong, who had renounced officialdom during the reign of the Shunji Emperor, immersed himself in landscapes, often opting not to sign his works, instead substituting with images of green pines. Although the signature area was soiled, the pine motif remained discernible. If Master Tao were not afflicted by an ailment, he must be suffering from presbyopia. Tao Quan, already seething with frustration towards Chen Rui, was further incensed by this remark. "You are the one with poor eyesight. You can discern a pine motif from such a filthy smear? You must be out of your mind. This painting is utterly worthless, a mere scrap of paper." Before Chen Rui could retort, the guest, now irate, rose abruptly. "I sensed something was amiss earlier. You disdain my painting yet refuse to part with it. Are you attempting to deceive me and seize my artwork?" He had read online that some masters, despite recognizing the value of ancient paintings, would deliberately belittle them, feigning difficulty to offer a petty price. At this juncture, Tao still adamantly denied any wrongdoing. "I see you're desperate for money, bringing a piece of worthless paper, and you believe this young fool's words?" He scoffed. "At my age, would I covet such a shabby painting?" Meanwhile, Tao's mind was racing with insults aimed at Chen Rui, yet he resolved to dismiss the guest first, then summon someone to acquire the painting at a low price. "This studio is under my authority. I shall not entertain difficult customers. Someone, please escort this guest out," he commanded, and 2 tall apprentices approached. Chen Rui, rising with a cold smirk, countered, "You're in charge? Since when did you become the owner of our studio? Should I call Mr. Gao to share this delightful news with him?" He then took out his phone, toying with it. Tao Quan, incensed and breathless, snorted in disdain, angrily preparing to leave. Do not walk away. You still owe me an explanation for earlier. The guest interjected, blocking Tao Quan's path. Tao Quan was exceedingly exasperated. Indeed, an outsider was merely an outsider, in a world of antiques, who has not made a misjudgment at some point. He spoke with little regard, brusquely pushing the guest aside before storming off in indignation. Though the guest exhibited some temper, he was still reasonable and, eager for money, did not linger on the previous matter. Turning towards Chen Rui with a smile, he said, "Young master, I am most grateful to you today. Otherwise, I might have been deceived by that old fellow. Could you appraise this painting for me? How much is it worth?" Chen Rui scrutinized the scroll once more. Paintings by the renowned Qing dynasty artist Su Zhiqiang typically fetched around $1 million, but due to the excessive circulation of the landscape piece, its value had significantly diminished. Your painting is in poor condition and the signature area bears some stains. Our studio can only offer $320,000. However, if you are not in immediate need of funds, we could auction it on your behalf, which might yield several thousand more after deducting the auction fees. Though the time frame is uncertain, the man pondered for a moment and opted for an outright sale. After completing the transaction, Chen Rui instructed his apprentice to see the man off. Suddenly, the sound of shattered porcelain echoed from the adjacent office. "Master, that Chen Rui won't remain arrogant for long. Why should you allow him to vex you?" The apprentice remarked. "In terms of antique painting appreciation, he is merely a penniless graduate, unworthy of even carrying your shoes. He has just had a stroke of luck, having repaired some pieces for Mr. Gao, and has studied Su Zhiqiang's work, but he possesses no real skill." Tao Quan nodded in agreement with his apprentice's words, following up with a vehement curse. "Indeed, that lad is nothing but a half-baked pretender. In time, the truth of his mediocrity will be revealed, and he will inevitably find himself at my mercy. When that day comes, even if he kneels before me pleading, I shall cast him out." Their voices were kept low, yet Chen Rui, having absorbed the mysterious powers of antiques, was keenly aware and heard every word. He merely smiled coldly, choosing to disregard them. As evening approached, Chen Rui finished work punctually. Just as he reached the door, a red BMW came to a smooth stop. "Chen Rui, I still owe you a meal from our last encounter. Surely today, you have time for me to repay you?" Zhu Shuyan teased as she lowered the car window. The apprentice, eager to continue his own pursuit of sustenance, was taken aback. The sight of a glamorous car and beautiful woman seeking Chen Rui was astonishing, and his gaze towards Chen Rui transformed, as if they belonged to entirely different realms. Chen Rui nodded farewell to his apprentice before smilingly entering the car. "Miss Zhu's invitation is one I cannot refuse. Even if I am pressed for time, I shall certainly make an effort. However, this meal shall be on me." Zhu Shuyan raised an eyebrow with a smile, saying little more as Chen Rui fastened his seatbelt and started the BMW. Before long, they arrived at a Michelin-starred 4-star restaurant. The ambience was exquisite, filled with romantic sentiments, and nearly all diners were engaged in candlelit dinners. Chen Rui raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. "Don't misconstrue my intentions. I merely enjoy the cuisine here. And this has nothing to do with the date," Zhu Shuyan quickly clarified as she took her seat. Chen Rui smiled, surprised to find such a delightful restaurant in the bustling city center. Zhu Shuyan blinked, saying that the ambience was not what attracted her to this establishment, but rather the exquisite cuisine. "If you are willing to join me at my company, I promise to take you on a culinary journey across the nation," she declared. At the mere mention of food, Zhu Shuyan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Chen Rui was taken aback. The seemingly ethereal Zhu Shuyan, who exuded an air of scholarly refinement, turned out to be a true gourmet. This revelation was rather incongruous with her image. "Have you had a chance to look at the menu? Do you need to add anything else?" Zhu Shuyan asked as she turned to the waiter who was ready to take their order. Chen Rui chuckled and declined. Zhu Shuyan waved the waiter away, insisting, "I assure you, every dish I order is a masterpiece of this restaurant. Consider it. Would you like to follow me in the future?" Zhu Shuyan, hailing from a prestigious family, did not wish to be seen as merely a pampered heiress, so she ventured out to establish her own company. It wouldn't happen to be related to cuisine, would it? Sheng Hui Teazid. Zhu Shuyan shot him a sidelong glance, her aura enchanting. "Do you think I can only indulge in food? I have cherished literature and art since childhood. My company is indeed connected to this realm. If you choose to join me, I can offer you the position of vice president with a monthly salary of 100,000. When Gao Dekang had previously offered Chen Rui a salary of 10,000, he was overjoyed Zhu Xuan's self-assuredness in proposing tenfold felt compelling. However, Chen Rui shook his head in gentle refusal. Perhaps not. If it pertains to antiques, I possess some knowledge. Yet when it comes to management, I am utterly inexperienced. Zhu Xuan's expression turned serious. You are far too modest. The world of literature and art is steeped in life's essence. If you can discern the profound heritage of my family's ancient paintings, you are undoubtedly an aficionado. I do not require management skills. All I need is your ability to appreciate art. Among those I know, few can rival your expertise, and those who can are beyond my means to employ. In the depths of Zhu Xuan's luminous gaze, Chen Rui felt a fleeting stir of emotion. He inquired further, but regrettably. The artworks at Zhu Xuan's company were all modern creations. Without hesitation, he declined her offer. While contemporary masterpieces abound, they were not within his realm of expertise. Zhu Xuan expressed a trace of regret, but ceased her persuasion. After their meal, she mischievously remarked, "Hand me your wallet." Chen Rui initially thought she was asking him to settle the bill, so without hesitation, he produced it, intending to summon the waiter. But Zhu Xuan snatched the wallet from him, extracting a bank card while simultaneously tapping her phone. Before long, Chen Rui received a text notification indicating an addition of 500,000 to his account. "Miss Zhu, this is quite unexpected," he said, both amused and bewildered. "This is the payment for the restoration of the ancient painting you undertook for me," Zhu Xuan insisted. "It's merely 500,000. Do not be so formal. If it weren't for my recent financial constraints, I would have gladly compensated you more. For you, it was just the restoration of a scroll, but for me, it was akin to a rebirth. Without your help, I fear I would have been cast out of my family." Realizing her sincerity, Chen Rui ceased his objections and called the waiter to finalize the payment. The waiter, with a smile, informed him that the bill had already been charged to Miss Zhu's account. The dilapidated, rented room lay at the end of the alley, inaccessible to taxis. After disembarking, Chen Rui ventured into the narrow passage. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed ominously from both ends of the alley. He had been cornered. This time, it was not only his old acquaintances, the group of bodyguards from Su and whom he had previously dispatched in fright, but also a throng of ruffians. The leader, as before, strode towards Chen Rui with an air of arrogance and disdain. "Last time, you managed to escape, but this time, you shall find no refuge." With a sardonic smile, Chen Rui retorted, "How audacious for a defeated foe to be so brash. What audacity fuels your bravado?" He cast a cold glance at the 20 or so thugs trailing behind the bodyguards. "Do you think sheer numbers will guarantee victory? You are but a swarm of grasshoppers. No matter how much you leap, I shall still crush you." Previously, when besieged by this group of bodyguards, he had been quite flustered, fearing for his very life. Yet now, he was no longer the same timid soul. His encounter with these bodyguards had familiarized him with the power coursing within him. Today, having absorbed considerable energy from ancient artifacts during inventory, he felt exponentially stronger than before. At this moment, he surveyed the bodyguards and thugs, eager to test his newfound limits. Their anger flared in response to his contemptuous words. How dare this bumpkin act so arrogantly? He must be bolstered by foolhardiness. The leader of the thugs sneered, "Bosses, you need not intervene. Just watch closely as my brothers and I teach this brat a harsh lesson." With a grand wave of his hand, he commanded, "Charge." As the words left his lips, the thugs surged forward with malicious intent. In their minds, overpowering a single individual was merely childish play. Bang! In an instant, as they confronted him, Chen Rui unleashed a punch that sent the fastest thug hurtling backwards, colliding with several others in the process. The remaining thugs froze in shock. The lead bodyguard could not suppress a gasp, his eyes glinting with a cold light. "Everyone, attack. I refuse to believe that we cannot subdue him together." With that, all the bodyguards and thugs rushed forward in unison. The ground trembled, dust swirling in the air. The sounds of fists and feet colliding rang out, creating an illusion of a fierce battle. Yet it was deceptively simple. The bodyguards, still nursing injuries from the previous day's skirmish, were far from formidable, while the thugs, though intimidating in number, were merely a rabble. Under the overwhelming force of Chen Rui, he dispatched several within a minute with little effort. The remainder scattered in fright. Was this a mere human? He was akin to a titan of strength. "What is this? I haven't even begun to enjoy myself. Are you intentionally teasing me?" Hearing Chen Rui's boisterous proclamation, the fleeing individuals quickened their pace. Chen Rui, however, had no desire to pursue. Instead, he looked down at those who had fallen, a smirk gracing his lips. "How about you get up and join me for a little more fun?" As the sound faded, The latent energy within the surroundings erupted, causing a swift retreat akin to being pursued by phantoms. Looking at the once beloved rental, cherished for its affordability, a wave of disappointment washed over him. It was time to relocate. Chapter 12. The Jester. At 7 in the evening, still relatively early, Chen Rui resolved to move and took immediate action. He first contacted his landlord, then commenced packing his belongings. Chen Rui possessed little. Even a 24-inch suitcase was insufficient to contain everything. Thus, the packing process was brief. Knock. Knock, knock. Just as he completed his task, a knock resounded at the door. It was the middle-aged landlord, who held a favorable impression of Chen Rui due to his diligence in maintaining hallways. Why the sudden decision to move? Is it a financial issue? You can stay here comfortably. I'm not pressuring you for rent, the landlord chided. Chen Rui shook his head with a smile, clarifying that it was not a matter of money. I've recently been promoted, and I thought it prudent to find a new place closer to work. The landlord's expression softened, viewing Chen Rui with a sense of paternal pride. That's wonderful news. I happen to have a room available near your studio, 2 bedrooms and a living room. The master bedroom has been rented out, but the second bedroom is still vacant. Although it is a shared rental, the conditions are far superior to here. Why not move there directly? Just pay what you can. Chen Rui felt a surge of gratitude. The landlord was perhaps the first local person willing to embrace him since he left school. However, he politely declined the landlord's generous offer. Given his current circumstances, he had no need for a roommate, and it would be inconvenient as well. After sincerely expressing his thanks, they exchanged a few more pleasantries before parting ways. The landlord personally escorted Chen Rui to the nearby alley, watching as he boarded a taxi before departing. He couldn't help but reflect on the adage, do not underestimate the youth in poverty. The young man who had once struggled to afford this lower-end apartment now deemed a 2-bedroom unit within the same complex unworthy. It appeared he had indeed prospered. At the Binjiang Hotel, a renowned 5-star establishment in the bustling metropolis, Chen Rui approached the front desk, dragging his worn suitcase amidst the disdainful gazes of the receptionists. Good evening, sir. Welcome, the front desk attendant greeted, her smile professional yet laced with condescension. The special rate for an hourly room is $588, available for 4 hours. And a single room at a discounted price is $988. Which one would you prefer? Before Chen Rui could respond, the front desk attendant posed her inquiry. With his ensemble of market-bought items and a suitcase worth less than 200 yuan, he could hardly afford a lavish room. The pricing for even the most economical hourly room would likely deter him. The front desk attendant's words elicited a frown from the nearby lobby manager, who swiftly intervened. Please refrain from speaking in such a manner. He admonished the attendant with a stern glance before turning to Chen Rui with a warm smile. Sir, I'm the lobby manager at Binjiang Hotel. How may I assist you? Having risen from humble beginnings himself, the manager empathized with Chen Rui, recognizing a reflection of his past struggles in the young man. His smile was particularly sincere. Chen Rui appreciated this demeanor, noting the manager's ability to treat every guest with respect, unperturbed by appearances. No wonder he had ascended to such a position. Chen Rui smiled back, while the front desk attendant gritted her teeth in frustration. This is clearly a self-derision, deserving of merely being a receptionist. What audacity for a penniless wretch. Assist me in reserving a suite, Chen Rui's voice followed. Had it not been for the manager's presence, the receptionist would have burst into laughter. A suite? This impoverished fellow has any inkling of the nightly rate for their hotel suites? Yet, the lobby manager remained exceedingly courteous. Our hotel offers various types of suites. May I inquire which one you require, sir? As he spoke, he retrieved a tablet, displaying the images of the room types, and politely extended it. No need for that. Simply provide me with the finest one. Chen Rui responded, prompting genuine laughter from the receptionist. However, Chen Rui promptly produced a bank card. The top-tier suite at the Binjiang Hotel costs 19,888 per night. Ding. The card was successfully processed. The receptionist's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Gazing at the receipt, Chen Rui couldn't help but chuckle bitterly within. He had anticipated that the premium suite would merely cost a few thousand, allowing a man who had languished in poverty for most of his life to indulge for once. Yet the price far exceeded his expectations. Indeed, poverty restricts one's imagination. Accompanied by the lobby manager, Chen Rui, heart aching, made his way to the room. The money he had earned over the past few days was mostly reserved for Zhu Shuiyan, amounting to 600,000. With thoughts of relocating, he had hoped to use it as a down payment for a house, but unexpectedly, his funds were rapidly depleting. Furthermore, the 1 million needed for his grandmother's medical treatment might not suffice. Chen Rui dismissed the notion of purchasing a home. Excuse me, are there any long-term rental apartments in the vicinity with better conditions? The manager, smiling politely, replied, I hadn't noticed before, but if you have a need, I can assist in finding one. The following day, Chen Rui arrived at work punctually, busily attending to tasks with two apprentices as they ventured out to view paintings. Shortly after their departure, Chen Rui arrived. She stepped into the studio as if she had emerged from a painting, captivating everyone present. Tao Quan, beaming with delight, greeted her. Yet, what he perceived was not merely her beauty, but rather the air of refinement that accompanied this wealthy young lady. Chen Rui carried only a small handbag, and Tao Quan, presuming to guess her intentions, smiled broadly. I am here to see Chen Rui. Chen Rui replied with a gentle smile, akin to a spring breeze. Upon hearing this, Tao Quan's expression darkened with irritation. How does this scoundrel attract so many women? Though he maintained a facade of politeness, he continued, It is not my intention to belittle my colleague, but that Chen Rui, as he spoke, he shook his head. He possesses little genuine skill and spends his days boasting, relying on sheer luck to restore an ancient painting, thus considering himself a master in the antiques trade. Engaging in transactions with such a person will only lead to deception, harms without benefits, and there is a chance one might be swindled of both wealth and virtue. Having spent merely 2 years out of school, he had been an apprentice in our studio, learning little about appreciating or restoring art, yet his malice seemed to grow daily. Tao Quan spoke with unrestrained fervor, seemingly capable of going on for 3 days and nights without pause. The more Chen Rui listened, the more her brows furrowed. She had never witnessed such disparagement of a colleague. Moreover, she was well aware of Chen Rui's true capabilities. However, being unskilled in arguments, she could only take out her phone in exasperation to make a call. Tao Quan, though fully aware, was unwilling to miss the opportunity and continued to chatter incessantly. Whether Chen Rui had come to discuss business or matters of the heart with Chen Rui, he was pleased as long as he could disrupt their interaction. Miss, my apologies for keeping you waiting, he said. 5 minutes later, Gao Dekang arrived, panting heavily. Tao Quan was momentarily taken aback. Assistant, he exclaimed, nearly paralyzed with fear. Chapter 13. The Resurgence of the Imperial Seal. Gao Dekang had once been an employee under Chen Rui's father. After resigning to start his own business, he had borrowed his initial capital from Chen's father. Naturally, he treated Chen Rui with utmost respect. Yet, Tao Quan had more thoughts swirling in his mind. Almost convinced that Gao Dekang had an even greater superior, the young lady before him was undoubtedly the daughter of that prominent figure. Master Tao, did I not warn you last time to coexist peacefully with Chen Rui? What are you attempting to do now? How dare you curse in front of the young lady? Do you still wish to keep your position? If not, you may pack your bags and leave immediately. Gao Dekang berated Tao Quan mercilessly. Humbled, Tao Quan felt akin to a defeated rooster, bowing his head and repeatedly apologizing. It wasn't that he was particularly attached to his salary, but rather to the lucrative benefits of his position. Through this role, he often found opportunities to make extra money, having already amassed several properties. Concerned about offending Chen Rui, Gao Dekang refrained from scolding him for too long. Soon, Chen Rui arrived. Noticing Chen Rui's expression of surprise and anxiety, Gao Dekang perceptively remarked, Chen Rui, why are you still standing there? Quickly invite Miss Chen to your office. Chen Rui followed Chen Rui to his office. Tao Quan, who had been lingering at the door of the reception room, then stepped inside, hoping to say a few conciliatory words to Gao Dekang. Gao Dekang stood up. Considering your past, I will let this matter slide this time. But should there be a next time, do not blame me for disregarding our years of camaraderie. With this cold warning, Gao Dekang turned to leave. I dare not. I assure you, there will be no next time, Tao Quan promised. Shaking his head in submission as he watched Gao Dekang's retreating figure, resentment simmering beneath his lowered eyelids. In Chen Rui's office, Chen Rui could no longer conceal her emotions. Neglecting even the glass of water Chen Rui offered. The imperial seal you helped me acquire last time is particularly cherished by my grandfather. The Chuangwang imperial seal, while not exorbitantly priced, holds an unimaginable value behind its mere existence. Your ostentatious display at the last auction stirred considerable attention, and now many influential families and factions are eyeing it with great interest. My family cannot bear the consequences. Having finished her impassioned plea, Chen Rui looked at Chen Rui with a hint of reproach. You, who could have quietly secured the seal for me, why did you have to announce its origins so publicly? It seems we can no longer keep the seal, yet my grandfather clings to it dearly, unable to eat or sleep well. Chen Rui, listening to her plight, felt equally helpless. If I hadn't revealed its origins at that moment, How could I have compelled Master Guo to intervene and ensure the seal was brought to light once more? Qin Wanner understood that this matter could not be blamed on Chen Rui. She was merely feeling restless and sought him out to vent her frustrations. At this moment, she pouted at him, adopting a playful demeanor. So what do you suggest we do now? In any case, regarding the Imperial Seal, our Qin family cannot hold on to it for much longer. Perhaps you could scout for another seal for my grandfather? Upon hearing this, Chen Rui could not help but smile wryly and shake his head. My dear young lady, do you think the Imperial Seal is as easily obtainable as cabbage? If it were that simple, there wouldn't be so many people coveting your family seal. Qin Wanner bit her lower lip, her worries deepening. Her exquisitely beautiful face, with its slightly furrowed brows, made one feel a twinge of sympathy. Chen Rui felt a pang of heartache at the sight. I don't care. You must find a way for me. Even if we cannot locate another Imperial Seal, we must discover an antique of equal sentimental value. Once again opening her mouth, Qin Wanner resorted to a bit of playful stubbornness. However, her charm remained unblemished, adding to her ethereal quality. Her demeanor was such that any man would willingly offer up his most treasured possessions just to elicit a smile from her. Yet, Chen Rui was fraught with concern. He wished to assist her, but such treasures were often elusive and difficult to procure. Where could he possibly find one? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Chen Rui's mind. As he spoke, Qin Wanner's eyes widened with excitement. Have you discovered an obscure location for another Imperial Seal? Chen Rui chuckled wryly again. Other seals may exist, but their whereabouts elude me. However, I do have a strategy to safeguard the one in your grandfather's possession. He then lowered his voice and whispered in Qin Wanner's ear. Since we cannot retain the seal, let us boldly organize an auction, without the need for external invitations. As long as we create a grand spectacle around the sale of the seal, it will become widely known. Consequently, everyone will believe that the Qin family seal has been sold, while in reality, it remains with you. Qin Wanner's eyes sparkled, and she immediately gave Chen Rui a thumbs up. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I knew that coming to you would not lead me astray. As mealtime approached, she suggested, let me treat you to dinner. With such an alluring invitation, Chen Rui was entirely agreeable. Dining is not an issue, but I have yet to finish work. Just then, Qin Wanner called out towards the door assistant Gao. May I borrow Chen Rui for a moment? Gao Dekang, ever obliging, emerged from the office with a smile, courteously escorting both Qin Wanner and Chen Rui to the car. They headed to a Western restaurant, chosen for its beautiful ambience and exquisite cuisine. As they continued their conversation before the dishes arrived, they soon became engrossed in the delectable meal that followed. However, their dining styles contrasted sharply. Qin Wanner moved with an air of grace, her every gesture exuding elegance, making the act of watching her eat a delight. In contrast, Chen Rui's knowledge of Western dining etiquette came primarily from television, while he made no glaring mistakes. His approach was marked by a hearty and boisterous enjoyment of the food. As he set down his knife and fork to sip his drink, Qin Wanner observed his manner of eating and erupted into laughter, nearly choking in the process. It is my first time witnessing someone indulge in Western cuisine quite like you, and it has stirred my appetite anew. Please continue your meal. I shall make a brief visit to the restroom. With her makeup bag in hand, Qin Wanner rose to depart. Darling, are we truly dining here? I have heard that this place is exorbitantly priced, and even with money, securing a reservation is not guaranteed. At the entrance of the restaurant, a heavily made-up woman clung to a wealthy gentleman, her weight almost entirely resting upon him. As long as it is what my dear desires, I would spare no expense. Besides, this hardly constitutes as expensive. As for the reservation, fret not. With a mere phone call, I can secure a table in no time. The couple, engrossed in their affectionate banter, stepped inside, leaving Chen Rui momentarily stunned. Among the two entering was a delicate woman, none other than Chen Rui's girlfriend, Dai Lulu. Chapter 14. Deception or Fortuitous Find. To be candid, Chen Rui felt little upon seeing her now, merely a flicker of surprise. In contrast, Dai Lulu's expression betrayed a hint of unnoticed irritation. Darling, do you know him? The wealthy gentleman inquired, raising an eyebrow. With a coy smile, Dai Lulu replied, he was merely a former classmate, someone who once pursued me, though we are not particularly acquainted. As she spoke, she cast a derisive glance at Chen Rui. I am quite astonished to see you dining here, surely. You're not hoping for a free meal? Observing the exquisite dishes on Chen Rui's table only solidified her assumptions. The spread you have ordered must cost several thousand. With your meager monthly salary of 2,000, after deducting utilities and transportation, plus sending money home, you likely have nothing left. Seeing you so famished must be the reason you ventured here for a free meal. Darling, while we may not be close, he is still my schoolmate. Perhaps we should treat him to this meal. Watching him being thrown out would surely evoke some pity. The wealthy gentleman affectionately tapped her forehead, assuring her, as long as it brings you joy, money is of no concern to me. Darling, you have been so kind to him. I adore you for it, Dai Lulu cooed, punctuating her words with a playful peck on the gentleman's lips. You heard that, didn't you? My boyfriend has graciously agreed to cover your bill. So you should promptly come over and express your gratitude to him. I cannot fathom why you would come here flaunting your riches when you can barely afford a meal. Do you believe you're like my boyfriend, a second-generation rich kid born with a silver spoon, who can spend thousands on dinner without a second thought? One must possess self-awareness. As Chen Rui emerged from the restroom, Dai Lulu's derision continued unabated, her tone dripping with scorn, which prompted discontent among those nearby. Just a parasitic flower clinging to a man. What audacity she possesses. Chen Rui could not help but frown. Yet, Chen Rui chose to ignore her entirely. The utmost disdain one can show another is to overlook them. Miss Chen, the wealthy gentleman exclaimed in delight upon catching sight of Chen Rui. He had had the good fortune to meet her once before and found her breathtaking, though he dared not harbor any presumptions, merely hoping to cultivate a relationship with her for the benefit of his family. What a delightful coincidence to encounter you here. Standing before Chen Rui, the young gentleman felt a wave of nervousness. Dai Lulu, observing the scene, hastily disregarded her desire to mock Chen Rui and rushed over to embrace the young gentleman's arm. My dear, who is this? Her jealousy was palpable, and the young gentleman felt a wave of revulsion. Do not be foolish. This is the eldest daughter of the Chen family. Miss Chen, my girlfriend lacks understanding. Please do not hold it against her. Here is my business card. When you have a moment, shall we arrange a time for tea? Chen Rui coldly glanced at the pair, her gaze ultimately resting on the young gentleman. I do not know you, nor do I wish to. With a girlfriend like that, even if you possess wealth, you shall be diminished. With that, Chen Rui turned her back on them and directly sat opposite Chen Rui, inquiring, Who is that woman? Why do I find her so unappealing? Do not mention it. Everyone encounters their fair share of unfortunate encounters in life. Huh, that was no mere misjudgment. It was sheer blindness. The two shared whispers, their laughter echoing merrily. Meanwhile, Dai Lulu seethed with anger. Chen Rui was not only more beautiful, but also far wealthier. The man she had discarded was now flirting with a woman of even greater stature. Enraged, Dai Lulu failed to notice her boyfriend's displeasure. I wondered why you were dining here. Turns out you were not seeking a free meal, but rather a wealthy patroness. You, a woman who appears to be educated, have stooped to the level of seeking a sugar daddy at such a young age. How shameless. As soon as those words left her lips, before Chen Rui could respond, the wealthy air struck her across the face. The sharp sound resonated clearly throughout the restaurant. Dai Lulu, her cheeks flushed, could hardly believe he had struck her for this pair. With that, the young gentleman delivered another slap. Get lost. Do not let me see you again. If I do, I shall strike you anew. He treated Chen Rui with utmost respect and courtesy, while this woman dared to insult her. Miss Chen, this woman has no connection to me. I've already broken up with her. Might we discuss our tea plans? Before he could finish, Chen Rui impatiently rose. Have you finished eating? If so, let us leave promptly. Chen Rui nodded with a smile, leading Chen Rui away. The earlier incident was swiftly forgotten, dismissed from their minds entirely. Having just dined, would you accompany me for a stroll? Chen Rui suddenly suggested as they approached the parking lot. It will be my honor. As they walked and conversed, they soon reached a pedestrian bridge. On either side of the bridge, numerous vendors had set up stalls. Among them, an elderly lady with striking white hair stood out. Before her lay a cloth with a solitary shallow porcelain wash basin displayed. At that moment, a crowd had gathered around, drawn by curiosity. Excuse me, how much for your ashtray? This is a wash basin my grandfather left me, the sole memento he bequeathed. Were it not for my grandson's illness, I would never part with it. If you wish to purchase it, it is 50,000. 50,000? Do you take me for a fool? A broken ashtray is being sold for 50,000. Why not resort to theft? It appears quite pitiable, yet it turns out to be a deceitful scheme. Such scams have proliferated. Tales of illness and urgent financial needs are rampant, prompting the sale of so-called family heirlooms. Truly, there seems to be a decline in human integrity, a lack of respect for the elderly. As the crowd voiced their accusations, the elderly woman appeared both anxious and aggrieved. I'm not deceiving anyone. Everything I say is true. This is indeed a family heirloom. The more she attempted to explain, the less they believed her, and their accusations grew fiercer. This basin is worth 200,000. I will buy it. Chen Rui suddenly interjected. Chapter 15. The Appraisal Expert. 200,000. As Chen Rui's words resonated, silence enveloped the room. The onlookers regarded him as if he were a fool. Young man, having money doesn't justify such waste. The elderly woman, her hair as white as snow, had sat there for quite some time. If she were truly in distress, we would not mind contributing a little. But the issue is that she is attempting to swindle us. You cannot purchase this. Your actions only enable the deceiver. The crowd, eager for excitement, took a moment of quiet before once again urging caution. Chen Rui ignored them, crouching down and smiling at the elderly woman. Madam, this basin is priced at 200,000. Are you willing to part with it? If so, please provide an account, and I shall transfer the funds immediately. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted from the crowd. It turned out he was not a fool with abundant money. He was merely acting as a decoy. The scammers have indeed become sophisticated, willing to invest significantly, and even employ accomplices. Their tactics have evolved. I said it before, this lad, dressed in market wares. How could he possibly afford 200,000? While the crowd engaged in lively discussion, another voice emerged. Madam, please wait. A refined, middle-aged man, donning large sunglasses, struggled through the throng, continuing to examine the basin before him. Madam, I offer 210,000. As his words fell, the laughter from the crowd intensified. Well, here comes another accomplice. We previously labeled this lad a loser, incapable of producing 20,000, and now, in an instant, a seemingly refined gentleman appears. How ironic that they, who seem so respectable, are also deceivers. We must be cautious in our outings. One might end up destitute without even realizing it. The mockery from the crowd went unheeded by both Chen Rui and the middle-aged man, their gazes fixated on the exquisite blue basin. 300,000. Chen Rui's bid rang out next. The elderly woman, who had not yet agreed, found this new competition reasonable. No, there is no need for such an amount. She then cast an apologetic glance at the refined man. I'm sorry. This young man made an offer first. I must sell this basin to him. With that, the elderly woman turned to Chen Rui with gratitude in her eyes. Young man, we had previously agreed on a price of 200,000. Do not offer more. Though if you offer less, I would not accept. The onlookers, however, were increasingly disdainful. These three are quite skilled. Their performance is so convincing. Why not pursue acting at Hungdian instead of engaging in deceit? Despite their scornful remarks, the three remained oblivious. Chen Rui expressed his gratitude to the elderly lady and, retrieving his mobile phone, inquired about her bank account. After rummaging through her pockets for some time, the lady produced a crumpled piece of paper, stating, "This is my son's bank card number. He is currently at the hospital awaiting funds for my grandson's surgery." Chen Rui transferred the money and waited for the elderly lady to confirm with her son that the funds had indeed arrived before he took the brush washer and stood up. At that moment, the refined gentleman sighed, casting a gaze filled with admiration towards Chen Rui. Indeed, the younger generation is formidable, pushing the waves of the Yangtze River forward. I had been observing from the sidelines for an extended period, missing my opportunity, only to be outpaced by the younger brother. As his words settled, the crowd erupted in laughter, mocking the current con artists who remained dedicated to their performance even at this stage. The continuous jeers finally compelled the refined gentleman to shake his head with a cold chuckle, removing his sunglasses. How familiar. It's you, Mr. Wanda, the renowned appraisal expert I have seen on television. A bystander exclaimed in recognition, unable to suppress their frustration. It became evident that this was not a scam. The brush washer the elderly lady was selling was indeed a genuine antique. Previously, when she priced it at 50,000, no one was willing to purchase it, and now they lamented their missed opportunity. Despite their earlier mockery, they found themselves embarrassed. A disgruntled individual inquired, "Mr. Wen, is this brush washer truly an antique worth 300,000? Chen Rui had previously offered 300,000, which prompted the question. Although Wanda held disdain for those who shifted with the winds, he was always amiable and did not refuse. Glancing at the brush washer in Chen Rui's hands, he couldn't help but express regret once more. The intricate patterns employed the popular techniques of the Ming dynasty, characterized by spontaneous and unrestrained artistry, although not as exquisite as those from the imperial kills. Thus, it could be confidently determined that it was a piece from a Ming blue and white porcelain of the Longqing period. Wenda's words left most listeners perplexed. Yet the final valuation was crystal clear. The brush washer was worth 500,000. Previously, when the elderly lady had asked for 50,000, none had shown interest. As they felt remorse, the crowd's gaze toward the brush washer in Chen Rui's possession grew fervent, many harboring hidden greed. Young man, our meeting is serendipitous. Would you be inclined to join me for tea? Wenda extended an invitation to Chen Rui. While Chen Rui was eager to engage in conversation, he did not immediately accept, instead turning to observe Qin Wan'er beyond the crowd. I would be honored to share tea with Mr. Wen. I hope you don't mind if I accompany you. Qin Wan'er approached with a smile. Wonder readily agreed, and the group proceeded toward a nearby tea house. As they left the overpass, others followed, though it was uncertain whether they sought to ingratiate themselves or to seize an opportunity for robbery. Brother Sure, you all may come out now, Chen Rui called out. At his words, 6 bodyguards emerged from the shadows, under the watchful, menacing gaze of the guards. Those with ulterior motives reluctantly retreated. They arrived at the nearby tea house. Wenda and Chen Rui engaged in a lively conversation, while Qin Wan'er quietly listened, occasionally refilling their teacups. It was unexpected that Chen, despite his youth, possessed such profound knowledge of antiques, which left a lasting impression on one. You are too humble. My knowledge is merely gleaned from books, a mere recitation compared to your deep cultural foundation, Chen replied. Each had their own strengths, and through their exchange, they found a kindred spirit in one another. They spoke joyfully, oblivious to the passage of time, until the voice of a bodyguard suddenly broke in from outside. Apologetically, Qin Wan'er rose to bid farewell to the 2 men. They glanced at the now darkened sky, astonished, followed by a rueful smile. Time truly flies. Thus, the tea gathering came to an end. However, the hall manager awaited him. Mr. Chen, as per your request, I have shortlisted several apartments for you. When might you be available to view them in person? Chapter 16. A Betrayal from Within? The manager's efficiency was commendable, and Chen Rui expressed his gratitude sincerely. Having spent a night in a luxurious suite costing 19,880, he felt a pang of regret and had prepared to switch to a more modest suite for a few days while he searched for a permanent residence. He reviewed the photographs of the selected apartments and inquired about their addresses, ultimately choosing one. No need to look further. I'll take this one, he declared with a smile. The manager chuckled in agreement. Mr. Chen, your taste is indeed exceptional. I concur that this is the finest option. However, it would be prudent for you to view it in person tomorrow before making a final decision. Yet, Chen Rui was resolute. There is no need for another look. I trust your judgment. I'll take this one. If possible, I would like to move in tonight. The manager ceased his persuasion and promptly called the landlord to secure the apartment. He then arranged for a driver and personally assisted Chen Rui with his luggage to the vehicle. Chen Rui observed this with an even broader smile. Here, that's my card. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I will gladly assist if within my means. Before stepping into the car, Chen Rui handed the manager his business card. The luxury vehicle sped away, transporting Chen Rui to the Binjiang community. The landlord awaited him at the entrance, guiding him through the apartment, after which they signed the contract, and Chen Rui received the keys. This apartment would serve as his temporary abode. The one-bedroom suite, spanning approximately 80 square meters, was more spacious than many 2-bedroom units, featuring a simplistic yet luxurious design. The expansive balcony offered sweeping views of the river and sea. Standing on the balcony, gazing at the tranquil water, Chen Rui felt the fatigue of the day dissipate, and his spirit soared. He reflected inwardly, feeling a wave of sentimentality wash over him. An apartment by the river for 8,000 a month was previously unimaginable for him, yet now it had become a reality. The apartment was impeccably tidy, furnished with all necessary appliances, and even the bedding had been replaced with a new set. All essential living items had been thoughtfully provided, and Chen Rui's satisfaction grew with each passing moment. After taking a refreshing shower, he had just settled down when his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon seeing the caller ID, a smile naturally spread across Chen Rui's face. The call came from his college buddy, Fong Ming, and it had indeed been a long time since they last saw each other. Fong Ming, it's been ages, Chen Rui replied. Oh, so you're still alive. I thought you had vanished since you Haven Tea contacted me in over half a year, Fong Ming teased, his voice laced with a hint of reproach. Chen Rui couldn't help but smile wryly. After graduating from university, he had become an apprentice in an art studio, toiling under Tao Quan's relentless demands, working tirelessly day and night. Over the past 6 months, the fleeting moments he managed to carve out were devoted to romance, leaving little room for old friends. Shaking his head, he apologized, "Please don't mock me. I'll treat you to drinks as an apology another day." Fong Ming's irritation began to dissipate. All right, I understand you have your troubles. Now, let us get down to business. Our class reunion is coming up this year. Will you attend? I'd rather not. They call it a reunion, but it's more like a showcase of wealth. I find it tiresome every time I go. If you skip it again this year, I'll gather our dorm mates for a small get-together. Chen Rui nodded with a smile. Once Feng Ming finished, of course I'll go. Wouldn't he want to miss a chance to reunite with the goddess? Or I'd be a villain for eternity. As their conversation flowed freely, they chatted late into the night before reluctantly hanging up. After a restful night, Chen Rui rose early. Upon arriving at the studio, he casually glanced towards Tao Quan's office. A leopard can't change its spots. Just yesterday, the old man had been berated by Gao Dekang, and yet here he was, arriving late again. Though he scoffed, Chen Rui had no desire to meddle in others' affairs. He returned to his office, completed his tasks, and took out the ink wash he had purchased from the overpass yesterday. He had acquired it for 200,000 yuan, though its true value was 500,000. He had no intention of keeping it. Instead, he planned to sell it for 400,000 to the studio. Now, as a master in the studio, he had the authority to make such decisions. Following the proper protocol, he prepared the appraisal certificate to sign. Well, Chen Rui, Gao doesn't mind promoting a talentless brat like you to a master, yet you repay kindness with betrayal, stealing from your own. Just as Chen Rui signed his name on the certificate, Tao Quan stormed in, seized the document from the table, and burst into mocking laughter. You're trying to sell a fake ink wash to the studio at such a high price, 400,000. Have you lost your mind? His voice boomed deliberately, echoing throughout the studio, drawing the attention of nearly all the staff who gathered around, their eyes filled with schadenfreude. Tao Quan's employees chimed in. Chen Rui, you've really crossed the line. How could you do such a thing? You should be grateful for Gao's support, not undermine the studio's interests. Isn't this a betrayal of trust and a lack of professional ethics? The barrage of accusations left Chen Rui's face dark with fury. Tao Quan, stop spouting nonsense. Open your eyes and see. Is this ink wash really fake? Yet Tao Quan merely cast a fleeting glance at the piece before dismissing it. What does a mere novice like you know of authentic Ming blue and white porcelain? Even if by some stroke of luck you stumbled upon one, could you possibly afford it? Moreover, he himself had not been a stranger to the act of selling counterfeit goods as if they were genuine to art studios. How could he possibly remain ignorant? However, Chen Rui was still too young. He was utterly oblivious to the necessity of enlisting someone to act on his behalf for the sale, and instead, he dared to sell it himself. Had he chosen to have someone else sell it for him, he could have easily claimed to have been misled if the scheme had been uncovered. Yet, Chen Rui's audacity led to his immediate apprehension, leaving him with no plausible excuse to evade responsibility. At this moment, Tao Quan regarded Chen Rui with a scornful sneer, exuding confidence in his impending triumph. Young man, he proclaimed, not only will I expel you from the studio today, but I shall also ensure that you cannot survive in the entire antiques community henceforth. With a cold chuckle, Tao Quan withdrew his mobile phone, preparing to call Gao Dekang. Old Gao, there's a threshold here, please take your time. Before Tao Quan could dial, a familiar voice interrupted. Observing Gao Dekang approaching, assisting an elderly gentleman, Tao Quan felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He could hardly contain his eagerness to rid himself of Chen Rui, having finally seized a tangible piece of leverage. He disregarded the presence of any guests and hurried forward. Mr. Gao, this Chen Rui has gone too far. He actually brought a counterfeit, intending to swindle money from the studio. Just look, had I not discovered this sooner, he would have made off with 400,000. Presenting the appraisal document to Gao Dekang, Tao Quan concealed his elation, adopting a facade of profound dismay. Gao Dekang's expression darkened significantly. Chapter 17, A Titan of Cultural Artifacts. Brandishing the appraisal document, Gao Dekang inquired coldly. Yet at this moment his ire was directed not towards Chen Rui, but rather at Tao Quan. Do you not see their guest present? Must you come here to publicly humiliate him? Incidents like Chen Rui's were hardly uncommon in the antiques realm. They occurred frequently, and Gao Dekang was well aware that Tao Quan had engaged in similar conduct himself. However, in the presence of Mr. Gao and given the involvement of 400,000, with Chen Rui showing no attempt to conceal his actions, he felt compelled to intervene. Listening to Gao Dekang's reprimand, Tao Quan could hardly suppress the mockery in his gaze. He eagerly anticipated Chen Rui's expulsion from the studio, envisioning how he would subsequently fan the flames of gossip throughout the antiques community. Thus, Chen Rui would find himself unable to thrive anywhere. A laugh escaped Chen Rui's lips at that moment. Tao Quan, hearing this, grew even more exhilarated. Mr. Gao, look at this. The boy shows not an ounce of remorse. A person who steals from his own should be dealt with severely. As the words fell, Chen Rui laughed once more. Turning to Gao Dekang, he first expressed gratitude to the elderly gentleman beside him. My apologies, sir, for subjecting you to this farce. Mr. Gao, I assure you, I have never engaged in self-dealing, nor have I ever intended to undermine the studio's interests. Upon hearing this, Tao Quan could not restrain a derisive laugh. You dare to act without taking accountability. Indeed, you are hopeless. Chen Rui fixed a chilling gaze upon him, and in that instant, Tao Quan felt as if he were being scrutinized by a venomous serpent, prompting him to retreat into silence. This brush washer came into my possession by chance. Valued at 500,000, if auctioned, it would fetch an even higher price. I fail to see what wrongdoing there is in selling it to the studio for 400,000. As Chen Rui spoke, he produced the brush washer. Though Gao Dekang was the proprietor, his discerning I was not particularly keen, and after a moment of appraisal, he passed it to Tao Quan. I gazed upon the object, which appeared to be genuine. Indeed, this type of Ming Dynasty blue and white brush washer holds a value of 500,000. What does Master Tao think? Is it truly so? Tao Quan, with a trembling hand, nearly dropped the brush washer. However, he quickly regained his composure, for he could not believe this piece was authentic. He was aware of Gao Dechang's poor eyesight. Otherwise, Gao would not have tolerated him thus far. Taking a moment to calm himself, Tao Quan scrutinized the brush washer in his hand. Initially, he felt no emotional upheaval, but the more he examined it, the more anxious he became. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. How could this be? This brush washer was indeed real. This young man had previously been destitute, having barely worked a few days. He had yet to receive his wages. Where could he have acquired the funds for such an acquisition? At this moment, Tao Quan was utterly flustered. Gritting his teeth, he once again sought to compose himself. This must be a counterfeit. At first glance, it seemed authentic, yet it was merely a replica, artificially aged. As his words fell, Gao Dechang's brow furrowed, and his gaze towards Chen Rui turned icy. Young brother, did you acquire this brush washer? May I examine it? An elderly gentleman who had entered alongside Gao Dekang stepped forward with a smile that was as refreshing as a gentle breeze. His expression was notably amiable. As the elder's gaze fell upon Tao Quan, the latter's anxiety resurfaced, and he clutched the brush washer tightly, reluctant to let go. Master Tao, Gao Dechang's commanding voice rang out, compelling Tao Quan, albeit reluctantly, to place the brush washer on the table. The elder donned white gloves and meticulously examined the piece, caressing it gently before producing a magnifying glass. Though not a product of an imperial kiln, it could still be deemed one of the finest from a folk kiln. Indeed, quite remarkable. The colors were vibrant yet understated, and while the patterns were simple, they conveyed a sense of exuberance. From its style, it appeared to be a Ming blue and white piece from the Longqing period. Its preservation was exceptional, and as a brush washer, the valuation of 500,000 was, in fact, an underestimation. Upon hearing the elder's words, Tao Quan's face turned pale with fear. Yet, he was unwilling to concede. If he admitted to its authenticity, the unfortunate one today would not be Chen Rui, but rather himself. You must be a plant hired by this young man, right? You seem rather professional. Who knows if you truly understand the art? Those words you spoke were surely fed to you by him. Tao Quan exclaimed directly at the elder. Silence. Gao Dechang's furious roar followed. The elder, however, remained unfazed, as if he had not heard, and continued to look at Chen Rui with evident excitement. Indeed, it is quite challenging to discern the authenticity of this brush washer without close inspection. Young brother, did you recognize its value at the moment of acquisition? Chen Rui smiled modestly, attributing his success to fortune. It was an elderly lady in dire need of money who brought it to the overpass to sell. Everyone assumed it was fake and was unwilling to purchase it, which afforded me ample time to appraise it. It was also fortuitous that I had recently studied Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain. Finishing his thought, Chen Rui turned his gaze toward Gao Dekang with a smile. Mr. Gao, selling this brush washer for 400,000 to the art studio should not be considered an infraction, correct? With a wave of his hand, Gao Dekang responded, Of course not, and I must express my gratitude to you. Please rewrite that appraisal. 400,000 sounds unflattering. Let's amend it to 500,000. 500,000. Tao Quan seethed with envy. He not only failed to overpower Chen Rui, but in the blink of an eye, inadvertently allowed him to earn an additional 100,000. Mr. Gao, please do not be swayed by their words. I have devoted years to this art studio and have dabbled in antiques for half my life. Do you truly doubt my discernment? This old man is undoubtedly a pawn sent by Chen Rui, harmonizing with him in this charade. With a heart full of resentment, Tao Quan spoke with unrestrained bravado, his tone brimming with confidence. Huh. Gao Dekang was so exasperated that he found it amusing. A pawn? Do you even know who old Gao is? If Chen Rui could enlist him as a pawn, I would only laugh. He is a luminary in the realm of cultural artifacts, Mr. Gao Xueqing. As his words resonated, not only did Tao Quan turn pale as a ghost, drenched in cold sweat, but everyone in the studio was also left astounded. Gao Xueqing, a name of great repute in the world of cultural collectibles. Not once has he misjudged an item that came under his scrutiny. He possesses vast knowledge and unparalleled talent, with many current masters in the field still being his students. Oof. At this moment, Gao Dekang let out a cold snort, glaring fiercely at Tao Quan. With old Gao present today, I shall forego the opportunity to teach you a lesson. Your salary and bonuses for this month are entirely forfeited. Should there be a next time, you may pack your belongings and leave. Having delivered his admonition, Gao Dekang politely invited Gao Xueqing. I apologize for the farce today. Shall we retreat to the reception room for further discussion? Gao Xueqing nodded in agreement, but did not immediately move. Instead, he gazed with keen interest at Chen Rui. Gao Dekang promptly understood. Chen Rui, you should join us as well. It would be beneficial for you to seek counsel from old Gao. As the three of them proceeded to the reception room, Tao Quan was left in a state of despair. For him, a month's salary and bonuses were not significant. Yet he had squandered an invaluable opportunity to ingratiate himself with old Gao, leaving a rather poor impression. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through, leaving Tao Quan disheveled in its wake. Chapter 18. Knowledge abounds in the reception room. Gao Xueqing displayed little interest in Gao Dekang, but was notably intrigued by the young Chen Rui. Earlier, you mentioned that you had recently studied Ming blue and white porcelain. What insights have you gleaned? He paused, recognizing the vastness of the topic. Let us focus on the brush washer. Chen Rui's expression grew serious, and he sat up straighter, feeling a sense of urgency akin to that of a student being queried by a teacher. However, he did not feel overly anxious. The instant he laid eyes on the brush washer, knowledge about Ming blue and white brush washers surged in his mind, already imprinted within him. The brush, ink paper, and inkstone are collectively known as the four treasures of the study. While the demand for brush washers among scholars is minimal, after all, they are not consumable items. They are among the most collected artifacts. Among the surviving brush washers, there are indeed numerous artistic treasures. The materials used for brush washers are varied, with porcelain, jade, agate, enamel, ivory, and rhinoceros horn being the most common. However, porcelain brush washers are the most frequently encountered. Among them, the exquisite Ming and Qing flower brush washers stand out. With a wealth of knowledge at his disposal, Chen Rui spoke eloquently and fluidly. Gao Xueqing listened attentively, nodding in appreciation. Very well articulated. You are entirely correct. Nowadays, most young people are rather impetuous and restless. Yet it is rare to find someone like you who possesses the patience to delve into these subjects. Gao Xueqing offered lavish praise without reservation, accompanied by a wave of nostalgia. Turning his head, he glanced at Gao Dekang and, with a smile, urged, "What are you sitting there for? Hurry up and brew the tea I just brought." His demeanor was entirely that of a senior instructing a junior. Gao Dekang, responding with utmost respect, busied himself with brewing the tea, though a hint of bitterness tinged his words. "Old Gao, you are quite partial. It was agreed that this tea was a gift for me, yet here I am, tasked with brewing it. Are you worried that Chen Rui won't get to enjoy it?" Gao Xueqing displayed no sign of embarrassment, instead looking at Gao Dekang with a mix of disappointment and exasperation. "How can you accuse me of favoritism? Back in the day, you begged me to teach you about antiques, yet you barely grasped the basics before you vanished. Thankfully, I never took you on as a disciple. Otherwise, you would have thoroughly embarrassed me." As their banter continued, the rich aroma of the tea wafted through the air. Chen Rui's face lit up with delight as the essence of the tea flooded his mind. He marveled at how few in the country could afford such a tea, and even fewer would consider gifting it. The esteemed Gao Xueqing was likely not merely a master of cultural artifacts. Recognizing the tea's rarity, Chen Rui savored it even more, unable to suppress his admiration. "Indeed, this is exquisite tea." Upon hearing his words, both Gao Dekang and Gao Xueqing were taken aback. "You have knowledge of tea as well? Pray, enlighten us about its origins." Gao Dekang couldn't help but chuckle at Gao Xueqing's inquisitive nature, recalling how he had evaded his teachings years prior because of the elder's penchant for testing knowledge. However, Chen Rui, now free of his earlier apprehension, smiled confidently. This tea, with its vibrant green-brown hue, bruised to a bright orange-yellow infusion, with leaves of red and green intermingled. If I am not mistaken, this should be the finest Ahong Pao from Wui Mountain. At his words, Gao Dechang's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly falling from their sockets. Had he not been aware of the tea's provenance beforehand, he would have never discerned its quality, even after consuming an entire pot. Yet Chen Rui, with just a single cup, had identified it flawlessly. You are quite impressive. You certainly pique my interest, Gao Shiweqing praised, his gaze towards Chen Rui now filled with admiration. Gao Dekang, recovering from his shock, winked at Chen Rui. It's rare for old Gao to take a liking to someone. Don't squander this opportunity. Seize the chance to learn from him. Gao Shiweqing, a repository of knowledge, could impart a mere fraction of his wisdom, sufficient for years of study. Though Gao Shiweqing smiled humbly, dismissing the exaggeration, he added, if you have any questions regarding cultural artifacts, do not hesitate to ask. I shall share all that I know. Chen Rui, possessing a unique aptitude for certain antiques, held insights that rivaled Gao Shiweqing's. However, his previous limited exposure and financial constraints left him with numerous inquiries. Without hesitation, he posed his questions. True to his word, Gao Shiweqing responded candidly. As they engaged in this enlightening exchange, an hour slipped by unnoticed. With Chen Rui feeling as though he had unlocked the door to a new world, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Gao Shiweqing, having grown older, were the marks of fatigue upon his visage. Otherwise, the elderly lady would undoubtedly reproach me for having brought you out to endure such toil. Gao Dekang, ever astute, interjected between the two, offering a smile. Indeed, Gao Shiweqing appeared somewhat weary and did not defer, rising to take his leave. Gao Dekang, accompanied by Chen Rui, personally escorted him out of the establishment. Gao Shiweqing's driver awaited just outside. As he observed the inconspicuous luxury vehicle vanish from sight, Gao Dekang turned to Chen Rui beside him, a hint of exasperation in his eyes. You, my friend, are rather lacking in courtesy. Not only is Gao Lao a luminary in the realm of traditional crafts, but he is also a comrade of my uncle and a founding elder of our nation. Chen Rui, quick to grasp the sentiment, responded with a smile. Rest assured, Mr. Gao, next time I meet Gao Lao, I shall treat him with the utmost respect and ensure he is not burdened. Gao Dekang nodded with a smile, appreciating Chen Rui's thoughtfulness, yet his expression soon grew serious. Do you feel wrong that I did not dismiss Tao Quan? Chen Rui maintained a smile. Mr. Gao, you think too much. I completely understand. Master Tao is a veteran of the studio, and I, a mere newcomer, have been entrusted with significant responsibilities. To others, I may merely appear as a favored companion. To dismiss a veteran for the sake of a favored one would ultimately alienate others. Hearing this, Gao Dechang's gaze toward Chen Rui became increasingly admiring. No wonder Gao Lao holds you in such high regard. Regardless of external opinions, I hold you in great esteem. Work diligently, and what I offer you will undoubtedly surpass what Tao Quan has received. With those words, Gao Dekang took his leave. At 4 p.m., Chen Rui's phone rang. I am preparing to head to Zhongdu City. Please provide me with an address, and I will take a taxi there shortly. As soon as the call connected, the voice of his university friend, Fong Ming, resonated through. However, Fong Ming repeatedly declined. Knowing Chen Rui's struggles, his companions were well aware that today was not a weekend, nor had the workday concluded. How could they possibly disrupt Chen Rui's work? Yet, unable to resist Chen Rui's insistence, Fong Ming relented. Very well. Let us meet at the South High-Speed Railway Station. I shall await you. Gathering his belongings, Chen Rui concluded his workday. As he passed by Tao Quan's office, he felt the piercing, cold gaze akin to that of a serpent. With a cold smile, he chose to ignore it. Chapter 19, A Célestiale Existence. At the South High-Speed Railway Station. Fong Ming, over here. Spotting Fong Ming's approach, Chen Rui waved enthusiastically. The reunion of old friends was indeed a moment brimming with excitement. Fong Ming observed Chen Rui, clad in his humble attire, and felt a pang of sorrow. Although Chen Rui's suit was impeccably tailored, it was still the same one purchased 2 years prior, when Fong Ming had accompanied him to a nearby shop for graduation attire, discount samples that cost merely $300 for 2 sets. It seemed that Chen Rui remained as downtrodden as before. Believing he had discerned the truth, Fong Ming refrained from voicing it. By the way, I came in such haste that I did not prepare a gift for you. As fortune would have it, I need to select an outfit for our class reunion. Let us go together, and I shall gift you a suit. It will surely be an improvement from when you were an apprentice. Chen Rui was fully aware of Fong Ming's concerns about him appearing disheveled at the reunion and felt deeply touched by the gesture. Without delay, he replied, perfect timing. As I was indeed contemplating a change of suit, your kindness is a timely blessing. Upon hailing a taxi, the two promptly made their way to a nearby shopping center. Fong Ming selected a tailored suit for himself and another for Chen Rui, proceeding to the checkout. The cost exceeded 3,000 for each suit, a considerable expenditure for someone of Fong Ming's means, yet he displayed no signs of hesitation. Observing this, Chen Rui felt a warmth in his heart. Now that you're no longer in Zhongdu, you are a guest here. Come, allow me to treat you to a meal. Surely, you won't insist on paying the bill this time? Chen Rui remarked with a smile as they exited the suit store. Fong Ming genuinely contemplated paying for the meal himself. The thought of dining at a modest eatery did not sit well with him, and he was wary of the costs, concerned that Chen Rui might not be able to afford them. However, he feared that insisting on this matter might wound Chen Rui's pride. Indeed, it is your turn to host. I must admit, I have missed your culinary skills. Let us go to your apartment. Prepare some of your signature dishes for me. Fong Ming suggested. Chen Rui did not decline, leading Fong Ming on a shopping spree in a nearby supermarket. As Chen Rui settled the bill, Fong Ming watched, feeling a pang of sympathy. 500 yuan. How much do you earn? I heard it's only 2,000 a month. Chen Rui, perhaps you should consider resigning. My art studio is in dire need of assistance. I cannot manage alone, and many students have been turned away. We could work together, splitting everything 50-50. Do not worry about taking advantage of me. I will likely delegate much of the work to you in the future. You, a student of art, engaging in antiquities and collectibles? Just as he finished speaking, the taxi came to a halt. Sir, we have arrived at Binjiang Community. Chen Rui paid the fare and helped Fong Ming out of the car. As they approached the community, guarded by stern security and adorned with breathtaking scenery, Fong Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. Chen Rui, please do not tell me you live here. With a smile, Chen Rui led the way, effortlessly swiping his card for entry, while the security personnel kindly offered to assist him with his belongings. Standing on the spacious balcony, overlooking the river view, Fong Ming was further astounded. How much does this place cost per month? How much? 8,000. Am I mistaken? Fong Ming's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Yet, he quickly nodded to himself. The exquisite decor, the environment, and the property management indeed justified the price. You, my friend, must confess, are you being supported by a wealthy benefactor? Fong Ming jested, rummaging through the villa in search of any signs of a woman's presence. Chen Rui, tall yet not imposing, exuded an air of intellectual charm, even in humble attire. In terms of looks, none in the dormitory could rival him. Otherwise, the materialistic Dai Lulu would not have dated the financially struggling Chen Rui for 6 months. Watching Fong Ming explore, Chen Rui sighed. There is no need to search. I live here alone. I have recently been promoted, and my salary is now 10,000 a month. Fong Ming paused in his exploration, still perplexed. 10,000 a month, yet you willingly pay 8,000 for rent? Chen Rui then succinctly recounted recent events, but refrained from mentioning the peculiar abilities bestowed upon him by his grandmother's jade bracelet, only briefly alluding to the jade seal. After the breakup, I found myself on the shore, overwhelmed with mixed emotions and despair. However, from that misfortune came unexpected fortune. Subsequently, the knowledge of antiques that had eluded me suddenly became clear. After listening to Chen Rui's story, Fong Ming was left utterly astonished. Has your life been this fantastical these past few days? It feels even more surreal than a novel, despite the incredibility of it all. The sight of the apartment worth 8,000 a month convinced Fong Ming of its authenticity. You're quite impressive. It seems I will have to rely on you in the future. After chatting for a while longer, Chen Rui retreated to the kitchen to prepare a meal. When the dishes were finally served, the two indulged in food and drink, engaging in lively conversation that led to them both becoming quite inebriated. The next day, Chen Rui awoke to find it was already 10 o'clock and decided to call in sick. After a light breakfast, he accompanied Fong Ming out for some leisure. While in the taxi, Chen Rui's phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he couldn't help but smile warmly. Oh, is that your new girlfriend calling? Fong Ming teased with a grin. Chen Rui shot him a sidelong glance before answering the call. Qin Wanner wished to visit the antique street to help a friend select some gifts and asked Chen Rui to assist her in discerning their value. Though he had initially promised Fong Ming, he felt no hesitation in agreeing to Qin Wanner's invitation. After hanging up, he caught sight of Fong Ming's mischievous expression. Driver, please take us to Pan Garden Antique Street. Turning back, he added with a smile, I'll introduce you to something extraordinary. Fong Ming whistled. I see you're just taking me along to be a third wheel. The taxi sped away, and 20 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of the antique street. where Chen Rui was already waiting. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her white dress billowed gracefully, resembling a figure from ancient times. Upon seeing Chen Rui emerge from the car, she broke into a radiant smile, her red lips parting in a warm greeting. Like a gentle spring breeze, she brought forth the blooming of 100 flowers. Her beauty rendered all else pale in comparison, and Fong Ming was left entranced, feeling as though he were in a dream. There truly exists a beauty in the north, whose smile can captivate a city, and with a second, charm an entire nation. I always thought this was merely poetic imagery, but now I realize it is indeed real. Chen Rui, what kind of celestial life are you leading? You must be making your friend envious. Chapter 20, A Fortuitous Find. My apologies for the delay. I was caught in traffic, Chen Rui said with a gentle smile, shaking her head slightly. It's no trouble. I just arrived myself. Her voice was as melodious as a lark's song, delightful to the ears. Fong Ming, walking alongside Chen Rui, felt his heart flutter, his gaze filled with envy. Yet, he merely admired her beauty from a distance, understanding all too well the unspoken rule. One must not meddle with a friend as partner. This is my college buddy, Fong Ming. Fong Ming, this is Miss Chen. After a brief introduction, the two exchanged pleasantries before they all set off together towards the antique street. As they entered, a vendor called out, 3 esteemed guests. Come and see my heirloom treasures. All genuine pieces sourced from the countryside. Upon stepping inside, Fong Ming was taken aback. Is this really the antique street? It feels more like a market. Unable to contain himself, he leaned closer to Chen Rui and whispered. As he surveyed the scene, it was clear that the entire street was lined with vendors, their stalls bustling with a steady flow of customers. And the air was filled with the incessant calls of merchants vying for business. This is the periphery of the antique street, where the majority of visitors are merely curious tourists. Genuine patrons, apart from a select few seeking hidden treasures, typically venture directly inside, where upscale shops abound. Chen Rui whispered an explanation, but Fong Ming was hardly listening, his eyes darting around the surrounding stalls, unable to suppress his astonishment. The lively scene indeed resembled a bustling market. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could not deny that this was, after all, an antique street, with an array of antiques on display. Upon uttering this sentiment, both Chen Rui and Chen Rui broke into laughter. Finding a true antique in such a place is akin to reaching for the heavens. Miss Chen, what type of gift do you wish to select for your friend? Shall we proceed to the stores ahead? Chen Rui pondered about trying his luck here, hoping to stumble upon a bargain, but today was dedicated to accompanying Chen Rui. There was no need for extravagant souvenirs. A leisurely stroll would suffice. After Chen Rui spoke, her gaze shifted, and she was drawn toward a nearby stall, where she picked up a modest yet antique vase, unable to let it go. Your taste is impeccable, miss. You've chosen the most valuable treasure for my stall. This vase was once used by an imperial concubine of Emperor Qianlong, a product of the official kiln. The vendor boasted, spinning tales with fervor. Although Chen Rui was skeptical, she genuinely adored the vase. How much is it? She inquired. The vendor, brimming with excitement, observed her ethereal elegance, declaring, I shall offer you a special price of 100,000. As he made his offer, he feigned a sense of heartbreak. At this, Chen Rui gently patted Chen Rui on the shoulder. She immediately caught on, rising her feet. I truly like it, but it is far too expensive. I apologize for the disturbance. The vendor panicked. No, please. How much do you wish to offer, miss? His cheeks quivered with surprise, yet he maintained a pained expression. Finally conceding, all right, 5,000 it is. Chen Rui, however, let out a scoff at that moment. Vendor, you've misheard. My friend meant 500. The vendor's countenance fell instantly. Are you two jesting with me? Unfazed, Chen Rui took Chen Rui and left. Fine, if you truly desire it, take it for 1,000. The vendor's voice trailed after them. Fong Ming's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Could the price really drop from 100,000 to 1,000? Chen Rui, however, was elated as she produced the money and acquired the vase. Chen Rui, you are remarkable. I was genuinely prepared to offer 50,000 for it. Once they had distanced themselves, Chen Rui exclaimed, her excitement akin to that of a child. Wait until I try haggling myself. A vase worth 100,000 for just 1,000 is an incredible deal. Chen Rui interjected subtly. The items here, at most, are worth 1,000 or so. They are fun to toy with, but anything pricier is not worth it. His voice was low, audible only to Chen Rui. She replied with a smile. Entering a buying spree, the items she selected were all exquisitely crafted and stunning, with the most expensive not exceeding 5,000 after negotiation. Observing Chen Rui's relentless purchasing, Fong Ming felt a twinge of envy. Having come all the way to the antique street, returning empty-handed would be quite disheartening, and his gaze began to search the stalls eagerly. Chen Rui followed closely behind the two, his gaze shifting continuously. Suddenly, a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes as he strode directly toward the stall ahead, picking up a jade pendant. After toying with it for a moment, he inquired, "How much for this, sir?" The vendor, initially verbose in his praises, extolled the virtues of the jade pendant before finally gesturing with his hand, indicating a price. Chen Rui shook his head, deeming 5,000 too exorbitant. The vendor nearly choked on his words, having intended to quote 50,000. Gritting his teeth, he offered a final price of 2,000, insisting it could not be lowered further. Yet, Chen Rui still wore an expression of reluctance, shaking his head once more. The vendor, feeling the pinch more acutely, relented. "Take your pick from this assortment of trinkets, and I shall consider it a gift." Although these items appeared unremarkable, they were genuine antiques, and he felt he was incurring a significant loss by offering them. Chen Rui sifted through the collection and extracted 2 jade discs. Though a hint of disappointment crossed his face, he merely smiled and withdrew 20 bills to settle the transaction. As he turned away, the vendor secretly rejoiced, having duped yet another unsuspecting customer, oblivious to the mirth in Chen Rui's eyes. Soon, Chen Rui reunited with the 2 companions. "Have you found anything worthwhile?" Qin Vanya inquired, arching an eyebrow at Chen Rui's evident delight. As she reached out to snatch the jade pendant from his hand, her expression soured in disappointment. "Seeing you so pleased, I thought this pendant might be something extraordinary, but it appears rather lackluster." "Whoa!" Fong Ming quickly intervened. "That cost 2,000. If you don't want it, at least don't destroy it." Chen Rui smiled. "Consider it a gift for you." In the midst of their confusion, he presented the jade disc he deemed worthy, saying, "This is what I truly sought." Qin Wanner scrutinized it closely, yet still failed to discern its allure, her distaste evident due to its dull hue. However, her eyes sparkled with admiration as she gave Chen Rui a thumbs up. Fong Ming, feeling a surge of inspiration, thought, in the blink of an eye, "Chen Rui has made a profit of 98,000? I must also seek my fortune." With determined strides, Fong Ming advanced but did not immediately make a purchase. Instead, he examined stall after stall. Chapter 21, Striking It Rich. Observing Fong Ming's confident approach, Qin Wanner paused, wondering aloud, "Is your classmate truly that lucky?" Intrigued by his fortune, she quickened her pace to catch up. It wasn't long before Fong Ming halted, fixated on a particular snuff bottle. "Sir, do you fancy this? Care to take a closer look?" the vendor suggested, smiling and gesturing towards the bottle. Fong Ming, unreserved, picked it up to inspect. "This is a fine willow leaf bottle, a genuine antique. Just look at its clarity and beauty, and the orchid pattern, truly exquisite. Isn't it? I see you are genuinely interested, so I won't overcharge. 3,000 is all I ask." Seeing Fong Ming's growing attachment to the item, the vendor swiftly set his price. To be honest, if it were 300, Fong Ming might have purchased it without hesitation. "Chen Rui, could you help me assess whether this is worth 3,000? He asked, somewhat clueless about the intricacies of the antique trade, casually handing it to Chen Rui. The vendor, noticing his demeanor, surmised he was likely an amateur, perhaps a mere tourist, and felt a thrill of excitement. Unsuspecting novices were the easiest to deceive. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Rui had already discerned his intentions. He decided to feign ignorance entirely. 30,000 is exorbitant. The glass bracelet I purchased last time was priced similarly. Look at this jade. It lacks luster and appears rather dull. It might even be plastic." The shopkeeper, overhearing this, nearly burst into laughter. "Purchasing a glass jade bracelet for 30,000, and yet you claim this is plastic? Nevertheless, business must go on. Sir, such statements cannot be made lightly. As the saying goes, jade nourishes its wearer. The longer one adorns it, the more it becomes translucent and luminous." Chen Rui, however, wore an expression of profound skepticism. Sellers of antique jade invariably make such claims. Who can ascertain their veracity? After a round of haggling, the shopkeeper, albeit reluctantly, conceded to a selling price of 10,000. As he reached for his wallet, Fong Ming felt a pang of regret. The shopkeeper, observing this, inwardly chuckled. It was indeed easy to exploit those who feign knowledge. He had procured this snuff bottle for a mere few dozen from the countryside, and selling it for 10,000 was immensely profitable. Subsequently, the 3 of them continued to explore, but aside from Qin Wanner, who picked up a few trinkets, neither Chen Rui nor Fong Ming made any further purchases. Their SAT house ahead with a pleasant ambience. Shall we go there for tea? After a tiring stroll, Chen Rui lost her enthusiasm for further shopping. Soon, the trio moved to the tea house by the riverside. I'm utterly exhausted. Once they ordered their tea and snacks, Chen Rui laid out her acquisitions on the table. With sparkling eyes, she turned to Chen Rui. Please help me discern whether any of these items are genuine. Initially, she had chosen based on aesthetics, but after Chen Rui purchased a jade disc, she shifted her focus to the more antiquated pieces. She harbored no expectations of discovering true treasures among the elegant items and was now keenly scrutinizing the rustic collection. As her words settled, Fang Ming also cast a tense glance. Though the items were not his, the prospect of thousands transforming into tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, was indeed thrilling. With a mere glance, Chen Rui recognized that everything on the table was merely crafted replicas, including the seemingly ancient items, which were also artificially aged. Nevertheless, he picked each piece up for a closer examination. Fang Ming and Chen Rui grew increasingly anxious, holding their breath in anticipation. In no time, Chen Rui set down the last item. So, were any antiques among them? Quin vania inquilit impaziently. Her expression fell, lips pouting in disappointment. Yet, she was not financially constrained and felt only a slight sense of letdown. It seemed that uncovering hidden gems in the antique market was indeed a formidable challenge. Fang Ming sighed and then produced his own snuff bottle. In that case, it appears my bottle isn't an authentic antique either. To be honest, paying 10,000 for it stung a bit, but now I find myself growing fonder of it. The texture is quite pleasant. As he spoke, Fang Ming brought the snuff bottle to his lips. Although it was empty, he fancied he could detect a faint whiff of tobacco, his face reflecting a sense of rapture. Ha ha ha. Chen Rui's laughter resonated immediately thereafter. Who told you this snuff bottle is a fake? As the words left his mouth, Fang Ming was momentarily stunned, his hand trembling slightly as he held the bottle. Don't tell me this is an authentic antique. How much could it possibly be worth? I bought it for 10,000. It can't be worth more than your 2,000, can it? Chen Rui laughed heartily, gazing at Fang Ming with a mix of admiration and envy. Your luck is simply remarkable. This snuff bottle hails from the late Qing dynasty. Upon hearing this, Fang Ming sighed in disappointment. After all, the late Qing period is not so distant, and it seems unlikely to be worth much. However, Chen Rui's voice continued. Though it originates from the late Qing, its craftsmanship is exquisite. Carved entirely from solid jade, it is translucent and pure, adorned with painted orchids that evoke a sense of elegance. This piece is the work of the master, Zhang Baotian, and is conservatively estimated to be worth 600,000. You, my friend, have struck gold. Fang Ming stood in stunned silence. After toiling for 2 years in a small third-tier city, he had only managed to save 200,000 for a down payment. To think he could gain 599,000 just by wandering through an antique street. Chen Rui, are you joking with me? Fang Ming could hardly believe his fortune. Suddenly, a voice from the adjacent table interrupted. Young man, may I take a look at that snuff bottle? An elderly gentleman clad in a tang suit approached, exuding an air of scholarly elegance that commanded respect. Still in a daze, Fang Ming nodded. Indeed, it is a genuine creation of Master Zhang Baotian. The elder complimented. Young brother, your discerning eye is impressive. He returned the snuff bottle to Fang Ming, showering Chen Rui with praise. Since you recognize its authenticity, would you care to purchase it? Fang Ming asked, a bit bashfully. You could walk into any shop on the antique street and sell it for 600,000 without issue. After offering his advice, the elder departed, leaving Fang Ming elated. If the snuff bottle were a forgery, he would have wanted to keep it for himself, but at a value of 600,000, it was far beyond his means. Fang Ming beamed with excitement, practically glowing with joy. However, Chen Rui, exhausted from the day's fruitless search for genuine artifacts, implored, sell me that snuff bottle. Feeling somewhat shy, Fang Ming reluctantly negotiated, ultimately parting with it for 570,000. Chapter 22. A Misstep in Powers? I now comprehend why individuals are so enamored with antiques. It is akin to an instantaneous ascent to paradise, exhilarating beyond measure. Chen Rui, I am contemplating selling my art studio to join you. Chen Rui, listening with a sense of resignation, replied, I advise you to know when to withdraw. In a world of antiques, aside from those with true insight, who does not possess their own worth, even among those with fortunes in the millions, a mere miscalculation can lead to bankruptcy. Chen Rui's serious tone felt like a bucket of cold water, dousing Fang Ming's fervor, bringing him back to reality. The following day, upon entering the studio, Chen Rui was met with the mockery of Tao Quan, who emerged with a teapot. Oh, look who it is, the favored one of General Gao. With such protection, do you still bother to show up for work? Despite General Gao's repeated warnings to refrain from targeting Chen Rui, Tao Quan's rage flared uncontrollably at the sight of him. As Chen Rui approached, he halted beside Tao Quan. Those under General Gao's wing are truly capable. If you weren't so inept, would you find yourself in this predicament? I advise you to cease provoking me. Otherwise, you will only ensnare yourself. With a few warnings, Chen Rui continued to stride into the office. Tao Quan watched his retreating figure, his teeth clenched in anger, yet he found no words to counter. Previously, Chen Rui was merely an apprentice, inferior in every aspect to him. However, in the realm of ancient painting restoration and discernment, he had repeatedly been outshined by Chen Rui. In comparison, he felt like a mere wastrel. This stoked the flames of Tao Quan's ire, while Chen Rui remained undisturbed for quite some time. At 10 a.m., an employee approached, stating, "Brother Chen, a lady has come to appraise a painting. I have already examined it. Although it is merely a replica of Ming Dynasty summer thick weaving map, it is indeed a genuine work of Zhang Daqian. Unfortunately, it is an early piece by the master, lacking in maturity, and I have appraised it at 1 million. Please sign the appraisal certificate." Chen Rui's interest peaked as he glanced at the document. His primary curiosity lay in whether modern paintings could absorb any energy. However, most clients seeking appraisals were unlikely to sell directly, and missing out could mean a lost opportunity. In the reception area, a stylishly dressed middle-aged lady was gleefully admiring her painting, her excitement growing with each glance, nodding occasionally in approval. "Mean Dai, this is our studio's master, Master Chen," the employee introduced Chen Rui respectfully. Yet, Jean Tai's brow furrowed immediately. "What do you need a master for? I have already stated that this painting is not for sale. I have paid the appraisal fee. Just hand me the certificate." With her displeasure evident, she rolled up the painting. "Wait," Chen Rui interjected with a smile. "May I take a look at your painting?" Jean Tai, feeling somewhat smug, replied, "You antique dealers can hardly take your eyes off good things. Very well, I shall let you indulge your curiosity." As the painting unfurled once more, Chen Rui's brow furrowed in concentration. Jean Tai grew tense as she promptly rolled it up again. "I warn you, do not even think about this painting. I am not selling it. Hurry and give me the appraisal certificate. I am in a rush." At her words, the nearby employee wore a wry smile and placed the certificate and pen on the table. "Brother Chen, please," he urged, prompting Chen Rui to sign. Internally, he felt a twinge of disdain. Chen Rui was still too young, utterly incomparable to Tao Quan. It was merely a replica worth 1 million. Yet he seemed as if he had never encountered such things before. "I am sorry, Jean Tai, but I cannot issue you this appraisal certificate," Chen Rui firmly rejected. Both the employee and Jean Tai stared in shock, their eyes wide. "What do you mean? Are you running a black shop? Do we have to sell the painting to you just for appraisal?" Jean Tai exclaimed in anger. "Sheng Hui maintoned a friendly smile, though a hint of regret flickered in his eyes. This painting is a forgery, not an authentic piece." At this proclamation, a wave of laughter erupted. Jean Tai's sudden outburst caught Tao Quan's attention, prompting him to rush over to witness the commotion. "Ah, you certainly have embarrassed our studio. I could hear from the adjacent office that this painting by Jean Tai was merely a replica, but how can Master Zhang's work be deemed a counterfeit? Furthermore, this is a masterpiece valued at millions." Chen Rui turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at Tao Quan, and sneered coldly. "If you do not comprehend, refrain from spewing nonsense. My assertion of it being a counterfeit does not imply that it is not the genuine Mingxia Homo Jiji Tuesday. This is unequivocally not a work of Zhang Daqian, but rather a forgery." Upon uttering these words, not only did Jean Tai tremble with rage, but Tao Quan burst into laughter. This was not the first or second time Tao Quan had engaged in such behavior. He spoke with a semblance of reason. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Chen Rui seized the teapot nearby and splashed the lukewarm tea. Tao Quan, doused unexpectedly, was not scalded but stood there, utterly dazed. "Do not presume that everyone shares your lack of principles, capable of any misdeed," Chen Rui scoffed, his gaze penetrating as if he could see directly through a person. Tao Quan's apprentice broke out in a cold sweat. "Master, you should quickly change your clothes in a lounge." Grasping Tao Quan, they departed. "I see you are not a good person. You assault colleagues and slander my painting as a forgery. This painting is my family heirloom, one I brought from my maternal home. On what grounds do you claim it is false?" At that moment, Jean Tai regained his composure and pointed accusingly at Chen Rui, hurling curses. "You heartless wretch! So vile? Do you not fear that you will be cursed with misfortune in the future?" At this point, Jean Tai resembled a furious shrew. her insults growing ever more offensive. Chen Rui, quickly losing patience, retorted sharply. It would be wise for you to speak more courteously. The reception room is under surveillance. Based on your previous remarks alone, I could sue you for defamation. Verbal assaults and malicious slander carry legal repercussions. I stand ready to take responsibility for my words. Your painting is indeed a forgery. Jintai was taken aback. I did not intend to insult you, but this painting is genuinely not a fake. It was gifted to my grandfather by a close friend of Zhang Daqian. How could it possibly be counterfeit? Chen Rui was momentarily stunned. The powers he possessed showed no reaction, solidifying his belief that the painting was indeed a forgery. Yet, Jintai's expression did not appear to be that of a fraud. Could it be that the abilities had erred? Chapter 23, The Intruder Within. At this moment, setting aside Jintai's situation, Chen Rui himself felt a tremor of anxiety. Everything he possessed was a result of his abilities. The thought of losing them was unbearable. Forcing himself to regain composure, Chen Rui took a deep breath, centering his thoughts. The immense power within him remained, and the white light of his grandmother's bracelet still glimmered in his mind. Only then did Chen Rui relax. Might I have another look at that painting? Jintai, silent, extended the artwork while internally cursing Chen Rui vehemently. If this young man were not lacking in discernment, he must be coveting my painting. Once outside, I will certainly seek another studio for authentication and then thrust the appraisal document in this young man's face, demanding accountability from the studio. At this moment, Jintai was already contemplating the compensation he would request from the studio. Meanwhile, Chen Rui was meticulously scrutinizing the painting before him. The powers continued to show no sign of reaction. Suddenly, Chen Rui furrowed his brow, yet his eyes sparkled with revelation. This scroll, though appearing quite aged, emanates a refreshing aroma of ink. Jintai, the creation of this artwork could not have taken more than 10 days. The ink has yet to thoroughly permeate the paper. If you doubt it, feel free to inspect it yourself. From beneath the table, Chen Rui procured a magnifying glass and handed it to Jintai. Though she did not comprehend its significance, Chen Rui's unwavering certainty instilled a sense of unease in her, causing her hand to tremble while holding the glass. Impossible. This was a treasured heirloom passed down from my family. It cannot be a forgery. She repeated this insistently. Chen Rui listened, taken aback. If this painting had indeed been preserved since the time of Jintai's grandfather, it would be inconceivable for it to have been created in less than 10 days. Jintai, has there been a recent theft in your household? Chen Rui inquired, to which Jintai shook her head vigorously. Chen Rui pressed further, aside from yourself. Who else in your family is aware that this painting is an authentic work by Zhang Daqian? Or has anyone considered selling it? Jintai furrowed her brow in contemplation, shaking her head repeatedly. No, I have always kept this painting in the box under my bed. My husband never rummages through my belongings. A knowing smile crept upon Chen Rui's lips as she began to piece together the scenario. One must be vigilant, for a thief within the home is often the most treacherous. Retrieving her phone, Chen Rui captured an image of the painting and posted it on her public account, inquiring if any art studios had recently received such a piece. Ding. Indeed. It appeared that a fellow dealer had acquired the genuine work from Jintai's household just 5 days prior. Without further ado, she tactfully ushered Jintai out. At this moment, Jintai was already in a state of discomfort, having begun to suspect that her son might be involved. A fortnight ago, her son had asked her for a sum of 100,000 yuan. After scolding him harshly, she had given him 50,000. Now, her anxiety was palpable. Clutching the painting in one hand and her bag in the other, she hurriedly departed. Chen Rui and Tao Quan, please come to the office with me. Shortly after Jintai's exit, Gao Dekang arrived. Tao Quan, having been doused with cold tea by Chen Rui, grew increasingly agitated and promptly called Gao Dekang to lodge a complaint. In the office, Gao Dekang glared at Tao Quan with impatience before turning to Chen Rui with a more amiable demeanor. Master Tao claims you are attempting to line your own pockets by withholding the client's genuine piece and maliciously asserting that it is a forgery. He is displeased with your cold treatment of him and your threats towards the client. Please clarify. Chen Rui opened her phone and displayed the post from her work account. The painting in question was indeed the one Jintai had brought in for appraisal. After reviewing it, Gao Dekang grasped the situation completely. You handled this well. One must remain composed when dealing with clients who attempt to pass off forgeries as genuine. Chen Rui excused herself, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. The firmly shut door, however, could not muffle Gao Dechang's furious reprimands. Tao Quan, how many more times must I warn you? This studio is not under your control. So cease your arrogance within my domain. If you're unwilling to comply, then leave immediately. Tao Quan bowed his head, repeatedly begging for forgiveness. Yet his downcast eyes betrayed a chilling resentment. At this moment, his resolve to bring down Chen Rui had intensified. The hatred he harbored for Chen Rui had seeped deep into his very bones. In the afternoon, after exchanging greetings with Gao Dekang, Chen Rui left work early. Chen Rui, hop in, called Fong Ming as he rolled down the taxi window. Come on now, you're a man of means with a fortune of over $1 million. Is it really necessary to scrimp like this? Why not buy a car? Hailing taxis all day is quite the hassle. I assent it. By the way, I brought your clothes. Make sure to find a place to change before heading into the hotel. Don't show up to the gathering in this shabby outfit. It's positively pitiful. After hearing this, Chen Rui couldn't help but chuckle in agreement. If you reminded me, I wouldn't have thought of it. Indeed, it's time I purchased a car. When the topic of cars arose, it was hard to find a man who wouldn't be intrigued. And Fong Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. When are you planning to go? How about tomorrow? I can help you figure things out. Are you thinking of an Audi or a BMW? Or perhaps, let's not be modest, why not go for a Mercedes? Although Chen Rui's current finances were limited, Fong Ming was convinced that with his keen eye for opportunities, making a profitable purchase would be a cinch. They chatted incessantly, nearly provoking a laugh from the driver in front, who couldn't resist scoffing at their conversation. The suit Chen Rui wore, if one could even call it a suit, was a disgrace, inferior even a market stall fare. Fong Ming, dressed sharply, was clearly wearing something purchased specifically for the gathering, and one could tell from their dialogue that they were two pretentious souls dreaming beyond their means, boasting of BMWs and Mercedes as if they could truly afford them. In this era, ostentation was indeed rampant. The driver dropped them off at a nearby KFC, collected the fare, and gave them a disdainful glance as he left. Fong Ming was baffled by the driver's attitude. What is his problem? He'd done nothing to offend him. Never mind. Let us ignore irrelevant people. Hurry and change your clothes. Toss that outfit away. Chen Rui was indifferent about the clothes, but couldn't resist Fong Ming's insistence, and reluctantly went to change. The hotel for the gathering was not far from KFC, and the two walked there. Fong Ming quickened his pace, and although Chen Rui kept up easily, he couldn't help but tease. You're in quite the rush. Eager to see your goddess? Chapter 24. The Power of Connections. Upon mentioning the goddess, Fong Ming's expression soured, as if he had swallowed something distasteful. Don't you dare bring her up again, or I'll cut ties with you. The exasperation on Fong Ming's face only amused Chen Rui further. Why so upset? You were so infatuated with her back in the day. Do you remember all those outrageous antics you had the whole dormitory partake in just to win her over? You forgotten already? Fong Ming's anger only escalated, though not directed at Chen Rui. Rather, it was aimed at his own past naivety. The gathering's atmosphere had been pleasant until she arrived, transforming it into a display of wealth. Everyone knew she was now with a wealthy man, flaunting her newfound status without a hint of shame. As they walked and chatted, time flew by, and before they knew it, they were almost at the entrance of Xinghui Hotel. Old Fong, Chin Monkey, called out the class monitor, who quickly approached them with a broad smile, dressed impeccably in a tailored suit. Upon hearing the familiar nickname, Chen Rui felt as if he had traversed through time, his face involuntarily adorned with a radiant smile. The three embraced warmly, their hearts brimming with excitement. If only you two had arrived sooner. We waited for you for an additional half hour. Be mindful, or you shall face the penalty of 3 cups. The class monitor chuckled, leading the two into the hotel. As they gazed upon the opulent decor, Fong Ming couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Old monitor, it's been a year since we last met, and you seem to be flourishing even more. Last year's gathering was also organized by the class monitor, who had graciously offered to treat everyone. Of course, the goddess made her grand entrance with her boyfriend, ostentatiously covering the bill. But that occasion was held in a 4-star hotel, whereas this time, they found themselves in a 5-star establishment, undoubtedly one of the finest. With a modest smile, the class monitor deftly changed the subject, promptly ushering them into a refined private hall. Fong Ming felt a surge of envy. Merely reserving a room in such a 5-star hotel was impressive. Yet the monitor had booked the entire hall. Truly extravagant. Old monitor, it seems you're the most successful among us. Fong Ming couldn't resist teasing once more. The class monitor shot him a sidelong glance, as if to say, don't try to shift the topic. As he surveyed the gathering, he addressed the tardy arrivals. You know what to do, right? The crowd erupted, some grabbing bottles while others raised their glasses. The agreed-upon, self-imposed penalty of 3 cups quickly escalated into the 2, being compelled to down more than 3 bottles. Although it was fine red wine, Fong Ming soon felt his cheeks flush and his vision blur. Damn, are you all trying to get me drunk so you can engage in your own festivities without me? I refuse to drink anymore. Old 3, don't be so arrogant. When it's your turn to toast me later, don't you dare beg for mercy. Fong Ming shouted, his neck strained in defiance. At that moment, Chen Rui felt a flicker of surprise. In the past, while his drinking capacity was not insignificant, consuming such a quantity would have left him a bit tipsy. Yet now, he remained clear-headed, his face unflushed. Could it be that his newfound abilities had not only enhanced his strength, but also his tolerance for alcohol? Chen Monkey, don't even think about avoiding this. We one team mentioned your tardiness today, but after missing 2 consecutive reunions, you are the one who deserves the most penalty drinks. 2 boys swiftly dragged him to the sofa, initiating yet another round of drinking. Despite the continuous toasts and penalties, Chen Rui's smile only grew more profound. The goddess had not arrived, and he had not witnessed the gathering devolve into a display of extravagance. His classmates remained as warm and welcoming as ever. After more than 2 years apart, it felt as though they had just parted moments ago. There was not a hint of mockery or disdain directed at him. This was truly wonderful. In truth, his previous absence from class reunions was not born of fear of derision. One reason was the relentless demands from Tao Quan, which left him little time. The other stemmed from his pride, wishing to return only once he had achieved a semblance of success. With a slight smile, Chen Rui adjusted his mindset completely. Old Wang, hold that drink for a moment. I heard you secretly wed last month without notifying a single classmate. For that, don't you think you should be penalized with 3 cups? As the conversation flowed, Chen Rui became increasingly animated, engaging in reciprocal toasts and playfully complimenting his classmates. With everyone under the influence of alcohol, the atmosphere gradually reached a crescendo. Beneath the dazzling, multicolored lights and the deafening music, the crowd drank heartily and danced with abandon. In this moment, everyone fully relaxed, eager to release the fatigue and grievances accumulated throughout the year. Suddenly, amidst the revelry, the door to the small hall was forcefully kicked open. A young man, adorned in designer attire and sporting a grim expression, strode in, gesturing dismissively to his entourage behind him. One of his followers hurriedly approached to switch off the music and adjust the lighting. The lively movements of the crowd came to an abrupt halt, glasses were set down, and all eyes converged on the entrance. What do you want in Xinshu? The former class monitor inquired, frowning as he approached the young man. And Xinshu responded with a cold smile, casting a disdainful glance at the monitor. I reserve this hall. You all should leave immediately. If you delay my business negotiations, you will regret it. The class monitor's expression darkened further as he glanced at the manager trailing behind in Xinshu. The manager, hands clasped in a gesture of apology, repeatedly bowed, his eyes pleading. The son of the Yin family was not someone to be trifled with. The monitor gritted his teeth in anger, aware that he could not blame the manager, and instead directed his fury at Xinshu. I reserve this hall first. Surely you understand the principle of first come, first served. And Xinshu's scoffing laughter intensified. First come, first served? What a joke. I only know who has the money and who holds the power. Besides, if the hotel does not wish to earn your money, what do you do about it? With that, he exuded an air of smugness, much like a proud peacock waiting to see the class monitor's humiliation. The monitor's complexion shifted from pale to dark, and then to a deep shade of blue, wishing he could strike in Xinshu, but compelled to restrain himself. Yet, the thought of leaving without a fight left him feeling unsatisfied and guilty towards his classmates. Class monitor, perhaps we should just let it go. We can find another place. A female classmate suggested softly. Others quickly echoed her sentiment. However, the monitor remained steadfast, his gaze locked in a silent battle with Xinshu. Moments passed, but ultimately, he conceded defeat. I apologize to everyone. Let us go. As his words lingered, Chen Rui raised an eyebrow and inquired, Class monitor, who is this person? With a wry smile, the monitor replied in a hushed tone, he is the son of a company director and a former colleague of mine. Yet, besides relying on his father's influence, he is of little merit and has always tried to make things difficult for me. Perhaps he resents the fact that I outshine him. Alas, I may have won a battle, but I cannot win the war in this era of nepotism. I'm truly sorry, everyone. Let's change venues. Chapter 25, Hidden Talents. The monitor's explanation was quiet, yet most of the classmates heard him, and Xinshu caught wind of some of it, but instead of anger, he felt even more contempt. The classmates chose to ignore him, wishing to spare the monitor any further embarrassment, and began to voice their agreement. Changing venues sounds good. This hall is too large for just 30 of us. It feels so empty. After having indulged for so long without any cost. It seems we have truly come out ahead, the crowd remarked as they clustered around the class leader, making their way outside. Just as the leader's silhouette began to fade at the doorway, and Shinshu let out a loud, disdainful snort. By the way, do you need me to cover the bill for the private room later? The group halted, bewildered. Ha 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 ha. And Shinshu's laughter followed swiftly. The person you're all so eager to flatter will soon find themselves ousted from the Baoxing group. My father has promised me that by the end of this month at the latest, he will bring you down. As his words settled, the leader furrowed his brow, his countenance swiftly paling. It was at that moment he realized the scheme had been orchestrated by the infamily duo. Although his superior had reassured him that everything would be fine, he knew that if the infamily pursued the matter relentlessly, even his superior would be unable to protect him. The classmates, unaware of the underlying circumstances, were incensed, hurling accusations at Shinshu. What on earth do you intend to achieve? You, who contribute nothing and rely solely on your parents, are nothing but a troublemaker. Are you not afraid of retribution? I warn you, if you dare to undermine our class leader, I will not let you off easily. In the face of their wrath, and Shinshu only smiled more coldly. Wake up, everyone. This kid will soon find himself destitute. Your flattery will be of no use. Will my reliance on my parents? In this harsh reality, one as fate is determined at birth. I need not possess any skills. With a mere flick of my fingers, I can summon countless talented individuals to serve my needs. As they listened to his derisive comments, the crowd grew even angrier and responded with louder curses. At that moment, Chen Rui could not help but smile slyly. Baoxing Group. What a coincidence. Zhu Shuiyan had mentioned a few details about her family's company when she attempted to recruit him previously. And Baoxing Group is indeed under the Zhu family's ownership. Taking out his phone, Chen Rui called Zhu Shuiyan directly. Miss Zhu, I have a favor to ask of you. The Baoxing Group is owned by your family, is it not? I am currently at the Xinghui Hotel, and there is a fellow named Shinshu who claims to be the son of a board member. Chen Rui spoke without reservation, and at first, the others paid little heed. However, as the conversation progressed, the entire venue fell silent. In the grand hall, only the sound of Chen Rui's voice could be heard over the phone. With each word, and Shinshu's complexion grew increasingly grim, his eyes betraying a rising panic. The grand patron behind Baoxing Group is the Zhu family, a fact known to very few. Could this fellow indeed be a hidden master? Fang Ming, please escort Chen Rui. After Chen Rui hung up, the class leader promptly spoke. As his words echoed, the other classmates began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Although they had not been in contact for 2 years, they were all aware of Chen Rui's circumstances. He had no significant background. After graduation, he had merely become an apprentice, apparently earning a meager 2,000 yuan a month. How capable could he possibly be? Chen Rui, you should call your friend and spare her the trouble. It would be wise to let bygones be bygones, they suggested, feigning concern. Worried that Chen Rui had provoked in Shinshu and might face dire consequences in the future, many began to find excuses to persuade him to leave hastily. Chen Rui, however, was left in a state of bemusement. Meanwhile, and Shinshu, observing from the opposite side, quickly regained his composure from his earlier panic. How dare this insolent fool confront him? Hilarious. He believed Chen Rui was merely bluffing and burst into laughter. People tend to associate with those of similar status. What noble friends could someone emerge from the backwoods possibly have? A bunch of rustic simpletons daring to boast before him? Remember their names and affiliations. No one leaves without speaking. I shall ensure that these individuals can never thrive in Zhongdu again. And Shinshu grew more arrogant and malicious. As his words echoed, several lackeys stood in a line at the entrance, blocking the door entirely. Alas, the class leader sighed helplessly, yet did not blame Chen Rui. And Shinshu, if you have grievances, direct them solely at me. Do not involve my friends. Observing the class leader's subservience, and Shinshu's sneer deepened. Just a bunch of worthless individuals. I hardly regard them. Letting them off is not out of the question. Today, I've walked a bit more than usual, and my shoes have become somewhat dirty. If you kneel and clean them for me, we can consider today as events settled. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere ignited with anger. However, the class leader had already made up his mind. He would not allow his troubles to implicate the entire class. Bending down, he prepared to kneel. Just then, a large hand intervened. Chen Rui stopped him. Chen Rui, I appreciate your goodwill, but it's fine. If Han Xian could endure such humiliation, what is there that I cannot bear? With these words, the class leader attempted to push Chen Rui aside. At that moment, and Shinshu's phone rang. Dad. His brow furrowed as he answered the call. Soon, his arrogance dissipated, replaced by shock and fear. Mr. Chen, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your stature and offended you. Please, speak to Miss Zhu, and let this matter be resolved, if you would. I bow to you. After being chastised by his father, and Xinshu was thoroughly shaken. Once the call ended, he turned to Chen Rui, apologizing profusely and bowing deeply. Ah, Chen Rui replied coldly. The one who should be apologizing is not me. And Xinshu paused for a moment, then swiftly turned to the class leader and bowed deeply. I was in the wrong. I assure you there will be no next time. For the sake of our years of camaraderie, please forgive me this once. His demeanor suggested he was willing to kneel before the class leader. And Xinshu soon scurried away, tail between his legs, his spirit dampened. At this moment, the astonished classmates remained in a state of shock, frozen in disbelief. Chen Rui, thank you, the class leader said, his eyes reddened with emotion. His words broke the spell, awakening the others to the incredible reality. Chen Rui, you truly possess such formidable abilities. Chen Rui, you're quite the hidden gem. I thought you were merely an apprentice in that art studio, hiding from us out of fear we might seek your assistance. This calls for a drink and punishment. The crowd surrounded him, exchanging banter, and the atmosphere soon reached a new crescendo. Chapter 26, The Strategy. On the night of the gathering, aside from the remarkably heavy drinking Chen Rui, the entire class succumbed to inebriation. The female classmates were no exception. The class monitor had previously reserved a hotel upstairs. Anticipating such a scenario, Chen Rui effortlessly transported groups of 3, one on his back and another supported by his arm, diligently escorting them to their rooms. Sir, do you require assistance? The hotel staff, upon witnessing the spectacle, were utterly astonished. One man handling 3, still unflustered and composed. Surely, he must be the legendary strongman. After delivering over 30 individuals, he remained remarkably unfazed. The following morning, before dawn had broken, Chen Rui was abruptly awakened by Fong Ming's persistent shaking. Startled by Fong Ming's bright, sober eyes, Chen Rui was taken aback. What do you want? Fong Ming's eyes sparkled with determination. Chen Rui, I made up my mind. This time, please don't dissuade me. Chen Rui, feeling Fong Ming's forehead, remarked, You don't have a fever. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm still working for others. What can you possibly do alongside me? Be an apprentice? Yet, Fong Ming responded with a mischievous smile, intensifying Chen Rui's anxiety. Don't look at me like that. I'm not in need of someone to wash clothes or cook. You must surely need a driver or an errand runner. I bet the master at your art studio won't last long. You will undoubtedly have to forge your own path. When that time comes, whether you hire someone else or me, we are brothers. With my assistance, you can feel more secure, can't you? Chen Rui had never contemplated the future in such a manner. Presently, as the master of the art studio, he felt a sense of contentment. However, Fong Ming's words struck a chord. If he continued to work for others, he would indeed be squandering the extraordinary talents bestowed upon him. If we work together in the future, let us not discuss anything else. At the very least, we can ensure you earn more than you would by running an art studio. As these words settled, Fong Ming became invigorated, immediately enveloping Chen Rui in a bear hug, which only served to heighten Chen Rui's nerves. As daylight broke, Chen Rui accompanied Fong Ming to view an adjacent apartment, sharing the same landlord as Chen Rui's. The decor and furnishings mirrored one another. Fong Ming promptly signed the rental agreement. Once the landlord departed, he could no longer contain his excitement. An apartment by the river for 8,000 a month felt surreal. Chen Rui chuckled, shaking his head. I told you to move in with me, yet you refused. Fong Ming, steadfast in his reasoning, retorted, Can 2 grown men live together for life? Even if you're not seeking a girlfriend, I certainly am. Besides, I'm not short on funds. I made over 500,000 in a single transaction in the antique market last time. Chen Rui shook his head, choosing not to press further. He then took Fong Ming to a nearby supermarket to procure some rice and vegetables, preparing a humble lunch to welcome him. That morning, several individuals were absent from the art studio, including Tao Quan. In a private room at a tea house, Tao Quan sipped tea, his demeanor resembling that of someone drowning their sorrows. He sighed repeatedly. I am troubled. My worries have aged me several years in just a few days. Behold, my hair has grown increasingly silver, remarked Tao Quan, shaking his head in dismay. His friend, seated across from him, raised an eyebrow and inquired, Haven't you been performing well? What troubles you? Has your dear son been misbehaving again? Tao Quan sighed, It's about work. I previously mentioned that an apprentice stumbled upon an extraordinary stroke of luck and has now risen above me. That brat has become increasingly arrogant. Because of him, my boss has reprimanded me more in these past few days than in several years combined. His resentment towards Chen Rui flowed like the relentless waters of the Yellow River. And as he recounted the tale, his grievances seemed to pour forth endlessly. After nearly half an hour of venting, he paused to sip his tea, yet the anger in his eyes only intensified, simmering like a cauldron of wrath. His friend chuckled. You take this far too seriously. Why should a mere inexperienced youth command your attention so? Tao Quan, incensed by these words, continued to rant for another half hour, laying bare Chen Rui's transgressions. His friend, though amused, shared in his animosity. This predicament is not without a solution, he suggested. Set a trap for him. Find someone to sell him a high-quality imitation. Once he accepts it, have that person approach him for actor fees. Tao Quan's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. His friend's proposal, though seemingly simple, resonated deeply within him. If an actor were to confront Chen Rui, the entire antique world would likely learn of his deceitful practices. His reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Yet, Tao Quan soon shook his head, sighing once more. No, that boy has an astute eye. He can discern genuine artifact from fakes with ease. And he cannot be deceived. His old friend scoffed dismissively. Even the most esteemed experts in the antique realm wouldn't claim to be infallible. That lad is in his 20s, has been in the industry for less than 3 years, and has had no mentor. How much expertise can he truly possess? If one attempt fails, simply try again. I refuse to believe he can see through every ploy. With his friend's words igniting a spark of excitement, Tao Quan's demeanor transformed, his eyes glinting with determination. He stood abruptly, exclaiming, Indeed, you have a plan? Let's proceed with it. In the afternoon, Chen Rui arrived punctually for work. Although Tao Quan was late, he too made his entrance. Accompanied by a client, he was en route to the reception room when another patron arrived, politely inquiring with the welcoming staff. As the employee called for Chen Rui, Tao Quan had already engaged with his client, offering, I have another patron awaiting my attention. If you don't mind, could you please wait a moment? The client, puzzled, queried, In such a large studio, are you the only master available? Tao Quan laughed amiably, gesturing towards Chen Rui. There is indeed another here, though I fear you may not trust him. Despite being warned by Gao Dekang, Tao Quan refrained from directly disparaging Chen Rui. Yet his disdain was palpable in his gaze. Then I shall wait for you, the client decided without hesitation, opting for Tao Quan instead. Chen Rui's youth rendered him untrustworthy in the client's eyes. Tao Quan directed the apprentice to lead the client to the tea room, while he strode purposefully toward Chen Rui. You see, it is entirely the client's choice. As long as I am here, you shall not secure a single business deal. With no transactions, there will be no rewards, leaving him to languish in hunger, thus facilitating my future plans. Chen Rui let out a cold laugh, disregarding him, and turned to depart. Tao Quan, observing this, was filled with indignation, as though he had struck a powerful blow only to find it absorbed by cotton. Chapter 27. Too young. Oomph. With a disdainful snort directed at Chen Rui's retreating figure, Tao Quan composed himself, donning a congenial smile as he proceeded towards the reception area. Two connected guests had just acquired 2 authentic artifacts worth millions, which filled Tao Quan with pride. He wandered about with a teapot, eager to showcase his success to Chen Rui. Today's haul is commendable. Let us gather tonight, and I shall cover the expenses, he boasted to his employees and apprentices. Master Tao, it's not even mid-month yet. Your bonuses must be nearing 100,000 this month, right? An apprentice remarked, laden with envious flattery. Tao Quan Feigen in Dai Feng, waving his hand dismissively, attributing his fortune to a streak of good luck that had secured several substantial deals. Thankfully, or else I would have been heartbroken over a month's wage withheld by Manager Gao. The master and apprentice performed their little act outside, aiming to draw Chen Rui's attention and evoke envy. Yet, Chen Rui, engrossed in his book, did not even lift his eyelids, not sparing a glance towards the door. Be cautious, Gao Lao. There is a step here, he heard Gao Dekang say as he supported Gao Xueching into the room. Good day, Manager Gao. The studio staff greeted in unison. Tao Quan was no exception. His eyes gleamed at the sight of Gao Xueching, a titan in the world of cultural artifacts. Building a rapport with him would yield countless benefits. Though Gao Xueching had left a poor impression of him last time, perceptions can be altered. Good day, Manager Gao. Good day, Mr. Gao. I've heard you enjoy tea, so I had a friend in the countryside procure some artisanal leaves for you. Shall I brew a pot? Tao Quan bowed and ingratiated himself with a hint of obsequiousness. However, Gao Xueqing seemed oblivious to his presence, completely ignoring him. "Little Gao, where's that young Chen? Hurry and summon him," he commanded, and at that moment, with keen hearing, Chen Rui had already arrived at the office door. Smiling, he greeted, "Upon stepping out today, I heard the magpies chirping, and lo and behold, I encounter esteemed guests." Gao Xueqing glanced at him askance, admonishing, "Instead of learning from the good, you emulate the sycophants. I am not swayed by such flattery." Though it was a reprimand, a smile adorned his face, and his benevolence stung Tao Quan's eyes. Jealousy simmered, and resentment gnawed at his core. "Today, Gao Lao has come specifically to share tea with you. Set aside your work and join us in the tea room." Gao Dekang interjected cheerfully, and the three swiftly made their way to the tea room. "Hello, I have a Ming Dynasty blue and white piece from the Imperial Kiln. Do you accept such items?" Just then, a customer inquired from the entrance. "Master Tao," an apprentice waiting at the door called out urgently. Upon noticing the arrival of a visitor, Tao Quan hastily entrusted the teapot to an apprentice, feeling an unbearable ache in his abdomen. He decided that Master Chen should attend to the guest instead. No sooner had he spoken than he hurried off to the restroom. Gao Dekang frowned, his expression betraying his discomfort. He could not shake the feeling that Tao Quan was deliberately avoiding having Chen Rui accompany the elder Gao. Yet the urgency of nature rendered him unable to reproach Tao Quan. With a smile, Chen Rui prepared to depart when he was interrupted. "Wait. It has been ages since I last laid eyes on the Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain from the Imperial Kiln. Please escort the guest directly to the tea room." At that moment, Gao Xueqing called Chen Rui aside to convey some instructions before making his way to the tea room. Before long, Chen Rui returned with the guest in tow. The elderly gentleman, his hair as white as snow, trembled as he clutched a box in his frail hands. Observing the room full of people, he appeared quite anxious. He soon began to lament his misfortunes. "Alas, it is all due to my family's ill fate. Were it not for the ungrateful children I raised, who have left me and my spouse on the brink of destitution, I would not be compelled to sell our ancestral treasures." With trembling hands, he placed the box on the table and opened it, revealing a seeded guanine. "This guanine has been passed down through generations in my family. I cannot recall how many years it has been revered." As he spoke, he directly offered the seeded guanine to Gao Xueqing, the eldest present. However, Gao Xueqing did not accept it immediately. Instead, he smiled and replied, "Please, set it down for now, and I shall take it myself shortly. Dear elder, every family has its own struggles. Do not burden yourself too much. Heaven observes all and will not forsake anyone," he consoled, donning white gloves to carefully lift the seeded guanine. He scrutinized it with great attention, saying little, and then placed it on a nearby tray lined with white silk. "You may have only learned a fraction from me, yet you have spent considerable time in this field. Take a look and see for yourself how this piece fares," Gao Dekang remarked, exasperated that Gao Xueqing, in his role as a teacher, seemed incessantly intent on testing others. After 5 minutes of careful examination, Gao Dekang finally set the seeded guanine down, his eyes sparkling with a concealed appreciation for the piece. "This time, you shall not have the opportunity to chastise me, for I see the clarity of this Ming blue and white porcelain," Gao Xueqing quipped, raising an eyebrow in silence as he turned his gaze toward Chen Rui. "Gentlemen, what price can you offer for this heirloom of mine?" The elderly gentleman, who had been left to the side, urged impatiently. Gao Dekang soothed the elder, advising him to remain calm, and then signaled for Chen Rui to assess the item. After only a brief examination, a smile broke across Chen Rui's face. "Esteemed elder, this piece is indeed authentic, and I would value it at 200,000. Are you willing to part with it?" The elder regarded the seeded guanine with a mixture of reluctance and sorrow before finally nodding in agreement. Chen Rui, in turn, nodded as well, swiftly retrieving a receipt and beginning to write. Gao Dekang, witnessing this transaction unfold, felt a surge of urgency to intervene. Yet, Gao Xueqing placed a hand on his arm, silently urging him to refrain. Alas, Gao Dekang sighed inwardly. The elder was not in need of money and was eager to nurture the younger generations, wishing to impart some lessons to Chen Rui. However, the cost of this education seemed excessively high, and it was he who would ultimately bear the expense. However, he ultimately could not defy the intentions of Mr. Gao. "Here is the receipt. Take it with you, and someone will escort you to the finance department to collect your payment." At this moment, Chen Rui completed the list and handed it to the elderly man. The old man, trembling, made his way out, and soon a staff member approached to lead him away. Mr. Gao, I heard that a Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain piece was acquired for 200,000. May I have a look? As soon as the old man departed, Tao Quan stood at the door, inquiring with a smile. Could it be this worthless item? Chen Rui, have you lost your mind? Spending 200,000 on such a shabby piece? Gao Dekang, feeling a pang of helplessness, sighed at that moment. Chen Rui, you're indeed too young. This Ming blue and white porcelain, although devoid of visible signs of forgery, still harbors flaws. Just look at the paint and the shape. They do not align with the characteristics of the Ming Dynasty. The blue and white porcelain brought by the old man utilized paints developed only in the late Qing Dynasty, while its shape corresponds to the traits of the Yuan Dynasty. In summary, it cannot be older than a century, so how could it possibly be a Ming Dynasty artifact? Reflecting on his earlier observations, Gao Dekang shook his head repeatedly, sighing in resignation. Meanwhile, Tao Quan began to contemplate his next course of action. Thus, the accusation of Chen Rui committing theft under the guise of guardianship will be firmly established before Mr. Gao and the elder. Ha ha ha. The laughter of Gao Xueqing soon followed, and he looked at Gao Dekang with a shake of his head. How can you still criticize young Chen for his lack of discernment? If I were in your position, I would be utterly embarrassed. I am nearly twice his age, and despite studying under me for so long, your judgment is still inferior to that of this young man. Upon hearing this, both Gao Dekang and Tao Quan were momentarily taken aback, sharing a similar look of disbelief, pondering whether the elder had perhaps lost his sight or if he had simply lost his reason due to his admiration for Chen Rui. Observing their expressions, Gao Xueqing could not help but shake his head in disappointment. Young Chen, enlighten them. Mr. Gao's words were also a test of Chen Rui's abilities. Seeking to ascertain whether Chen Rui had indeed misjudged or if he had discerned the underlying intricacies, Chen Rui smiled humbly, ready to reveal his findings. This blue and white porcelain piece indeed possesses flaws, as Mr. Gao previously mentioned, both in terms of the paint and the form. It was precisely this awareness that led me to offer 200,000. However, this piece conceals hidden intricacies, and that amount is, in essence, a gamble on my part. The hidden intricacies were clear to Chen Rui through his unique ability, yet he could not disclose them. Perhaps you, Mr. Gao, could take the initiative to unveil these secrets? Sheng Huixi said invited. Gao Xueqing, however, smiled and waved his hand, declining the offer. No, I am older now, and my hands lack the steadiness of youth. This blue and white porcelain is yours. You should take charge. After a round of polite refusals, Chen Rui ceased to be courteous. He instructed his apprentice to fetch the tools, don gloves, and carefully picked up a small brush, dipping it into a specially formulated solution from a studio, and began to meticulously brush the statue of the Guanyin seated on a lotus. The entire process lasted half an hour. As Chen Rui immersed the seated Guanyin into another basin of medicinal liquid for cleansing, both Gao Dekang and Tao Quan were once again taken aback, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. At that moment, the seated Guanyin had undergone a complete transformation. It was as pure as white jade, lustrous and translucent. Imanating adivinoha. The Guanyin's eyes gazed intently, shimmering with a sense of movement, as if it were observing all sentient beings. Is this truly Yuan blue and white porcelain? Gao Dekang exclaimed uncontrollably. The porcelain from the Yuan dynasty, of such exquisite quality, far surpasses the value of Ming blue and white. Listening to this, Chen Rui lifted his gaze to admire the Guanyin, a broad smile illuminating his face. Fortune favors us, judging by the degree of weathering. The glaze of this Yuan blue and white must have been formulated using a mixture of glaze fruit and glaze ash, a proprietary recipe of Jingdezhan from the Yuan dynasty. It is likely that the owner of this Yuan blue and white applied an additional coating during the turmoil of the late Qing dynasty to protect this treasure. Gao, congratulations. The Yuan blue and white produced in Jingdezhan is worth over 10 million. Over 10 million. Tao Quan's eyes widened with greed. In the next moment, he lunged towards the Yuan blue and white. The sudden turn of events left Gao Dekang and Gao Xueqing both astonished. Bang! Before Tao Quan's hand could even approach the Yuan blue and white, Chen Rui swiftly seized him by the nape and brought him crashing to the ground. Gao Dekang sighed in relief, but fury soon followed. Tao Quan, what do you think you're doing? Are you so envious of Chen Rui's significant deal that you wish to destroy this Yuan blue and white? Have you considered the consequences? Gao Dekang had not anticipated that Tao Quan would attempt such an act in front of so many witnesses. Even if he succeeded, he wouldn't be able to escape with it. He spent a considerable sum each month on security for a reason. Moreover, the security system in the studio was top-notch. Please, Gao, I never intended to steal anything, let alone break it. How could I bear to ruin something so precious? This belongs to me. Tao Quan struggled with all his might, but could not escape from Chen Rui's grasp, his anger and frustration boiling over. The three individuals in the room were equally astonished by his words. Huh, Gao Di Jiang Lao Et In Dits by Tao Quan. You've gone too far with this joke. Tao Quan lay on the ground, shaking his head vigorously. Gao, I am not lying. This yuan blue and white truly belongs to me. Look at my phone. That old man who came to sell items just now was hired by me. In desperation, Tao Quan revealed his scheme to design Chen Rui. $1 million. In comparison to such a significant loss, what did it matter if his plan was exposed? Gao, I was momentarily blinded by rage. I promise I won't dare do this again. If you return the yuan blue and white to me, I will immediately reimburse the store the 200,000. I assure you, I will earn much more for the store in the future, and I will never compete with Chen Rui again. Seeing Gao Dekang so furious he could hardly speak. Tao Quan Pulit Vp then. Get lost. Gao Dekang finally spoke. Tao Quan, trembling with anger, was ordered to leave immediately and never return. Security swiftly removed this fool. Tao Quan's complexion changed dramatically, yet he continued to beg. Gao, if you dismiss me, I won't object, but you must return my yuan blue and white to me. With the invaluable blue and white porcelain worth millions, he no longer cared for the meager monthly salary of 10,000. Before Gao Dekang could unleash his wrath, Chen Rui smirked and spoke coldly. What delusions are you harboring? This porcelain was purchased by me on behalf of the studio, and the transaction was settled in full. On what grounds should it be returned? Simply because you facilitated the sale? Whether sold by oneself or through another, there exists no rationale for return. Tao Quan's antics have become widely known. Even a lawsuit would not intimidate the studio. The only one to lose face here is him. Tao Quan quickly grasped this reality, turning pale and trembling. Yet his obstinacy remained unyielding. He pleaded once more with Gao Dekang, and upon receiving no response, he resorted to threats. If you do not return my belongings today, I will not let this matter rest. I will ensure that everyone in the antiques community knows that you will stoop to any level for money, even robbing your employees. As his words fell, security appeared. Gao Dekang waved them off impatiently. Chen Rui released his grip on Tao Quan, who was promptly seized by several security personnel and thrown out. The echoes of his curses and threats lingered outside. Today, not only had he lost all dignity, but he also faced significant losses. How could he simply let this go? As the security personnel ushered him away, he finally confronted the harsh reality. With a surge of frustration, he spat blood on the spot. Chapter 29. The neighbors above after Tao Quan was expelled, Chen Rui and Gao Xuecheng put the incident behind them entirely. Individuals like Tao Quan were hardly worthy of their concern. However, Gao Dekang continued to sigh. His studio specialized in ancient paintings, dabbling in other antiques as well. And business had always been flourishing. Yet, to maintain this prosperity, a skilled appraiser was indispensable. Although Chen Rui displayed promise, he remained too youthful. Today, Gao Dekang gained a deeper understanding of Chen Rui's abilities and grew more trusting. But the question lingered. Would the clients comprehend this? If a single young person were to manage the studio in the future, it could very well lead to a decline in business. This was the principal reason Gao Dekang had tolerated Tao Quan for so long. Following the earlier commotion, the atmosphere in the reception room felt somewhat tainted. I am rather fatigued. Let us conclude for today, Gao Xuecheng declared as he rose abruptly and made his way towards the exit. Chen Rui hurried to catch up. Offering support, Gao Dekang temporarily set aside his worries, rushing ahead to open the studio door before Gao Lao arrived. The two men courteously bid farewell to Gao Xuecheng. Chen Rui, come sit in my office for a moment and share some tea with me, Gao Dekang said as he turned. In the office, Gao Dekang brewed a fine pot of tea. The moment the tea leaves were revealed, a hint of surprise flickered in Chen Rui's eyes. As the aroma wafted through the air, he narrowed his eyes in delight. The exquisite De Hong Pao was a sensory indulgence in itself. This is all that remains of the tea gifted by Gao Lao. Savor it slowly, for once it's gone, it's truly gone. Once the tea was prepared, Gao Dekang begrudgingly poured only half a cup for Chen Rui. Chen Rui couldn't help but chuckle at this, yet he felt a deep sense of gratitude within. Gao Dekang's willingness to brew tea for him was already a testament to the esteem in which he held him. Young individuals of your age, mingling in the antique trade, are typically either from affluent families or serving as apprentices. You, possessing such remarkable skill at such a young age, have been overlooked for 2 years. It is I who owe you an apology. As the last sip of tea was savored, Gao Dekang began to reminisce about the past. His admiration for Chen Rui deepened, leading him to lavish praise upon him. He declared that Chen Rui's character, insight, and even his ability to restore ancient paintings surpassed that of Tao Quan by 100-fold. I have great confidence in you, he continued, and I believe in your potential. An upcoming tea gathering, organized by a consortium of several antique shops in the city, is approaching, and I wish for you to represent our establishment. This will not only showcase our treasures, but also allow young apprentices and masters like you to engage in friendly competition. Upon hearing this, Chen Rui nodded with enthusiasm. Rest assured, General Gao, I cannot guarantee the apprentices, but as for the masters, our shop will undoubtedly prevail. Gao Dechang's face broke into a joyful smile, dispelling his previous concerns. He had been torn between sending Chen Rui or Tao Quan, but now the choice had become clear. Moreover, he had grown increasingly confident in Chen Rui's abilities and believed he would certainly dazzle all at the gathering. In due time, their studio would gain renown in the antique community of Zhongdu. With a humble smile, Chen Rui downplayed the significance of the event, stating that it was merely a friendly exchange and that winning was not of utmost importance. Rather, expanding one's network was the key. Yet in his heart, he harbored other intentions. Through this tea gathering, he aimed not only to elevate Gao Dechang Studio's reputation, but also to scout for two masters for the studio. As he was preparing to resign, as evening fell, the door was pushed open, and an enticing aroma of spicy delicacies wafted in. The meal was prepared, awaiting the boss's command to commence. Fong Ming emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 sets of chopsticks, and playfully remarked, "Look at you, getting into character so quickly. Not only is the meal ready, but even the boss has been summoned. Hey, why haven't you poured a drink for the boss?" Fong Ming faltered for a moment, setting the table and tapping the utensils. "Don't be coy, sit down and eat. This hot pot is nothing like the simple version we used to have in the dormitory. The base is crafted by me personally. And don't think that just because I call you boss, you'll be dining on free meals every day. This feast is to thank you for bringing me luck and earning over 500,000. As the fragrant beef cooked in the pot, Fong Ming wasted no time and began to indulge heartily. The dining table was laden with dishes, a substantial portion of which consisted of meat. To say that 2 people could finish it would be an understatement. Even 5 might struggle. Yet, the 2 entered a playful competition for the food. Put down your chopsticks. I'll put in that lamb. He who put it in is irrelevant. It's who grabs it first that matters. Ha ha, this piece of meat is mine. Their banter was merely a reflection of the camaraderie they had forged during their days in the dormitory, cleverly outsmarting the dormitory matron while covertly cooking. After more than half an hour, the hot pot feast concluded. 2 individuals slumped in their chairs, clutching their stomachs, utterly disinclined to move. They had indulged excessively. Alas, it had been far too long since they had savored spicy food, and their stomachs were protesting. After a brief respite of 15 minutes, Fong Ming suddenly contorted his face, clutching his abdomen as he hurried toward the restroom. Chen Rui, come quickly, there's a leak in the bathroom. The moment the sound of flushing echoed, Fong Ming's voice followed suit, his expression reflecting a discomfort akin to having swallowed a fly. Previously suffering from an upset stomach, he found himself at the mercy of the leak, forced to endure. In less than 2 minutes of squatting, he was already half-drenched. Fong Ming grimaced. You might as well stay with me tonight. Dingling. She is here, just a moment. The voice, tinged with a touch of awkwardness, was nonetheless ethereal and melodious like a white spirit bird. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Chen Rui's eyes. If her voice mirrored her appearance, the neighbor residing above was undoubtedly a great beauty. Who are you? A series of footsteps approached, and the girl behind the door inquired, puzzled. The unfamiliar man stood outside, making her hesitant to open the door. Hello, I live downstairs. Is your bathroom leaking? Creak. The door swung open swiftly. The woman, clad in plastic gloves, stood with a visage of apology and helplessness. Beneath her oversized t-shirt, a pair of long, straight, and fair legs were prominently displayed. Her face bore no makeup, yet she radiated a natural beauty, as if fresh from the lotus pond. This was more than just a case of voice-matching appearance. She was a stunning beauty, truly a breathtaking sight. Chapter 30. A gentleman. Gazing at the beautiful neighbor before him, Chen Rui summoned immense willpower to restrain himself from gushing. Nevertheless, his eyes were already fixated. The beautiful neighbor swayed her long, fair legs, and her t-shirt was already half-soaked, particularly around her chest. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm already working on it. The beautiful neighbor was apologizing while looking down, unaware of Chen Rui's gaze. She only noticed him again when she lifted her head, at which point he had already regained his composure. "Did you not call the property management for assistance?" Chen Rui inquired with genuine concern, observing the beautiful neighbor's disheveled state. The neighbor, shyly wiping the water off her face, explained, "It was just a small issue. I thought I could fix it quickly, but it only worsened." Chen Rui continued, "If it's not too much trouble, may I come in to take a look?" The problem in the upstairs bathroom was minor. A pipe joint had not been tightened, leading to a near flood. I researched online and found that a wrench is necessary to tighten it. As the neighbor listened, she quickly turned to grab a wrench from the sink, preparing to hand it to Chen Rui. However, upon turning back, she was left speechless. The pipe joint, which she had struggled to tighten with the wrench, was effortlessly fixed by Chen Rui with his bare hands. "How do you possess such strength?" the astonished neighbor inquired, unable to contain her surprise. "Chen Rui's humiliated faintly. It is quite normal for a man to possess greater strength than a woman." Yet, the beautiful neighbor shook her head repeatedly. She was aware of her own lack of strength, but she also knew how strong a typical man could be. At that moment, her gaze towards Chen Rui was imbued with a mix of curiosity and intrigue. "Today, I'm truly grateful to you. Is everything all right in your apartment downstairs? Allow me to compensate you. Furthermore, you have rendered me such immense assistance. It is only fitting that I offer you a token of my appreciation." Upon hearing this, Chen Rui simply shook his head. It was merely a trivial matter, and there was no need for such formality. After all, it is often said that distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors. Living in such proximity is indeed a serendipitous connection. "Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out," Chen Rui remarked as he walked towards the neighbor's apartment door. "Wait a moment," the beautiful neighbor called out, chasing after him with her phone in hand. "Let us add each other on WeChat. If I need your help in the future, you must not refuse. By the way, my name is Tang Ying. You can call me Tang Tang." Chen Rui nodded with a smile, promptly retrieving his own phone. "Miss Tang Tang, it is a pleasure to meet you," he replied. Having finally bid farewell to his neighbor, Chen Rui stepped outside, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Had he lingered any longer, he could not guarantee that his gaze would remain unerring. His willpower had been stretched to its limits and was nearly depleted. Inside the apartment, the beautiful neighbor was busy tidying up. While mopping the floor, she inadvertently glanced up and caught sight of her reflection in the full-length mirror. "Oh," she exclaimed, realizing she had not noticed that her clothes were damp, accentuating her curves. That young man had been in the apartment for quite some time. Could it be that he had seen everything? No wonder he was so eager to leave. He could be considered quite the gentleman. Unbeknownst to Chen Rui, Tang Ying's whispering thoughts went unheard. The night swiftly passed as everyone slumbered peacefully. The following day, as was his custom, Chen Rui arrived at the studio early. For 2 years, he had maintained this routine, seldom taking a break or attending to urgent matters. He was almost always the first to arrive. He had grown accustomed to it. However, the early morning now felt entirely different from the past. Previously, he was responsible for the cleanliness of the entire studio, including Tao Quan's office. It would not be an exaggeration to refer to him as an additional cleaner hired by the studio. Nowadays, such duties were no longer required of him. In truth, he would not mind performing these tasks, provided he was not coerced into servitude. Yet, as the master of the studio, should he engage in cleaning, it would undoubtedly unsettle the others. Upon entering the office, Chen Rui frowned at the tea set. According to the studio's rules, established by Tao Quan, the apprentices were responsible for maintaining the cleanliness of the master's office and washing the tea utensils, and they were required to leave only after the master had departed. Chen Rui had not imposed any specific rules on the apprentices, but as soon as he took the initiative to clean, his 2 apprentices would appear anxious and apprehensive, cautiously inquiring if they had done something amiss. Chen Rui did not wish to discourage them, yet it now left him feeling awkward about tidying his own office. The most challenging thing to manage is the human heart. Shaking his head, Chen Rui took the inventory list and entered the inner studio to assess the collection. Just as he was nearing the completion of his tasks, the rest of the studio staff began to arrive in succession. "Good morning, Master Chen." "Good morning, Brother Chen." As Chen Rui stepped out from the inner room, the staff paused their work and greeted him respectfully. In the past, when Tao Quan was present, many awaited the spectacle of Chen Rui's misfortunes. Now, the entire studio is left with only Chen Rui as the sole master. No one dares to show any disrespect. Those who once flattered Tao Quan now find themselves in a state of unease. Chen Rui perceives their thoughts with a single glance, but chooses not to expose them. Suddenly, a sharp sound reverberates through the air. Chen Rui furrows his brow and quickens his pace towards the office. I'm sorry, Brother Chen, it was not intentional. Stammers the apprentice, Zhang Qiu, standing helplessly among a sea of shattered teapot fragments. She wishes to express her willingness to compensate for the broken teapot, but finds herself at a loss for words. Although the teapot is not an exquisite antique, it is a costly item designated for the masters in the studio. At this moment, tears well in Zhang Qiu's eyes. Chen Rui's frown deepens. Yet he refrains from casting blame, regarding Zhang Qiu with a hint of concern. It's all right. This teapot was the same model used by Master Tao. I had long wished to replace it, so its shattering is not entirely unfortunate. You have seemed distracted these past few days. Is something troubling you? Zhang Qiu, who has only been at the studio for half a year, has made a favorable impression on Chen Rui. Among those who previously looked down upon him, Zhang Qiu was not one of them. Under Chen Rui's caring gaze, Zhang Qiu expresses her gratitude sincerely, yet she offers no explanation. Her downcast, tear-stained visage prompts Chen Rui to furrow his brow once more. Step aside. Why can't I enter? Zhang Qiu, you little brat, come out this instant. A clamor suddenly erupts from outside the door. Zhang Qiu jolts upright, her eyes wide with fear, her body trembling slightly. It's nothing. Brother Chen will handle it. Chen Rui reassures her and strides towards the commotion outside. Brother Chen, don't go. Zhang Qiu cries out anxiously. But Chen Rui has already reached the entrance of the studio. Growing more frantic, she rushes to catch up with him. Upon reaching the doorway, Chen Rui surveys the raucous crowd before him and inquires of the security guard. Zhang Qiu is diligent and amiable, and nearly all the staff in the shop hold her in high regard. Just days prior, Zhang Qiu had instructed the guard to inform anyone inquiring about her that she was not present. They're lying. Zhang Qiu is right there. As a guard speaks, a young man spots Zhang Qiu dashing out. The middle-aged woman immediately points at Zhang Qiu, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. Zhang Qiu, you wretched girl, come out this instant. Zhang Qiu, terrified, freezes in her tracks, her body shaking like a leaf. Tears stream down her face like beads from a broken string. Chen Rui's frown intensifies, yet he remains steadfast at the door, casting a cold glare at the unruly family. What business do you have with Zhang Qiu? The middle-aged woman smirks icily. I'm looking for my daughter. Do I need to explain myself to you? Stay out of this. Zhang Qiu, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me calling you? The moment her words hit the air, everyone in the studio is taken aback. This rowdy bunch, particularly the foul-mouthed woman, turns out to be Zhang Qiu's family. And Zhang Qiu, it seems, is rendered utterly fearful of her own kin, trembling in their presence. Tears streaming down her face, Zhang Qiu stepped forward, one hesitant foot after another. She gazed at her family before her, eyes filled with desperation. Mother, second uncle, aunt, cousin, please cease this uproar. I implore you, depart at once. Zhang Qiu wept in her entreaty. Cousin, if we are to leave, you must accompany us, declared the young man, her cousin, his tone icy and commanding, entirely devoid of the warmth one might expect in familial discourse. A sardonic chuckle escaped Chen Rui's lips. I am keen to observe who among you dares to take her from my presence today. At these words, the members of the Zhang family furrowed their brows, casting disapproving glances in Chen Rui's direction. Zhang Qiu approached, tugging at Chen Rui's sleeve. Brother Chen, I apologize for the trouble I've caused at the shop. Perhaps it would be best if I simply went with them. Her voice was laced with sorrow, even despair. Chen Rui gently patted her hand in reassurance. Fear not. As long as you resist, I shall never permit them to take you away. Zhang Qiu found herself in turmoil. She wished to remain, yet she did not want to burn the shop. If her family continued to create disturbances, the studio would surely suffer. You little wretch. It seems you have become increasingly disobedient since stepping outside. It appears you have been consorting with men, the furious woman spat, raising her rough hand to strike Zhang Qiu's delicate face. Zhang Qiu, paralyzed by fear, instinctively closed her eyes, unable to evade the blow. Even with her eyes shut, her sorrow and hopelessness were palpable to all present. Release my mother at once. The anticipated pain never came, but instead, she heard her mother's voice. Zhang Qiu opened her eyes in shock to see Chen Rui's hand firmly gripping her mother's wrist like a vice. You ungrateful wretch, born of a father but raised without a mother, how dare you seduce my daughter and strike me? Her mother glared at Chen Rui with growing fury, her voice dripping with venom. Zhang Qiu's mother trembled at the coldness in Chen Rui's gaze, yet her anger flared even higher. If you do not release me, I swear I will spit in your face. She was not merely speaking. Her lips curled in preparation to fulfill her threat. Chen Rui's eyes flashed with disdain before he finally relinquished her. The force of her release caused Zhang Xiu's mother to tumble to the ground. Third aunt, are you all right? Zhang Xiu's cousin rushed over. Concern etched on his face as he helped the woman to her feet, shooting a furious glare at Chen Rui. How dare you push my aunt? Do you seek death? He moved as if to attack Chen Rui. However, Zhang Xiu's mother grasped his arm. Do not concern yourself with him. This heartless scoundrel will surely face divine retribution. Let's not forget the matter at hand. Swiftly bring that girl to me. As her words fell, not just Zhang Xiu's cousin, but nearly all the Zhang family surged forward, reaching for Zhang Xiu. Terrified, her face drained of color. She forgot her tears, her body trembling even more violently. Stop them. Chen Rui's authoritative command rang out. Bodyguards and other male employees of the studio rushed forward, positioning themselves before Zhang Xiu. Outnumbered, the Zhang family could do nothing but unleash their fury upon Chen Rui. Damn it, you truly seek death. As Zhang Xiu's cousin picked up a brick from the ground, he charged directly at Chen Rui. Just as he drew near, the brick came crashing down with ferocious intent, instilling terror in the hearts of all present in the art studio. This young man could not possibly be a recently released murderer, could he? At that moment, everyone collectively broke into a cold sweat on Chen Rui's behalf. Whoosh! In the next instant, Chen Rui delivered a powerful kick, sending Zhang Xiu's cousin flying backward. He soared over 3 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. The atmosphere suddenly turned silent. The Zhang family gazed at Chen Rui in sheer horror, as if they had never seen him before. How dare he attempt to interfere with our family affairs and pursue our daughter? We shall not let this go unpunished. Zhang Xiu's cousin shouted, picking up the fallen brick and charging at Chen Rui once more. Simultaneously, other male relatives surged forward as well, hoping to exploit their numerical advantage to overpower Chen Rui. At that moment, 5 men had surrounded him. Observing their fierce expressions, the studio's security guards rushed out in alarm. Bang! 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 However, before they could close the distance, all 5 men were swiftly knocked to the ground by Chen Rui. With his current strength, handling these ordinary individuals was a mere trifle. A single punch or kick was sufficient to take one down, and he paid them no mind whatsoever. Others looked on in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. In the midst of the silence, Chen Rui's voice rang clear. Amidst her sobs, Zhang Xiu lamented her plight, her voice breaking as she recounted her story. My family despises me for being a daughter, calling me a burden. I strive to excel in my studies, using my scholarship to pay for tuition, earning my own living expenses, yet they remain dissatisfied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiu's mother leapt forward. You complain about marrying a boss? What a fortunate circumstance. By marrying well, you can live a life of luxury, and your brother will have the means to build a home. Dare you express discontent again, and I shall not hesitate to punish you. Chen Rui shot her a cold glare, causing the woman to shrink back in fear, yet she attempted to continue her tirade. Try uttering another word, and see what happens? His words fell like frost, plunging the room into utter silence. Chapter 32. I like it. As Chen Rui's chilling words echoed, the Zhang family felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, trembling in fear. You. Zhang's mother quickly regained her fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Rui, ready to unleash a torrent of insults. Huh! Before she could voice her complaint, Chen Rui smiled coldly. Your behavior is tantamount to human trafficking. If you do not leave immediately, I shall not hesitate to call the authorities. Upon hearing this, the studio employees promptly took out their phones. Ha ha ha! Yet Zhang's mother scoffed derisively, attempting to intimidate him. Does she truly think I am an ignorant country woman unaware of the law? I am merely seeking a suitable match for my daughter. How can that be considered trafficking? Chen Rui's eyes glinted with deeper scorn, his gaze toward Zhang's mother dripping with disdain. Under his penetrating stare, she quivered once more. Aunt San, you need not worry. While the police would take such matters seriously, it typically ends with a reprimand and mediation. They do not impose criminal charges, as this is, after all, a family affair. Hearing her cousin's words, Zhang's mother regained her confidence, bracing herself for Chen Rui's next move. There is no need for concern. Accusations of human trafficking will not deter you. And I could also charge you with the robbery of our art studio. Such a charge would be one you cannot bear. The total value of our studio's assets exceeds 100 million. It would be sufficient for you to languish in prison for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, the Zhang family erupted in a chorus of curses. What nonsense is this? When have we ever robbed your studio? Do you think the police station is your personal domain, allowing you to speak such fabrications? Truly, one should be cautious with their words. However, the glimmer in Chen Rui's eyes grew more pronounced, his laughter imbued with confidence. You may test whether I possess such capabilities. The surveillance at the entrance recorded your chaotic assault, and there are cameras inside the studio, though they have unfortunately malfunctioned. As the terror in the Zhang family's eyes deepened, the studio's people found clarity in Chen Rui's assertions. Brother Chen is correct. You came to rob our studio. We are numerous, and we are witnesses. At this moment, the way the studio's people gazed at Chen Rui transformed. Their eyes were filled with unfamiliarity. The formerly cautious and diligent Chen Rui now exuded a formidable presence, akin to a scene from an action film, his demeanor entirely transformed. You scoundrel! Do you have no respect for the law, no regard for humanity? Zhang Xiaotong, in a state of panic, feigned calmness as he confronted Chen Rui. Against heartless individuals like you, humanity is unnecessary. Chen Rui's cold voice followed. Applause echoed from the front. Gao Dekang approached with Zhu Xuyan, the clapping originating from him. His gaze toward Chen Rui filled with admiration. Well said. Such individuals should be dealt with through special means. After extolling Chen Rui, Gao Dekang turned his cold smirk toward the Zhang family. Chen Rui may be young and his reputation not yet established. You may doubt his words. However, you may inquire about my reputation, Gao Dekang, and discover whether I possess the means to ensure your incarceration for a long time. Although Chen Rui exuded a commanding presence, he remained youthful. The Zhang family was indeed intimidated by him, yet they remained skeptical. However, now facing the imposing and unyielding Gao Dekang, they were truly unnerved. Uncle Gao, they are merely a bunch of country bumpkins. There is no need for you to intervene personally. Zhu Xuyan stepped forward, her eyes gleaming with amusement as she linked her arm with Chen Rui's, gazing deeply at him. This made Chen Rui's cheeks flush slightly, prompting him to divert his gaze and coldly regard the Zhang family. In my youth, I was naive, relying on my family's wealth to engage in gang activities. Though I no longer manage affairs, the gang's leader remains loyal to me. If you wish to play, I shall indulge you. However, I fear that before I tire of the game, you may find yourselves out of lives. At this point, Zhu Xuyan shook her head. My gang members are commendable and loyal, yet they're also excessively ruthless. Each of their actions is bloody, often resulting in broken limbs as the least of their deeds. Once, I instructed them to teach a lesson to an unseeing individual, and to my astonishment, they brought back the severed head of that man, complete with a bloodied neck and unblinking eyes. Before I could finish speaking, Zhang's mother fainted in terror. The rest of the Zhang family was equally paralyzed with fear, unable to react and assist her as she collapsed to the ground. The sound of her fall sent a wave of panic through the family, deepening their horror. Zhang Xiao, my cousin, hurriedly lifted Zhang's mother, while the rest of the family prepared to flee. However, at that moment, Chen Rui's cold voice cut through the air, halting them all. The Zhang family dared not meet Chen Rui's gaze, their faces pale and trembling uncontrollably. Zhang Xiao is my apprentice. Should you dare to lay a finger on her or cause any trouble, I will show you no mercy. You will regret ever living in this world. Now leave immediately. The chilling words sent the Zhang family fleeing as if pursued by unseen demons, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Wailing, Zhang Xiao, who had been silently shedding tears, suddenly broke into loud sobs. After finally calming herself, she expressed her gratitude. Brother Chen, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gao. And Miss Zhu. Thank you all. She bowed repeatedly to everyone. Turning to the other employees in the shop, her demeanor shifted to one of authority. What are you all still doing here? Is it not time to get back to work? The studio, once bustling, was now deserted, leaving only Chen Rui, Gao Dekang, and Zhu Xuyan. Very impressive. Reminiscent of my own youth, Gao Dekang remarked, his gaze toward Chen Rui filled with admiration. Miss Zhu has business with you. Please invite her into the meeting room. In the meeting room, under Zhu Xuyan's inquisitive and smiling gaze, Chen Rui prepared a pot of tea. Zhu Xuyan took a casual sip, finishing the cup and revealing a look of delight. Excellent tea. However, the person is even better. I have a fondness for individuals like you, reserved in daily life but bold when it matters. Her teasing tone made Chen Rui's confidence wane. His face flushed. He managed a wry smile. Miss Zhu, please do not jest about me. Zhu Xuyan's laughter grew more joyful, her melodic voice echoing in the meeting room. Chen Rui's face reddened further. Finally, Zhu Xuyan composed herself. All right, enough laughter. Let us discuss serious matters. Serious matters? Chen Rui's expression steadied, a smile returning as he inquired. Does Ms. Zhu wish for me to authenticate antiques or restore ancient paintings? Zhu Xuyan shook her head decisively. Neither. I have a gathering tonight with young enthusiasts of antiques from our circle. I would like to invite you to join me. So those who have mocked my lack of discernment can see the truth. They are the ones lacking skill. At least I possess an eye for talent. And I have a friend with exceptional insight like you. Her proud demeanor suggested that Chen Rui's abilities reflected her own. Chen Rui did not refuse, nodding in agreement. Zhu Xian gazed with palpable excitement as she picked up a paper bag resting by her feet. I have prepared the attire for you. Do hurry and try on to see if it fits. Born into a prestigious family, Zhu Xian mingled with the elite, naturally surrounded by the affluent offspring of prominent families. Attending such gatherings, one must not appear shabby. Chen Rui was acutely aware of this and did not resist. He nodded with a smile and took the bag into the restroom. A few minutes later, Chen Rui emerged, adjusting his tie. I think it fits quite well. Take a look, it should be fine, right? Having only attended a charity auction with Qin Wanner previously, he was uncertain about the dress code for such high society events. As he stepped out, he hesitated, seeking Zhu Xian's opinion. Yet, she was rendered momentarily speechless. Indeed, one is adorned by their attire. And Chen Rui, I scarcely recognize you in this outfit. You resemble a refined gentleman, truly unmatched. How handsome you are. Zhu Xian praised without reservation, promptly rising to assist him with his tie. Wear this, do not change. I shall come to fetch you later. With that, she departed, leaving Chen Rui to focus on his work. Zhu Xian arrived half an hour before Chen Rui finished, and he ensured she did not wait long, giving a few instructions to his staff before accompanying her. The soiree was held at an understated yet luxurious club in the suburbs. Inside, apart from the staff, the room was filled with the scions of high society. The gentlemen were clad in tailored suits, while the ladies donned exquisite gowns. By the time they arrived, most attendees had already gathered, mingling and enjoying animated conversations. However, the moment the duo entered, an abrupt silence enveloped the room. All eyes converged upon them, some filled with disdain, others with curiosity, and a few with ire. Am I seeing things? Miss Zhu actually brought a male companion, and she is holding his hand so intimately. Could he be your boyfriend? Murmured the crowd. Who is this man? I have never seen him before. Surely he must be some toy boy of Shuyan. Hearing the whispers, Chen Rui, who had initially felt tense, suddenly found his composure. He relaxed against Zhu Xian and even allowed a smile to curve his lips as he surveyed the onlookers. The sound of authoritative footsteps approached, growing closer to Chen Rui and Zhu Xian. Lingo, Zhu Xian called sweetly, her nervousness prompting her to release Chen Rui's hand. Lingo, a man with an unwelcoming demeanor, nodded at Zhu Xian, his expression softening with fondness. However, when his gaze shifted to Chen Rui, it turned icy. Zhu Xian quickly interjected. Smiling, Lingo, this is Chen Rui, a connoisseur of antiques. Do not let his youth deceive you. He is the leading expert in his studio, and even Mr. Gao speaks highly of him. Every item he has appraised has never been misjudged. As she extolled Chen Rui, her face radiated enthusiasm. Lingo watched her, shaking his head in mild exasperation. Ah, my sister has blossomed. His gaze softened slightly as he regarded Chen Rui. Well, as long as he is not a scoundrel. Chen Rui listened with a perplexed expression. Before he could inquire further, another wealthy heir approached. From the intensity of his gaze, it was evident that he was undoubtedly one of Zhu Xian's admirers. Indeed, this individual, named Fang Hongjian, was not only a suitor, but also the most fervent and determined of them all. Having missed the conversation between Zhu Xian and Lin Ge, he looked at Chen Rui with utmost disdain, though he feigned a friendly demeanor. Forgive my curiosity, you seem unfamiliar. Are you not from around here? My family collaborates with many from other regions. Perhaps you are from one of those families? I am Fang Hongjian, the young master of the Fang group. And you are? Chen Rui replied with a detached smile, courteous yet distant. My family does not engage in business, and we lack the fortune to collaborate with Master Fang's family. Fang Hongjian raised an eyebrow, his disdain for Chen Rui intensifying, though his smile remained intact. Oh, may I inquire what your family does? What esteemed position do you currently hold? Zhu Xian furrowed her brow, reaching the limits of her patience. Fang Hongjian, are you conducting a background check? Why does my friend's family matter to you? She had never shown Fang Hongjian any kindness, and he had always been indifferent to her attitude. However, at this moment, he was deeply incensed. The woman he yearned for was chastising him for the sake of an inconspicuous man. In his fury, the facade on Fang Hongjian's face began to crack, and he looked at Chen Rui with a glimmer of malice in his eyes. Yet, he could not be bothered to engage in further dialogue with Chen Rui. Instead, he looked at Zhu Xian with a mix of affection and exasperation. Xiaoyan, please do not be upset. I am merely concerned that someone might deceive you. Besides, this fellow hardly deserves your attention. I heard this morning at the custom shop in Shimeng that you purchased a suit there. Could it possibly be the very one he is wearing? Lin Gu stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Chen Rui. Fang Hongjian, you have crossed the line. It is entirely Xiaoyan's prerogative to spend her money and choose her romantic partners. It is not for you to dictate. As Lin Ji's words resonated, Fang Hongjian's anger surged, yet he dared not offend Lin Gu and could only endure in silence. His hatred for Chen Rui deepened. Enough of this unwelcome presence. Let us leave, Lin Gu said impatiently, pulling Fang Hongjian away. Chen Rui observed, astonished by the unfolding events. Zhu Xuyan smiled sweetly and softly clarified for Chen Rui. Lin Gu is a good friend of my brother. Since my brother passed away early, he has generously provided me with both love and discipline. Each time I see him, I feel both joy and trepidation. On the other side, Fang Hongjian concocted an excuse to rid himself of Lin Gu and began whispering with the sycophant. After their discussion, both of them exchanged knowing glances, their eyes glinting with scheming delight. Soon, the sycophant made his way toward Chen Rui. Although Chen Rui did not witness their conversation, he could clearly see the calculating smirk on the sycophant's face, which involuntarily elicited a cold smile from him. Chapter 34. The script is incorrect. Good day, Miss Zhu. As they approached the two individuals, the sycophant greeted Zhu Xuyan with a polite nod. He then turned his gaze towards Chen Rui, a mocking smirk evident in his eyes. Old Wang, what brings you here? Brother Lin is looking for you. Hurry and come with me. However, before the sycophant could engage Chen Rui in conversation, a wealthy young gentleman came forth and yanked him away. Witnessing this scene, Fang Hongjian clenched his wine glass tightly, the veins on his hand standing out. After a surge of anger, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Fang Hongjian's eyes as he summoned another sycophant. He leaned in to whisper in the sycophant's ear, who immediately understood the unspoken command, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he nodded eagerly. With a swagger, he made his way towards Chen Rui. Yet again, he was called away by Brother Lin before he could even approach Chen Rui and Zhu Xuyan. Subsequently, Fang Hongjian summoned several more sycophants, but each time, his plans were thwarted by Brother Lin before they could unfold. This relentless cycle nearly drove Fang Hongjian to the brink of fury. Chen Rui could not help but shake his head repeatedly, casting a self-deprecating glance at Zhu Xuyan. I thought I was here to be your shield, but it seems I'm utterly useless. Zhu Xuyan, hearing this, pressed her lips together in a light laugh. What use did you expect to have? Don't worry. There will come a time for you to shine, and it will be in your element. Chen Rui's expression deepened with self-mockery. This script is rather off. Having seen the cold smirk on Fang Hongjian's face earlier, he had prepared himself to play the role of the hero, ready to put the wealthy second generation in his place. Yet, he was afforded no opportunity whatsoever. Soon after, the banquet commenced. Everyone gathered around a table and began dining. Brother Chen, you must indulge in this sea cucumber and these exquisite oysters, Fang Hongjian said, spinning the platter and pushing the sumptuous dishes towards Chen Rui. Both Chen Rui and Zhu Xuyan raised their brows in confusion, wondering why Fang Hongjian was suddenly so amicable. Was he attempting to mock Chen Rui for being a rustic who could not afford such lavish delicacies? Brother Lin, at this moment, chuckled coldly and then shifted the two platters of delicacies in front of Fang Hongjian. I hear the Fang family's young master has been quite busy with business lately, lingering in hotels every night. You should partake of these more. Upon hearing Brother Lin's remarks, even Zhu Xuyan, in her innocence, comprehended the underlying implication, her fair face flushing crimson with a blend of indignation and anger. Fang Hongjian gritted his teeth in frustration but quickly regained his composure, explaining, Brother Lin, you've misunderstood. My recent hotel stays are solely due to work commitments. The hotel is conveniently close to the office. Brother Lin's cold smile deepened. If you were so busy, why didn't you bring your little secretary along? It would be nice for her to help lighten your load. Fang Hongjian instantly felt the embarrassment of being seen through. Chuckling awkwardly, he chose silence and took to sipping his soup. The meal concluded swiftly amid the myriad thoughts swirling in everyone's minds. With the banquet at an end, the main event of the evening was set to commence. The crowd moved to the venue, settling beneath the high platform, which stood empty above them. At this moment, everyone's thoughts were not on the high platform, but rather on their subordinates waiting outside, bringing in the carefully prepared items. The jade picio sent in by Zhu Xuan was about the size of an infant's fist. Chen Rui, do you think my jade picio will dazzle the crowd today? Zhu Xuan asked, Yet there was an air of self-satisfaction and confidence about her. Observing her, a wave of anxiety washed over Zhu Xuyan. Are you all right? You seemed fine just a moment ago. Why do you suddenly look unwell? She was unaware that this was Chen Rui's first encounter with Jadeite, and his mind was overwhelmed with a flood of knowledge about Jade, causing him a throbbing headache. However, when he opened his eyes, a confident smile adorned his face. Seeing he was fine, Zhu Xuyan felt relieved and once again held the Jade Pisho up to Chen Rui. Please, help me assess how my Jade Pisho fares. The jade material was carved from an old mine's raw stone. Chen Rui listened and shook his head with a smile. Miss Zhu, you are rather optimistic. The value of jadeite is not determined by its age. Whether it is from a new or old mine, its worth is assessed based on quality. Yours has good craftsmanship, likely carved by the renowned Master Wang, Wenxian. However, Mr. Wang has long since retired, so while the price of this jade Pisho could still appreciate, it is merely of ice type, with a maximum value of 6 million. Beyond that, it becomes difficult. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xuyan gazed at Chen Rui with a mix of admiration and astonishment. You actually understand jadeite? You could discern so much from just a glance? Zhu Xuyan exclaimed in surprise. Chen Rui merely smiled and refrained from explaining that he had only just grasped the essence of it. Lin Yi, listen intently to Chen Rui's every word. The indifference in his eyes transformed into a hint of appreciation. It seemed that Chen Rui was no mere amateur in appraisal. He possessed genuine expertise. Impressive. No wonder Xian holds you in such high regard. You truly have some skill, Lin Gu remarked, causing Zhu Xuyan to feel even more flustered. Lin Gu, I've already explained. Chen Rui and I are just ordinary friends, not in the relationship you might be imagining, Zhu Xuyan said, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Lin Gu chuckled, but remained silent, understanding her shyness and choosing not to tease her further. His attention shifted entirely to the brocade box just delivered by his subordinates. As he opened the box, the mirth in Lin Ji's eyes deepened. Before him lay a beautifully shaped small bowl of eggplant purple, which he could not resist picking up and admiring. He was eager to take the stage and showcase his new treasure. The bowl was crafted from lead powder and stone dust, which combined with blue material to create the purple hue. It was a product of the Ming Dynasty's Jingdezhen Imperial Kiln, feeling weighty and substantial in hand, with a pronounced jade-like quality, thick glaze, and well-preserved condition. Bearing a standard mark from the Qianlong period, thus holding considerable value. Lin Gu, when did you acquire such a fine treasure? I didn't TC it during my last visit to your collection, Zhu Xuyan remarked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she too felt the urge to touch the exquisite bowl. Lin smiled and said, I just acquired this from the black market, but do not entertain any thoughts about it. I can offer you other items, but not this one. Zhu Xuyan pouted. Can't you lend it to me for a couple of days at home? Lin's gaze remained affectionate yet resolute. No. As the siblings exchanged glances, Chen Rui suddenly rose and took a seat beside Lin. Leaning in closer, he whispered gravely, Lin, you'd best not showcase that bowl later. At that moment, the stage had already begun to feature second-generation heirs displaying their collections. Lin was prepared to present his eggplant purple bowl immediately after the current exhibitor. However, Chen Rui advised against it. Lin furrowed his brows and narrowed his eyes at Chen Rui. Why not? Chen Rui did not take the bowl from Lin's hands, but pointed directly at the bottom, even without a magnifying glass. Haven T, you notice the dissonance between the bowl's base and its body? This bowl has the correct mark at the base, but it is a composite counterfeit. The bowl's body is no more than 2 years old, artificially aged. A genuine base would hold little value. Upon hearing this, Lin's breath quickened. Damn it. That master one actually deceived me. At the time, he had sensed something amiss with the bowl, but had been persuaded to purchase it due to its perfection. A quality that felt almost uncanny. It was Master One, who had attended the black market auction with him, who insisted it was undoubtedly authentic, prompting Lin to pay a high price. While he was not particularly concerned about the money, had it not been for Chen Rui's intervention, he would have soon showcased the bowl, thus utterly tarnishing his reputation. Chen Rui smiled faintly and gently reassured him that Master One likely did not intend to mislead you. The aging technique of this bowl is remarkably well executed, and the adhesion to the base is seamless. The forger must be a true master of their craft. I could only identify it due to previous encounters with similar items. Not wishing to draw too much attention, Chen Rui added a line of self-justification. Lin's expression softened as he listened, his gaze toward Chen Rui becoming more amiable. Thank you. Chen Rui maintained his serene smile, gently shaking his head. You are too gracious. Lin, your care for Miss Zhu is commendable, and as her friend, It is only natural for me to assist. He spoke without lowering his voice, and Zhu Xuyan, standing nearby, heard every word, her face lighting up with delight and quickly turning rosy. She felt that when Chen Rui mentioned friend, it resonated like a declaration of boyfriend. Lin regarded him with a deep look, then rose with a smile to prepare for showcasing other items. At that moment, he felt fortunate that he had brought more than one piece of art with him today. Soon, as the display of the wealthy heirs concluded, Zhu Xuyan stepped onto the stage with her jade Pichio, followed by the other heirs, one after another, showcasing their treasures. Shortly thereafter, Lin took the stage with his new collection. However, his new collection failed to astonish the crowd. With a rather mediocre piece, a Ming Dynasty blue and white brush washer valued at 8 million. Nevertheless, the surrounding wealthy offspring praised Lin Ji's display with a chorus of compliments. Truly, Lin Ji's offerings are unparalleled. Lin Gu, I noticed this brush washer still bears fresh ink. You wouldn't be practicing calligraphy with such a precious antique, would you? The extravagance of Lin Gu is indeed beyond our comparison. What these individuals admired was not merely the brush washer, but rather Lin Ji's background and prowess. Yet, Lin Gu was not at all elated by the flattery. Instead, he frowned and left the stage with a cold demeanor. Had he known that the carefully prepared small bowl was counterfeit, he would have arranged a more valuable piece. Now, he felt utterly humiliated. The praises and accolades from the crowd sounded no different than mockery in his ears. Subsequently, several other wealthy heirs showcased their collections. Some basked in delight, while others were filled with despair. Those who reveled in their success relished the compliments and envious remarks from the onlookers, basking in their triumph. Conversely, the sorrowful ones faced the humiliation of having their collections exposed as forgeries, stripped of dignity, and left in utter shame. Soon, the appraisal event approached its conclusion, with only Fang Hongjian yet to take the stage. He was poised to make a grand entrance, holding a long box, his pride unmistakable in his eyes. Brother Fang, stop keeping us in suspense. Reveal your treasures. Indeed, let us feast our eyes on what you have. Amidst the chorus of encouragement and urgency, Fang Hongjian confidently opened the box and drew forth a treasured sword. Whoosh! The moment the sword emerged, a glint of cold light flashed, nearly blinding those present. Few around were connoisseurs, but it was evident that this was a fine blade, and the men in attendance cast ardent gazes upon it. Fang Hongjian was even more pleased. This is the Zhongjing sword, not just any ordinary blade. Do you see the inscription? It was gifted to Zhang Lingfu in his time. As his words fell, although the men's eyes remained fervent, a hint of doubt lingered. Zhu Xuyan felt similarly. Chen Rui, is this sword truly valuable? She could not suppress her discontent with Fang Hongjian's smug demeanor. Zhang Lingfu entered the Whampoa Military Academy in 1925. By 1945, he was awarded the rank of Major General. In 1947, he rose to the position of Lieutenant General of the 74th Army. That same year, Chiang Kai-shek bestowed upon him the Zhongjing sword as a token of esteem. Yet Zhang Lingfu used it to take his own life, hoping to awaken Chiang's conscience and stir the military's bloodlust to rise against Japan. As Chen Rui explained this to Zhu Xuyan, Fang Hongjian simultaneously elaborated to the audience. Their voices almost synchronized in delivery. Zhu Xuyan gritted her teeth in anger, lamenting the unfairness of fate. Such a righteous sword had fallen into the hands of this man. Others regarded Fang Hongjian with eyes filled with jealousy and admiration, including Lin Gu without exception. Those who sought to befriend or curry favor with Fang Hongjian showered him with compliments in this moment. Listening to the flattery, Fang Hongjian felt even prouder, though his gaze soon drifted towards Chen Rui, seated in the audience. Mr. Chen, the esteemed appraiser invited by Miss Zhu, undoubtedly possesses exceptional discernment. Why not take the stage and enlighten us about this Zhongjing sword? I must admit my ignorance. The previous remarks were merely echoes of the appraiser's words, and I remain quite bewildered regarding their authenticity. Fang Hongjian harbored the desire to witness Chen Rui's embarrassment, yearning for him to extol his collection, thereby clarifying his own standing. Zhu Xuyan, however, is not someone he can dare to covet. As Chen Rui's gaze fell upon the Zhongjing sword, a smile nearly escaped his lips. Though Fang Hongjian anticipated amusement at his expense, it would be he would find himself the subject of ridicule once he took the stage. With a gesture of humility, Chen Rui declined to elaborate, suggesting it was merely a sword, and he would refrain from further commentary. This announcement incited an uproar among the audience. Can you not speak? A mere novice, devoid of insight, dares to claim the title of Master Appraiser? If you possess no discernment, it would be wise to concede defeat. Our gathering is sullied by the presence of an outsider brought in by Chen. Chapter 36. Wrath Unleashed. The chorus of accusations continued unabated. Chen Rui's eyes glimmered with a cold mockery. Truly, a gaggle of ignorant sycophants, though he refrained from vocalizing his thoughts. Zhu Xuyan could no longer contain her indignation and rose to her feet. Silence. Whom do you insult? When it comes to antique appraisal, even with a single eye, Chen Rui far surpasses you all. He is a genuine master. Not once has a treasure appraised by him been misjudged. Do you dare to compare? Among you, who has not fallen prey to counterfeit goods? Her words plunged the room into silence. Their pursuits in antiquities were merely hobbies, primarily for collection, in terms of discernment. They were but amateurs. Otherwise, they would not require appraisers at every auction. Moreover, Zhu Xuyan was correct. They had indeed encountered forgeries in their collections. Amidst the stillness, Fang Hongjian's anger surged. Once perceived as the aloof ice goddess, Zhu Xuyan's defense of this man ignited a deeper jealousy and resentment within him. His gaze, sharp as a blade, fixed on Chen Rui. Was Mr. Chen's reputation as a master appraiser merely inflated? Did he lack the courage to assess my treasure on stage? Or perhaps he deemed my Zhongjing sword unworthy, as he possessed something far superior? As the derisive remarks lingered, Chen Rui shook his head, rising to meet the gaze of the assembly and stepping onto the stage. Observing this, Fang Hongjian's sneer deepened. Yet he promptly placed the precious sword into a jade box, gesturing with utmost gentlemanly decorum. Please, Mr. Chen. Chen Rui accepted the invitation graciously, nodding with a smile as he lifted the Zhongjing sword. Fang's earlier assertion was indeed accurate. The Zhongjing sword was a gift from Jiang to Zhang Lingfu, measuring 25 centimeters in blade length, and with the hilt extending to a total length of 40 centimeters. Also known as the soldier's soul, the Chengren blade, or the suicide knife, this weapon, both in its essence and significance, is an extraordinary treasure, a true gem. As the praises resounded, Fang Hongjian's smile deepened, and his disdain for Chen Rui grew. Mr. Chen, what you just stated has already crossed my lips before. However, do you truly believe that merely reiterating another's words equates to your own prowess? Upon the conclusion of his remark, a wave of derisive laughter swept through the crowd. Yet, Chen Rui exhibited no signs of embarrassment. Instead, his smile became more profound. Since Mr. Fang desires something novel, I shall oblige. With these words, Chen Rui's fingers grazed the hilt of the Chengzheng blade, gliding down slowly until they halted a third of the way down the blade. From this point upwards, the blade is entirely authentic. However, below, it is mere imitation. This is a mere assemblage of a counterfeit blade. At this revelation, astonishment enveloped the audience. A significant portion of those present stood in disbelief, their gazes fixated on the platform, eyes wide as if attempting to discern every detail of the Chengzheng blade. Yet, no matter how one scrutinized it, it appeared to be a complete weapon, the blade and hilt seamlessly integrated, devoid of any signs of assembly or discord. Amidst the shock, Fang Hongjian's laughter erupted, akin to one who had heard the most ludicrous jest. I see you wish to impress Xuyan, but you have gone mad. How dare you claim my treasure blade is a counterfeit? Ha ha! Why not simply declare that I, Fang Hongjian, am a mere figment? As his words fell, a smirk curled at Chen Rui's lips. I can assure you, Mr. Fang, that you are no mere illusion. However, whether you are entirely human, I cannot ascertain. This utterance incited Fang Hongjian's fury, rendering him nearly apoplectic. You dare insult me, questioning my humanity? Have you lost your senses? He rolled up his sleeves, prepared to confront Chen Rui. What are you intending, Fang Hongjian? Is it not permissible to question the authenticity of a counterfeit? If this is the case, why invite Chen Rui to the stage? Zhu Xuyan interjected, furrowing her brows. Regaining his composure, Fang Hongjian eyed Chen Rui, yet his disdain remained palpable. Do you dare to stand by your words? You claim my Chengzheng blade is a forgery. Do you possess any evidence? The smile on Chen Rui's lips deepened as he confidently nodded, proving it is simple. Merely immerse your Chengzheng blade in a specially formulated solution, and the truth will be revealed. Fang Hongjian acquiesced. I shall permit you to attempt this, but if it is proven that my blade is genuine, you must publicly acknowledge your outlandish claims and kneel before me in apology. Should the authentic blade be damaged, you will owe me compensation of 50 million. Without hesitation, Chen Rui agreed. He then summoned staff members to procure the necessary chemical supplies, preparing the solution before the gathered crowd. Observing this, the audience smirked. watching Chen Rui as if he were a mere jester. Zhu Xun, however, remained steadfast in her belief in Chen Rui's appraisal skills, feeling neither concern nor trepidation, but rather anticipation. Alas, sighed Lin Gu at this juncture, pondering whether Chen Rui's earlier assertion about a small bowl being a composite was merely baseless chatter. Was it merely to create the illusion of his own prowess? Mr. Fong was already filled with doubt regarding Chen Rui. Mr. Fong, you may now personally immerse the Zhongjing dagger into the solution, Chen Rui proposed. Fong Hongjian furrowed his brow, questioning, what is this substance? Surely, you do not intend to ruin my treasure blade? He cautioned, consider this carefully. If it is damaged, can you afford the cost of replacement? Chen Rui smiled with confidence, assuring him, rest assured, sir, this is merely a common corrosive solution for ironware. The Zhongjing dagger, crafted by the esteemed master Jiang Qingzhu, is made from materials unknown. But I assure you, the genuine article will not succumb to corrosion. While Fong Hongjian was aware of this fact, he still hesitated. If it is ruined, I shall compensate you. Zhu Xuyan's supportive voice echoed, provoking Fong Hongjian's anger further. Without hesitation, he plunged the treasured blade into the solution. Bubbles erupted in a frothy surge. Crack! To his disbelief, the Zhongjing dagger split into two halves. Impossible. This is utterly inconceivable. Fong Hongjian's incredulous voice echoed, as the onlookers fell into stunned silence. A surge of spectators rushed towards the platform. Within the solution, the portion Chen Rui had previously identified as genuine remained entirely unscathed, while the other half was undergoing a chemical reaction, dissolving bit by bit. The crowd watched in astonishment, their eyes nearly popping out. No way. Could this dagger truly be a counterfeit? Does this boy possess such keen eyesight? Alas, Fong Gu, it appears this broken blade is worth little. Do not despair. Mistakes like this are commonplace, and besides, 50 million is insignificant to you. Though many attempted to console him, most relished in his misfortune. Fong Hongjian, incensed beyond measure, could no longer contain himself. Grabbing the broken blade, he charged directly at Chen Rui, the sharp edge still glinting menacingly. Chapter 37. Whom to rescue first? Whoosh! In a fit of fury, Fong Hongjian unleashed an unprecedented level of combat prowess. In the next instant, he was before Chen Rui, the jagged blade thrusting towards his abdomen. Caught off guard and with Zhu Xuyan positioned directly behind him, Chen Rui had no means of evading. To do so would put her in jeopardy. Slish! The sound of the blade, piercing flesh, echoed. Blood gushed forth, and the air thickened with a metallic scent of blood. You brat! Prepare to meet your demise. Fong Hongjian's venomous voice followed, as he yanked the broken blade free, intent on delivering another strike. Whoosh! Chen Rui retaliated with a swift kick, sending Fong Hongjian hurtling backward. Bang! He crashed heavily to the ground, causing the platform to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Fong Hongjian's wail was more harrowing than that of a slaughtered pig, abruptly cut short as he coughed up blood. Chen Rui, brother Fong. The skirmish had erupted so suddenly that it took the crowd a moment to regain their composure. Instantly, chaos ensued. Aside from Zhu Xuyan and Brother Lin rushing to Chen Rui's side, everyone else flocked to Fong Hongjian, who was gravely injured and unable to move. Quick, call for an ambulance. Meanwhile, Zhu Xuyan had torn a piece from her pristine white dress to bandage Chen Rui, exclaiming, Are you all right? You've lost so much blood. Though the bandaging was executed with remarkable speed, Zhu Xuyan was in a state of utter panic, tears welling in her eyes. Lin Ye, please tell me that Chen Rui will be all right, won't he? Lin Gun nodded solemnly, yet the promise lingered unspoken on his lips. The injury inflicted upon Chen Rui was merely from a broken blade, yet it bore the weight of a formidable weapon. The knife had been tainted with the concoction Chen Rui had previously prepared, and the ground beneath him was already soaked in blood. I'm fine, he reassured, though his wound appeared more menacing due to the excessive blood loss. Nevertheless, he was confident that he had dealt a far graver injury to Fong Hongjian with his full-force kick. Seeing Chen Rui's pale visage, Zhu Xuyan was on the verge of tears. Don't speak. The ambulance will arrive shortly. Please, remain still. Chen Rui managed a bitter smile, choosing not to elaborate further. His pallor stemmed from forcibly suppressing the power within him to prevent his wound from healing too swiftly, which could arouse suspicion. Chun! A thunderous roar erupted from one of Fong Hongjian's lackeys, filled with indignation. What audacity! You have to injure Brother Fong. If I do not teach you a lesson today, I shall be unworthy to call myself his brother. As his words hung in the air, Not only this lackey, but nearly all the men present advanced menacingly towards Chen Rui, their expressions dark and resolute in their intent to eliminate him on the spot. Zhu Xuyan, both furious and terrified, trembled yet resolutely positioned herself in front of Chen Rui. Xuyan, step aside. We have no intention of harming you. But if you care for this fool, you cannot predict what chaos may ensue. We cannot guarantee your safety. Zhu Xuyan's anger flared at their words, her lips parting to retort, but Lin Ge stepped forward impatiently, shielding her. He glared at the encroaching crowd, his voice laced with an unassailable authority. Get back. Did none of you witness the events that transpired? Fang Hongjian brought this upon himself. The weight of his command caused the crowd to hesitate, unwilling to provoke Lin Ge, and they reluctantly withdrew. Soon, the sound of an ambulance approached. The ambulance has arrived, a staff member exclaimed, a mix of joy and urgency in his tone. Behind him, several medical personnel rushed forward, carrying a stretcher. The wealthy youths surrounding Fang Hongjian immediately moved to assist the medical team, hastily lifting Fang onto the stretcher. Hurry! Delay in treating Brother Fang will not be forgiven. Their insistence left the medical staff no room for delay as they swiftly bore Fang Hongjian towards the entrance. Lin Ge, what about Chen Rui? Zhu Xuyan's tears flowed more freely, her anxiety palpable. Lin Ji's heart ached at her distress. Stop, he called out, halting the medical personnel as he approached them. First, take Chen Rui, then summon another ambulance for Fang Hongjian. As his words reverberated, he reached the entrance, blocking the path of the medical team. The crowd, taken aback by his declaration, stared in shock, their eyes wide and jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. As he gazed, his expression transformed into one of utter strangeness. Lin Ge, did I just mishear? Questioned a sycophant in disbelief. Yet, Lin Ge paid him no heed, his countenance radiating authority as he focused on the medical personnel. Did none of you hear my words? The medical staff exchanged glances, their faces a portrait of discomfort and conflict. At that moment, the group of wealthy heirs ceased to doubt their hearing, their incredulity towards Lin Ge deepening. You actually intend to save that boy first? He is merely an obscure pauper, of no relation to us, while Fang Ge is our brother. They protested, but Lin Ge remained unmoved. With a swift motion, he delivered a kick that sent Fang Hongjian tumbling off the stretcher, already in excruciating pain. Fang Hongjian could not even muster a scream before he succumbed to unconsciousness. This scene left the group of heirs astounded. Lin Ge, however, continued to address the medical staff, commanding, now, you need not hesitate any longer. Quickly take my friend away. Reluctantly, the medical personnel complied, hastening to lift Chen Rui onto a stretcher and carry him off, with Zhu Xuyan trailing closely behind. It was only when their figures vanished from view that the stunned crowd began to regain their composure. Lin Ye, do you not fear that your actions will dishearten your brothers? Is it truly worth it for the sake of a stranger? Questioned Fang Hongjian sycophant. With a cold chuckle, Lin Ge retorted, my brother, does Fang Hongjian even qualify? From this day forth, Fang Hongjian is my enemy. If you are unafraid of opposing me, feel free to continue your sycophancy. With that chilling statement, Lin Ge turned and departed. Inside the hall, the others hesitated momentarily before retreating, those wishing to avoid Lin Ge resolutely deciding to sever ties with Fang Hongjian. However, the sycophants of Fang Hongjian lingered. As the crowd dispersed, their inhibitions faded. That boy is intolerably arrogant. And Lin Ge, he has gone too far. One of the sycophants fumed as he kicked the steps in frustration, wincing in pain. Do not be angry. We cannot afford to provoke Lin Ge. That Chen fellow will not have a good life ahead. I refuse to believe Lin Ge can protect him forever, another sycophant sneered. Chapter 38, Pretentious Wretches. In the hospital, the doctor unwrapped the makeshift bandage that Zhu Xuyan had applied and began to cleanse Chen Rui's wound. The bleeding had ceased, revealing a deep and wide gash that resembled a gaping hole in his abdomen. Zhu Xuyan looked on, tears streaming down her face like pearls slipping from a broken string. Yet she dared not disturb the doctor's work, forcing herself to suppress her sobs. At that moment, the doctor examined Chen Rui's injury, clicking his tongue in astonishment. What kind of hemostatic agent did you use before coming to the hospital? I cannot fathom how your wound stopped bleeding so swiftly, he inquired. Chen Rui nonchalantly explained. It must be the special medicinal solution that was on the blade. The doctor nodded knowingly, his hands continuing their diligent work, yet he spoke again. Fortune seems to favor you. Had the wound been a mere centimeter deeper, your spleen would have been punctured, leading to dire consequences, perhaps even death. Thankfully, no harm was done, and the doctor is not overly concerned about alarming the patient. Naturally, the patient remains undaunted. However, Zhu Xuyan's tears flow more abundantly. It was she who invited Chen Rui to the soiree, and it is due to this that Fang Hongjian has targeted him so fiercely. She feels responsible for Chen Rui's plight. I am so sorry. It is I who have brought you trouble. As the doctor finishes applying the medication and bandaging the wound before leaving, Zhu Xuyan weeps in apology. Chen Rui shakes his head with a smile. It's nothing. This minor injury will heal in just a few days. I assure you, in a short while, you shall see me in high spirits. Moreover, it is said that surviving great misfortune brings great fortune. Perhaps I am destined for a turn of luck. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xuyan cannot help but smile through her tears. Do you truly believe in such superstitions? And what great fortune do you seek? As they converse, the atmosphere grows increasingly cheerful, filled with laughter. Nurses passing by the ward are unable to resist glancing in, sensing a budding affection within. Meanwhile, in Fang Hongjian's ward, he slowly opens his heavy eyelids and awakens. Brother Fang, you are awake. Do you feel any discomfort? Shall I call the doctor immediately? A group of sycophants surrounding the bedside react with surprise. One even rises, prepared to press the emergency bell. Put that down, Fang Hongjian interjects. What that Lin fellow? Is he dead? After being kicked over by Chen Rui, although he did not lose consciousness outright, he was left with little awareness. As Fang Hongjian's words resonate, the group's expressions darken. Fang Hongjian frowns and inquires further. That fellow was stabbed by you and bled profusely, but he is not dead yet. We originally intended to finish him off, but Brother Lin. Listening to the recounting of events, Fang Hongjian is consumed by fury. He slams his palm on the bed, causing the room to tremble, but the sudden pain in his wound makes him wince. Yet, the greater the pain, the more his anger simmers. Brother Fang, please calm yourself. Your primary concern now is to recuperate. It is not worth jeopardizing your health for that rascal. Rest assured, we have already made arrangements. The surprise we have for him will soon arrive. As these words are spoken, a glimmer of surprise appears in Fang Hongjian's eyes. The sycophant grins mischievously and elaborates, haha. Upon hearing this, Fang Hongjian cannot contain a hearty laugh. Lu, splendid work. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. In Chen Rui's ward, Zhu Xuyan cheerfully offers him a small bowl. Come, have a little more. This is a nourishing soup made from blood swallow, excellent for replenishing vitality. Shall I feed you? With such a beautiful and attentive maiden offering kindness, it should be a delightful experience. Yet, Chen Rui wears a pained smile. What blood swallow soup, black chicken soup, or goji berry ginseng soup? I have consumed no less than 10 bowls of them. At this moment, he contemplates how to politely decline. Creak. At that moment, the ward's doors swung open, and 5 security personnel, clad in uniforms, strode in. You are Chen Rui? The captain inquired coldly, furrowing his brow as he regarded Chen Rui, who lay on the hospital bed. Chen Rui frowned in return but promptly nodded, affirming, indeed, that is me. The captain's gaze turned even more hostile, and he swiftly gestured to his subordinates to take him away. As his words fell, 2 officers advanced, one producing handcuffs. Zhu Xuyan, alarmed, raised her hands protectively in front of the bed, glaring at the officers. What do you intend to do? What crime has Chen Rui committed? On what grounds do you arrest him? As long as I am here, none of you shall take him away. Observing Zhu Xuyan's resolute demeanor, the captain's impatience began to surface. Miss, I kindly ask you not to obstruct our work. Zhu Xuyan remained unmoved, her determination unwavering. No, Chen Rui is injured. He cannot cooperate with you at present. Upon hearing this, the captain laughed derisively. As for his injuries, our security bureau has doctors as well. Zhu Xuyan, having contemplated the situation, grew increasingly incensed. The assault case you mentioned, surely the injured party is Fang Hongjian? You cannot arbitrarily apprehend individuals without a thorough investigation. If anyone is guilty of intentional harm, it is Fang Hongjian who instigated the incident. Chen Rui merely acted in self-defense. If anyone should be apprehended, it ought to be him. The captain was taken aback by her words. However, recalling the orders from above, he smirked coldly. The facts of the case are not for you to determine. It is our duty to investigate thoroughly, so I request that you step aside immediately. Otherwise, we shall have no choice but to charge you with obstructing justice and take you as well. At this moment, Chen Rui managed a self-deprecating smile. The last time he faced peril, fortune favored him. This time, it seemed luck was not on his side. Nonetheless, he intended to persuade Zhu Xuyan to leave. A mocking chuckle echoed from the entrance. What audacity to dare arrest my sister in my presence. Zhu Xuyan's eyes lit up with joy as she recognized the newcomer. Lingo, upon seeing another individual exuding an air of unassailable authority, The captain's brow furrowed even deeper. Yet he steeled himself to approach, addressing the newcomer, sir. Before he could finish, Lin Gu raised his hand to interrupt, pulling out his phone to call Director Huang of the Security Bureau. Director Huang, you seem rather idle these days. If you weren't, you wouldn't be sending your men to meddle in my affairs. I advise you to rein in your subordinates. Some matters are beyond your bureau's jurisdiction. The tone was such that the officers nearby scoffed. They had never encountered anyone bold enough to speak to Director Huang in such a manner. At this juncture, Lin Ji's call was still ongoing, but several officers were unwilling to wait any longer. The captain nodded to two of his team members, who immediately approached Chen Rui with handcuffs in hand. Halt! Lin Gu concluded his call, his voice cold and commanding. Sir, are you attempting to obstruct official duties? At this moment, the captain's gaze towards Lin was markedly more hostile than it had been towards Zhu Xuyan. Unaware of their identities, he had already concluded that Lin was merely a pretentious individual. While Zhu Xuyan, a stunning beauty, elicited a degree of courtesy, he felt no such obligation towards a man. Are you aware of the consequences of impeding official duties? The captain's threats lingered, his disdainful gaze fixed upon Lin. Lin could hardly contain his laughter in response to the captain's arrogance, dismissing the captain's bluster as that of a mere pawn. Do not be in such a hurry. Your call should arrive shortly. Upon hearing this, not only did the captain, but several team members erupted into laughter as if they had heard the most absurd joke. Did you just arrive from Hongdian? This is quite an act, isn't it? Do you truly believe that donning the guise of a wealthy heir makes you exceptional? As the team members mocked him, the captain grew increasingly impatient. If Lin had spoken to Director Huang respectfully, the captain might have felt some trepidation. But such a tone could only be seen as mere pretension. Did he, a dignified captain, truly need to fear someone so ostentatious? Enough of this nonsense. Take him away, the captain commanded coldly, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. Just then, before his men could act, a rapid ringtone pierced the air. Upon seeing the caller ID, the captain was filled with both concern and confusion. It was the district chief calling. Could this young man truly wield such influence? Quickly, he dismissed the notion with a self-deprecating smile. That is utterly impossible. It must be mere coincidence. With a hint of trepidation, he answered the call. Hello, Director Wang. What instructions do you have? Please, do not hesitate to command. Before he could finish, a torrent of furious reprimands erupted from the other end. Soon, the captain hung up, the arrogance and disdain in his eyes replaced by sheer terror. Turning to Lin, he bowed deeply, nearly touching his forehead to the ground. Mr. Lin, I am blind to your worth. Please, in light of my insignificance, do not hold this against me. I shall. Before he could finish his apology, Lin's icy voice interrupted. Get lost. The captain shuddered in fear, wasting no time as he hurriedly seized his stunned team members and fled, disappearing from the ward in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it seems Lin possessed some means. Lin was praised by Zhu Xuyan, who clung to his arm in admiration. At that moment, Chen Rui also regarded Lin with a profound gaze. To speak in such a manner to the chief of security and command his obedience indicated that Lin's status was no trivial matter. Unfortunately, Chen Rui remained unaware of Lin's full name. Lin, thank you, he said sincerely, clasping his hands in gratitude. Lin, however, shook his head in embarrassment. What is there to thank? It is my fault that you were grievously injured and humiliated. With a self-deprecating smile, he continued, but I must say, you are indeed quite capable. When you pointed out that Fang Hongjian's knife was a fake, I had my doubts. You don't happen to use such tactics to deceive, claiming everything is a counterfeit, do you? Later, you truly astonish me. Indeed, if you were not capable, how could Fang Hongjian provoke such fury? Fang Hongjian has long coveted Zhu Xuyan, whom Lin regards as a sister, yet his character is lacking, and his nature is vile. Lin has warned him numerous times, but he remains obstinately himself. Given the relationship between the two families, Lin felt constrained in his actions against him. Today, witnessing Fang Hongjian's humiliation before the crowd, losing all face, brought Lin a sense of secret delight. Subsequently, Fang Hongjian's true nature surfaced. In a fit of rage, he brandished a knife at Chen Rui, prompting Lin to completely lose his patience. There was no longer a need to spare Fang's family any consideration. At that moment, as Lin bestowed lavish praise upon Chen Rui, Chen could only smile self-deprecatingly. Alas, it seems that being overly capable is not always a blessing. As his words settled, Chen Rui suddenly grimaced, as if a wound had been torn open. Are you all right? Does it hurt? Let me see if the wound has reopened. We mustn't let it bleed again. Zhu Xuyan, immediately anxious, rushed forward to lift the covers, attempting to pull at Chen Rui's clothing. Ahem, Lin coughed lightly, and Zhu Shuyan became aware of her indiscretion. Chen Rui was a patient, yet he was also a man. With a fond gaze at Zhu Shuyan, Lin smiled and remarked, moreover, who knows if Fang Hongjian will resort to further mischief and send someone to seize Chen Rui again. Zhu Shuyan refused to leave, despite Chen Rui's attempts to persuade her, and could only look helplessly at Lin. Ultimately, it was Lin's stern demeanor that prompted Zhu Shuyan to depart reluctantly, repeatedly urging Lin to take good care of Chen Rui. As she left, Lin's gaze remained affectionate. Turning his attention back to Chen Rui, his expression became solemn. In front of Xiaoyan, there are certain matters I cannot disclose. Rest assured, I shall provide you with an explanation regarding tonight's events. Fang Hongjian, I will personally bring him before you to apologize. Upon hearing this, Chen Rui's expression also grew serious. He then managed a sincere smile. As a poor fellow, I feel immensely honored to be treated with such regard by you, Lin. I possess no other talents, but should you have any questions regarding appraisals in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Lin clasped Chen Rui's shoulder, smiling warmly. There is no need for false humility. Your background is not the most important aspect. What truly matters is your capabilities. Your character and disposition far surpass that of Fang Hongjian, which I greatly admire. Regarding your relationship with Shuyan, as long as you do not act inappropriately, I hold no objections. Upon hearing this, Chen Rui could only manage a wry smile. Lin, you misunderstand. My relationship with Ms. Zhu is merely that of ordinary friends, nothing like you envision. Lin, however, did not believe him, yet smiled knowingly. I understand. The night wore on with a lengthy conversation. Lin recounted tales of his interactions with Zhu Shuyan's brother and discussed numerous other topics, all while subtly warning Chen Rui not to disappoint Zhu Shuyan. Chen Rui found himself at a loss for words, feeling helpless. Chapter 40. The Miraculous Healing. The dawn had already broken. Chen Rui and Lin had conversed throughout the night, neither having slept, yet neither exhibited any signs of fatigue. Lin observed Chen Rui with a penetrating gaze. You are quite impressive. Have you practiced martial arts before? Lin discerned that Chen did not speak the truth, yet refrained from prying into his private matters. With a faint smile, he said, Rest well. I shall seek an explanation on your behalf. With that, he stood up and departed. Chen Rui felt a surge of gratitude. Though they had only just met, Lin was willing to stand up for him. As he watched Lin's retreating figure, Chen's smile grew more genuine. Once Lin's silhouette had completely vanished, Chen promptly got out of bed and arranged for his discharge. As he pushed open the door, Fang Ming, who was busy in the kitchen, turned around. Out all night. Did you have a good time? Fang teased, but was immediately struck dumb upon seeing Chen Rui. Did you attend a gala with a beauty? Or did you get into a fight? Are you all right? Is the injury severe? Chen Rui's pale face and the bandages wrapped around his abdomen filled Fang with concern. It's nothing serious, just a minor scrape and a bit of bleeding, Chen replied dismissively, brushing off Fang's worry as he called Gout Dekang to request leave. However, Zhu Shuyan had already taken care of that for him. I was just about to call you. Ms. Zhu mentioned that your injuries are quite serious. Which hospital are you in? Shall I come visit? Chen chuckled, thinking that girls, being averse to blood, often overestimate the severity of injuries. It's merely a small wound. Meanwhile, Lin had arrived at Fang Hongjian's hospital room. Without knocking, he pushed the door open. The once jovial atmosphere in the room instantly turned somber. Oof. Fang Hongjian scoffed, turning his face away without even glancing at Lin. The tense air rendered the sycophants almost breathless. Oh dear, Lin is here. Fang, Lin has come to see you. One of the sycophants exclaimed, attempting to alleviate the tension. Others chimed in as well. Lin, Fang has recovered significantly. He just took some medication and is feeling a bit drowsy. Perhaps you could visit him another day? Yet, Lin continued his steady march toward the bedside, unfazed. Upon hearing Lin's footsteps and the chatter of the sycophants, Fang Hongjian could no longer contain his fury and sat up abruptly. No need for your feigned compassion. Our ties have been severed. Leave at once. He glared at Lin, demanding his departure. As the heir of the affluent Fang family, he was accustomed to flattery and deference, having never endured such humiliation in his life. Lin had audaciously kicked him off the stretcher, all for a nameless, impoverished rival, one he deemed a romantic competitor. This affront was intolerable. Lin, now standing by the bedside, let out a cold chuckle. Come to see you? You truly have a high opinion of yourself. As his words settled, Fang Hongjian's anger flared, and he gritted his teeth, shouting, Then why are you still here? Get out. Lin remained unfazed, his gaze toward Fang Hongjian icy and disdainful. I want you to apologize to Chen Rui. Ha ha ha. Fang Hongjian erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. Have you lost your mind? You expect me to apologize to that brat? What is he even worth? Before Fang Hongjian could finish his tirade, Lin Ge delivered a sharp slap. The crisp sound resonated throughout the room, leaving Fang Hongjian momentarily stunned, while the sycophants present were left in utter shock. You dare strike me? After a brief pause, Fang Hongjian was the first to regain his composure. Clutching his swollen cheek, his eyes wide with fury and disbelief as he glared at Lin Ge. Lin Ge scoffed. So what if I hit you? If you dare to stir up trouble again, I assure you, my response will be far more severe than a mere slap. From now on, keep your distance from Shuyan. Otherwise, each time I see you, I will strike you. Upon hearing this, Fang Hongjian was even more incredulous, his anger flaring as he looked at Lin Ge. Are you truly willing to stand against me for that brat? Have you considered the consequences? My backing is the Fang family. Lin Ge laughed derisively in response. Do you honestly believe that a useless young master like you can represent the entirety of the Fang family? And do you think my Lin family would cower before yours? I have shown you enough leniency. I can no longer tolerate your arrogance. If you refuse to apologize to Chen Rui and continue your insolence, I will not spare you, nor your family. With that cold declaration, Lin Ge turned and strode away. Enraged, Fang Hongjian seized a nearby vase and hurled it towards the door. But Lin Ge had already departed. The vase shattered upon impact, scattering fragments across the floor. Yet, Fang Hongjian's fury remained unabated. This was an affront too great to bear. Lin, do not presume that I will truly fear you. Amid Fang Hongjian's furious outburst, the sycophants each contemplated their own thoughts. While Fang Hongjian was indeed the prominent heir of the Fang family, he was not the sole offspring of the family patriarch. The future of the Fang family was uncertain. Lin Ge, on the other hand, had already taken the reins of the family business. Furthermore, the Fang family was nowhere near the stature of the Lin family. Just then, Xiaomi sent me a message stating that she is pregnant and waiting at the maternity hospital, so I must take my leave. In a matter of moments, half of the sycophants had exited the room, leaving Fang Hongjian fuming, his gaze dark and vengeful. At the Binjiang apartment, Chen Rui awoke around noon, but he felt increasingly fatigued, as if all his strength had been drained. Struggling against his weakness, he sat up to change his bandages. However, the moment he unwrapped the gauze, he was taken aback. The once gaping wound had remarkably healed to a significant extent, appearing almost completely restored. Chen Rui had long been aware of the mysterious power within him that expedited wound recovery, but he had not anticipated such remarkable results. Moreover, he had not consciously directed that power towards healing the wound while he slept. His weakness stemmed from the considerable expenditure of that internal energy. Recovering from his astonishment, Chen Rui suddenly had a revelation, his face lighting up with elation. How could I have overlooked this? This power might even be able to cure my grandmother's illness. Chapter 41, Verification. Chen Rui had long been aware of the mysterious power within him that could heal wounds, yet he had never considered using it to treat his grandmother. At this moment, the thought crossed his mind, but uncertainty lingered in his heart. Creak! Just then, the apartment door swung open. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Fang Ming entered with a proud rooster in tow. After wandering around the riverside villa area, he had come across an elderly lady who raised chickens in her garden. Pleased with the sight, he decided to buy one for you to nourish you. Although the lady ultimately gifted it to me, it took quite a bit of persuasion on my part. Do you prefer it steamed or stewed? Grasping the rooster by its neck, Fang Ming was already contemplating how to slaughter it. Chen Rui's eyes lit up at the sight of the rooster. Fang Ming, noticing the change, smiled broadly. You think this rooster is splendid too, don't you? I promised the old lady that I would help her till her vegetable garden whenever I had the time in exchange for this. Chen Rui's gaze was fixed intently on the rooster, but his thoughts diverged from Fang Ming's. Seizing the rooster from Fang Ming's hands, Chen Rui unceremoniously shooed him away. Do you intend to monopolize it? That would be rather ungrateful. Fang Ming grumbled as he found himself locked out. Chen Rui, however, took the rooster directly to the kitchen and swiftly made a cut on its wing with a kitchen knife. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The rooster let out a piercing cry. Yet, as Chen Rui's large hand pressed against its wound, infusing it with power, the rooster began to enjoy the sensation and closed its eyes in bliss. In no time, the wound on its wing healed completely. Chen Rui was so exhilarated that he nearly shouted with joy. It truly worked. However, he soon found himself weakened from the energy expenditure and collapsed onto the floor. Nevertheless, the excitement in his eyes remained undiminished. This power is undeniably invaluable. Could it be the legendary spiritual energy? Whether it was or not, Chen Rui was uncertain, but he resolved to refer to this power as spiritual energy from now on. After a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow again. Unless he could continue to absorb energy from antiques, his progress would be limited. Unfortunately, he had completely drawn from the collection in his studio. Moreover, the spiritual energy within each antique could only be absorbed once. It seemed that in order to rapidly increase his spiritual energy, he would need to seek out more antiques. Just as he was formulating this plan, Fong Ming returned, this time knocking on the door, a rare occurrence. Knock, knock, knock. Are you all right? Upon seeing Chen Rui slumped at the kitchen door, Fong Ming hurried over in concern. What were you trying to prove? I told you I would prepare the chicken soup for you. Yet you insisted on sending me away to do it yourself. Fortunately, I couldn't shake off my worries and came to check on you, or you'd be left to face the rooster alone today. Shaking his head, Fong Ming helped Chen Rui to the sofa in the living room. Observing Chen Rui's even paler complexion, his worry deepened. Are you certain you only sustained minor injuries last night? Stop trying to be brave. There's no need for that in front of your brother. Come on, let me take you to the hospital. As he spoke, Fong Ming attempted to pull Chen Rui up, but despite his current weakness, Chen Rui was still quite strong and refused to budge. I'm fine, just a little tired and hungry. Go and slaughter that rooster. Make a soup, Fong Ming said, gazing intently into Chen Rui's eyes, ensuring he was not jesting. With a resigned sigh, he made his way to the kitchen. After a frantic 10-minute chase, he finally managed to catch the large rooster. Strange, why does this rooster seem even more lively than before? Fong Ming's puzzled voice echoed from the kitchen. Chen Rui speculated that the rooster had absorbed some of his spiritual energy, but chose not to elaborate. He closed his eyes and leaned back on the sofa. Drifting into slumber, he was roused by the rich aroma of the chicken soup. I feel my culinary skills have significantly improved, he mused. However, it could also be due to the quality of the chicken. You have no idea how well that old lady treats the chickens in her apartment. They live better than some people. As he emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of soup, Fong Ming chattered incessantly. Chen Rui merely smiled in silence, accepting the small bowl Fong Ming offered, devouring the soup and meat heartily. Fong Ming observed, launching into another round of banter. You know, when I first expressed my desire to follow you, you were dismissive. Now you see the perks of having a brother living next door, huh? But don't think I'll be cooking for you every day. Someday, let me bask in your glory and enjoy free meals too. Chen Rui looked up. What exactly are you trying to say? Fong Ming then playfully got to the point. Is that injury on you from last night's chivalrous rescue? Don't squander the opportunity. Seize the moment and win over that beauty. Chen Rui chuckled at this, choosing to remain silent and focus on his soup. Of the large pot of chicken soup, Fong Ming only consumed 2 small bowls, while Chen Rui savored the rest. After finishing, Chen Rui's pallor had improved considerably, and he had regained much of his strength. Although his expended spiritual energy would take longer to replenish, he was now able to move with ease. Come, let us go for a stroll, he said, patting Fong Ming on the shoulder with a smile. Observing Chen Rui's restored complexion, Fong Ming grinned. It seems my heartfelt chicken soup worked wonders. You recovered so swiftly. What are you planning to do with me? Be a third wheel? He assumed Chen Rui was heeding his advice, wanting to showcase himself in front of the lady due to his injury. However, Chen Rui merely smiled. I am taking you to broaden your horizons. Accompanied by Fong Ming, Chen Rui arrived at an antique street. This time, it was a different location, far more upscale than the previous visit with Qin Waner. Initially, Chen Rui was filled with confidence for this excursion. Yet upon arrival, disappointment began to set in. The items displayed along the antique street were indeed of higher quality and appeared more authentic than before. Regrettably, as he wandered from one end to the other, he failed to discover a single worthy piece. Occasionally, there were 1 or 2 genuine items, yet they lacked spiritual energy. With a silent sigh, Chen Rui felt increasingly disheartened. Chen Rui, among all these wares on the street, is there not a single item that catches your eye? Fong Ming complained. Chen Rui seemed indifferent to everything, yet he was captivated by quite a few things. However, he did not grant him the opportunity to appreciate them properly, pulling him forward instead. And still, he claimed he was broadening his horizons? Chen Rui listened and couldn't help but chuckle. All right, I will accompany you for a leisurely stroll. At this, Fong Ming finally smiled and nudged his eyes toward a vase. I believe it's genuine. What do you think? Chapter 42. Establishing a new faction. Following Fong Ming's gaze, Chen Rui quickly spotted the vase he mentioned. It was exquisitely crafted and radiated brilliance, almost overshadowing the entire stall. In the realm of antiques, one cannot navigate without making mistakes and incurring costs. Even I cannot guarantee accuracy. Sometimes one's instincts are reliable, yet at other times they can be utterly misleading. Whether to purchase it or not is entirely up to you. Chen Rui remarked with a smile. As Fong Ming intended to follow him, he would inevitably engage with antiques frequently. If he could not restrain his desire to buy or maintain his rationality at all times, he might find himself facing financial ruin at any moment. At this moment, listening to Chen Rui's words, Fong Ming also fell into hesitation. Nevertheless, he continued towards the stall, picking up the vase for a closer inspection, growing fonder of it with each glance. "Boss, how much for this vase?" Observing the expression in Fong Ming's eyes, the stall owner felt a surge of joy. The young man, though not old, possessed an extraordinary discerning eye. "This is the treasure of my stall. A vase once used by Empress Dowager Cixi, and her favorite one at that. Unfortunately, it was later stolen by a eunuch, which caused quite an uproar with the empress," the owner boasted, nearly elevating the vase to national treasure status. Fong Ming found the seller's narrative somewhat familiar and hardly credible, yet he felt confident in the vase's authenticity. His initial instinct about the item was undoubtedly correct. After a fierce round of haggling, Fong Ming purchased the vase for 80,000. At that moment, Chen Rui casually picked up a jade pendant that the stall owner had used as a cushion for the vase. "This pendant complements the vase perfectly. How about you throw it in as well, boss?" The owner shook his head vigorously. No, this is not a mere jade cushion. It is genuine antique jade. However, it does pair well with the vase. How about this? For 3,000, you can take it." He prepared to lead Fong Ming away. "Hey, wait, don't go, gentlemen," the owner called out. "I'll give you 300 for the jade pendant. You can take it." Fong Ming paid little mind to this. With their acquisition in hand, both lost the desire to continue browsing. They exited the antique street and found a tea house to sit down. "Chen Rui, have I struck lucky? Is this vase truly one that Empress Dowager Cixi once used?" Fong Ming asked, brimming with pride, convinced that if Chen Rui had not perceived the vase's value, he would not have gone out of his way to buy a base for it. Chen Rui, upon hearing this, could not help but burst into laughter. Instantly, Fong Ming's pride subdued, and his expression grew tense. "What does that smile mean? Is the vase worth what I paid?" Chen Rui's laughter faded, and he regarded Fong Ming with a serious demeanor. "Fong Ming, if one does not pay a bit of tuition, one is unlikely to remember the lessons learned. Though this vase may hold little monetary value, the lesson it imparts is invaluable. Henceforth, until you thoroughly grasp the intricacies of the antiquities industry, it would be prudent for you to refrain from hasty purchases. If you must buy, it is advisable to limit your acquisitions to inexpensive items." As these words fell, Fong Ming's expression soured dramatically. "Damn, is this how you treat a brother? You watch me suffer an 8,000 loss without lifting a finger. Wait, could it be that this vase truly holds no worth?" Chen Rui chuckled, shaking his head. "I wouldn't say it is entirely worthless if sold as a decorative piece. One might indeed find a discerning buyer willing to pay a handsome price. Decorative pieces, however, bear no relation to genuine antiques." Observing Chen Rui playing with a jade pendant, Fong Ming felt a pang of discontent. "You must be deliberately trying to frighten me. If this vase is a counterfeit, why did you purchase a jade mat for me?" "A jade mat?" Chen Rui could not suppress his laughter, chuckling aloud. "Do you think I would buy a cushion for a mere decorative item?" Upon closer inspection, this is an authentic jade pendant from the Han Dynasty, crafted from Hetian jade, exhibiting the typical relief style of the era, with intricate dowry craftsmanship. As these words resonated, Fong Ming stood in stunned silence. "I set out to acquire a vase and ended up with a counterfeit, while you casually purchased a jade mat that turns out to be a Han Dynasty pendant. Is this your intent to undermine me?" As he spoke, he scrutinized the pendant closely. The relief features a pair of phoenix birds, while the wall is adorned with swirling dragons encircling the auspicious characters for great fortune. The texture felt pleasing to the touch. Yet, if this item is indeed genuine, how could the seller part with it for such a meager sum? Chen Rui smirked, raising an eyebrow as he explained. The seller likely acquired a large batch of similar imitations, all counterfeit, and amidst them, a genuine piece was mistakenly included, leading him to believe it too was false. Nevertheless, such jade pendants are quite common, not particularly valuable, roughly around 100,000. Fong Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, he found himself deeply in awe of Chen Rui's expertise in appraising treasures. "It seems that in the future, without your approval, I shall be unable to make any purchases." Hearing this, Chen Rui's smile deepened. His aim in urging Fong Ming to pay tuition was precisely for this reason. Fong Ming, momentarily moved, firmly declined. Just then, a group of individuals entered the tea house, taking seats at the adjacent table, and soon began their animated conversation. "The newly opened treasure pavilion next door is truly remarkable. Today's visit has left me in sheer awe. I initially came merely to observe the hustle and bustle, but who could have anticipated the abundance of exquisite items within? Had I known, I would have brought more money. Listening to the chatter from the neighboring table, Chen Rui's spirits lifted. What he currently sought most were the exquisite treasures within the realm of antiquities. Carrying a platter of untouched tea snacks, Chen Rui approached the adjacent table. "Gentlemen, I overheard your mention of the treasure pavilion. Is it located nearby?" Chen Rui's demeanor was warm and inviting, and the others, not wishing to conceal anything, readily provided him with the information. Standing at the entrance of the treasure pavilion, Chen Rui's brow furrowed. A large promotional poster hung on the wall outside, showcasing renowned masters of antique appraisal and framing. With an air of pretentious titles, there hung a photograph of Tao Quan, whose gentle demeanor and traditional attire rendered him akin to a master. "Do you know this individual?" Fong Ming inquired, observing Chen Rui's expression. Chen Rui nodded with a cold smirk, stating that not only did he know him, but they shared a profound relationship. This man was a former colleague from his studio, and also his arch-rival. Following the incident that transpired previously, Chen Rui had presumed that this man would no longer show his face in the antique world. Yet he had surprisingly established his own venture, opening a treasure pavilion. As Chen Rui led Fong Ming toward the treasure pavilion, the establishment exuded elegance, evidently a result of substantial investment. The shop was spacious, more than twice the size of the neighboring establishments. Chen Rui surveyed the surroundings, his derision intensifying. It seemed that Tao Quan had accrued considerable wealth over the years, thriving enough to sustain such a grand shop. As they meandered through the shop, Fong Ming felt a wave of anxiety. Just as the previous patrons had mentioned, the items within were myriad and each appeared to be exquisite. However, the proprietor of this establishment was none other than Chen Rui's competitor, seemingly an adversary as well. Given Chen Rui's unhealed wounds, Fong Ming worried that he might suffer a setback. Yet, Chen Rui exhibited no signs of despondency. Instead, his scorn deepened with each glance. He had perused the entire shop and found not a single item worthy of his attention. "Sir, your discerning eye is commendable," a staff member interjected. "This is an ancient painting our boss acquired from Wenchang Studio. You must have heard of Wenchang Studio, renowned in the industry for never having sold a single counterfeit piece." At that moment, a middle-aged man, who had been admiring the ancient paintings on display, appeared increasingly satisfied. Under the staff's persuasion, he seemed ready to make a lavish purchase, believing the price justified if indeed the painting was sourced from Wenchang Studio. Just as the middle-aged man was about to declare his intent to buy, Chen Rui's derisive laughter echoed. "Wait, sir, are you intending to purchase an ancient painting from Wenchang Studio?" The middle-aged man, taken aback, met Chen Rui's gaze with a frown. "Young man, one must adhere to the principles of first come, first served. I have my eyes on this painting first." Before Chen Rui could respond, the staff member accompanying him quickly interjected, "Sir, our boss has brought more than just this piece from Wenchang Studio. Just look at this entire exhibition. The warehouse holds many other treasures as well. Would you like me to show you?" Yet, Chen Rui let out a cold snort. The treasures of Wenchang Studio are not so easily obtained. Upon hearing this, the staff member furrowed his brow, but quickly forced a polite smile. "You are quite right. The treasures from Wenchang Studio are indeed difficult to procure. However, our boss has spent nearly a decade there, and now, having set forth on his own, the owner of Wenchang Studio has granted him a batch of items as a gesture of support." This revelation drew the attention of several patrons who gathered around, pointing at the ancient paintings on display with admiration. All of this is false and was not brought out from Wenchang Studio. Amidst the praise for the ancient paintings, Chen Rui's voice emerged, causing an immediate silence that was palpable. "What nonsense are you spouting? Which rival sent you here to undermine our treasure pavilion? Dare to speak again, and I shall not hesitate to call the authorities." After a brief moment of quiet, the staff's reprimand echoed through the air, their glares directed at Chen Rui. "Quickly, inform the security." The store manager's icy voice followed suit. "Appearance can be deceiving. This fellow seems rather amiable, yet here he is causing trouble." Indeed, Master Tao had served at Wenchang Studio for many years, earning the unwavering trust of Mr. Gao, a fact that was evident to all. Now, having established his own path, how could Mr. Gao not support him? "Young man, your actions are unbecoming. Apologize and leave while security has yet to arrive." The onlookers murmured among themselves, with some attempting to persuade Chen Rui. However, he calmly retrieved his work badge from his suit pocket. "I am the master at Wenchang Studio. My previous statements were not mere fabrications. None of these items originated from our establishment. They are all mere replicas." As his words settled, the crowd once again gasped in astonishment, flocking to inspect Chen Rui's badge. I don't recognize it. It's been some time since I last visited Wenchang's studio. The crowd buzzed with speculation, some doubtful and others believing, but regardless of their stance, they now regarded the items claimed to be from Wenchang's studio with skepticism. Suddenly, a staff member arrived with security in tow. However, the manager signaled to the guards to hold their position, aware that mishandling the situation could irreparably tarnish the store's reputation. The manager was sensible, albeit misaligned with the right employer. Who would dare to create a disturbance in my establishment? Before long, Tao Quan's furious roar resonated from the entrance. A Mr. Chen claims to be the master from Wenchang's studio and asserts that everything in your shop taken from there is merely imitation. You must come and clarify this for the crowd. The onlookers relished the drama, with several pulling Tao Quan forward. Upon seeing Chen Rui, Tao Quan's expression shifted from shock to rage. What brings you here? Get out at once. Listen to me. This so-called master is merely a sorcerer. I know not what spell he has cast upon Mr. Gao, allowing him to ascend from apprentice to master in a single day. Unable to tolerate it any longer, I left Wenchang's studio to forge my own path, and now he dares to come here and disrupt things. With those words, Tao Quan summoned the security personnel. Throw him out. He gave no opportunity for Chen Rui to retort. In a flurry, security guards charged aggressively towards Chen Rui. Who dares to touch my brother? I shall take him down. Fong Ming brandished a Swiss Army knife, standing defiantly in front of Chen Rui, exuding an imposing presence that momentarily halted the advancing guards. At this moment, Chen Rui applauded Tao Quan. This remarkable ability to invert black and white was truly admirable. Having spent nearly a decade at Wenchang's studio, General Gao had never failed you, even turning a blind eye to your frequent acts of self-deception. Yet, you have become increasingly audacious, driven by jealousy for my modest talents, orchestrating a scheme against me. Once the truth came to light, General Gao's decision to merely expel you was already a display of great mercy. Upon hearing this, Tao Quan's complexion turned urgent. What are you still hesitating for? Hurry up and throw him out. Chen Rui's voice continued to resonate. Unappreciative, yet daring to peddle counterfeit goods under the studio's name. How audacious. Among the items in your establishment, there is not a single genuine article, save for the door-opening pieces, which hardly qualify as treasures. It is better named a den of filth than a treasure chamber. Chapter 44. Not a single item left. Aside from the door-opening pieces, there is not a single genuine item. As Chen Rui's words echoed, the room fell into a profound silence. Following this brief pause, a wave of commotion erupted. Could this young man's words possibly be true? I have purchased several exquisite items here. I too have acquired 2 pieces. Master Tao has been in the antique trade for over a decade. It cannot be so. The crowd buzzed with uncertainty, casting doubt upon either Chen Rui or Tao Quan. Listening to the murmurs, Tao Quan was seething, his face trembling with rage, his gaze fixed on Chen Rui, eyes ablaze with fury. Do not heed his slander, he shouted. He may bear the title of master, yet he is merely an apprentice, lacking true discernment. I, Tao Quan, have navigated the world of cultural relics for half my life. This shop is meant to be passed down through generations. Would I jeopardize my own reputation? Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Tao Quan's argument was compelling. If he dared to sell the entire shop's counterfeit items as genuine treasures, the establishment would surely not survive. Whoever throws this brat out, I will reward them with 5,000 yuan. Observing the customers swaying like reeds in the wind back to his side, Tao Quan felt a surge of pride, and his gaze toward Chen Rui grew even more resentful. He then shouted directly at several security guards. As his words fell, the guards sprang into action, invigorated by the promise of reward. With their monthly salary barely exceeding 3,000 yuan, 5,000 was a tantalizing incentive. In an instant, all the security guards charged at Chen Rui. Fong Ming, desperate, brandished a Swiss Army knife, intending to stab the fastest guard. Though he lacked skill, his courage surpassed that of all the guards combined. However, at that moment, Chen Rui patted Fong Ming on the shoulder and declared, "Let me handle this." As the words left his mouth, Fong Ming felt a powerful force and was pushed several meters away. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of swift kicks, Chen Rui sent the 4 guards, who were as ineffective as wax figures, flying one after the other. In the blink of an eye, they were all expelled from the treasure chamber. The air fell silent once more, including Fong Ming. Everyone looked at Chen Rui with a sense of disbelief. Chen Rui, have you truly lost all sense of propriety? Not only did you come into my establishment to spout nonsense, but you also dare to resort to violence. Do you believe I won't ensure you spend your next life in prison? Amidst the silence, Tao Quan's furious roar resonated clearly. Huh, your agitation betrays your fear that I might expose the fraudulent nature of the items in your shop, does it not? As the words fell, the room fell silent once more. The surrounding patrons held their breath, their gazes all converging upon Chen Rui, waiting for him to speak again. Gazing a colorful glazed vase before him, a cold smirk deepened in Chen Rui's eyes. You have the audacity to display such a piece? On December 2nd of last year, an elderly man resembling a veteran brought this to Wen Chang's studio to sell, claiming it was seized during the campaign against the wealthy. You priced it at 600,000, only for it to be identified as a fake, leading to its destruction by the esteemed Mr. Gao. In less than 3 months, you produced another identical piece. Was that veteran you hired? How many of these colorful glazed vases have you procured wholesale? As Chen Rui's words concluded, Tao Quan turned pale as a ghost. Yet, he stubbornly replied, "Do not speak recklessly. The colorful glazed vase I acquired is entirely different from this one." Chen Rui merely chuckled coldly, refraining from arguing further, and picked up a jade buy from the display. Subsequently, he pointed out several more instances of forgery among the exquisite items. At this moment, Chen Rui's voice fell silent. Yet the treasure hall remained so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Tao Quan was rendered speechless with rage. The patrons in the shop appeared utterly stunned, frozen in disbelief. After a moment, chaos erupted. "Zhu, Tao Quan, I trusted you completely, only for you to deceive me with counterfeit goods. I want a refund. What kind of absurd treasure haul is this? If I ever return, I shall chop off my own legs. Tao Quan, I just purchased this ancient painting this morning. Refund me immediately." In an instant, Tao Quan and his staff found themselves surrounded by furious customers. They desperately attempted to explain, but at such a juncture, who would heed their justifications? Chen Rui, I will fight you to the bitter end. Feeling his reputation in tatters and his ambitions shattered, Tao Quan was consumed by rage as he seized a nearby Jade Rui and charged at Chen Rui. Just as he approached Chen Rui, Fang Ming stepped forward with his left foot. Bang! Tao Quan fell to the ground in a most humiliating manner. What are you all standing around for? Hurry and take him down. As soon as he regained his footing, Tao Quan shouted at his staff. The employees exchanged glances, yet none dared to step forward. Do you not care for your wages and bonuses? Tao Quan's voice rang out again, and the staff, no longer hesitating, gritted their teeth and grabbed whatever weapons they could find to strike at Chen Rui. Alas, the conflict, which had barely commenced, concluded in under 2 minutes. The recently toppled Tao Quan had no strength left to fight. There were 10 staff members in total. Chen Rui single-handedly subdued 8, while Fang Ming dealt with 2. The fallen employees could not rise again, overwhelmed by the enraged patrons who continued to strike them. Chen Rui, do not be too arrogant. Daring to cause a ruckus and assault within my establishment, I shall not let you go unpunished. Tao Quan, filled with indignation, bellowed in fury before promptly dialing the police. He had resolved that, even at the cost of his entire fortune, he would ensure Chen Rui was imprisoned, never to emerge again. Chen Rui merely chuckled coldly, dismissing his threats entirely. However, he immediately placed a call to Gao Dekang. Upon hanging up, Gao Dekang's fury eclipsed that of Chen Rui. How dare Tao Quan exploit the name of Wen Chang's studio to peddle counterfeit goods? This was akin to tarnishing the reputation of Wen Chang's studio itself. Rallying a group of men, Gao Dekang hastened to the treasure pavilion. Mr. Gao, upon seeing his arrival, the remaining patrons, unwilling to disperse, rushed forward to greet him. Gao Dekang smiled as he acknowledged them, but his gaze turned icy as he faced the group of thugs behind him. Destroy everything in this establishment. Not a single item shall be spared. The cacophony of heavy objects crashing and porcelain shattering filled the air. Tao Quan and his staff watched, their hearts bleeding at the sight, yet the presence of the menacing thugs left them devoid of courage to intervene. At that moment, Fang Ming could only watch in astonishment. Chen Rui, is this your boss? Remarkable. Surely, those he brought along must be from the underworld? Chen Rui smirked, whispering, Mr. Gao has extensive connections, straddling both the light and dark sides. Chapter 45, Leg Severing and Banishment. In less than a minute, the dozen thugs brought by Gao Dekang had obliterated every item in Tao Quan's store, tearing down all the artwork as well. All that remained was a large, opening blue and white vase. At that moment, the leading thug hoisted the vase high. This cannot be destroyed. This cannot be destroyed. Tao Quan's urgent voice echoed. He was acutely aware that everything else in the shop was counterfeit. Their destruction mattered little to him. However, this particular vase was genuine. Though not a masterpiece, Its size and impeccable condition from the Qing dynasty rendered it worth a fortune. Crash! The leading thug ignored Tao Quan's pleas and brought the vase crashing down. Tao Quan's heart shattered. Just then, personnel from the security bureau arrived, their team leader frowning as he inquired about the commotion. It was broad daylight, and such a blatant act of destruction with so many people involved was quite a spectacle. Comrade, Tao Quan, tears streaming down his face, rushed forward, grasping the leader's hand and discreetly slipping him a roll of red bills. You must take charge of this. Look at what these lawless individuals have done to my store. He pointed at the wailing staff and his own bruised face from the recent fall. It was one thing to destroy property, but these thugs had dared to assault as well. Such marauders deserve severe punishment. In that moment, the weeping Tao Quan truly resembled a victim. After hearing his accusations, the leader directly led his team toward Gao Dekang and Chen Rui. Is what this elderly gentleman says true? The leader inquired coldly, his presence less imposing than that of Gao Dekang standing before him. However, the impeccably sharp and imposing uniform was sufficiently intimidating. Many customers who had previously covertly laid hands on the staff quietly slipped away at this moment. Gao Dekang, too, wore a cold smile as he regarded the captain before him, inquiring which precinct he belonged to. Upon hearing this, the captain burst into laughter. What? Do you have connections in the security bureau? Having spent considerable time in the bureau, the captain had encountered many individuals like him, particularly those who mingled in the underworld. Observing the group of fierce-looking thugs adorned with tattoos, he had already classified Gao Dekang as one of them. With disdain, he felt no hesitation in revealing. We are from the Cine precinct. Our chief's surname is Luo. Would you like me to provide you with his number? The captain's words dripped with sarcasm. Gao Dekang, uninterested in engaging in meaningless banter with such a minor character, took out his phone and directly called Chief Luo. Noticing Gao Dekang's demeanor while he was on the call, the captain's contempt deepened. He was quite the actor, appearing convincingly genuine. Amidst the captain's mockery, Gao Dekang swiftly ended the call. Dingling. The captain's phone rang shortly after. Upon seeing the caller ID, he was initially startled. It was indeed Chief Luo calling. Could it be that this fellow was not merely pretending? However, the captain quickly dismissed this thought. A fawning smile crept across his face as he answered the call, not activating the speakerphone, but those nearby could hear the furious shouts emanating from the other end. After ending the call, the captain's face turned as pale as a sheet, and cold sweat streamed down his brow. He bowed and apologized profusely to Gao Dekang. His demeanor so subservient, it was as if he wished to kneel. Gao Dekang, however, was disinclined to quibble with a lowly officer, waving his hand to dismiss the personnel from the security bureau. In the blink of an eye, those individuals had retreated, their speed akin to that of a fleeing specter. Thud! The next moment, the previously arrogant Tao Quan found himself kneeling. President Gao, I was wrong. I truly didn't mean it. I just wanted to earn a little extra for retirement. Considering I have served in Shanghai for nearly a decade, please spare me this time. I promise. There will be no next time. Tao Quan wept profusely, tears streaming down his face as he continued to plead. Gao Dekang coldly snorted, his gaze toward Tao Quan devoid of any compassion, as frigid as eternal ice. I have already given you a chance, yet you failed to cherish it. Someone, break his legs. With that command, several thugs advanced, dragging Tao Quan aside. President Gao, I beg you. I have followed you for so many years. I may not have achievements, but I have endured hardships. Tao Quan's pleas echoed on, yet Gao Dekang and the thugs remained indifferent. The wretched cries of Tao Quan, more harrowing than those of a slaughtered pig, pierced the air as the thugs commenced their work. When they finally ceased, Tao Quan was in such agony that he lacked the strength to scream further. I will inform the collectibles community, and from this day forth, I shall completely blacklist you. Gao Dechang's icy voice resonated at that moment. In a state of despair, Tao Quan spat blood on the spot. However, Gao Dekang did not spare him a glance, turning instead to Chen Rui and Fong Ming with a smile upon his face. I'm truly grateful for your assistance today. To show my appreciation, I shall treat you tonight. As he spoke, Gao Dekang pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and with a few taps, transferred a sum of money. He then addressed the lead thug. Thank you for your hard work today. Please ensure the brothers enjoy a hearty meal. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the lead thug departed with his associates, while Gao Dekang personally drove Chen Rui and Fong Ming to a nearby restaurant. During the meal, Gao Dekang, concerned about Chen Rui's injury, refrained from toasting him excessively, instead pouring many drinks for Fong Ming. The atmosphere was one of conviviality. After a satisfying meal, Gao Deking looked at Chen Rui with a smile. Given your injury, you should refrain from work for the next few days. However, you must attend the tea gathering in 2 days. Noticing Chen Rui's attire, which had been worn for over 2 years, he frowned. You are now the sole master of my Wenchang studio. This appearance. Find the time to purchase a few new outfits. Do not skimp on yourself. With that, he transferred another sum of money to Chen Rui and, with a casual wave, called for the bill. The following day, with no obligation to work, Chen Rui slept in until well past noon. Without waking Fong Ming, he ventured out alone to select suitable clothing for the tea gathering. Just as he stepped out of the community, his phone rang. It was Zhu Xuyan. Where are you now? I just left home, preparing to buy a few things. You mean clothes, right? I just spoke with Mr. Gao. I'll send you my location. Take a taxi over, and I'll accompany you. Before Chen Rui could refuse, she hung up. Upon arriving at Crystal Island Mall, Chen Rui found himself waiting at the entrance for 10 minutes before Zhu Xuyan arrived, breathless. I'm so sorry. The parking lot was full, and it took me ages to find spot. Thank you for waiting. With a smile, Chen Rui shook his head. It's no trouble. I just got here myself. Once Zhu Xuyan caught her breath, she furrowed her brow. Honestly, you're injured. How could you stand outside in the cold waiting for me? Why didn't you go inside first? I heard from Mr. Gao that you got into a scuffle yesterday. Are you trying to worry me to death? Show me your wound to see if it has worsened. As she spoke, she reached for Chen Rui's shirt. Hastily, he covered his abdomen and stepped back. It's nothing. Look at me, I'm perfectly fine. He even jumped lightly to demonstrate. Zhu Xuyan's concern deepened, and she quickly grasped his arm, pressing him down. With that kind of movement, how can you be all right? Your wound must surely have reopened. Let me see it. She vividly recalled how, when the doctor cleaned his wound, there had been a deep gash in his abdomen. Such an injury would not heal in less than 10 days to half a month. Chen Rui felt increasingly helpless. The wound on his abdomen had already healed completely, with not even a scar remaining, thanks to spiritual energy. He could not reveal it to her. The air outside was poor, and exposing the bandage might lead to infection. With a wry smile, Chen Rui spoke. It was only then that Zhu Xuyan ceased her insistence, repeatedly advising Chen Rui to take his time as they walked. Engaged in conversation, they made their way to a boutique men's clothing store in the mall. Upon entering the shop, Zhu Xuyan immediately busied herself, meticulously examining every garment before selecting a dozen outfits for Chen Rui to try on. After trying on numerous ensembles, Zhu Xuyan remained unsatisfied, urging him to continue. The ever-smiling attendant's expression faltered at this point, while the other staff began to murmur. Were these two genuinely here to purchase clothing? It seemed they had nearly tried on all the garments in the store. The man certainly didn't appear to be someone who could afford such luxuries. Xiaolon was foolishly patient with such customers. One remarked, and another chuckled in agreement. Xiaolon, however, was not foolish, although the man seemed lacking the woman. Just look at her attire. Her clothing, shoes, and handbag were all high-end, limited editions. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged envious laughter, presuming Chen Rui to be a kept man by Zhu Xuyan. With impeccable hearing, Chen Rui caught every word of their conversation, but chose to remain indifferent. How about this outfit? It should suffice, right? He asked, stepping out of the fitting room. Uncertainty lacing his tone. At that moment, Zhu Xuyan gazed at him, captivated. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. Perfect, absolutely perfect. Wait, I now know what style suits you best. With this, she darted towards a nearby rack to select more clothing. Indeed, her pace quickened. In merely 10 minutes, Zhu Xuyan had chosen a tang suit and 2 suits for Chen Rui, one of which he was currently wearing. His demeanor transformed entirely. Gone was the air of poverty, replaced by an elegant, gentlemanly aura. I'll take these 3, please, she instructed the attendant with a smile. The attendant's expression brightened with sincerity. This way to the cash register, Mississippi. Yet internally, she couldn't suppress her ridicule. Her initial assumptions had proven correct. This young man was indeed a kept man. Charge it to my account, she thought. However, the next moment, Chen Rui presented his bank card to the attendant. She raised an eyebrow in surprise. Not accepting the card just yet. Sir, your total is 58,000 yuan, she stated, subtly indicating her doubt regarding his ability to pay. Nonetheless, Chen Rui remained resolute. The sound of a successful transaction resonated through the store, leaving the attendants in astonishment, though they quickly resumed their internal mockery. To win over a wealthy beauty, he seemed willing to spend lavishly. Little did they know, 58,000 yuan was hardly a burden for Chen Rui, especially since Gao Dekang had transferred him 100,000 specifically for shopping. Carrying the bag, Chen Rui turned to Zhu Xuyan as they left. Thank you for today. You must be tired from shopping. Shall I treat you to a coffee? He offered with a smile. Zhu Xuyan, however, raised an eyebrow and shook her head. Do you think this is the end? The clothes have already been purchased, but your hairstyle still requires change. As the words fell, Chen Rui touched his short crew cut. Surely, there is no need to change the hairstyle. Besides, with hair this short, what style could I possibly adopt? However, Zhu Xuyan, without a hint of hesitation, directly pulled Chen Rui towards a salon upstairs. The transformation of his hairstyle cost Chen Rui 1,688. To be honest, he felt a pang of pain when settling the bill. Previously, he thought 68 was already too expensive. At the entrance of the salon, Zhu Xuyan surveyed the newly refreshed Chen Rui and was quite satisfied. Not bad, not bad. You look much more presentable now. Let's go for coffee. With that, she dragged Chen Rui towards the elevator. Xuyan, what a coincidence. You're here too. Do you have time? Let me treat you to coffee. Before they reached the elevator, a well-dressed young gentleman greeted them with delight, his gaze fixed solely on Zhu Xuyan, completely ignoring Chen Rui. The fervent gaze was undoubtedly that of Zhu Xuyan's admirer. However, Zhu Xuyan frowned at the enthusiastic young man. Not at all a coincidence, and I'm quite busy. Don't block the way. I have a date to attend. Saying this, she boldly obstructed Chen Rui's arm. The smile on the young gentleman's face instantly froze, and only then did he finally look directly at Chen Rui, his expression icy and disdainful. Although Chen Rui now sported a decent suit and hairstyle, could this rich heir truly fail to perceive the impoverished aura of his rival? The shoes he wore were utterly lackluster, and he didn't even possess a watch. Kid, if you know what is good for you, scram quickly. Xuyan is not someone you can dare to aspire to. Zhu Xuyan, clearly displeased, shot him an angry glare. Son, you're overstepping your bounds. Who I choose to befriend is my own business. You, on the other hand, should step aside. Despite Zhu Xuyan's furious rebuke, the young gentleman remained unperturbed. He forced a smile, feigning politeness as he patted Chen Rui's shoulder. Don't be ungrateful. If I let you go, it's for your own good. If you keep clinging to Xuyan, who knows, you might just end up in trouble with Brother Lin. By the way, you probably don't even know who Brother Lin is, do you? Before he could continue his explanation, Zhu Xuyan stifled a laugh. The young gentleman's brow furrowed. Xuyan, what are you laughing at? Am I wrong? Brother Lin would never allow you to associate with a pauper like him. With that, Zhu Xuyan laughed even more heartily. Chapter 47. A Huge Misunderstanding. Hee hee hee. Zhu Xuyan's laughter rang out like silver bells. Not only did the young gentleman frown, but Chen Rui too raised an eyebrow in confusion. Was it truly that amusing? After a while, Zhu Xuyan finally ceased her laughter, raising an eyebrow with a triumphant air. If you expect Brother Lin to teach Chen Rui a lesson, you shall be sorely disappointed. As she spoke, Zhu Xuyan pulled out her phone and opened her WeChat chat history. Look here, currently, Chen Rui holds more weight in Brother Lin's eyes than I do. As the young gentleman examined the chat history, Chen Rui, with keen observation, felt a little awkward as he rubbed his nose. It seemed that Brother Lin had genuinely misunderstood. He had even encouraged Zhu Xuyan to interact with him amicably, advising her not to throw tantrums without reason. The young gentleman remained frozen in disbelief. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, leaving the young gentleman in disarray, casting a shadow of existential doubt upon his life. His family background, when compared to the Zhu family and their neighbors, paled considerably, yet in Zhongdu they still counted as an esteemed lineage. He himself was a diligent and reliable individual, currently managing a branch of the family business with considerable success. Yet, Lin Gu still looked down upon him, repeatedly warning him to refrain from harboring any designs on Zhu Xuyan. As for that lad, named Chen Rui, he was unfamiliar to him, but it was certain he did not belong to the upper echelons of Zhongdu society. To Lin Ji's astonishment, he found merit in the young man. After what felt like an eternity, the young gentleman finally emerged from his shock, promptly retrieving his phone to call a friend. You are quite close to Lin Gu. May I inquire about something? Have you heard of a fellow named Chen Rui? His inquiry elicited gasps of astonishment from the other end, leading to a lengthy discussion that lasted a good half hour. They recounted how Lin Gu had gone so far as to unceremoniously kick Fang Hongjian off a stretcher to ensure that Chen Rui received treatment first. It was rumored that this incident was far from over. Lin Gu had even visited Fang Hongjian in the hospital to deliver a stern warning, asserting that should Fang overstep again, he would obliterate both him and the Fang family. After hanging up, the young gentleman was drenched in cold sweat. His friend had informed him that Chen Rui was merely an obscure appraiser, yet he remained unconvinced. Lin Gu was no ordinary individual. Why would he take an interest in a young appraiser? He speculated that Chen Rui hailed from an illustrious family in Kyoto. In pursuit of Chen Rui and Zhu Xuyan, who were leisurely conversing as they walked, the young gentleman hastened his pace. Upon reaching the entrance of the mall, he caught sight of their retreating figures and quickened his step to catch up. Chen Gongzi, I must apologize for my previous oversight. Please do not take it to heart. Allow me the chance to make amends. Let me treat you to a meal. As his words fell, Chen Rui was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Just moments ago, the proud young gentleman had behaved like a peacock, and now he appeared so humble before him. Being courteous, Chen Rui did not put on airs. With a serene smile, he replied, "It's merely a trivial matter. I hardly gave it second thought, so you need not worry. Also, I come from modest background, so please refrain from calling me Gongzi. As for the meal, we have other matters to attend to." The young gentleman interpreted Chen Rui's refusal as an aversion to revealing his family background, nodding in understanding. "In that case, I shall not intrude on your outing. My name is Sun Jikai. Should you encounter any matters in Modu where you find it inconvenient to act, do not hesitate to call me." He extended a business card, and once Chen Rui accepted it, Sun Jikai exhaled with relief as he departed, as if he had just resolved a troublesome issue. Chen Rui, meanwhile, rubbed his nose in confusion. Zhu Xuyan raised an eyebrow and laughed, offering clarification. He likely misunderstood, but it's of no consequence. For now on, with Lingu and me looking out for you, your background is more than sufficient. It is only natural for him to be wary of you. As the two conversed, they strolled down the street and found a charming cafe for afternoon tea. After spending an hour there, they enjoyed dinner. Yet Zhu Xuyan still felt unsatisfied and insisted on accompanying Chen Rui to buy shoes. They wandered until darkness enveloped the sky, and she suddenly recalled Chen Rui's injury. "I completely forgot. You need a rest," she said apologetically as she drove her fiery red BMW, personally escorting Chen Rui to the Binjiang community. At the entrance of the apartment, the beautiful neighbor, Tang Ying, was anxiously pacing. "Miss Tang, is there anything I can assist you with?" Chen Rui inquired with a smile as he approached her. Upon hearing his voice, Tang Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. "Why, you are Chen Rui?" she stammered, unable to comprehend. However, Chen Rui's voice felt strikingly familiar. "What's wrong? Have you forgotten me after just a few days?" he teased with a smile. As his familiar voice resonated again, Tang Ying finally confirmed his identity, her astonishment intensifying. "You haven't gone to Korea for plastic surgery, have you?" "No, that can't be. Recovery can't be this swift." Although Chen Rui's appearance remained unchanged, his hairstyle and attire had transformed him entirely, exuding a different aura. To Tang Ying, he seemed almost as if he had undergone cosmetic surgery. Her gaze towards him was not only filled with shock, but also a hint of admiration. "By the way, I meant to ask you last time, your skin is so flawless. What skincare products do you use?" Chen Rui, puzzled, touched his own face and was equally astonished. He had not noticed before, but indeed it felt smooth and delicate, likely due to some innate vitality. "What skincare products does a man like me use?" "This is probably just natural," he replied dismissively before steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. "You were waiting for me, right? Is there something you need?" Tang Ying suddenly smacked her forehead, nearly forgetting. "The water pipe in my apartment is broken, and the water is about to flood the living room. Could I trouble you to fix it again?" Just then, the door of the opposite apartment creaked open. Fang Ming peeked out, staring at Chen Rui in astonishment. Despite Chen Rui's changed appearance, their years of friendship allowed him to recognize him instantly, though he couldn't suppress his surprise. Gazing at Tang Ying, he appeared equally impressed, but showed no intention of offering assistance, jokingly remarking, "Beautiful lady, besides fixing water pipes, Chen Rui can also repair lights and electrical wiring. His skills in unclogging drains are even more commendable." With that, he closed the door before Chen Rui could react. Dan Jing, Pu Dao, wondered if there was a drain in their apartment that needed unclogging. Chapter 48, Stunning Everyone. Inside the adjacent apartment, Fang Ming listened intently to Tang Ying's words, silently laughing, his smile stretching from ear to ear. When they were fresh out of college and broke, they lived in a basement where the drains were perpetually clogged. Chen Rui's calm explanation followed. Fang Ming gave him a thumbs up through the door. "Please wait a moment. I'll change my clothes and join you." In Tang Ying's apartment, the bathroom door was firmly shut. As Chen Rui opened it, a cascade of water sounds greeted him. It was not particularly severe. The bathroom's drainage system functioned impeccably, with the gushing water from the pipe being efficiently directed to the sewer without spilling into the living room. Chen Rui merely glanced at it and discerned that it was a minor issue. A connection in the plumbing had loosened, and due to excessive water pressure, it had burst open. After shutting off the main valve of the apartment, Chen Rui expertly reattached the pipe for Tang Ying, meticulously inspected for any further complications, and only then accepted the clean towel she handed him at the door. All fixed, and I've checked the other pipes as well. There are no issues, Chen Rui remarked while drying his hands. As he spoke, a silent smile of irony crossed his face. Indeed, his beautiful neighbor was stunning, yet he harbored no ulterior motives. Are you baking bread? It smells delightful, he suddenly inquired, taking a deep breath. Tang Ying, her eyes gleaming with delight, chuckled and replied, I made some pastries. They just came out of the oven. Come sit and try some. With that, she dashed towards the kitchen, her graceful figure captivating, embodying the essence of a sensual muse. Yet her demeanor radiated the charm of a playful sprite. Chen Rui found himself momentarily entranced. Soon, Tang Ying emerged from the kitchen, a tray in hand, the fragrant aroma intensifying, tantalizing his senses. When she placed the platter of pastries on the coffee table, Chen Rui couldn't help but be amused. The pastries were exquisitely shaped, yet they were undeniably adorable, resembling kittens, bunnies, and pandas. Please, help yourself. There's plenty more, Tang Ying encouraged warmly as she went to fetch drinks for Chen Rui. Picking up a panda-shaped pastry, he took a delicate bite. By the time Tang Ying returned with the beverages, he had devoured the entire platter. Gazing at the spotless dish, Tang Ying was momentarily taken aback. Chen Rui felt a bit sheepish, having succumbed to their deliciousness so easily. Tang Ying giggled and brought out 2 more trays. This time, Chen Rui managed to moderate his pace. Although he continued to eat, he savored his bites more slowly. They chatted amiably as they indulged. During their light-hearted conversation, Chen Rui discovered that Tang Ying was a pastry chef. By the way, what do you do? She inquired. Chen Rui smiled modestly. I dabble in the antique trade, modestly qualifying as an appraiser. Upon hearing this, Tang Ying's smile faltered slightly. Despite having only met twice, she held a favorable impression of him and had occasionally pondered the potential of a future together. A young appraiser could hardly be a master. He was likely just an apprentice, and the wages of an apprentice were notoriously meager. Chen Rui's residence was probably provided by his company, suggesting he had either a good employer or an exceptional mentor. Tang Ying sighed inwardly, realizing that while she had no qualms, her family would undoubtedly disapprove. However, she quickly laughed to herself, reminding herself that they were merely neighbors and friends, and she was overthinking things. In the brief span of a moment, though her thoughts raced, her expression of tension lasted merely seconds. Chen Rui remained oblivious, continuing their light banter. After finishing the 2 trays of pastries, Tang Ying prepared to fetch more for Chen Rui, but he graciously declined and bid her farewell. Upon reaching the entrance of the apartment, just as I pressed the password, the door across from me swung open. Fang Ming approached with a playful grin, teasing me with his words. An hour's worth of effort, and your combat prowess is commendable. I clapped him on the shoulder, dismissing his banter. Nonsense, I merely assisted in fixing the plumbing and indulged in some pastries. Fang Ming raised an eyebrow, chuckling, clearly. You have forgotten your friends and the allure of beauty, yet you speak so grandly. He harbored no illusions about the quality of the pastries made by Tang Ying and felt no regret. The beauty upstairs was ethereal, almost otherworldly. It was a feat just to produce pastries, let alone expect them to be delectable. The following day, at the crack of dawn, Gao Dekang personally came to the Binjiang community to fetch me. I was already prepared. Inside the car, with the driver at the wheel, Gao Dekang and I settled into the back seat. There are 12 antique shops participating in this event, all of which have long-standing ties with our studio, so you needn't be overly formal. He then outlined the general proceedings of the tea gathering, introducing the 12 antique dealers, particularly highlighting the esteemed masters in attendance. He emphasized a few individuals whom he deemed potential rivals for me. As he concluded his remarks, the vehicle came to a halt at the parking lot of the tea house, owned by one of the antique shop proprietors who had closed for the day in honor of the tea gathering. At that moment, many attendees had already arrived. Upon seeing us approach, they rose in unison, greeting Gao Dekang warmly. Hello, General Gao. Hello, Boss Yao. After the greetings, their attention shifted to me, only to inadvertently glance at Gao Dekang behind me. More familiar faces began to arrive, primarily members from other antique shops. Observing this, a sense of surprise washed over the crowd. Gao Dekang had effectively ostracized Tao Quan from the industry. Everyone knew the reason. Yet his decision to bring only a single young protege raised eyebrows. Was Gao Dekang, a man who valued his reputation above all, truly unconcerned about the potential embarrassment? This must be the young master from Wenchang Studio, the new contender, they murmured. Indeed, he possesses a striking appearance and exceptional demeanor. despite their varied thoughts. They generously lavished compliments upon me, though none pertained to my skills in appraising antiques. Just then, a light laugh echoed through the air. Zhu Xuyan had arrived, and upon hearing the flattery directed at me, she couldn't help but chuckle. Gentlemen, should you underestimate Chen Rui simply because of his youth, you shall surely regret it later. Her words were met with indifference by the shop owners and masters present, yet the younger attendees fell silent in awe. Zhu Xuyan's beauty was enough to captivate the entire room. Chapter 49, the main event. Ahem. The fervent gazes of the young men displeased Zhu Xuyan, and she stifled a smile with a slight cough. Recognizing her status, those aware of her lineage promptly reined in their youthful protégés. After all, she was the eldest daughter of the Zhu family, and provoking her would be a grave misstep, under the hushed or whispered warnings of their elders. The fervent gazes of the young ones were momentarily tempered, yet their hearts burned with even greater intensity. The evident trepidation exhibited by their seniors hinted at the extraordinary status of Miss Zhu, especially at this moment. As the revered masters of the antique trade approached her with warmth, even flattery, it became clear that winning the favor of such an esteemed young lady could elevate one to unprecedented heights. Greetings, Miss Zhu. I am Xiaowei, the young master of Tianpin Xian. As the various business leaders exchanged pleasantries with Zhu Xuyan, a throng of young admirers encircled her, each striving to exhibit their most charming demeanor, eager to impress and befriend her. However, Zhu Xuyan maintained a demeanor of indifference. Turning to Chen Rui, her icy facade melted in an instant, revealing a radiant smile. She rushed over, linking her arm with his, and without a hint of hesitation, she led him to a secluded tea table. My taste is impeccable. This Tang suit looks splendid on you, truly more handsome than Pan and chatting animatedly. Zhu Xuyan's vibrant demeanor was a stark contrast to her earlier coldness. Meanwhile, the masters and proprietors of the antique world engaged in congenial exchanges. Yet, the young apprentices and the younger generations accompanying the bosses were preoccupied, their gazes converging upon the corner table. They looked at Chen Rui with palpable envy. Who was this young man? Just an ordinary appraiser? Hadn't Mr. Gao mentioned he was the master of Wenchang Zhai? Such a youthful master. If he lacked a significant background, who would believe it? Whispers of jealousy circulated among the young men, rife with speculation. Finally, one apprentice recognized Chen Rui. I believe I saw him last time I delivered items to Wenchang Zhai. Back then, he was merely an apprentice. I heard he hails from a humble background, quite impoverished. With this revelation, the crowd's perception of Chen Rui shifted, laden with skepticism. A penniless wretch. Perhaps he merely caught Gao Dekang's eye by sheer luck, which led to his elevation as a master. Yet, he remains oblivious to his own limitations, foolishly aspiring for the unattainable. At this moment, the young men were eager to prove themselves in the upcoming appraisal competition, intent on demonstrating to their beloved swan, Zhu Xuyan, that Chen Rui was nothing beyond a handsome facade. Soon, all the invited guests had arrived. The host of the tea gathering instructed the servers to bring forth fine tea and refreshments. The tea, while not comparable to the finest of Hong Pao, still enveloped the room in a delightful aroma that was intoxicating. Chen Rui inhaled the fragrant steam deeply, and the agitation stirred by the young men's gossip subsided into tranquility. With his current abilities, competing against these youths would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, an affront to the extraordinary powers he had acquired. Gazing at the exquisite refreshments before him, Chen Rui took another deep breath. The pastries are delightful, rivaling even those crafted by the esteemed pastry chef we specially invited from Hangzhou, Sheng Hui, doing douji. At that moment, Zhu Xuyan nudged a plate of delicacies toward Chen Rui. The fragrance that wafted toward him was enticing, and he found it strangely familiar. Without hesitation, he took a piece and placed it in his mouth. The pastries were exquisitely shaped, resembling lifelike lotus flowers. As he savored the taste, a lingering sweetness enveloped his palate, and a flicker of astonishment appeared in his eyes. This flavor felt oddly reminiscent, yet he could not recall where he had encountered it before. In the tea house kitchen, a group of staff members had just concluded their tasks. Numerous treasure appraisal masters, accompanied by several charming young individuals, had arrived earlier. A few young women engaged in conversation before someone suggested they step outside for a look. However, the reality of their outing was merely to gather at the kitchen door for a glimpse. Among them was Chen Rui's beautiful neighbor, Tang Ying. As she observed, Tang Ying suddenly froze in disbelief. How could he be here? Seeing Chen Rui clad in a traditional Tang suit left her utterly astonished. Those worthy of attending such a tea gathering, even if they were merely apprentices, were certainly not ordinary, They were destined to become masters in the art of treasure appraisal. Could Chen Rui possess such talent? At that moment, Tang Ying found herself deeply skeptical. Have you finished looking? Show me once you're done, urged the girl at the back, persistently pulling at the others. The kitchen door was narrow, and it could hardly accommodate more than a few people at once. Stop shoving. Suddenly, amid the commotion, a girl stumbled and fell to the ground. The noise startled the guests in the front hall, drawing their attention to the girl sprawled on the floor. Dang Jing! Upon recognizing the familiar figure, Chen Rui couldn't help but exclaim. As the well-known voice reached her ears, Tang Ying was struck dumb, wishing she could vanish into the ground. How mortifying! It was bad enough to fall in front of so many people. To encounter an acquaintance made it all the more awkward. What a coincidence! Attempting to appear composed, she greeted Chen Rui, then joined the other girls in apologizing to the guests before hurriedly retreating to the kitchen. The young girls were merely a minor distraction, and the guests quickly brushed off the incident, returning to their tea and conversation. In the kitchen, however, Tang Ying found herself surrounded by her colleagues. Tang Ying, you're impressive. You know that distinguished guest out front? One asked. He can't possibly be your boyfriend. Can he? You've kept that a secret quite well. Tang Ying, bombarded with questions, offered explanations that only muddled the situation further, leaving her increasingly flustered. Yet, inexplicably, a sense of joy blossomed within her. As the hour of interaction concluded, the host of the tea gathering tapped the table and moved to the center. The main event of the tea gathering was about to commence. Please follow me to the reception hall. Soon, everyone congregated in the reception area. Small tea tables were arranged in a circle, facilitating conversation among the guests. The highlight of the occasion was, of course, the treasure appraisal competition that had been previously introduced to Chen Rui by Gao Dekang. In the first round, 12 antique shops each presented a significant item, and the evaluators were tasked with authenticating and appraising these pieces. At this moment, not a single item was displayed, yet the attendees were already brimming with anticipation. Eager to witness Chen Rui's potential embarrassment before Zhu Xuyan, particularly the younger individuals present, many of whom felt unqualified to compete yet were keen to see him falter. Chapter 50. He declared it fake, thus it was fake. The first round of the competition commenced. In the center of the reception room, a rectangular table was meticulously arranged, surrounded by a circular formation of small tea tables. The proprietors of the 12 antique shops presented their respective significant items, placing them upon the table. Soon, the 12 exquisite artifacts were displayed. The 12 participants of the first round stepped forward, each representing their shop with an elite appraiser. The majority were over 50, with only a couple in their 40s and merely 2 young individuals under 30, one of whom was Chen Rui. The 12 representatives approached the rectangular table, each grasping a form and a pen, and commenced their evaluations. The reception room fell into a profound silence. Not only the 12 representatives, but all eyes were fixated on the 12 exquisite artifacts laid out on the table. Yet, not a single word was uttered. Soon, the sound of pens scratching against paper filled the air, and expressions of astonishment emerged among the onlookers. Chen Rui was remarkably swift. While the other representatives were still assessing the first artifact, he had already begun to write his conclusions. Observing this, many seated spectators began to shake their heads, harboring no hope for Chen Rui. Indeed, he was still too young. As time continued to pass, the other representatives eventually picked up their pens, recording their evaluations of the authenticity of the first artifact and assigning their perceived values to it, before moving on to the next item. Tick-tock. In the midst of the quiet, the clock on the wall ticked away, its second hand whirling rapidly. This clock was specifically designated for timing the competition, though it seemed more ornamental than functional. The first round was limited to 1 hour. However, those dispatched by the antique shops were all masters of appraisal, and if they could not complete their evaluations within the allotted time, they would hardly be qualified to participate. At this moment, a quarter of an hour had already elapsed, and Chen Rui was still diligently writing away. Shortly thereafter, he placed his evaluation form down. The surrounding crowd was left astonished. The other representatives, at their fastest, had only managed to assess half of the 12 exquisite artifacts, while Chen Rui had astonishingly completed his evaluations. Such speed was unprecedented. Soon enough, both the other representatives and the spectators began to shake their heads and smile. Those young individuals who harbored jealousy due to Zhu Xuyan's evident favoritism towards Chen Rui cast scornful glances in his direction. Indeed, he seemed to be merely an apprentice who had fortuitously been promoted beyond his merit. This lad must have realized his lack of discernment. His evaluations were likely nothing more than a waste of time, as he scribbled without care. Among those sharing similar sentiments were the proprietors and masters of various antique shops, who cast enigmatic smiles toward Gao Dekang. Unperturbed, Gao Dekang continued to savor his tea, exhibiting no sign of concern. Tick-tock. As time slipped away, the final contestant submitted their assessment. The competition had concluded. The staff presented the 12 evaluation forms for collective review by the 12 proprietors. The outcome was about to become evident. Yet, amid the anticipation, two of the owners could not suppress their sighs. The youthful participants, still unaware of the results, turned their gaze toward Gao Dekang, whose inscrutable smile rendered it impossible to discern whether Wenchang's studio had triumphed or faltered. Soon, the host of the tea gathering rose to announce the results of the first round. Congratulations were in order for 10 representatives who successfully advanced. Regrettably, 2 were eliminated, Moyakshuan and Wabioj. Although the owners of these 2 establishments were already privy to the outcome, they could not help but smile ruefully. The young attendees, however, stood in stunned silence, all eyes converging on Chen Rui in disbelief. How could this be? This lad submitted his assessment in 15 minutes and was not eliminated? Dad, did you misjudge? Did this kid's evaluation actually pass? Inquired a young master from a nearby antique shop. His father shot him a disapproving glance, then regarded Chen Rui with a mixture of admiration and envy. This young man, despite his age, possessed a keen eye, and Gao was indeed fortunate to have him. Subsequently, several proprietors expressed their envy toward Gao Dekang, with some even half-jokingly suggesting that Chen Rui consider a job change. Quickly, the second round of the competition commenced. 5 new items were placed upon the long table, each hailing from a different antique shop, determined by a draw. This round entailed not only identifying the authenticity of the items, but also providing the reasoning behind their evaluations. Once again, the advancing representatives would assess simultaneously, utilizing a silent writing method to ensure fairness. Yet, for Chen Rui, this competition felt akin to cheating. With a mere glance at the 5 items before him, he could immediately ascertain their authenticity. If an item was a counterfeit, his abilities would remain dormant. However, if it were genuine, a wealth of information regarding its provenance would flood his mind. The Northern Song Dynasty Ru Kiln Sunflower Basin. To avoid drawing too much attention, Chen Rui would jot down the information mentally for a few moments before moving on to the next item. The entire process took him less than 20 minutes. As Chen Rui once again submitted his evaluation ahead of time, the same proprietors who had previously admired him began to shake their heads in disbelief. Indeed, he was still too young. Yet, some pondered whether Chen Rui might achieve another miracle. Soon, the results were unveiled. After the 12 owners reviewed the evaluations, the host of the tea gathering announced the outcomes. The first place was awarded to Songjin Pavilion, Master Gudong. The second place went to Wenchang Studio, Master Chen Rui. The rankings were still being announced, yet many in attendance, particularly the younger individuals, had already lost interest. They gazed at Chen Rui with envy and a hint of resentment. Although he secured the second place, at his age, this achievement was commendable. The first place, Gudong, was also young, but he had long been established in the field and hailed from a family of collectors. Was there truly a comparison to be made between him and Chen Rui? It was unfortunate that despite Master Chen's nearly flawless answers, he misjudged the authenticity of the vase. Nevertheless, being young and only misidentifying a treasure once in 5 attempts was still a respectable feat. However, dear brother, while it is acceptable to miss a treasure, one must never err in purchasing a counterfeit at a high price, lest you find yourself financially depleted at Gao Zong's shop. Several proprietors jested, poking fun at Gao Dekang. Yet, there may have been ulterior motives at play, as some sought to sow discord between the two and potentially lure Chen Rui away. Gao Dekang, however, suddenly shook his head and spoke. The rankings were determined by our votes, and I have no objections. But if Chen Rui asserts that the vase is fake, then it must indeed be fake. Chapter 51. The Scene of Chaos. As Gao Dechang's words echoed, the entire assembly was taken aback. Laughter soon erupted among the proprietors. Old Gao, it is commendable to appreciate the youth, but blind admiration is unwarranted, is it not? A loss is a loss. There is no shame in second place. Are you still unconvinced? Indeed, we have never seen you at Wenchang's studio take first place, even when Master Tao was present. The crowd continued to urge him. Yet Gao Dekang remained resolute, exuding confidence. This is not blind admiration, it is self-assurance. In terms of discerning treasures, I may not match even one of your eyes. Yet when it comes to recognizing people, you collectively may not surpass me. Upon hearing this, the other proprietors erupted into further laughter. Old Gao, you are rather arrogant. This is quite the public affront. It is unlike you. The facts were laid bare before them, yet he remained unconvinced, oblivious to the ruse. At this point, the host of the tea gathering, Boss Yao, retrieved Chen Rui's appraisal sheet, intending to have Gao Dekang scrutinize it closely to accept the reality. Previously, all the proprietors had known the vase was genuine, thus they had not even glanced at Chen Rui's reasoning written afterwards. Now, as they prepared to examine it closely, Boss Yao was immediately struck with astonishment. Observing his expression, the other proprietors leaned in to take a look. Those who had seen it were all left in shock, their eyes wide with incredulity. Chen Rui's basis for deeming the item counterfeit was astoundingly simple, consisting of just a single sentence. Intuition suggests it is fake. Was this a farce? At this moment, all the proprietors present had read Chen Rui's appraisal, their gazes converging on Gao Dekang. Could it be that Chen Rui is his illegitimate son? How could he defend him so irrationally? As the crowd's focus intensified, Gao Dekang remained unabashedly confident. Chen Rui, please step forward and elaborate on how you discern that this vase is counterfeit. Yet, Chen Rui could only manage a bitter smile. His abilities allowed him to determine the authenticity of genuine items, yet he had no reaction to the counterfeit. His assertion that the genuine vase was fake was also rooted in his abilities. However, the reason for the doubt remained elusive to him. Many antiques, upon closer inspection, reveal their flaws if they are indeed counterfeit. Yet this particular piece, despite Chen Rui scrutinizing it for over 10 minutes, offered no hints of its authenticity. Perhaps I have misjudged, he thought. Let us return to the tea gathering. Rising from his seat, Chen Rui apologetically clasped his fists in front of the assembly. Gao Dekang, however, shot him a piercing glare, asserting that perhaps was not sufficient. It was either genuine or it was not. Intuition is indeed a skill in identifying treasures. If you believe in your instincts, then you must stand firm. Speak up and elucidate why you suspect this Mei vase to be a forgery. With no option to decline, Chen Rui stepped forward and grasped the square Mei vase. This exquisite Yuan-era blue and white Mei vase stood 45 centimeters tall, its body adorned with peony motifs. The flowers vibrant and plump, the branches elegantly sprawling. The shoulder featured a design of peacocks amidst peonies, arranged with a refreshing clarity, the brushwork vigorous, and the colors vivid. Even more remarkable was the fact that the lid was intact. Regardless of perspective, this was undoubtedly a superb example of Yuan blue and white porcelain. Yet, upon tactile examination, a sense of discord became apparent. Authentic Yuan blue and white should possess a texture as smooth as jade, but this piece felt rather coarse. As soon as he spoke, a derisive laugh interrupted him. The laughter came from Gu Dong of Songjin Pavilion, the top contender of the first round. As one of the only two young men among the masters present, Gu Dong was equally captivated by Zhu Shuyan upon first sight. However, despite his first-place victory, Zhu Shuyan had not spared him a second glance, intensifying his irritation towards Chen Rui. He stood up, frowning, and pointed at Chen Rui mockingly. The legacy of Yuan blue and white spans over a millennium. Improper preservation can lead to considerable wear, affecting the texture. To deem this Mei vase a forgery solely based on its rough feel is indeed ludicrous. At this, Zhu Shuyan sprang up in a fury. You are the one being ridiculous. Chen Rui hadn't even finished his statement when you interrupted. She urged Chen Rui to share his other ground for judgment. Listening to her, he could only muster a bitter smile. He genuinely found himself at a loss for words. Zhu Shuyan's defense only fueled Gudong's resentment towards Chen Rui. In the world of antiques, misjudgments are not uncommon and carry no shame, but to stubbornly refuse acknowledgement of a mistake is unworthy of a treasure appraiser. With that, Gudong turned his serious gaze towards the gathered patrons. Such attention-seeking individuals should be disqualified from the competition. His words elicited exchanged glances among the patrons. Although they felt Gudong was overreacting, Chen Rui's actions were undeniably excessive. As Chen Rui remained silent, both Gao Dekang and Zhu Shuyan grew anxious. Almost all the young contenders present began to echo Gudong's sentiments, calling for Chen Rui's disqualification from the competition. Young brother Chen, do not be distressed. Youth brings mistakes that are not so grave. Simply apologize to everyone and admit your misjudgment, and this matter shall be laid to rest, suggested Boss Yao, who was hosting the tea gathering, attempting to ease the tense atmosphere. Yet, Chen Rui could only offer a rueful smile, refusing to speak in his own defense. Upon witnessing this, Gao Dekang and Zhu Shuyan grew increasingly anxious. Could it be that Chen Rui had indeed misjudged the situation yet refused to admit it? Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the reception hall. Several kitchen staff were in hot pursuit of a rooster. which had not only burst into the hall, but was now heading directly for the long table. Quick, protect the artifacts above, Mr. Yao shouted urgently. The crowd rushed forward, cradling all the artifacts in their arms, including the exquisite square yuan blue and white plum vase. However, the hen subsequently soared above the vase and, with a swift motion of its claws, knocked off the top cover. With a crash, the cover shattered, causing Mr. Yao's heart to ache and his gut to twist in regret. In preparation for this tea gathering, he had meticulously selected a fine hen from the orchard to prepare for the guest soup. This hen was indeed remarkable, capable of flight, yet it had resulted in a significant loss. The absence of the cover would drastically diminish the vase's value. The chaotic scene of the chicken's antics was soon brought under control, and the bird was captured. Mr. Yao waved away the trembling staff, his pain deepening. This vase belonged to him. Sighing, he bent down to collect the shards from the ground, contemplating the extent to which it might be restored. Suddenly, he froze, staring at a piece of broken porcelain in his hand, his eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. It was a counterfeit. The revelation sent shockwaves through the room, drawing everyone towards Mr. Yao. The cover was double-layered, and the fragment he held bore a small inscription, Yuan. The clear characters, unmistakably modern, simplified script from the Xia dynasty, rendered the atmosphere eerily silent, as if a pin drop could be heard. The onlookers, transfixed by the pronounced Yuan on the shard, were so astonished that they seemed to forget to breathe. Time appeared to freeze at that moment. Impossible. How could this be fake? I refuse to believe it. Absolutely refuse. Could it be you, you rascal, who orchestrated this? It's undoubtedly you. You know the kitchen staff, and that hen was released by the girl at your behest. Wasn't he it? That inscribed piece of porcelain was also tossed out by you amidst the chaos. Wasn't he it? Unable to accept the truth, Gu Dong lost his composure, rushing forward to grasp Chen Rui's collar for questioning. Suddenly, with a swift punch, Chen Rui retaliated, sending Gu Dong flying. Having now mastered his internal strength, Chen Rui struck with precision, and though Gu Dong was propelled back, he emerged unscathed, quickly rising to his feet. How dare you hit me? I'll take you on, Gu Dong shouted, seizing a nearby teapot, ready to hurl it at Chen Rui. Stop! The voice of the Zongjin pavilion owner rang out, and Gu Dong, regaining a semblance of composure, halted his assault. Nevertheless, his gaze remained a tempest of fury, eyes blazing with wrath. Are you not going to put down that teapot? Is this a setting for violence? It's one thing to misjudge, but to misjudge and then refuse to acknowledge it is the true disgrace. The reprimands from the Zongjin pavilion owner continued to resonate. Gu Dong lowered his head, feigning a demeanor of contrition, yet his downcast eyes betrayed an unwillingness to concede. My dear Chun, I apologize for my lack of discipline. Do not take offense at that young man. With hands clasped in respect, the owner of Zongjin Pavilion courteously conveyed Gu Dong's apologies to Chen Rui. The manner of address had shifted, elevating Chen Rui to appear among them. At this moment, Chen Rui's keen perception was met with genuine admiration. As for the accusation of Chen Rui's deceit, none of the assembled proprietors would lend credence to such a notion. Each antique dealer harbored their own secrets regarding the treasures they chose to unveil, and it was inconceivable that Chen Rui could have prepared a porcelain shard identical in pattern to the cover of that square vase in advance. Oh, it is indeed astonishing that we, seasoned veterans in the world of antiques, find ourselves outshined by a young man. There is no room for denial. At this juncture, Boss Yao also rose to speak, his gaze towards Chen Rui laden with appreciation, even admiration. The other proprietors mirrored Boss Yao's sentiment in their looks towards Chen Rui. Gao Dakang and Zhu Shuyan also displayed expressions of pride, reveling in the moment. See, I told you Chen Rui's judgment would be infallible. Old Yao, you must now concede that your square vase is indeed a forgery, Gao Dakang remarked with a gentle smile, his eyes brimming with triumph. Not so fast. Merely possessing a cover does not conclusively prove the vase is counterfeit, Gu Dong interjected, suddenly struck by a realization. Indeed, while this cover may be a forgery, the vase itself should be genuine. I sense something amiss with the cover, yet the vase reveals no flaws. Can we truly determine its authenticity based solely on a cover and this young man's intuition? Upon uttering these words, uncertainty swept through the crowd. There was merit to this argument. Most crucially, these individuals, having navigated the world of antiques for decades, could not discern any signs of the vase's falsity. In this moment, a glimmer of hope ignited within Boss Yao. The vase belonged to him. Losing a cover was a mere inconvenience. However, should the vase itself prove to be counterfeit, it would result in a total loss, a matter far graver than mere regret. Just then, Amidst the hesitation, one proprietor spoke up. I recall hearing from a friend in Kyoto that a recent batch of high-quality counterfeits has emerged. Their craftsmanship is nothing short of extraordinary, leaving not a single flaw. A remarkable individual identified one as a forgery on the spot, smashing it to reveal modern inscriptions hidden within, resembling the cover of this square vase. At this pronouncement, Gudong chuckled once more. Are you suggesting we shatter this vase to ascertain its authenticity? Upon hearing this, Boss Yao's expression darkened. If the vase were indeed a forgery, smashing it would be of little consequence. Yet, what if it were genuine? It cost him 2 million. Chen Rui, are you certain this vase is a forgery? Zhu Shuiyan inquired at that moment. Chen Rui nodded with unwavering certainty. Zhu Shuiyan smiled, captivating the attention of all the young individuals present, as if ensnaring their very souls. With your reassurance, Boss Yao, go ahead and shatter that vase. If it is genuine, I shall purchase it at the original price. Zhu Shuiyan's words instilled a sense of confidence in Boss Yao. With a resounding crash, the vase was soon reduced to fragments. The crowd surged forward, eagerly picking up the shards from the ground, examining them meticulously. You have lost, my friend. All the pieces are here, and there are no inscriptions to be found. Ancient Dong's boisterous laughter echoed once more. Alas, Boss Yao Sai followed closely behind. The fragments on the silk cloth were not the entirety of the evidence. He still held one piece in his hand. Upon it was distinctly inscribed a single character, fake. The elegant calligraphy seemed to mock the forger. As the porcelain shard was passed around for examination, the onlookers, including the bosses present and even the envious young men, found themselves thoroughly impressed by Chen Rui. At that moment, Zhu Shuiyan flashed a radiant smile at Chen Rui and gave him a thumbs up. Truly, the youth is formidable. Lao Gao, where did you find such a young talent? At this moment, the proprietors of various antique shops did not hesitate to lavish praise upon Chen Rui. Gao Deking beamed broadly, yet feigned humility, saying, Oh, it's nothing at all. This lad Chen Rui is merely lucky. After all, intuition is not always reliable. After some polite exchanges, the third round of the competition commenced. This time, it was less of a contest and more of a showcase. Among the 12 participating antique shops, only 5 remained after the earlier eliminations, and this round was dedicated to displaying their prized finds. Nowadays, sellers are increasingly shrewd. Even a chipped bowl can be claimed as an antique, and if it is genuine, the asking price is astronomical, making it ever more challenging to discover true treasures. However, my master Lin has been fortunate. Look at this Qing dynasty gourd, acquired for 3,000. Amidst the relentless boasting, the exhibition of 3 items concluded. At that moment, the owner of Songjin Pavilion nodded toward Ancient Dong. Proudly, Ancient Dong stepped forward, opened a jade box, and drew forth an ancient sword. Whoosh! A cold gleam flashed, capturing the attention of all present. Without even discussing the price, the sword's exquisite condition was enough to stir the fervor of every man in the vicinity. Chapter 53, A Fortuitous Find. Indeed, it is an exceptional sword. To call it treasure would not be an exaggeration. This price, surely, would not be less than 100,000, would it? 100,000? Sell it to me then. For such a treasure, don't even think of it for less than 150,000. As the crowd admired Ancient Dong sword, they ultimately identified it as a Long Quan sword from the Qing dynasty, estimated at 150,000. At that moment, Ancient Dong's pride was unmistakable. Fortune smiled upon him. The seller was in urgent need of cash and lacked discernment, allowing him to acquire it for merely 60,000. As the words left his lips, envy deepened in the eyes of those around him. Truly, the young master has gained fame at a tender age. His keen eye and luck are enviable indeed. The crowd generously praised Ancient Dong. Listening to their admiration, the owner of Songjin Pavilion felt his smile widen. Previously, he had some regrets about sending Ancient Dong, but now he felt vindicated. Ancient Dong had brought him great honor. At this moment, only the One Chong studio had yet to showcase their acquired treasures in the third round of the competition. Master Chun, it seems you are the sole master artisan representing Wen Chong studio today. I presume the upcoming display will be one of your fortunate finds. Although we are all youthful, I must concede that I cannot compare to you. I hold great admiration for your prowess, Master Chun. Surely, the treasures you have unearthed must far surpass the value of my ancient sword, remarked Gu Dong at that moment. His words appeared to flatter Chen Rui, yet everyone could discern his insincerity. Chen Rui had only recently been appointed as the master artisan at Wen Chong studio, and he had yet to receive his salary. As for the apprentice wages, they barely sufficed for living expenses, with many relying on family support. It was rumored that Chen Rui's family background was quite ordinary. How could he possibly afford to make such fortunate finds? At that moment, the crowd regarded Gu Dong with diminishing respect, their discontent brewing at his aggressive demeanor, which lacked grace. Chen Rui, however, remained unfazed, a gentle smile gracing his features. Indeed, I am not as affluent as Master Gu. My recent acquisition is this jade disc, he stated, producing a modest brocade box, which Zhu Xuyan promptly snatched and opened. However, he did intend to sell it to the art studio. Thus, it could be considered a fortunate find for Wenchang's studio. Chen Rui, is this truly an antique? Zhu Xuyan scrutinized it, harboring doubts. It was not that the jade disc was lacking, but rather that it did not align with her aesthetic sensibilities, having been neglected for a considerable time. The jade disc appeared dull and lackluster. She was not part of the circle, and thus her opinions went unnoticed as others took turns admiring the piece. The jade disc from the Warring States period was well preserved, with intricate carvings that seemed to come alive. However, such jade discs were quite common, and their value was not exceedingly high, typically around 100,000. Boss Yao, the last to appraise it, concluded. With this, the crowd assumed the outcome of the third round could be declared, as the jade disc value was inferior to Gu Dong's sword. Nonetheless, in the interest of fairness, Boss Yao followed procedure and inquired, "How much did you pay for this Warring States jade disc, Brother Chen?" Chen Rui smirked, not rushing to answer. Instead, he held up 3 fingers. 3,000 for a Warring States jade disc. Is that truly worthy of your pride? Gu Dong interjected, unable to contain his dissatisfaction. Although 3,000 could be considered a bargain, he could not bear to see Chen Rui gain any recognition. Boss Yao disregarded Gu Dong's comment and cheerfully asked Chen Rui, 300? If it were 300, then this round of competition would indeed be won by Chen Rui. However, Chen Rui promptly shook his head. Alas, the boss sighed in disappointment. If it wasn't T300, then it must be 3,000. Truth be told, his irritation with Gu Dong was growing, and he hoped Chen Rui could achieve another remarkable feat at last. Chen Rui spoke, 300. Upon hearing this, Gu Dong burst into laughter. 300 for a Warring States jade disc? Huh, why don't you simply claim you found it for free? Chen Rui was not angered. Instead, he elucidated to the crowd, I am merely fortunate. The owner of this jade disc had procured several identical pieces, yet this one remains the sole authentic item. When I discovered it, he had been using the jade disc as a base for a vase. As his words settled, Gu Dong was eager to counter. But before he could utter a sound, the owner of Songjin Pavilion shot him a stern glance, causing him to fall silent. It was evident that the outcome of this competition was already known to all, requiring no announcement from me. Congratulations, Brother Chen, and congratulations to Wenchang Studio, Mr. Yao chimed in with a smile, subsequently revealing the rankings of the others, with Gu Dong securing second place. Upon the announcement, the attendees once again lavished praise upon Chen Rui. The young individuals present, aside from Gu Dong, had ceased their envy, now eager to curry favor and commend him. Old Gao, Brother Chen has brought immense honor to Wenchang Studio. What reward do you intend to bestow upon him? After the contest, the group resumed their tea and conversation, with Mr. Yao playfully inquiring. This was also a means to ingratiate himself with Chen Rui. In front of the gathering, the proud Gao Dekang would undoubtedly offer a generous reward, and he would never renege on his word. Ha ha ha! Gao Dekang laughed heartily. Do not think I am oblivious to your intentions, Old Yao. But I must confess, I have no plans to reward Chen Rui this time. The room fell into stunned silence at such unexpected words from Gao Dekang. Old Gao, when did you become so stingy? Are you truly planning to give nothing? Mr. Yao inquired, astonished. Ha ha! Gao Dekang laughed even more joyously. To honor Wenchang Studio is what Chen Rui rightfully deserves. In fact, I have decided to transfer ownership of Wenchang Studio to him. This declaration left everyone, including Chen Rui, in shock. Mr. Gao Chen Rui began to ask. But before he could finish, Gao Dekang patted his shoulder. There is no need for gratitude. I'm not adept in the realm of collectibles, and I have long wished to pass it on to focus on other ventures. Transferring it to another is one thing, but to you, my boy, brings me joy. As for the financial aspect, fret not. I permit you to pay in installments. Gao Dekang had some understanding of Chen Rui's savings, substantial, yet not excessive. Moreover, running a business necessitated capital. At that moment, the crowd remained enveloped in the astonishment brought forth by Gao Dechang's words. Even Chen Rui was taken aback. However, Zhu Xuyan rushed over, bubbling with excitement. That's wonderful. Chen Rui, Congratulations on becoming a boss. But you needn't pay in installments. I can lend you the money. Chapter 54. I want to work with you. Chen Rui did not accept Zhu Xuyan's goodwill. Nonetheless, he was indeed prepared to take over Wenchang's studio. As he gazed at Gao Dekang, his eyes brimmed with gratitude, his heart deeply moved. It was evident that Gao Dekang had contemplated transferring Wenchang's studio to him before arriving, and his unwavering support had aimed to bolster Chen Rui's standing. After staring at Gao Dekang for a long moment, Chen Rui simply uttered 2 words, "Thank you." Words were superfluous. All his gratitude was etched within his heart. Gao Dekang smiled faintly, regarding Chen Rui with the same admiration as ever. Although he intended to pass the reins, Wenchang's studio remained a labor of love for him. He could not entrust it to just anyone. Handing it over to you, I have faith that you will undoubtedly elevate it further. Under your stewardship, Wenchang's studio will flourish beyond what I could achieve. I am completely at ease. As his words settled in, the others, initially incredulous, began to accept the reality and approached Chen Rui in a flurry. Old Yao, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you. Chen, as we are now colleagues, do take good care of me. Following Old Yao, other proprietors from the cultural relics industry also congratulated Chen Rui. The younger individuals, aside from Gu Dong, were particularly courteous and eager to please him. At this juncture, they could hardly compare to Chen Rui. On one side were the apprentices and juniors of the cultural relics trade, while on the other stood the future owner of a prominent establishment. Chen Rui maintained a warm smile, exchanging pleasantries with each one. After a time, the crowd began to disperse, gathering in small groups to continue their tea and conversation. Chen Rui was drawn to a corner tea table by Zhu Xuyan. As soon as they sat down, Zhu Xuyan furrowed her brow, pouting slightly. Why didn't you accept my offer to lend you money? Do you not consider me a friend? Besides, starting a cultural relics business requires substantial capital. Do you have enough funds at your disposal? Indeed, Chen Rui was reluctant to accept Zhu Xuyan's money, possibly due to a man's pride. He chuckled, replying, "How could I, a grown man, ask you for money? What would people think?" At this, Zhu Xuyan raised an eyebrow, seemingly in agreement. It makes sense, yet I wouldn't mind. However, those with ill intentions would surely gossip. But it's all right. The money I lend you is from my personal savings, and if we keep it between us, no one else will ever know. This she whispered into Chen Rui's ear, their demeanor appearing exceedingly intimate. A sudden, clear cough interrupted the moment. Zhu Xuyan lifted her gaze to see Gu Dong standing beside the tea table, her expression clouding with annoyance. What do you want? Gu Dong, feeling a bitter pang in his heart, realized he had encountered a woman who captured his interest at first sight, yet she regarded him with indifference. After a moment of reflection, he shifted his gaze from Zhu Xuyan's face, arrogantly addressing Chen Rui. You intend to take over Wenchang's studio, but as far as I know, there are no other masters besides you. I humbly offer my services as a master. His tone was haughty, yet his proclamation stunned all present. The patrons at the other tables converged toward their table in astonishment. Chen Rui, however, was at a loss for words. Mr. Gu, are you jesting with me? Gu Dong was the esteemed master of Songjin Pavilion, yet he dared to make such a declaration in front of its owner. At that moment, Chen Rui began to question the state of Gu Dong's mind, especially since he had always regarded Chen Rui with disdain. At this moment, as the gaze of the owner of the Songjin Pavilion fell upon him, Chen Rui promptly cast an apologetic glance in return. However, he could not be held responsible for the situation. Although he had contemplated scouting several master craftsmen for Wenchang's studio before his arrival, he never intended to poach talent right in front of the owner. The laughter of the Songjin Pavilion owner soon followed, devoid of anger yet tinged with a hint of wry amusement. There is no need for you to feel troubled, Chen. Gu Dong is the child of a senior in our circle. His presence in my establishment is merely for experience. While I have always regarded him as a junior to be nurtured, where he chooses to go is beyond my control. Listening to the owner's explanation, the astonishment in the eyes of the onlookers lessened somewhat, yet confusion lingered. At this moment, Chen Rui looked at Gu Dong with a mixture of intrigue and skepticism. Are you certain you truly wish to work at Wenchang's studio? Chen Rui had not been overly concerned about Gu Dong's prior actions. He genuinely admired his talent. The issue lay in the fact that Gu Dong did not strike him as someone willing to work for others, still exhibiting a rather arrogant demeanor. Accept me, and you shall find no detriment, only benefits galore. You are the only peer I have encountered who has bested me in the art of appraisal. From this day forth, I shall follow your lead. Until I surpass you, I shall not depart. As these words fell from his lips, Chen Rui's expression grew somewhat peculiar. Surpassing oneself is not a daunting task, yet surpassing one's extraordinary abilities is a feat Gu Dong would never achieve in his lifetime. At this moment, Chen Rui found himself rather tempted. Though Gu Dong was arrogant, he possessed an admirable pride, a straightforward nature that shunned deceit. Accepting him would indeed yield nothing but advantages. However, after a moment of contemplation, Chen Rui shook his head. At present, I have yet to take over Wenchang's studio, and I have not yet formulated plans for the future. If you are genuinely interested, come find me later. Gu Dong nodded gravely, then approached the tea table where the younger crowd had gathered. Sipping tea with the fervor of one indulging in spirits, he was not typically so audacious. Yet today, he felt as though he had been struck down, questioning the very fabric of his existence. All gatherings must eventually come to an end, and soon, everyone began to disperse. At the entrance of the tea house, Zhu Shuyan gazed longingly at Chen Rui. The driver, awaiting her by the car, grew anxious as time passed without her arrival and reluctantly approached to urge her softly. Only then did Zhu Shuyan bid farewell to Chen Rui and depart. "Kulme, accompany me for a drink," called Gao Dekang as he approached, clapping Chen Rui on the shoulder. Not venturing far, they found themselves at a quaint eatery across the street. Hidden within the old alleys of the city, this tranquil restaurant surprised Chen Rui. Nonetheless, he did not lose sight of his purpose for being there. Lifting his freshly filled glass, he offered a toast to Gao Dekang. "I have already found it difficult to repay your kindness, and now, with this new turn of events, it appears I shall owe you for a lifetime. I shall not overstate my gratitude. Let all be expressed through this wine." With that, he downed his drink, and then swiftly turned to the matter at hand. "If it is convenient, could you enlighten me as to why you wish to transfer Wenchang's studio?" Chapter 55, Better Early Than Late. At this moment, Chen Rui was indeed filled with perplexity. Wenchang's studio had already gained considerable fame in the antique market of Zhongdu City, establishing a strong brand presence and enjoying a profitable business. Even though a significant amount had been stolen previously by Tao Quan, overall, they were still in the black. Furthermore, it did not require excessive effort from Gao Dekang. How could Gao Dekang possibly forego earning money? Listening to Chen Rui's inquiries, Gao Dekang forced a wry smile and sighed deeply. His words were not merely polite, they were grounded in reality. In the antique trade, many proprietors find themselves with limited liquid assets, as their entire wealth is tied up in inventory. They are also reluctant to sell their items at a loss, making transactions quite challenging. However, Gao Dekang had already proven over time that he was not adept at antique appraisal. Rather than squander more time in this domain, he would be better off focusing on other ventures. Previously, he had contemplated transferring Wenchang's studio to Tao Quan, but hesitated due to concerns regarding Tao's character. Gao Dekang feared that the reputation of Wenchang's studio would be irrevocably tarnished under Tao's stewardship. In retrospect, he was fortunate not to have acted on that impulse, as Tao Quan's former establishment, Treasure Pavilion, sold nothing but counterfeit goods. After hearing Gao Dekang's explanation, Chen Rui's confusion dissipated. He filled his glass once more and toasted to Gao Dekang. "Thus, I wish you flourishing business and abundant wealth." The two enjoyed an hour of drinks, during which Gao Dekang became slightly tipsy and, citing urgent matters to attend to the following morning, politely declined further libations. The gathering then dispersed. Upon returning to his apartment, Chen Rui pushed open the door to find Fong Ming watching television on his sofa. "Don't you have a television over there? Must you come here to enjoy it?" Chen Rui teased. He had been idle for several days, and today, with nothing to do, he had strolled through the antique market. Yet he had not dared to make any purchases. Still, he felt no inclination to unwind. "Chen Rui, when you plan to venture out on your own? If this continues, I might just sprout mushrooms," Fong Ming exclaimed. "If all else fails, perhaps I could speak with your boss and see if I could be an apprentice at your studio." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Rui raised an eyebrow, revealing a smile that was deep and enigmatic. "I fear I might disappoint you. I will soon be without a boss." Upon hearing this, Fong Ming was taken aback. "You were fired? Did something happen at the tea gathering today? Surely you didn't come in last in that appraisal competition?" Chen Rui had previously mentioned the tea gathering to Fong Ming, making it the only plausible explanation he could conceive. Soon, however, his brow furrowed once more. "That can't be right. Your boss valued you highly, didn't he? Would he really dismiss you over a single competition?" At this moment, Fong Ming sincerely worried for Chen Rui. Yet, the smile in Chen Rui's eyes grew even more pronounced. "Incorrect. In fact, it is an egregious error. Today, I ranked first in the competition." As he spoke, Fong Ming's confusion deepened, but then he seemed to recall something, his eyes lighting up. "Chen Monkey, are you planning to go out on your own?" In his excitement, Fong Ming instinctively called out Chen Rui's college nickname. Chen Rui shook his head once more, and amidst Fong Ming's growing confusion, he revealed that Gao Dekang intended to transfer Wenchang's studio to him. Upon hearing this, Fong Ming was so exhilarated that he leapt from the sofa, patting Chen Rui on the shoulder. Fantastic! From this day forth, I shall address you as boss. Chen Rui maintained his smile, noting that the formal transfer had yet to take place, though it was imminent. Suddenly, his expression grew serious. Fong Ming, would you be willing to assist me in the studio? Fong Ming, taken aback, nodded in affirmation. Why would you even ask? I remained in Zhongdu for this very reason, to be by your side. Chen Rui's smile returned, excitement evident in his eyes. Very well. I hereby declare that from the moment I take over the studio, you shall be the manager, overseeing all internal matters as well as business affairs. As for the authentication aspect, there will be someone else to handle that. You need not concern yourself with it. At this, Fong Ming nodded earnestly. He then took Chen Rui out to celebrate with drinks, and the two indulged until the late hours of the night. Fong Ming remained utterly inebriated by morning, while Chen Rui, invigorated, showed no signs of intoxication, having dispelled much of the alcohol with his spiritual energy. As was his custom, Chen Rui rose early and set off for the studio. He was not surprised to find someone else had arrived before him, but he was taken aback to discover that it was, in fact, Gao Dekang and Gao Xuecheng. Mr. Gao, what brings you here? Sheng Huing Kirid Politele. Gao Xuecheng chuckled warmly at Chen Rui, with the amiability of a relative. At my age, I find it difficult to sleep once dawn breaks. When Xiao Gao invited me, I thought I might as well come along. By the way, do you need to invite someone to witness your transfer ceremony? Upon hearing this, Chen Rui was taken aback and immediately turned to Gao Dekang. He had mentally prepared himself to accept the studio, yet he had not anticipated it would happen so swiftly. Huh? Gao Dekang laughed. Since everything has been agreed upon, there is no time like the present. I wish to relinquish my concerns for the studio. Let us sign the transfer contract today. Gao Dekang had brought Gao Xuecheng as a witness, and with someone of such esteemed reputation in cultural artifacts present, Chen Rui felt reassured and saw no need to seek anyone else. At that moment, he looked at the two with immense gratitude. Thank you, both of you. Hearing Chen Rui's heartfelt thanks, Gao Xuecheng laughed heartily once more. You are too polite, my friend. We are all part of the same family. There is no need for such formality. All right, Xiao Gao, hurry and prepare the contract. After we sign, I am looking forward to having you treat me to breakfast. At this juncture, the studio staff began to arrive. Not wanting to disrupt the engaging conversation, they hesitated to intrude. However, Gao Dekang then addressed the group. Everyone, please halt your current tasks. I have an announcement to make. As his words echoed, the crowd quickly gathered around, eyes filled with curiosity. What could he possibly announce? Could it be that Chen Rui was to receive another promotion? He was already a master, and if he were to be promoted again, might he become a partner in the studio? Chapter 56, Acknowledgement. At this moment, the gaze of all the studio employees converged upon Chen Rui. The gazes around were filled with a mixture of confusion and envy, yet it was clear that such envy could not be attained. Chen Rui's recognition by Gao Dekang was not merely a result of luck, it was also a testament to his formidable abilities. When it came to Chen Rui's talents, particularly his discerning eye for antiques, the crowd had long since been won over. At that moment, Gao Dekang's voice resonated, continuing to unveil an important announcement. From this day forth, Chen Rui shall be. Just upon hearing this, the crowd's envy deepened. Their conjectures had indeed proven correct. Chen Rui was to be promoted once more. From today, Chen Rui shall assume the role of the owner of Wenchang Studio. Gao Dekang continued. I have come today to finalize the transfer agreement with Chen Rui. As his words settled, the onlookers stood in stunned silence. The new title of owner was an astonishing leap for Chen Rui. Previously, the boldest speculation among them had merely been that he would become a partner in Wenchang Studio. Although the crowd now held deep respect for Chen Rui, they were still taken aback. Truly, times have changed and transformations abound. Once, Chen Rui had merely been an apprentice in the Wenchang Studio, the lowest of the low, often summoned by Tao Quan to perform the menial tasks. Yet now, he soared to the pinnacle of success. Gao Lao, I have prepared the contract already. Please, let us proceed to the office. After making the announcement, Gao Dekang disregarded the other employees and courteously invited Gao Lao, leading Chen Rui towards the office. Once all three were inside, the astonished crowd remained in a state of disbelief. Inside the office, Gao Dekang produced the contract and handed it to Chen Rui. I have not included the installment payments in the contract. You may transfer whatever liquid funds you have. and should it be insufficient, a promissory note will suffice. Chen Rui, while reviewing the contract, looked up and smiled gratefully before continuing to read. The contract was prepared in duplicate, and Gao Dekang had already signed the necessary sections for the transfer. Chen Rui then took up the pen and swiftly signed his name. He subsequently retrieved his phone and transferred the funds to Gao Dekang. His initial earnings had come from Zhu Shuyan for the restoration of an ancient painting, amounting to 200,000, of which he had immediately sent 100,000 to his father and retained the other 100 for living expenses. Later, after assisting Qin Waner in securing the Chuang Wang imperial seal, he earned a commission of 1 million, which he also sent entirely to his father for his grandmother's medical treatment. Subsequently, Zhu Shuyan provided Chen Rui with another 500,000 for restoration, and he netted 300,000 from the ink wash he acquired. Apart from living expenses, Chen Rui currently had 80,000 in liquid assets. He transferred the entire amount to Gao Dekang, leaving him with a debt of 200,000, with 280,000 for the transfer of Wenchang Studio. Chen Rui considered himself to have struck a remarkable bargain. The very name of Wenchang Studio alone was worth far more than that sum. Naturally, the treasures within the studio's collection still belonged to Gao Dekang. However, Gao Dekang was quite considerate towards Chen Rui, permitting him to retain all but his beloved items, which could be consigned to the studio for sale, a detail duly noted in the contract. Handing over the newly drafted promissory note for 200,000 to Gao Dekang, Chen Rui expressed his gratitude once more. Gao Zong, your generosity shall never be forgotten by Chen Rui. Gao Dekang chuckled heartily and waved his hand, urging not to rush into gratitude, for there was still a matter to address. He intended to take some of the staff with him. Many of them had been by his side for 7 or 8 years, and he had grown accustomed to their presence. He could not leave them behind. Chen Rui's gratitude remained undiminished as he continued to smile, remarking that Gao was being overly courteous and that it was only natural. He reassured Gao that he need not worry about staffing on his end, as he would manage that. As the conversation unfolded, Gao Dekang recalled Fong Ming, who had shared a drink with him recently. Your brother with the surname Fong is quite commendable, though he may lack knowledge of antiquities. He is trustworthy in managing your internal affairs. While they conversed, a sudden commotion arose from the front. Good day, sir. I presume you are here to view the items? What type of objects piques your interest? An employee, recovering from their astonishment, greeted the young patron who entered with an air of arrogance, hands empty. This young man was Gu Dong, who had called Gao Dekang the previous night to inquire when he would be introduced to Chen Rui, prompting his early arrival today. Upon hearing the exchange, the employees internally scoffed. So young, and yet here to apply. He can only be an apprentice. What audacity! At that moment, Chen Rui emerged, having followed the sound and raised an eyebrow upon seeing Gu Dong. This lad actually came. With a prospective talent presenting himself, Chen Rui could not dismiss him. He smiled at Gu Dong and announced to the staff, allow me to introduce, this is Gu Dong, Mr. Gu, who will from today be the master craftsman at Wenchang Studio. As his words concluded, Gu Dong nodded in satisfaction, maintaining his haughty demeanor. The employees, however, were left astounded, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. To possess such discerning vision at such a young age, to rival Chen Rui, was indeed extraordinary. How could there possibly be another like him? This fellow must be an old acquaintance of Chen Rui, perhaps a close friend, they speculated. Chun, you must reconsider. One of them cautioned, if he is a friend you trust, we have no objections to him managing the studio, but being a master craftsman requires more than mere trust. At this moment, the others began to voice their concerns. Although the ownership of Wenchang Studio had changed, they still had to work there and were naturally inclined to consider the studio's interests. Hiring an ineffective master craftsman could lead to the studio's downfall. Chuckling at the employees' council, Gu Dong turned his gaze to the one who had spoken most vehemently. You might want to reconsider wearing that string of prayer beads. Genuine rosewood beads are beneficial for tranquility and cultivation, yet yours, worn too long, could be detrimental to your health. At this, the employee lowered his head in embarrassment. Wait, Brother Wong, you told me that those beads were procured for 50,000. Turns out, it was all a ruse. Xiao Luo exclaimed, realizing the implications. Brother Wong's head sank even lower in shame. Gu Dong, not finished yet, shifted his attention to Xiao Luo's jade pendant, continuing, the pendant is commendable, crafted from Hatian jade with a good luster. However, despite its antique appearance, it is not ancient jade and is worth merely around 10,000. Xiao Luo's face flushed as he looked down in embarrassment. Gu Dong, however, showed no signs of stopping, proceeding to inspect the next individual, appraising their possessions. The crowd hastily covered their belongings. Dong, stop looking, we concede. Hee hee, we are merely junior employees, and those items are just for show. At least spare us some dignity. Gu Dong ceased his scrutiny, raising his eyes just in time to see Gao Xueqing being gently supported by Gao Dekang. The pride in his gaze vanished instantly, replaced by an obedient demeanor. Good morning, Mr. Gao. Chapter 57. Once again, the mood of melancholy. Gao Xueqing is a luminary in the world of cultural artifacts. The studio staff were well aware of his esteemed status. Yet, witnessing Gu Dong, who had just moments ago been as proud as a peacock, now deferential, left them feeling somewhat disconcerted. Mama, Gao Su Tenotet in Dai Fun, Pausing Besai Gu Zong. At least you have some discernment, recognizing that Chen Rui's skills surpass your own. Refrain from posturing unnecessarily and learn diligently from Chen Rui. After patting Gu Dong's shoulder, Gao Xueqing turned to Chen Rui with a smile. Let us go. You still owe me a breakfast. Chen Rui nodded with a smile and promptly stepped forward to open the studio door for Gao Xueqing. After Gao Dekang assisted Gao Xueqing out of the studio, Chen Rui turned back to Gu Dong, silently inquiring whether he wished to join. Gu Dong glanced at Gao Xueqing's retreating figure and shook his head. It was better to refrain from seeking lessons uninvited, especially since Gao had not extended an invitation. He did not wish to go, and Chen Rui did not insist. After a satisfying breakfast, Gao Dekang and Gao Xueqing graciously declined Chen Rui's invitation to tea at the studio and departed together. Brother Chen, good morning. In the studio, the employees rose to greet Chen Rui, their politeness tinged with a hint of formality. Chen Rui regarded them with a sense of helplessness. First, assist Master Gu in preparing the office. Master Gu will be using the room previously occupied by Mr. Gao. As Chen Rui concluded his instructions, everyone stood up and hurried toward the office. Gao Dekang rarely visited the studio, and his personal belongings had already been removed. Chen Rui, accustomed to the previous arrangement, decided to allocate the largest room to Gu Dong instead. At that moment, Gu Dong raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, yet he did not decline. The staff swiftly descended upon the pristine office, leaving it spotless. Subsequently, Chen Rui announced a personnel reshuffle. Upon hearing this, everyone exhaled in relief. No one had been demoted, although half the staff had been taken away by Gao Dekang, leaving the rest to juggle multiple roles. Their salaries had increased accordingly, thus they remained content. Moreover, there would be a celebratory dinner after work in the afternoon, and no one was to be absent. Chen Rui's voice rang out again, igniting a wave of excitement and cheers throughout the studio. I knew it. Following Brother Chen guarantees a life of abundance. Long live Brother Chen. We adore you. Brother Chen, be prepared for a significant expenditure tonight. As Chen Rui listened to their exuberant voices and observed their previously reserved expressions transform into unrestrained joy, he too felt a profound sense of relief. In the evening, the studio staff gathered at a certain courtyard by the river. The restaurant nestled within the courtyard bore an inconspicuous sign, but was renowned for its delicacies. The crowd gathered in the courtyard, indulging in hearty feasts of meat and copious amounts of drink, each person exuding an untamed spirit. Even the female employees from the art studio were unabashedly joining in, boldly chugging straight from the bottles. Drink up. I'm not afraid of you, come on. If one bottle isn't enough, let's down 3. At this moment, Zhang Qiu, urged incessantly by the crowd to drink, fully let loose. Riding the wave of intoxication, she stepped onto a stool, raising a bottle of beer in her hand. The spirit of the gathering soared to new heights. Everyone was reveling in the festivities. In the corner, Gu Dong, who had been quietly drinking alone, approached Chen Rui with a bottle in hand. The haughty glimmer in his eyes had vanished, replaced by palpable interest. You are indeed quite remarkable. While others fear that their subordinates lack respect, you seem to worry they might actually fear you. Chen Rui clinked his bottle with Gu Dong's and downed it in one go. Why should I be feared? We are all merely individuals. Who is truly more noble than the other? Besides, I too hail from humble beginnings. To look down upon them would be to look down upon myself. Gu Dong raised an eyebrow, but said nothing further, continuing to drink with Chen Rui. You all seem to be having quite the revelry. Suddenly, a melodious voice, akin to that of a lark, echoed at the entrance. Although her voice was soft, the woman standing there was enough to captivate everyone's attention. The lively gathering fell into an abrupt silence as they beheld Qin Wanner, who appeared to have stepped out from a painting, making her way directly toward Chen Rui. The crowd raised their eyebrows, and several male employees exchanged knowing glances, impressed. Indeed, Brother Chen is impressive. The previous Miss Zhu was already charming enough, and now another equally stunning beauty has arrived. Why are you here? Chen Rui smiled as he welcomed Qin Wan'er to sit beside him. She had previously called him to invite him to dinner, but he had postponed it due to the gathering. Little did he expect her to come looking for him. Producing a bottle of red wine, she said with a smile, "How could I miss the chance to congratulate you on such a grand occasion?" As her words faded, a red BMW glided smoothly to a stop at the entrance. Zhu Xuyan had also arrived. The intoxicated male employees could not help but whistle in excitement. However, contrary to their expectations of a rivalry for Chen Rui's affection, there was no jealousy to be found. Vanya, what a coincidence! Upon seeing Qin Wan'er, Zhu Xuyan was not at all envious. Instead, she greeted her as if they were long-lost sisters. Both women belonged to the upper echelons of society and were acquainted, albeit not closely, maintaining a good rapport. In that moment, they engaged in conversation, leaving Chen Rui momentarily forgotten. The onlookers admired Chen Rui even more. To befriend such exquisite beauties was a feat in itself. Yet he had formed close ties with both, and they seemed to get along splendidly. While the crowd exchanged teasing remarks and admiration, Chen Rui found himself deep in thought. Earlier that afternoon, his father had called to inform him that the best doctor had been found for his grandmother. The doctor had stated that, barring surgery, there were no other options available. Yet he worried that the elderly woman might not withstand the recovery process post-surgery. In light of this, Chen Rui believed he had a solution. The premise is that he can restore and enhance the spiritual energy within him. Thus, he is currently in a quandary, pondering where to seek out more exquisite cultural artifacts. Regrettably, despite his deliberation, he has yet to conceive of a viable solution. It would be rather absurd to approach other competitors and casually inquire, "May I peruse your treasure trove?" The two perceptive women soon sensed Chen Rui's troubled thoughts, prompting them to cease their previous conversation and draw closer to him simultaneously. "What troubles you? Why are you not joyous as a boss?" Zhu Xuyan inquired first. "Is it a lack of funds? I can lend you some." Qin Wan'er followed suit with a gentle smile, adding, "I also have some money if you do not wish to borrow. If you prefer, you could select a few fine items for me, and I shall pay you a commission." Chen Rui felt warmth in his heart, but gracefully declined their kind offers. He then set aside his thoughts and joined the two women in revelry with the others. The two soon relaxed, sipping on the red wine brought by Qin Wan'er. Their cheeks flushed, and they appeared more vibrant. The group grew less reserved, and the atmosphere of the gathering escalated to a crescendo. Chapter 58. A parting gift. The next day, Chen Rui took Fong Ming to the art studio. Fong Ming had visited the studio previously, but had only observed from outside. This time, his emotions were entirely different. As they approached, he scrutinized the studio's exterior and the entrance, his eyes roving ceaselessly once they stepped inside. Upon entering the office with Chen Rui, he could no longer contain his excitement. "Wow," he exclaimed, striking the table with enthusiasm. "Wenchang's studio truly lives up to its reputation. It is indeed a time-honored establishment, exuding an aura of antiquity and cultural depth. Chen Rui, with this platform, we shall undoubtedly carve out a name for ourselves in the antique realm." Fong Ming's words were filled with fervor and confidence, and Chen Rui felt equally assured. At that moment, the brothers locked eyes, both recognizing the shared vision and self-assurance they held for the future. "By the way, it's already 10 o'clock. Why has no one arrived for work?" Fong Ming suddenly questioned. Chen Rui chuckled as he explained, "Last night, we had a gathering at the studio, and everyone indulged a bit too much, so I casually permitted them to report by noon." Upon hearing this, Fong Ming expressed his discontent. "You are far too lenient as a boss. This won't do. While festivities are fine, punctuality at work is essential." Chen Rui shook his head with a smile. "Feel free to handle it as you wish. These matters will be your responsibility moving forward." Although the official announcement of his position had yet to be made, Fong Ming had already embraced his role. At noon, the employees gathered. Chen Rui and Fong Ming emerged from the office, clapping to garner attention, and then beckoned everyone over. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Fong Ming, who will be the manager and financial officer of Wenchang Studio, starting today." The employees expressed no dissent, as the managerial and financial duties pertained solely to the studio's internal affairs, thus welcoming him with enthusiasm. Those who discerned the unique bond between the two began to curry favor with Fong Ming. With Fong Ming and Gu Dong overseeing operations, Chen Rui felt entirely at ease. Following the introductions, he promptly hailed a taxi to the airport. "Driver, please hurry." Upon entering the taxi and providing the address, Chen Rui began to urge the driver. It was only after receiving a call from Gao Dekang that he learned of the urgency. Accepting the 10 red 100 yuan bills handed to him by Chen Rui, the driver initially beamed with delight. yet his expression swiftly turned serious. "Sir, please hold on tight," he declared, and, without delay, he pressed down on the accelerator, speeding forward. What would typically take half an hour, the driver accomplished in a mere 15 minutes. Once alighting from the taxi, Chen Rui made a beeline for the airport. Finally, amidst the lengthy queue at security, he spotted Gao Dekang. At that moment, only one person stood ahead of him, and he would soon take his turn. "President Gao," a familiar voice called out, prompting Gao Dekang to turn around. With his hands pressed together in a gesture of deep respect, Chen Rui bowed deeply to him. Although he arrived in haste without any gifts, his empty hands were symbolic of a traditional apprenticeship tribute. Chen Rui continued, in terms of discernment. "Even 10 Gao Dekangs would not match my acuity, yet I am eternally grateful for your mentorship." At this moment, Gao Dechang's eyes sparkled with appreciation, deeply moved. In that fleeting instant, he nearly succumbed to tears. He had originally sought to learn the art of antiques from the venerable Gao in hopes of becoming a master appraiser. However, he had abandoned that pursuit, not due to an inability to endure hardship, but rather from the realization that he lacked the innate talent for appraisal and did not wish to tarnish Gao's reputation. Despite his limited insight, he persevered in managing Wenchang's studio for over a decade, driven by his dreams. Unfortunately, in the realm of antiques, honing one's discerning eye requires more than mere diligence. Innate talent is vital. Now, he had fully accepted his fate and relinquished that ambition. Yet today, Chen Rui had presented him with a token of respect. A significant gift indeed. What mattered if he could not become a master appraiser? He had a disciple endowed with a discerning eye. In the future, Gao Dechang's name would resonate throughout the antique world alongside Chen Rui's growing reputation. He held this belief with unwavering conviction. Chen Rui did not rise immediately, but waited until Gao Dechang's figure disappeared from view before departing. It was then that he received a call from Guo Chang'an, the chief appraiser from the auction house. Chen Rui fondly recalled their previous encounter and could not help but smile. "Mr. Guo, are you inquiring about that TIOU?" He jested as he answered the call. During their last meeting at the auction house, Guo Chang'an had mentioned they should share tea together sometime. "Huh, indeed. I am here to collect that tea from you." Guo Chang'an laughed heartily. He then provided an address, inviting Chen Rui to join him for tea. After hanging up, Chen Rui relayed the address to the driver. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at a tea house, where Guo Chang'an was already waiting at the entrance. The tea was prepared, and they settled at a table near the staircase, where Guo began brewing the tea. After several rounds of tea, Guo Chang'an could no longer contain his playful complaint. "I've been eagerly awaiting your tea, and you haven't tea forgotten, have you? If I hadn't called you today, would you have intended to ignore me for the rest of your life?" Chen Rui quickly shook his head, explaining, "I'm merely concerned about disturbing you, Mr. Guo. To be honest, receiving your call today has left me rather astonished." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Guo Chang'an revealed his purpose. "I have a friend at the television station who has asked me to assist in finding a local young appraiser. You immediately came to mind. What do you say? Are you interested?" However, upon hearing this, Chen Rui wore a troubled expression. At this juncture, he yearned to engage with authentic cultural artifacts, ideally those of the finest quality. As for the items showcased on television, he thought it best to refrain. Just as he pondered how to graciously decline, the sound of footsteps echoed from the upper floor. At that moment, Guo Chang'an waved at the individual descending the stairs. Chen Rui turned in surprise, utterly astonished to find a familiar face, Wenda, his competitor from the last ink wash contest, with whom he had shared tea afterward. "As Wenda approached," Guo Chang'an began to speak, momentarily pausing. "Do you two know each other?" "Ha!" Wenda chuckled. "Indeed, we are not merely acquaintances. Our connection runs deep. It's a pity we parted so hastily last time and did not exchange contact information." Chapter 59. Maintain a sense of prestige. With both old friends inquiring, Chen Rui felt increasingly conflicted, unable to voice his refusal. Yet, the two astute gentlemen soon sensed his hesitation and displayed their own surprise. Such an opportunity for visibility, especially for a young person, is highly sought after. The fact that Chen Rui seemed reluctant to partake was perplexing. "What is the matter, Brother Chen?" Wenda inquired, puzzled. Chen Rui finally managed a wry smile. "It's not that I am unwilling. I merely took over Wenchang's studio just yesterday, and there's a multitude of matters to attend to. I fear I may not have the time." His words were merely a polite evasion, for the studio did not necessitate his constant presence. However, he truly lacked the time, as he needed to urgently seek out more exquisite cultural artifacts to replenish his spiritual energy and assist in his grandmother's recovery. At that moment, both Guo Chang'an and Wenda were visibly taken aback by his statement. The reputation of Wenchang's studio was well known among those in the cultural artifact industry in Zhengdu City. They had heard rumors of its transfer from Gao Song, but could hardly believe that the new proprietor was, in fact, Chen Rui. Brother Chen, you truly are impressive. At such a young age, you have already established your own shop, unlike this old fellow here who, despite his years, is still toiling for others, Guo Chang'an teased. Though it was merely a courteous remark, as insiders knew he held shares in an auction house. Once he finished speaking, Wenda chimed in. Chen Rui's smile grew increasingly strained, still yearning to decline. Yet, Wenda's voice continued, hearing this, I find myself intrigued. This is an excellent opportunity to absorb spiritual energy. After listening to Wenda, Chen Rui felt a surge of desire. However, his time and energy were indeed limited. Might I only participate in the later stages of the fine appraisal and forego the preliminary selection? The initial rounds are the most time-consuming, and it is uncertain whether one might even encounter a genuine artifact. It may be more prudent to explore the antique street for a stroke of luck. My grandmother cannot wait much longer. Wenda listened with a wry smile, pondering how his younger brother Chen was putting him in a predicament. The invited experts were required to arrive from the beginning of the selection process. Nonetheless, who could resist the charm of my dear brother? Thus, I shall first confer with the director and subsequently inform you. Chen Rui sincerely apologized to Wenda, and the trio continued their leisurely tea conversation. Chen Rui contemplated inquiring whether he could view the treasures in their auction house inventory, but hesitated to voice the question, fearing it might be too forward. However, as he listened to the insightful exchanges between the two regarding cultural artifacts, he quickly became engrossed, his mind diverted from any other thoughts. They conversed from noon until evening, reluctantly parting ways with a sense of mutual admiration. At that moment, Wenda and Guo Chang'an left together, astonished to discover that the young prodigy they had spoken of was indeed the same individual. From their previous encounter, they had sensed Chen Rui's unique perspective and profound knowledge. But today's discussions revealed that their prior assessments had been far too modest. As they walked and conversed, they extolled Chen Rui's virtues, expressing their satisfaction with the day's events. Although Chen Rui appeared somewhat lacking in common knowledge, his insights were piercingly astute, leaving both men feeling enlightened. Not only were they enriched by this experience, but Chen Rui, too, reflected on his own deficiencies in the realm of cultural artifacts. Despite his extraordinary ability to discern the provenance of genuine items with a mere glance, he recognized that his powers could not fabricate knowledge of the unseen. Now that he had resolved to pursue this path, it was clear that he needed to diligently study cultural and historical knowledge. Being a business owner certainly had its perks. One could indulge in leisurely pursuits while others generated profit, a notion that stirred envy within him. How delightful it is to saunter over to the sofa while making light-hearted jests, Fong Ming remarked, his excitement palpable, devoid of any semblance of being overworked. How's your first day at work feel? Chen Rui inquired with a smile. Fong Ming, with a hint of pride, paused dramatically before delivering his answer. After a moment, he clapped Chen Rui on the shoulder, exclaiming that it was simply exhilarating. Though I am merely a store manager, occupying such a vast office and overseeing so many employees, effortlessly handling orders exceeding 100,000, it feels like the pinnacle of life. Furthermore, no employee dared to undermine Fong Ming. They all strive to cooperate wholeheartedly, while the more astute among them even sought to curry favor. Thus, Fong Ming's day was filled with enjoyment. With his brother, Chen Rui felt no need for concealment and shared his plans to see off General Gao, followed by accompanying Wu Chang'an and Wenda for tea. Upon hearing this, Fong Ming's excitement intensified, though he soon furrowed his brow. You had such a splendid opportunity, and yet you initially considered declining? With me and that ancient dong watching over you in the studio, how could you possibly feel uneasy? Are you trying to free up time for a romantic rendezvous? Let me remind you that we are in a flourishing phase of our careers, and you must not allow distractions to dampen your spirit. You should participate in the selection. What could be more enticing than the spectacle of exposing someone's ancestral treasures as mere fakes? Our reputation at Wenchang Zhai hinges on your prowess. Chen Rui listened with a smile, but chose to remain silent. He had already formulated his own plans. However, Fong Ming was even more anxious at that moment. Chen Rui, indifferent, chuckled, wondering what there was to prepare. He already had his outfit. Fong Ming quickly recalled the elegant tang suit that Zhu Shuyan had selected for Chen Rui last time. Your tang suit is quite splendid and fits well, but it is insufficient on its own. Look at you. You hardly embody the essence of an antique appraiser. Even the ordinary employees in the studio appear more like connoisseurs than you do. Dressed in Tang attire, wielding a fan, adorned with ancient jade, and clutching a walnut. If we are to elevate the reputation of our studio, it is not enough to possess skill. Your image must also reflect the stature of a master appraiser. Those accessories must be arranged promptly. Chen Rui couldn't help but chuckle at Fong Ming's words, but reluctantly acknowledged the validity of his argument. All right, I shall visit the antique street tomorrow to see if I can find some jade accessories. They promptly agreed to venture to the antique street the following day for the purpose of acquiring embellishments, with Fong Ming insisting on accompanying him. Chen Rui, unable to refuse, laughed. Very well, you may join me tomorrow morning. Yet, Fong Ming shook his head directly. As the newly appointed store manager, I cannot take leave on my first day. Let's wait until after work tomorrow. Besides, with your discerning eye, it makes little difference whether we go during the day or in the evening. What a responsible store manager he was. Chen Rui chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further, and nodded in agreement. The next day, the two arrived at the studio for work. Passing a tranquil day. As soon as the clock struck closing time, Fong Ming knocked on Chen Rui's office door. Having been preoccupied with their visit to the antique street all day, they exited the studio together and hopped into a taxi, heading straight for the bustling street of vendors. Although the shops behind the vendor stalls contained more authentic pieces and exquisite finds, Chen Rui was currently constrained financially and could not afford to browse those stores. Hui, look at this jade pendant. It's quite nice, isn't it? And this jade pai yao seems excellent too. As the boss now, it would be most fitting for you to carry a pai yao. As they walked, Fong Ming enthusiastically recommended various items along the way. In his eyes, the antiques sold at these stalls appeared indistinguishable from the genuine article. Chen Rui chuckled, shaking his head, lacking any interest in the antique accessories Fong Ming proposed. Bringing along fakes would only serve to undermine our credibility. Excuse me, gentlemen, are you in search of accessories? I have a plethora of them in my stall. Come take a look. At that moment, the vendor from a nearby stall called out to them. Fong Ming immediately turned his gaze, his eyes lighting up at the sight. These prayer beads look quite appealing. With a fan in hand, you would exude an air of cultured sophistication. Squatting before the stall, Fong Ming eagerly sifted through the offerings, all the while engaging in conversation. The vendor's smile, though warm and welcoming, belied a sneer within. Having observed the two young men walk without purchasing anything, he initially presumed them to be connoisseurs, but now recognized them as mere pretenders. As Chen Rui glanced over at the vendor's stall, he raised an eyebrow, suppressing his astonishment. Chen Rui crouched beside Fong Ming, engaging in the selection process. Fong Ming intermittently lifted accessories he deemed exquisite, gesturing them against Chen Rui. With a smile, Chen Rui gently dismissed each one, asserting that a fan and a jade pendant would suffice. He then turned to the vendor, inquiring with a smile, "Do you have any finer fans?" The vendor regarded Chen Rui with admiration, recognizing that this young man was no ordinary individual, possessing a discerning eye. "You've come at a fortunate time. Just last night, I acquired a superb treasure fan," the vendor remarked, carefully extracting a paper fan from a brocade box and cautiously unfolding it. "Behold, this is a paper fan from the Republic of China period. If it weren't for a fated person, I would not part with it." Fong Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. A paper fan from the Republic era, still preserved to this day? It looks so new. Are you trying to deceive me? In truth, the paper fan appeared somewhat aged, with a slight yellowing on its surface. However, Fong Ming thought that after so many years, the fan should be in tatters, perhaps reduced to mere remnants of a decrepit frame. The vendor, overhearing Fong Ming's words, grew visibly displeased. "You cannot make such remarks without understanding. How could a paper fan from the Republic not be preserved until now? Those crafted by masters can last for 100 years. Even with usage, they remain intact." With a smile, the vendor turned to Chen Rui. "You seem to appreciate fine things. What do you say? If you're fated, this treasure fan can be yours for 50,000 yuan. Chen Rui, upon hearing the price, stood up immediately. "Such a precious fan is beyond my means. Please keep it for the next fortunate soul." As the two began to leave, the vendor hurriedly implored, "Please, do not rush off. If you sincerely wish to buy, make an offer." 2,000 yuan, Chen Rui replied, halting his steps. The vendor's expression darkened with anger. Chen Rui, with a slight smile, said no more and prepared to depart with Fong Ming. "Well then, 2,000 it is," the vendor begrudgingly conceded, handing over 2,100 yuan bills. Chen Rui accepted the paper fan, grinning as he thought it complete when paired with a jade pendant. He then approached a nearby stall, examining a finely crafted orchid-patterned jade piece. "How much for this?" he inquired. The vendor, not rushing to quote a price, began to extol the virtues of the jade pendant extravagantly. Only after a moment did he leisurely respond. You have an excellent eye. The orchid pattern on this jade piece perfectly complements the bamboo design of your fan. Hence, it's 60,000 yuan for you. At this, Fong Ming's eyes widened again. For this flawed white jade, which has a yellowish spot, you dare to ask for 60,000? My brother just bought that fan for 2,000. Fong Ming exclaimed, preparing to pull Chen Rui away, utterly perplexed by Chen Rui's desire for such an inferior item. However, he found that he could not move Chen Rui, who was still examining the jade pendant. Vendor, this jade piece is nice, but with a blemish. Can't you lower the price? Chen Rui inquired. The vendor, frowning, pointed at the yellow stain on the jade, exclaiming, how can you call this yellow? Observe closely the shape before you. It is indeed a soaring dragon. Fong Ming scrutinized it intently, nearly suppressing a laugh. Upon further examination, the yellow stain did possess a form, but to claim it as a dragon would be a stretch. It resembled more of a serpent. 5,000. At that moment, Chen Rui began to negotiate. The proprietor burst into laughter, declaring, if you wish to buy, then buy. If not, kindly place my jade token down. 5,500. Chen Rui countered, yet the owner remained unmoved. 6,000. Chen Rui increased his offer. Only then did a smile grace the owner's face. If you sincerely wish to purchase, it's 50,000. 1,000. Chen Rui continued to haggle. The owner frowned, gritting his teeth. 40,000. Not a cent less. Chen Rui mirrored his resolve, stating, 20,000. Not a cent more. With a loud clap of his thigh, the owner exclaimed, you drive a hard bargain. Were it not for my current financial predicament, I would never sell to you. 20,000 it is, but I want cash. He feared that a transaction record might lead to future troubles with Chen Rui. Stunned, Fong Ming paid the sum, and Chen Rui clutched the jade token as they departed. The owner chuckled to himself, nearly bursting with laughter at their retreating figures. Two fools. I have an abundance of exquisite jade ornaments, yet they choose to purchase a tarnished piece. He was relieved to have found someone willing to pay a high price for it. Chapter 61. Legs turned blue having spent over 20,000. Chen Rui and Fong Ming ceased their wandering and settled in a nearby restaurant for dinner. As soon as they sat down, the famished Fong Ming ordered an extravagant array of dishes. While awaiting their meal, he could not help but ask, Chen Rui, have you lost your senses today? Why forego beautiful jade ornaments in favor of a soiled piece? Fong Ming remained puzzled, questioning the value of the purchase, even if it can be restored. Isn't that price a tad excessive? 20,000? Upon hearing this, Chen Rui burst into laughter. Do you believe 20,000 for a Zigong jade token is a loss? As his words settled, the patrons at the adjacent table erupted in laughter. Chen Rui shook his head in exasperation, explaining to Fong Ming, the Zigong token is ancient jade, named after the esteemed master Lu Zigong, founder of the Zigong Jewelry Workshop. Lu Zigong, a native of Taicang, was renowned for his unparalleled jade carving skills. Establishing his workshop during the 18th year of the Ming Jiajing era, his artistry with jade gained him fame throughout the court and beyond during the Jiajing and Wanli reigns. Though Fong Ming grasped only fragments of this information, he was nonetheless astonished. This flawed jade token was not only ancient, but crafted by a master from the Ming dynasty. Chen Rui, hearing this, shook his head, a deeper smile of irony forming. In his later years, Lu Zigong became a monk and left no heirs. Thus his techniques were preserved by disciples in Zhuanzhu Alley. By the time of the Qianlong reign, Zigong had evolved into a brand. Although this white jade token was not created by Lu Zigong himself, it remains a rare gem from the Qing dynasty, bearing the Zigong mark. As Chen Rui concluded, Fong Ming's confusion only deepened, his mind a whirlpool of uncertainty. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted around them. Well said. Brilliant. Truly magnificent. Those who understood began to applaud and cheer. Several elderly gentlemen, unable to contain their curiosity, approached. One, adorned in a traditional Tang suit, inquired with a smile, young brother, may we have a glimpse of your jade plaque? The gentleman, exuding an air of refinement and kindness, prompted Chen Rui to oblige, placing the jade plaque upon the table. Please, gentlemen, he invited. Their approving nods signaled their appreciation for his gesture. While novices might simply pass an item directly into another's hands, only those well-versed in antiquities understand the delicacy involved. Such treasures are both valuable and fragile. Should they sustain damage during transit, the question of accountability arises. Setting aside their admiration for Chen Rui, The elderly men focused intently on scrutinizing the white jade plaque. Other patrons in the shop, drawn by the unfolding scene, gathered around. "Is this truly a Zigan plaque, Mr. Bai?" a young man queried, recognizing the first elder, who had been examining the plaque for 5 minutes without relinquishing it. Mr. Bai, passing the jade to his companions for their appraisal, nodded with a blend of awe and envy. "This young brother speaks the truth. It is indeed a jade plaque from the Qing dynasty, Zigan style." As he finished speaking, the other elder also nodded in agreement, albeit lamenting the plaque's smudges that obscured the signature. 2 of the elderly gentlemen echoed this sentiment, prompting gasps of astonishment from those who recognized their esteemed expertise. Their gazes toward Chen Rui were laden with both envy and admiration. Even a stained Zigan plaque commands a hefty price. "Chen Rui, how much is this jade plaque worth?" Fong Ming interjected at that moment. With a gentle smile, Chen Rui replied, "I intend to keep this plaque for myself." Discussing its monetary value feels rather pedestrian. Fong Ming, undeterred by the response, pressed on. "And what about the fan you purchased for 2,000? Surely that must also be a rare antique." As he spoke, Chen Rui unfurled the fan with a graceful flick, revealing a certain scholarly charm. Fong Ming gazed in astonishment, as if transported through time. While the fan's value may not rival that of the Zigan jade, it remains a rare gem crafted by the renowned Republican-era paper fan master, Shen Shan. While the market value of Republican paper fans is not particularly high, Shen Shan was not only a master of paper fans, but also celebrated for his calligraphy and painting, which enhances the worth of his creations. Should this fan be sold, it would fetch at least 100,000. As this revelation settled in, audible gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd, growing louder. This young brother, though still in his youth, possesses remarkable discernment. "To unearth such treasures in a street market is truly commendable," remarked the last elder, returning the jade plaque to Chen Rui, his words infused with admiration. Others in the vicinity, intrigued by the conversation, edged closer to Chen Rui's table. "Brother, did you truly find these treasures at the street market? How much did you pay for them?" They clamored, eager for details. "It truly is astonishingly affordable. Look at this fan valued at 100,000. Crafted by the master Shen Shan, and my brother acquired it for merely 2,000. The jade plaque, although purchased for 20,000, is an exceptional bargain. A tremendous gain indeed." Fong Ming spoke incessantly, recounting not only Chen Rui's recent fortunate acquisition, but also sharing tales of Chen Rui's previous lucky finds. Amidst the envious gazes of the gathered crowd, he chuckled merrily. "My brother is the proprietor of Wenchang's studio, and the prices of the items we offer are guaranteed to be genuine and undeniably worth their value. Should anyone be interested in cultural artifacts, wishing to purchase collectibles or restore antiques, you're most welcome to visit us at Wenchang Studio. Feel free to drop by for a cup of tea as well." This was an unabashed promotion for Wenchang Studio. Chen Rui, unable to suppress his amusement, chose not to intervene. Soon, the waiter began serving the dishes, prompting the crowd to disperse. As they departed, rumors circulated about a bargain found on the street involving a Shen Shan paper fan and a Zigong plaque, vividly depicted and embellished. Alas, the seller of the paper fan lamented, striking his thigh in frustration. A valuable item worth 100,000 was sold for merely 2,000. The individual who sold the jade plaque to Chen Rui was even more distraught, nearly on the verge of tears. "Zigong plaque. He actually sold it as a defective piece," he exclaimed, cursing the buyer's foolishness afterward. "Old Liu, doesn't that jade plaque sound reminiscent of the one you sold earlier?" inquired a vendor from across the way. The plaque's owner, suppressing his heartache, replied with a forced smile, "It does bear some resemblance, but it is not the same piece. After a lifetime of selling jade plaques, how could I possibly sell a Zigong plaque at such a low price?" Chapter 62, A Silk Handkerchief. The tale of the bargain Zigong plaque was not confined to the antique street. It swiftly spread throughout the entire antique community of Zhongdu City. The following day, Gao Xueqing visited the studio directly. Fong Ming's advertisement had proven remarkably effective. The business at Wenchang Studio was bustling with clients seeking appraisals of cultural artifacts and those eager to purchase them. Inside the studio, all employees were working tirelessly. When Gao Xueqing arrived, not a single person was there to greet him. It was Chen Rui, with his keen observation, who noticed the oversight in the reception area. "My apologies, esteemed elder. If you do not mind waiting, I can attend to you shortly, or I can have another master assist you." The guest was indeed in a hurry, so Chen Rui promptly assigned Gu Dong to attend to him. After sending off the guest, he hurried to the entrance. "Old Gao, I apologize for the oversight. Come, let's converse in my office," Chen Rui said with an apologetic smile, guiding Gao Xueqing toward his office. Gao Dekang observed the cheerful guests and the busy employees, feeling a sense of satisfaction. You have indeed made the right choice in passing Wenchang's studio to him. It has become far more vibrant in your hands. Gao Xueqing praised without reserve. Chen Rui humbly smiled. Thank you for your kind words, old Gao. Today has simply been fortunate, resulting in a larger number of clients. As their conversation concluded, they entered Chen Rui's office. Please take a seat. I shall brew some tea for you, Chen Rui offered, preparing to fetch the fine tea left in the studio by Gao Dekang. No need to fuss. I did not come here for tea today. Gao Xueqing raised his hand to stop Chen Rui, inquiring about the missing artifact he had found in the antique street, a child's nameplate stained with yellow marks. He had boasted about his ability to restore it. Had it been mended yet? With a smile, Chen Rui nodded. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch it for you. The white jade plate had indeed been restored, though it had yet to be worn and now lay nestled within a brocade box. Chen Rui opened the box, and Gao Xueqing immediately took it to examine, scrutinizing both sides with meticulous attention. The white jade was pure and flawless, the entire piece intact, showing no signs of damage from the restoration. The more he examined, the more satisfied Gao Xueqing became, his excitement bubbling to the surface. He had heard from Gao Dekang about Chen Rui's talent in restoring antique paintings, which had piqued his interest upon their first meeting. However, due to Chen Rui's youth, he had refrained from placing his bets. Now, gazing at the unblemished white jade nameplate, he could no longer contain himself. Rising with a serious expression, Gao Xueqing said, I have a request to make today. Chen Rui's eyes revealed a hint of surprise, but he promptly assisted Gao Xueqing back into his seat. You honor me, sir. Please, feel free to speak. Calling a request feels excessive. Once seated again, Gao Xueqing solemnly produced a brocade box. With great care, he opened it, donned white gloves, and retrieved a piece of brocade cloth, meticulously wrapped within. The bright yellow cloth exuded an ancient aura, and Gao Xueqing delicately unfolded it. As it unfurled, Chen Rui discerned a blot of ink upon the fabric. Originally inscribed with characters, time had eroded its appearance, rendering the original text indecipherable. You can restore ancient paintings in jade. Might you also restore this piece of brocade for me? At that moment, Gao Xueqing's gaze was filled with hope, tinged with a hint of pleading. Yet, he harbored little expectation. The passage of time had rendered the characters on the cloth nearly illegible, and previous attempts to obscure the letters had resulted in an additional layer of ink. Although Chen Rui brimmed with confidence, a solemn expression crossed his face. Rest assured, I shall exert every effort. After placing the brocade cloth back into the box, Chen Rui retreated to the small lounge in his office and closed the door. This was his custom. No one could be present during the restoration process. Gao Xueqing, though worried, did not insist on following him in, instead keeping his gaze fixed on the door of the lounge. Inside, Chen Rui contemplated the brocade cloth, reflecting on Gao Dechang's words regarding Gao Xueqing's esteemed lineage as a founding elder. It was evident that the Gao family had been influential for generations. This piece of brocade was likely a decree. Restoring the cloth required little effort from Chen Rui. Placing his hand upon it, he released his internal spiritual energy, which effortlessly restored it in the blink of an eye. However, as his spiritual energy was already somewhat depleted, this exertion left him pale and drenched in cold sweat. After sitting down to rest for 10 minutes, Chen Rui gradually regained his composure, forcing himself to refrain from peering into the contents of the imperial edict as he swiftly rolled it up. He then began to attempt absorbing the spiritual energy contained within. To his astonishment, it truly existed. Pure spiritual energy surged forth like a tide from the silken cloth, flowing through Chen Rui's hands and converging in his dantian through his meridians. The sensation was so pleasurable that Chen Rui involuntarily closed his eyes. Exhaling a breath of stale air, he opened his eyes, and the fatigue that had once clouded them had vanished, leaving him revitalized. However, his complexion still appeared somewhat pale, likely due to the overwhelming force that had momentarily unsettled him. At this moment, the spiritual energy expended during his prior healing had been replenished by half. Yet, to heal his grandmother, it was still insufficient. The amount of spiritual energy that could be absorbed from a single artifact was simply too meager, in needed quantity. After gathering his thoughts, Chen Rui exited the lounge. Gao Xueqing stood up immediately, observing Chen Rui's pallid face, unable to discern whether the forthcoming news would be fortuitous or dire. How is it? He inquired, his voice trembling with anticipation. Chen Rui gently placed the silken cloth down, his eyes sparkling with joy, affirming that he had not failed his mission. Upon hearing this, Gao Xueqing's face lit up with excitement, his expression one of disbelief, as if he were ensnared in a dream. With trembling hands, he opened the brocade box, carefully extracting the silk cloth and unfolding it with utmost caution. His astonished and tear-filled eyes reflected overwhelming emotion. He was simply elated. Wonderful, truly wonderful. After laying the silk cloth down, Gao Xueqing clasped his hands in gratitude, preparing to bow deeply to Chen Rui. Chen Rui hurriedly assisted him, saying, "High Elder, what are you doing? How could I possibly deserve such reverence? You would be humiliating me." Gao Xueqing patted Chen Rui's shoulder, exclaiming, "I am overwhelmed with joy and at a loss for how to express my gratitude. This silk cloth, after so many years, has seemingly lost its value, but..." Hearing this, Chen Rui quickly interjected, "High Elder, rest assured, I have not read a single word on it." Chapter 63, All Deceit. Ha ha ha. Gao Xueqing laughed heartily at Chen Rui's anxious remarks. "There is nothing to be concerned about. You need not be so tense. You guessed correctly. This silk cloth is indeed an edict." As Gao Xueqing recounted the tale, Chen Rui began to understand the origins of this brocade letter. Upon leaving the palace, Gao Changde, an ancestor of Gao Xueqing, had headed straight to the camp, preparing to lead his troops into the capital to fulfill the orders of Emperor Qi. Unfortunately, he had barely left the capital when Emperor Qi passed away. The well-prepared crown prince ascended the throne the following day. Although there was no imperial edict to convey the command, the prince's ascension was deemed rightful, garnering support from all corners of the court. By the time Gao Changde led his forces to the capital, the new emperor's position was already secure. The youngest son of Emperor Qi was merely a child of 10 years. Should Gao Changde insist on supporting the young emperor's ascension, he would undoubtedly be branded with the infamy of wanting to be the puppet master behind the throne. Moreover, it would be exceedingly difficult. After much contemplation, Gao Changde resolved to wait until the young son of Emperor Qi Shizu matured before devising any plans. Unfortunately, he later faced a relentless series of oppressions from the new emperor. In short, my ancestors nearly faced ruin to safeguard this precious silk handkerchief. During the tumultuous times of war, it required immense sacrifice to preserve it. Upon hearing this, Chen Rui began to comprehend why Gao Xueqing held such profound regard for this handkerchief. It not only bears witness to the sacrifices of several generations of the Gao family, but also symbolizes their unwavering loyalty to the sovereign. As the tale concluded, Gao Xueqing's fervent emotions had considerably settled, yet his gaze towards Chen Rui remained filled with gratitude. Ultimately, the handkerchief had become an inseparable part of my very being. There was no other reason but an ardent desire to protect it. By restoring it, you have alleviated a deep-seated anxiety of mine, which I consider a tremendous favor. Upon finishing his words, Chen Rui feigned anger. "Old Gao, should you express your gratitude once more, I might just become irate." Hearing this, Gao Xueqing erupted into hearty laughter, his gaze towards Chen Rui now imbued with kindness. After sharing a moment of mirth, his expression turned serious. Even though Chen Rui insisted on no need for thanks, he felt compelled to express his gratitude nonetheless. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Xueqing devised a token of appreciation that he was confident Chen Rui would not decline, and a cunning smile crept upon his face like that of a wily old fox. "I have heard that you have paid your respects to Gao Dekang as a disciple. Thus you may consider yourself half a disciple of mine. As a patriarch, I cannot remain indifferent to my descendants. Appraisal, jade cutting, and our family martial arts are my forte. Which would you wish to learn?" As he spoke, Gao Xueqing pretended to be miserly, chuckling, "If you wish to learn them all, that cannot be. I can only teach you one." Despite his frail appearance, with a tremor in his steps, it was surprising that such an elder still practiced martial arts. Moreover, the martial arts that Gao Xueqing, a luminary in the realm of antique appreciation, deemed comparable to jade appraisal and cutting must be formidable indeed. At that moment, Chen Rui had begun to form an answer in his mind. Yet he remained puzzled and inquired, "Old Gao, what exactly is jade cutting?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Gao Xueqing appeared momentarily taken aback. Appraisal and jade cutting are, in fact, two distinct fields. However, many, especially those outside the industry, often conflate them. Though the number of people engaged in jade cutting within the antique realm is scarce, there are still some who practice both. It was astonishing that this young man, possessing such remarkable skills in appraisal, was unaware of jade cutting. The most straightforward explanation for jade cutting is gambling on stones. This concept resonated with Chen Rui, who understood it as purchasing raw stones to gamble on jade. One cut could lead to fortune, while another could spell disaster. Nodding in understanding, he chuckled. In that case, I shall shamelessly request you to teach me the family martial arts. As for appraisal, Chen Rui's unique abilities rendered further learning unnecessary. Although he was not averse to gambling on stones, mastering it was not guaranteed. However, martial arts were a different matter. His body was infused with immense strength, making it the perfect fit. He then continued to inquire, but old Gao, could you first reveal what your family martial arts entail? Are they akin to the legendary techniques like Iron Sand Palm or the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms? Gao Shiweching listened with a smile and said, you watch too much television. Starting tomorrow, report to my house every morning at 5. After leaving Chen Rui's address, Gao Shiweching embraced a silk handkerchief and left with a smile. With an abundance of guests today, the staff in the store was already limited and overwhelmed. The art studio remained bustling until 10 p.m. Rest assured, all will be counted as overtime, he assured. As the employees gradually finished their shifts, Fong Ming continued to give instructions. Turning around, he saw Chen Rui and immediately draped an arm over his shoulder, saying, come on, let us go for a drink. Chen Rui smiled and shook his head. No thanks. I need to rise early tomorrow. Gao Shiweching's home was quite far. To reach by 5 a.m., he would have to get up by 4 at the latest. Fong Ming raised an eyebrow in surprise. Why the early rise? Is it for the stunning Qin or the beautiful Zhu? He spoke while following Chen Rui outside. A taxi conveniently approached, and Chen Rui hailed it and got in. Upon arriving at the apartment, Fong Ming set out the prepared delicacies, and the two began to drink. Halfway through, Fong Ming brought up the topic again. You Haven Tea told me, which beauty invited you. What could possibly be happening so early? Chen Rui then recounted the events of the day with a smile. Smack! Upon hearing this, Fong Ming stood up in astonishment, slapping the table. Are you foolish? Why forsake the talent of jade gambling to pursue martial arts? If you wish to learn martial arts, I can teach you Tai Chi. Gambling with jade is far more lucrative. If we ever need funds for Wenchang Studio, you could always try your luck. In Fong Ming's eyes, learning martial arts equated to learning nothing at all. Such tales of traversing heaven and earth, leaving no trace in the snow, or inflicting harm with leaves belong to legends, only to be found in novels and on television. What era are we in to still be learning martial arts? Chen Rui saw through Fong Ming's thoughts. He picked up the thermos from the table and said, watch closely. As the words left his lips, Fong Ming's gaze shifted, and Chen Rui exerted his fingers. Crack! A sound resonated as the stainless steel thermos shattered. Fong Ming was left in shock, his mouth agape, nearly losing his composure. Chapter 64, Assessment of Talent. Crack! At this moment, he remained silent, his eyes filled with confusion as he stared at Chen Rui, unable to utter a word, utterly stunned. In truth, I possess innate strength. Generally, I refrain from using it. I fear I may lose control and inadvertently cause harm. Chen Rui explained with a smile, and Fong Ming finally emerged from his astonishment. His gaze toward Chen Rui was now filled with admiration. Jade appraisal, divine strength. You possess both wealth and martial prowess? Your existence is solely to undermine me. Isn't it? Pray tell, is there anything you cannot do? This was Chen Rui's sincere reflection. If he were adept at charming women, he would not be single now, nor would he have suffered a previous rejection. Smack! Fong Ming, however, struck him on the shoulder in frustration. Are you trying to make me despair? Two breathtaking beauties are already vying for your attention, and you still dare to claim you cannot charm women? Are you deliberately trying to undermine me? As soon as the words left his lips, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Fong Ming, feeling irked, hurried to pull it open, revealing his stunning neighbor. Tang Ying from upstairs. Hello, I'm looking for Chen Rui. With an impassive expression, Fong Ming stepped aside, allowing Tang Ying to see Chen Rui, as well as the spread of food and drinks laid out on the coffee table. Her delicate brows furrowed immediately. Why do you consume so much alcohol? Eating these marinated dishes and drinking is detrimental to your health. I made some cake, do try it. Carrying the cake, Tang Ying stepped inside, completely disregarding Fong Ming. He touched his nose, feeling even more disheartened. Am I invisible? Is this what Chen Rui calls not being able to charm women? Previously, he had underestimated Chen Rui's company. It was not merely two beautiful women surrounding him, but three. His life seemed solely designed to inflict blows to his self-esteem. Feeling overwhelmed, Fong Ming decided to leave, preferring not to linger as a third wheel. What brings you here? Chen Rui inquired with a smile, gazing at Tang Ying. She suddenly appeared bashful, her charming face flushing. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, exclaiming, I heard you've taken over Wenchang Studio and become your own boss. I've been wanting to congratulate you. but I feared it might be too forward to come by unannounced. As she spoke, she opened the cake she was holding and presented it. This is a congratulatory cake for you. May your business flourish. Tang Ying had evidently put great effort into the cake, decorating it with cream sculpted into various cultural artifacts, a purple clay teapot, a white jade pendant, and an antique vase. The cake, modest in size, about 5 inches, boasted intricate decorations, each crafted small yet vividly lifelike, showcasing her dedication. Chen Rui gazed at it, his smile broadening, deeply touched by her thoughtful gesture. They settled on the sofa, and Tang Ying cheerfully handed him a fork. You must try it. See if it's delicious. Chen Rui, not rushing to taste it, replied with a grin. How could anything you make possibly be bad? Just the aroma is irresistible. With that, he indulged heartily. Although the cake was small, it could easily serve 3. Yet Chen Rui devoured it entirely. Tang Ying watched, pleased. This was far more convincing than any words of praise. Her cake was indeed delectable. Look at me. I completely forgot to prepare drinks for you. After finishing the cake, Chen Rui rose apologetically to fetch a bottle of soda for Tang Ying. In his bachelor apartment, the only beverages available were soda and beer. This is all I have left. I haven't had the chance to buy tea yet, so please make do. He said apologetically, but Tang Ying did not mind at all. They continued to engage in light conversation. By the way, with your exceptional skills, have you considered starting your own business? Chen Rui suddenly asked. Tang Ying chuckled self-deprecatingly. Oh, I lack your talent. I haven't even graduated yet. However, I do plan to open my own pastry shop once I'm ready. Chen Rui laughed outright upon hearing this. With such remarkable skills, you haven't graduated? You must be joking. By the way, if you have the time, could you prepare a batch of pastries for me each day? Our studio hosts guests regularly, and we need to provide some exquisite refreshments. Tang Ying understood that Chen Rui merely sought to encourage him, and thus did not refuse. Acknowledging that the studio's daily consumption should not be excessive, allowing him to carve out some time, he resolved to dedicate himself to the craft, ensuring that every patron in Chen Rui's establishment would feel the meticulous effort of one Changzhai. As their conversation progressed, Tang Ying set aside his soda and joined Chen Rui in sipping some wine. Once pleasantly tipsy, he took his leave. The following day, at 4 in the morning, Chen Rui was roused by the sound of his alarm. Contrary to his expectations of feeling lethargic from insufficient sleep, he was rather invigorated, likely due to the spiritual energy coursing within him. With everything in order, Chen Rui hailed a taxi to a certain courtyard in the outskirts. From this day forward, he would train in martial arts under the tutelage of Gao Xueqing. The guards, having received Gao Xueqing's instructions early in the morning, granted him passage without delay. In the courtyard, Gao Xueqing had just completed a set of movements and was in the process of concluding his practice. However, Chen Rui was taken aback. At this moment, Gao Xueqing exhibited none of his usual frailty. He stood firm as a pine tree, devoid of the typical signs of aging. His previously dull, aged eyes now sparkled with vitality. Noticing Chen Rui's astonishment, Gao Xueqing raised an eyebrow with a hint of pride. If I lacked genuine skill, would I dare to impart martial arts to you? Today marks your first day, and I shall assess your physical capabilities. If you meet my standards, I will impart all the family martial arts without reservation. If not, regrettably, you will have to select a different skill to learn, be it gem appraisal or jade identification. Gao Xueqing spoke with utmost seriousness, and Chen Rui nodded earnestly in response. Soon, Gao Xueqing led Chen Rui to a rockery where several precious stones, which he typically used for practice, were placed. Try to lift one of these stones and see what you can manage, he instructed. Chen Rui smiled and nodded, bypassing the smallest stone at his feet, extending his hand toward a larger one in the middle. Observing this, Gao Xueqing subtly shook his head, a smile gracing his features. This lad is quite unaware of the principle of gradual progression. Perhaps he does not comprehend the true weight of these stones. Be cautious. Do not lift a stone only to crush your own foot. As Chen Rui prepared to lift the central precious stone, Gao Xueqing offered a word of caution. In the next instant, Chen Rui effortlessly hoisted the stone overhead with a single hand, appearing as if he were raising a mere feather. Gao Xueqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 65, The Return Journey. In the midst of Gao Xueqing's astonishment, Chen Rui advanced towards a larger stone, effortlessly lifting it above his head with the same ease. Then, he moved on to the next stone. There were 9 precious stones arranged in this location, and Chen Rui began with the one in the center. Proceeding to the subsequent stones, each heavier than the last, he continued to lift them one by one, eventually reaching the final stone. At the outset, there was no discernible difference. He continued to lift them with one hand, alternating between his left and right. Each stone was as light to him as a piece of foam. At this moment, Gao Xueqing was utterly astonished, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, his jaw almost dropping in disbelief. With determined strides, he stepped forward and lifted the second largest stone, though he successfully lifted the weight above his head. Beads of sweat began to emerge on his brow, and his eyes sparkled with surprise. "Look at you, lad. I almost thought that the precious stone had been swapped out. Truly astonishing. You appear rather slight, yet your strength is remarkable." With a swift motion, Gao Xueqing hurled a stone without waiting for Chen Rui's response. Instinctively, Chen Rui dodged. Whoosh! Gao Xueqing then employed both hands, simultaneously casting stones at him. Chen Rui evaded once more. Whoosh whoosh! The stones came in greater numbers and with increased speed. While he successfully avoided the majority, a few struck him. As Gao Xueqing finally ceased his barrage, Chen Rui felt a surge of tension. Had he passed or failed? Clap! Gao Xueqing slapped him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Good, excellent. In all my years, I have never encountered a youth with martial talent as extraordinary as yours. Although your reflexes and speed could use improvement, achieving such prowess without systematic training is commendable. Henceforth, I shall impart my family's martial arts to you without reservation." The guard stationed at the front of the courtyard nearly stumbled in disbelief. Surely, Gao Lao held this lad in high esteem to allow him to stay. It was well known that many of Gao's own descendants had been dismissed by the reclusive Gao Lao, who preferred solitude. Now, he was voluntarily inviting Chen Rui to reside here. The guard's gazes toward Chen Rui transformed into expressions of deep respect. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air surrounding him, Chen Rui felt invigorated. The courtyard's atmosphere was so refreshing that each inhalation revitalized him. He was on the verge of accepting the offer when the image of his beautiful neighbor, Tang Ying, flashed through his mind. Just the night before, he had arranged for her to prepare pastries daily for him to take to the art studio. Of course, he could delegate this task to Fong Ming, but that seemed rather dismissive and might undermine Tang Ying's confidence. Grateful for Gao Lao's kindness, Chen Rui hesitated to impose on this serene sanctuary. With a polite refusal, he expressed, "It is truly an honor, but I would not wish to disturb your tranquil abode." Gao Xueqing shot him a fierce look, urging him to accept. Just accept the offer. Why did they like a timid man? Chen Rui chuckled awkwardly. "I tend to have many personal matters and often return late. It would be somewhat inconvenient." Gao Xueqing recalled the frequent presence of Zhu Xuyan around Chen Rui and ceased his persuasion. Youth is filled with vigor. It may not be suitable for you to reside here and train daily. Very well then, come by every morning instead. With this declaration, Gao Xueqing's demeanor shifted to a more serious tone, causing Chen Rui to perk up, sensing that the teachings of the esteemed martial arts were about to commence. Today was the first day, focusing on the fundamentals. Gao Xueqing's voice rang out, followed by a demonstration of a stance, the horse stance. For the entire morning, Chen Rui diligently practiced this singular movement. Moreover, the demands of Master Gao are exceedingly rigorous. One must maintain the horse stance for an entire hour without movement. After 1 hour, a brief respite of 5 minutes is permitted before resuming. By the time Master Gao finally calls for a halt, Chen Rui's legs are trembling. "Master Gao, may we begin the next movement tomorrow?" Chen Rui respectfully presents a cup of tea that an adult had just brought over, his hands slightly shaking. Master Gao, unable to suppress a chuckle, advises the young man, "Do not be impetuous. Do not underestimate the horse stance. If mastered, it is a skill to be cherished for a lifetime. Many martial arts masters dedicate their initial years to perfecting this very stance." At this, Chen Rui nearly spews the sip of tea he just took. Surely, Master Gao cannot expect him to practice the horse stance for several years. Observing Chen Rui's expression, Master Gao bursts into laughter. "Rest assured, your foundation is far superior to that of others. Your stance is sufficiently stable, and with just a few days of practice, you shall excel. Once the apprenticeship banquet is concluded, I shall formally initiate you into the art." Initially, Master Gao sought merely to repay Chen Rui for his assistance in restoring the precious brocade handkerchief, intending to impart some knowledge through the connection with Gao Dekang, suggesting a lineage of master and disciple between them. However, in truth, Gao Dekang cannot be considered a genuine disciple of Master Gao. Having witnessed Chen Rui's martial prowess, Master Gao now genuinely desires to take him as a disciple. To let such a promising talent slip away would indeed be a grave misfortune. At this moment, although Chen Rui feels a surge of joy, he is also somewhat apprehensive. "Master Gao, it would be an immense honor to become your disciple. but I have already taken Gao Zong as my master. Would this not cause confusion in our lineage? Master Gao waves his hand dismissively. Not at all. Gao Dekang is not even my disciple. Furthermore, your recognition of him as a nominal appraiser poses no conflict with our current master-disciple relationship. Master Gao perceives the situation with clarity. Gao Dechang's mediocre skills are hardly sufficient to teach Chen Rui anything of substance. It is merely Chen Rui's way of repaying Gao Dechang's kindness and enhancing his reputation. Understanding this, Master Gao's gaze toward Chen Rui grows increasingly appreciative. In ancient times, the bond between master and disciple was often closer than that of father and son. Although times have changed, to have a grateful and conscientious disciple is indeed a privilege. As Master Gao speaks, he prepares to summon the steward for a meal. Chen Rui hastily rises to decline. No need for that, Master Gao. Master Gao waves his hand with a smile. Then I shall not keep you. Off you go. After offering his respectful farewells, Chen Rui promptly hails a taxi to the train station. His hometown is in Nandu City, within the same province, not far apart. It takes just 2 hours by car or 1 hour by high-speed train. As he sits on the train, watching the scenery rush by outside the window, he feels a profound sense of reflection. The journey home remains unchanged from the last time, yet his heart is entirely different. He has undergone a complete transformation. Chapter 66, Debt Collection. In a certain ward of the People's Hospital of Nandu City, Chen Rui strides purposefully, pausing at the door. Mother, you need not worry about the finances. Chen Rui has become successful and has prepared the fund for your medical care. Even if Chen Rui has managed to earn some money now, he cannot devote all of it to my medical treatment. After all, he still has to marry in the future. I have repeatedly told you that my illness does not require treatment, yet you insist on pursuing it. Mother Chen, while washing Grandma Chen's face, engage her in conversation. Just as she finished speaking, Chen Rui entered the room, greeting Grandma, Dad, Mom. Instantly, the worry in Grandma's eyes faded, replaced by a glimmer of joy. She urged, "Quick, help me sit up. I must have a good look at my grandson." As Mother Chen assisted Grandma in sitting up, Chen Rui had already reached the bedside, where Grandma grasped his hand tightly. She then turned to Mother Chen, saying, "Did you not have plenty of the soup you made for me at noon? Hurry and bring it over to nourish Chen Rui." It had been half a month since they last saw each other, and Grandma felt a pang of sympathy as she observed how much weight her grandson had lost. With a tender gaze, she looked at him, her expression transforming into one of warmth and affection, saying, "You must be hungry. Come, eat some food and drink the soup." The remaining soup in the bowl was only half full, and there was still a substantial portion of rice left. Undeterred, Chen Rui heartily consumed the rice soaked in soup. Once he had satisfied his hunger, Grandma again took hold of his hand. "I am old now. Whether to treat my illness or not, I have little time left." He is now the owner of an antique shop, and his business is flourishing. He possesses the means to provide for Grandma's treatment. "Grandma, I must focus on my career for now, so finding a daughter-in-law for you will have to wait. You must recover your health so that you can see your future granddaughter-in-law honoring you." It was then that Grandma ceased her insistence on being discharged from the hospital, her expression visibly more relaxed than before. With a glimmer of hope for life, who would wish to languish at home awaiting death? She simply did not wish to be a burden to her descendants. But now, there was no need for concern. "Wonderful, my grandson is thriving." With those words, both Chen's father and mother breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere in the hospital room appeared far more heartwarming than before. Suddenly, the door to the room was kicked open with a loud bang. A burly man, his face marked by hostility, strode in, followed by 6 subordinates. The man sneered, walking directly to Chen Rui, and declared, "A son repays his father's debts. Your father owes me money, and you shall pay it back." Chen Rui furrowed his brow, casting a puzzled glance at his father. He had transferred over $1 million to his family. Could it be that his father still needed to borrow money? At that moment, Chen's father approached with a forced smile, stating, "Brother Liu, did I not repay the money I borrowed from you just a few days ago?" Prior to Chen Rui sending money home, the hospital had been pressing for payment, and Chen's father, in desperation, had borrowed 50,000 from Brother Liu through a mutual acquaintance. "Oof," Brother Liu scoffed. "Repay? You owe me 300,000, and you've only returned 50,000. Can this be considered settled?" 300,000. Chen Rui's parents were left astonished, their eyes widening in disbelief. Indeed, it was predatory lending, but such a steep increase seemed outrageous. "Brother Liu, our family does not possess such funds. Please, have mercy and let us go," Chen's father pleaded, his face etched with bitter desperation as he slowly regained his composure. Bang! Behind Lu Gu stood a subordinate who, without hesitation, kicked over the cabinet at the entrance of the hospital room. The thunderous crash sent shivers through Chen Rui's parents and grandmother. The commotion drew the attention of nurses and doctors, who quickly gathered around. How can you cause a disturbance in a hospital? Patients require peace and quiet. If you have any issues, discuss them outside. The medical staff chided Lu Gu, urging him to leave. Life for a life, debts settle with payment. This is only just, Lu Gu retorted. If you do not return the money today, I shall not leave, and this elderly woman will receive no treatment. He sneered. Don't think I'm ignorant of your plans for surgery on her. I've heard the operation alone costs hundreds of thousands. If I and T learned this, I wouldn't have come here. As he referred to the elderly woman as that old lady, Chen Rui's eyes flashed with anger. Yet at that moment, Chen's father pulled him back, forcing a smile toward Lu Gu. Lu Gu, you are a man of great business. Have pity on us. That money is for my mother's treatment and must not be touched, he implored. We had an agreement. I borrowed 50,000 and I promised to return 55,000 in a month. I have fulfilled my promise. You and your brothers have had a tough journey. Take this money and treat yourselves to some tea. As he spoke, Chen's father produced all the cash from his wallet, around 4,000. With a swift motion, Lu Gu swatted the money away. This paltry sum? How dare you offer such a meager amount? Let me make this clear. Unless you produce the remaining 250,000 today, I shall not be leaving. With that, he kicked the nearby table, sending it flying and scattering its contents across the floor, causing the ground to shake as if an earthquake had struck. The doctors and nurses who had gathered at the entrance were terrified and quickly retreated, though some remained. A young female doctor stepped forward, her face resolute. This is not a place for your antics. If you do not leave immediately, I will call the police. Lu Gu erupted in laughter. Call the police? Do you think I fear that? A subordinate beside him chimed in. Even if the police come, they would respectfully address him as Brother Lu Gu. At this moment, Chen Rui, unable to contain his fury any longer, strode forward. My grandmother needs rest. Let us settle our grievances outside. Upon hearing Chen Rui's suggestion to resolve matters outside, Lu Gu laughed again, feeling quite triumphant. He believed Chen Rui wished to avoid confrontation. Observing Chen Rui's expensive suit, he nodded in agreement. Very well. Since you insist on resolving this outside, I shall grant you that favor. With that, Lu Gu arrogantly led his entourage out of the hospital room. The doctors and nurses who remained, though filled with righteous indignation, were intimidated and began to withdraw, sensing the hostility radiating from Lu Gu and his companions, whose fierce demeanor made the air around them feel even colder. As Chen Rui passed by the previously speaking female doctor, he bestowed upon her a grateful smile. Noticing her name tag, he recognized her as the attending physician, Jiang Ran. The 6 henchmen quickly dispersed, surrounding Chen Rui. One of them promptly pulled out his phone, inquiring whether Chen Rui intended to transfer money via WeChat or Alipay. With a playful smirk, Chen Rui replied, "What if I choose not to?" The henchman laughed heartily, stating, "You might not pay today, but you will likely have to crawl out of here." At that moment, the 6 henchmen revealed their menacing expressions, glaring at Chen Rui with hostility. Yet, Chen Rui remained remarkably composed, showing no signs of fear or anxiety. "I am quite reasonable. If my father truly owes you money, I should pay it. However, borrowing 50,000 only to repay 300,000 is simply impossible." Upon hearing this, the smile vanished from the henchman's face, his gaze turning cold and predatory. "You're asking for trouble, and I see you won't shed a tear until you're faced with the grave. Take him away. Teach him a lesson." As his chilling words echoed, the 6 henchmen charged at Chen Rui with ferocity. "Stop!" A sharp voice rang out as Jiang Ran rushed over, brandishing her phone. "You'd best not act recklessly. I've already called the police." Upon hearing this, the henchman's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing ominously at Jiang Ran. "You were the loudest among them, little girl. Considering your decent appearance, I might have let it go, but you insisted on meddling." He coldly ordered, "Teach her a lesson. Indulge yourselves however you wish." As he spoke, a lewd grin spread across his face. The henchmen chuckled in agreement, their gazes toward Jiang Ran revealing their lascivious intentions. Jiang Ran, once calm, now felt a wave of panic wash over her, her fair face paling. Yet she feigned bravery, declaring, "Let us see who dares to do anything in broad daylight." Her words only provoked more laughter from the henchman and his associates. One of them licked his lips as he approached Jiang Ran, taunting, "When I take you to Cloud 9, you'll see just how daring I can be. Don't fret. We promise you a thrilling experience today. As he closed in on Jiang Ran, his lecherous hand reached out toward her chest. Oomph. A cold huff escaped Chen Rui's lips, his patience having worn thin. With a swift motion, he charged toward the henchman. Oh, this kid has some guts. He thinks he could be a hero, the henchman mocked, dismissing Chen Rui's refined demeanor. But before he could finish his taunt, Chen Rui delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding thud, the henchman was sent flying, crashing against the ceiling before crashing heavily to the ground. The atmosphere fell abruptly silent. Everyone stared in shock at the henchman on the floor, who was in so much pain he could barely scream, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. How dare you touch my people? Today, I shall not only teach you a severe lesson, but also render your existence unbearable. Come on, let us deal with him. Sixth brother, swiftly recovering from his shock, roared with fury. The remaining 5 lackeys immediately surged towards Chen Rui, their earlier arrogance replaced by grave expressions. Without hesitation, they drew the blades they had concealed at their waists. Be careful, Jiang Ran exclaimed anxiously, unable to suppress her fear upon seeing the 5 glinting knives. Chen Rui's gaze turned icier as he beheld the weapons. His true wrath had been ignited. He unleashed his strikes with relentless ferocity. Bang! 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 Under the might of Chen Rui, the thugs wielding knives found no advantage. One by one, they were sent crashing to the ground. Their anguished screams were more harrowing than the cries of slaughtered pigs. Sixth brother trembled in terror, turning to flee. However, Chen Rui, fueled by rage, would not grant him the luxury of escape. In the blink of an eye, he seized sixth brother by the shoulder and slammed him to the ground, following up with a powerful punch aimed at his face. I will make you pay your debts. I will make you call my grandmother old woman. I will not allow you to bully Dr. Jiang. With each accusation, Chen Rui delivered a brutal blow, leaving sixth brother wailing in agony. Stop. Please, no more. I know I was wrong. I promise I will never do it again. Sixth brother pleaded, enduring the excruciating pain. Yet, Chen Rui showed no signs of relent. Cease this at once. A sudden authoritative shout rang out. The security personnel, alerted by Jiang Ran's earlier call, had arrived. Chen Rui halted his assault. Rising to his feet, sixth brother, bruised and battered, excitedly clung to the captain's leg, exclaiming, Comrade, you must stand up for me. This scoundrel not only refuses to repay his debts, but also dares to assault me. Such societal vermin deserve severe punishment. The situation diverged from the initial report the captain had received. Upon hearing the captain's inquiry, Jiang Ran finally regained her composure and explained, I called the police. Here is what transpired after listening to her account. The captain's gaze softened towards Chen Rui, while his disdain for sixth brother grew. Comrade, I am Lu from Causeway Bay. It's me, sixth brother. The voice of sixth brother echoed, causing both the captain and several officers to startle. Their sympathy for Chen Rui increasing. I have grasped the sequence of events. However, you will still need to accompany us to the security bureau, the captain instructed Chen Rui, who nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his lips. Of course, cooperating with the officers is a civic duty. Don't go. Chen Rui's words prompted Dr. Jiang Ran to urgently intervene. She leaned closer to Chen Rui, whispering, Did you not notice the expressions of the security personnel? They undoubtedly recognize sixth brother. If you go, you and T come out unscathed. Better not to go. Allow me to speak on your behalf. You stay and keep your grandmother company. Confronted with Jiang Ran's earnest entreaties, Chen Rui merely smiled serenely, assuring, There is no need for concern. I have faith that the Security Bureau will uphold the law with integrity and impartiality. With that, he followed the captain into the vehicle, his demeanor exhibiting no trace of anxiety, his smile unwavering. The individuals previously injured by Chen Rui, including the notorious Lu Gu, were also escorted for medical attention by other members of the Security Bureau. Upon arriving at the interrogation room, the captain left Chen Rui alone, sighing heavily as he departed. His sigh deepened as he recounted the details of the case. Once his words settled, the surrounding staff were taken aback. Could it be true that the refined individual you just brought in managed to face 7 opponents without faltering? And he defeated none other than Lu Gu of Causeway Bay? The murmurs of disbelief echoed among the crowd. The captain offered a bitter smile and nodded. Indeed, it is true. If it were not, would I be so troubled? The staff understood the captain's concerns, feeling a tinge of relief that they had not been entangled in the matter, as it did not directly concern them. They continued to speculate. Who would have thought that such a polished young man possessed such formidable strength? Are you aware of Lu Ji's nature? Even a cornered rabbit will bite. When pressed, a person can resort to anything. They pondered whether it was truly anger that drove Chen Rui as he appeared unscathed, his attire still immaculate. Listening to their reflections, the captain chose not to engage, striding purposefully toward the door. After some deliberation, a few of them entered the interrogation room together. At that moment, Chen Rui's calm demeanor shifted slightly, his brow furrowed upon seeing the newcomers. Have you made a mistake? This does not seem to be a reception area. The captain, with a complex expression, took a seat opposite Chen Rui. My young friend, this is not the time to be picky. Before we begin the record, I must caution you. Lu Gu has significant connections, and it would be prudent for you to. The captain did not finish his thought, believing Chen Rui would grasp the implication. Chen Rui listened and chuckled. What is it you expect from me? Are you suggesting that those individuals were not maliciously demanding debts in my grandmother's hospital room, but rather paying her a visit, and that I should indiscriminately assault them? Upon hearing this, the captain's expression darkened. It is not my intention for you to deliberately lie or distort the truth. However, it would be wise not to mention the debt collection. Furthermore, while Lu Ji's associates are still inactive, it would be best to settle all medical and rehabilitation expenses promptly. The captain, named Zhang Lei, held a favorable impression of Chen Rui, believing he was genuinely considering his welfare. Yet, Chen Rui remained unappreciative of the council, responding with another cold laugh. I apologize, but I am a person of integrity, always speaking plainly and truthfully. The fact remains that Lu Gu and his group engaged in illegal debt collection and threatened my family. Moreover, they sought to perpetrate vile acts against a young female doctor. My actions in teaching them a lesson were to rid society of harm. It was a legitimate act of self-defense. Hearing Chen Rui's resolute words, the captain felt increasingly helpless and chose not to pursue the matter further. A chilling sneer escaped from one of the team members at that moment. You ungrateful wretch. Captain Zhang is doing this for your own good. Even if you speak the truth, what do you think will happen? Do you expect us to apprehend Brother Lu and his crew? Dream on. That is utterly impossible. If you are unwilling to resolve this amicably and refuse to pay, once Brother Lu recovers, brace yourself for endless retaliation. Upon hearing these words, Chen Rui's gaze turned icy. Observing the expressions of the security personnel, he felt a surge of indignation. I thought you were all upright public servants, yet it appears you are merely parasites aiding in this tyranny. You wish for me to concede without a fight, to suffer in silence? That shall never be. I, Chen Rui, am not a powerless soft target to be toyed with at will. As soon as he finished speaking, the team members burst into laughter. This kid dares to boast about having connections, they scoffed. If he truly had a powerful family or wealth, would he have provoked Brother Lu? Would he have borrowed high-interest loans from him for a mere 50,000? They dismissed Chen Rui's claims with derision. Chen Rui chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he took out his phone. He had come of his own volition, not forcibly apprehended, and his belongings had not been confiscated. The team members watched him dial, refraining from interference, anticipating his resignation to fate. You're calling me now? Have you finally come to your senses, preparing to move into my courtyard? As soon as the call connected, Gao Xueqing's teasing voice resonated on the other end. Chen Rui sighed ruefully into the phone, explaining that he needed to ask Gao for a favor due to some trouble he had encountered. As he recounted the details, Gao's brow furrowed more deeply, the cold glint in his eyes intensifying. With a loud bang, Gao slammed his hand on the table, nearly shattering Chen Rui's eardrum. Damn it! The land we fought for with blood and sacrifice is not meant to nourish this horde of parasites. You take the king's salary yet fail to alleviate his burdens, thinking only of your own elevation while disregarding loyalty and the welfare of the people. That is unacceptable. Stay put. I will handle this matter. After uttering these words, Gao abruptly ended the call. As Chen Rui lowered his phone, a team member raised an eyebrow. Well, have you thought it over? Are you ready to cooperate with us for the record? Observing the cold and haughty demeanor of a certain deputy section chief approaching, the captain and team members stood respectfully. Greeting him, the deputy section chief waved his hand, and they immediately stepped back, yielding the interrogation table to him. Sitting upright, the deputy section chief glared frostily at Chen Rui. Is it you who inflicted such injuries? Have you left someone on the brink of death? His words sent shockwaves through the room. The incredulity was palpable. This deputy section chief was indeed a figure of authority over Brother Lu. The captain and his team had already surmised that after the brutal beating Chen Rui had delivered to Brother Lu, the deputy section chief would certainly not let him off easily. However, they were astonished that the deputy section chief would immediately level such a grave accusation against Chen Rui. At this moment, Chen Rui's eyes were filled with astonishment. Did he not know the weight of his own strikes? He had become adept at controlling his strength, and having discovered his innate powers, he had studied human anatomy. When dealing blows to the group led by Lu Ge, he had deliberately targeted non-lethal areas. Although their injuries appeared severe, none had sustained damage to vital organs. Yet, here in the office of the Deputy Section Chief, the officer claimed that Chen Rui had severely injured individuals to the point of near death. Chen Rui couldn't he help but scoff. Shouldn't one first grasp the facts of the matter before passing judgment? It was Lu Ge's group that initiated the conflict. Before Chen Rui could finish his thought, the Deputy Section Chief abruptly slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "Silence. Do you think this is a place for idle chatter? This is an interrogation room. Answer my questions." After this cold rebuke, the Deputy Section Chief continued without allowing Chen Rui to defend himself. "I ask you, did you strike Lu Ge and his men?" He then presented an interrogation document. "Since you have no objections, sign here." Chen Rui's eyes narrowed with a cold smile, refusing to take the pen offered. "Indeed, I did strike Lu Ge and his cohorts," but the compassionate team leader, Zhang Lei, suddenly furrowed his brow and interjected. Before he could finish, the Deputy Section Chief shot him a frosty glare. "Did I permit you to speak?" Zhang Lei bit his lip in silence, internally wrestling with his thoughts. Smack! The Deputy Section Chief turned back, slapping the table again. "Sign the document already." This time, Chen Rui erupted into laughter. "What? Do you intend to extract a confession through coercion? Let me tell you, it is impossible for me to admit guilt, for I have committed no crime." The guilty parties are Lu Ge and his band of thugs, engaged in usury and intimidation before Chen Rui could enumerate Lu Ge's transgressions. The Deputy Section Chief slammed the table once more. "You insolent brat, do you know who I am? I am the Deputy Section Chief of the Security Bureau. As for Lu Ge, he is my brother-in-law. In this southern city, if I declare him innocent, he is innocent. If I declare you guilty, then you are guilty." Smack! The sound of the table being struck resonated again, but this time it was Chen Rui who had done so. Rising to his feet, he pointed a finger at the Deputy Section Chief and rebuked him. "Do you think you're a local tyrant just because you're a Deputy Section Chief? This southern city does not belong to you. It belongs to the citizens. Lu Ge has committed numerous atrocities, and your crimes are unforgivable, perhaps even more heinous than his own. If there weren't parasites like you in the Security Bureau providing them shelter, how could scoundrels like Lu Ge act with such impunity? Justice will prevail. It may be delayed, but it will come. Don't think you can remain arrogant forever. There are plenty capable of bringing you to account." Chen Rui delivered his monologue like a rapid-fire barrage. As his words settled, team leader Zhang Lei could not help but slam his hand on the table in applause. "Well said. Justice is watching. Chen Rui, I am willing to testify on your behalf, affirming that your actions were indeed a legitimate act of self-defense." The moment these words left my lips, several team members and the Deputy Section Chief widened their eyes in disbelief, casting incredulous glances at Zhang Lei. "Captain, have you lost your mind? Are you really going to oppose the Section Chief for this brat? Hurry up and apologize." While the team members regarded Chen Rui with indifference, their loyalty to Zhang Lei prompted them to intercede on his behalf, imploring the Deputy Section Chief for leniency. A cold chuckle escaped the Deputy Section Chief at this juncture. "Nonsense. I see he is merely attempting to incite rebellion. Zhang Lei, do not expect a promotion this year, nor your bonus for the month." The Deputy Section Chief, incensed by Chen Rui's audacity, unleashed a barrage of punitive measures against Zhang Lei, who had unwittingly placed himself in the line of fire. The team members stood in stunned silence, and half of them, now sharing Zhang Lei's sentiments, began to harbor dissent. However, the Deputy Section Chief no longer regarded them, but instead directed a mocking gaze at Chen Rui. "This kid refuses to confess. You all know what to do, right? Teach him a lesson. Make him face reality." With his words lingering in the air, the Deputy Section Chief awaited the ensuing chaos. Yet, the team members behind him remained motionless. "What? Do you wish to join Zhang Lei in rebellion?" he inquired coldly, his brow furrowing. At last, two of his sycophants stirred and approached Chen Rui. "Stop. Let us see who dares to assist in this tyranny and force false confessions." Zhang Lei interjected, rushing forward to stand defiantly before the two henchmen. They hesitated, casting glances at the Deputy Section Chief. You dare to openly defy me and protect this scoundrel? I wager you are willing to sacrifice your own hide," the Deputy Section Chief sneered. "Attack. Teach him a lesson as well." As his command echoed, the two henchmen simultaneously apologized to Zhang Lei before launching their assault. A fierce skirmish ensued, resulting in Zhang Lei toppling both assailants. clapping his hands in admiration. Chen Rui exclaimed, "What remarkable skill! Truly impressive." At that moment, a cacophony of hurried footsteps approached as a throng of security personnel arrived, drawn by the commotion within the interrogation room. Upon witnessing the scene, particularly Zhang Lei's involvement, many quickly recoiled, unwilling to wade into this murky affair. Yet among the newcomers were those eager to curry favor, viewing this as an opportunity to ingratiate themselves with the deputy section chief. This is insurrection. Quickly, apprehend both of them. With the deputy section chief's furious command ringing out, a dozen sycophants charged into the interrogation room, directing their aggression toward Zhang Lei and Chen Rui. As the captain, Zhang Lei was already skilled in combat. Although the opposing faction held numerical superiority, the presence of the immensely strong Chen Rui leveled the odds. In the ensuing melee, the henchmen not only failed to gain an advantage, but were swiftly dispatched, finding themselves on the ground within moments. The last of the assailants fortuitously fell at the deputy section chief's feet. The deputy director was instantly seized by fear, his body trembling. Chapter 70. Little Huang's Excitement. With a pallid face, he involuntarily took a few steps back, and then, without hesitation, fled outside, promptly locking the door to the interrogation room behind him. He feared that Chen Rui and Zhang Lei, driven by rage, would burst forth and give him a thorough beating. Trembling, he fished out his phone and called the head of the security bureau. "Boss, we're in serious trouble. A vicious criminal has arrived," inciting Zhang Lei to join him in rebellion. Half of those terrified by Zhang Lei have already fled, and those who stood their ground have been knocked down by the two of them. Please send reinforcements immediately. Meanwhile, within the interrogation room, a burst of laughter erupted. Ha ha ha. The laughter belonged to Zhang Lei, who appeared exuberant, and as his laughter subsided, he could not help but exclaim, "What a relief. I haven't felt this liberated in ages." With that, Zhang Lei approached Chen Rui, clapping him on the shoulder. "Rest assured, this time I am unequivocally on your side. Even if the deputy director stands against us, we can escalate this to the provincial capital. I refuse to believe that no one in Xia can deal with those parasites." Zhang Lei spoke these words with genuine sincerity. Why did he initially join the security bureau and become a proud member? Wasn't it to defend the homeland and maintain social peace, to punish evil and eradicate wrongdoing? However, over the years, shaped by society and reality, he had gradually dulled his edges. Had it not been for today's encounter with Chen Rui, he might have continued to endure under the oppression of the deputy director's parasites. Yet, he felt no regret, his heart brimming with clarity. At that moment, Chen Rui reciprocated by patting his shoulder. "Thank you, but rest assured, we want Team E to escalate this to the provincial capital or Kyoto. I have already contacted an elder who will handle this matter appropriately and restore justice for me." Zhang Lei listened, managing a reluctant smile, dismissing Chen Rui's words. If Chen Rui truly possessed such a powerful background to confront the deputy director of the Nandu Security Bureau, why would his family have had to borrow 50,000 yuan at high interest from the sixth brother? Although he remained skeptical, Zhang Lei refrained from disparaging Chen Rui. Understanding the disbelief reflected in Zhang Lei's expression, Chen Rui opted not to elaborate further, smiling instead as he inquired, "Since we have shared adversity, once this matter is resolved, will you agree to become sworn brothers?" Zhang Lei did not believe that today's incident would be resolved swiftly, yet he did not refuse. "All right, once this matter concludes, we shall become sworn brothers." Having witnessed Chen Rui's prowess firsthand, Zhang Lei felt a deep respect for his abilities. Chen Rui's refusal to bow to evil forces and his unyielding spirit earned Zhang Lei's admiration. Thus, his words were spoken with genuine intent. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Zhang Lei's expression changed dramatically. It was certain that reinforcements summoned by the deputy director had arrived. As he spoke, Zhang Lei strode directly towards the door. Just as the door was locked from within, a thunderous banging echoed. Hearing the words, "You are surrounded," those inside immediately surrendered, laying down their weapons, lest they face merciless execution. The commander, leading a multitude of armed security personnel, bellowed in a chilling tone, his voice resonating like thunder. Clearly reaching the interrogation room, Zhang Lei could not help but reveal a bitter smile. Indeed, he had underestimated the situation. Toppling the deputy chief would prove to be no easy feat. With a sigh, he lamented the predicament. Bang! In the next moment, a resounding crash was heard. The interrogation room door, despite being locked from the inside, was forcefully breached. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy and relentless footsteps followed as a large contingent of armed security personnel surged into the interrogation room, surrounding Chen Rui and Zhang Lei, their cold weapons trained upon the two. Observing this, a chilling smirk spread across the deputy chief's face. These two were exceedingly dangerous, and yet they still dared not surrender. Fire! Eliminate them, he commanded with a frigid tone. The leader frowned at these words. Halt! I wish to see who dares to pull the trigger. A formidable voice rang out next. Gao Xueqing, accompanied by his guards, had arrived. Upon witnessing the imposing presence of Gao Xueqing, Chen Rui felt the tension in his heart dissipate entirely. No matter his strength, he would not dare to confront a man who could withstand bullets. As Gao Xueqing's voice resonated, all eyes turned toward him. The deputy chief cast a fleeting glance before dismissing him. Just an old man accompanied by a bodyguard. Why should I fear him? Ignore him and fire. The deputy chief's impatience was palpable. He eagerly anticipated the sight of Chen Rui and Zhang Lei being riddled with bullets. Your security bureau certainly boasts a considerable air of authority. Is this a case of judicial overreach or coercion to obtain confessions? Gao Xueqing retorted coldly. The armed personnel remained motionless, awaiting the leader's command. The deputy chief, unable to contain his frustration, seethed at Gao Xueqing's words. Where did this old fool come from? Before he could finish, the leader delivered a resounding slap. Silence. Clutching his swollen cheek, the deputy chief wore an expression of disbelief. Leader, why are you hitting me? Is it for this old man? Smack. The response to the deputy chief was another slap, even more forceful than the previous one, knocking him to the ground. Dare to show disrespect to old Gao again, and it will be a light punishment if I do not end you. After uttering this warning, the leader shot the deputy chief a cold glare before turning angrily to the armed personnel. Did you not hear old Gao's words? Lower your weapons at once. As his command fell, the armed team not only lowered their weapons but also retreated. Yet, their confusion mirrored that of the deputy chief. What background did this old man possess to compel the leader to strike even his closest subordinate? In the next moment, the leader approached Gao Xueqing, his tiger-like eyes glistening with tears, his steps trembling with excitement. Leader, it is truly you. Xiao Huang had thought he would never again have the honor of seeing you. Approaching Gao Xueqing, the leader spoke with a mix of excitement and surprise. As his words echoed through the hall, astonishment filled the air. Who exactly was this elderly gentleman? The leader had audaciously referred to himself as Xiao Huang in his presence. At that moment, nearly all eyes converged upon Gao Xueqing, with only Zhang Lei glancing at Chen Rui, unable to suppress his astonishment, asking whether he had indeed been the one to call this esteemed individual earlier. Chapter 71, Apology with Wine. Zhang Lei's inquiry was met with Chen Rui's serene silence. The next moment, he raised his head to regard the elder, clasping his hands in a deep bow. All gratitude was encapsulated in that single gesture. Gao Xueqing waved his hand dismissively, casting a disapproving frown at the leader. I told you years ago that you are too soft-hearted to be a leader. It seems I was right. You have been utterly blinded by your subordinates. Upon hearing this, the leader trembled. Xiao Huang expressed a desire to stay by your side. But alas, my age has dulled my vigor and strength. I have been instructed to step down for further training. What can I do? The leader now wore an expression of grievance. Gao Xueqing, disinterested in his lamentations, stated his purpose directly. I have come today to take Chen Rui away. Do you have any objections? Contemplating his intent, Gao Xueqing felt a surge of anger. On a public level, he could not permit such vermin to exist within the realm he had fought so valiantly to protect. On a personal level, Chen Rui was his disciple. Had he not received Chen Rui's call, he would have flown directly here. Any delay might have resulted in him coming to collect Chen Rui's remains instead. Faced with Gao Xueqing's narrowed, authoritative gaze, the leader dared not utter a word of dissent. No problem. No problem. Please, take him, he stammered, guessing that Chen Rui was a junior of Gao Xueqing and would not dare impede him. Oof. Gao Xueqing saw through his thoughts, responding with a cold snort. You would do well to clarify the circumstances. Some vermin must be dealt with without hesitation. Upon hearing this, the leader trembled once more. Yes, you are absolutely correct. Please, come to my office and sit for a moment while I investigate the matter thoroughly. I assure you, and this young brother will receive a proper explanation. With that, the leader politely ushered Gao Xueqing into his office, followed by Chen Rui and Zhang Lei. In the office, the leader personally brewed tea, humbly offering it to Gao Xueqing. As Gao Xueqing savored the tea leisurely, he finished his cup and noticed the leader still standing before him, immediately glaring fiercely. What are you still doing standing there? Hurry and investigate. Startled, the leader straightened his posture, appearing obedient and attentive. At that moment, armed security personnel entered, accompanied by the deputy director. Bang! The deputy director's earlier arrogance had vanished. His face as pale as a sheet, trembling visibly. Leader, this incident truly was not my fault. This young man struck my brother-in-law, who is currently lying in the hospital. Terrified, the deputy director resolved to deny any responsibility for his dereliction of duty. Slap. With that, Gao Xueqing smashed the teacup to the ground. The leader, seemingly ineffectual, could not extract a single truth from those beneath him. If I were in his position, I would have long buried my head in shame. The reprimand from Gao Xueqing echoed, and the leader responded with obsequiousness. Yet, a glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes as he seized the deputy, lifting him like a chick. Turning back, he smiled deferentially at Gao Xueqing and departed with the deputy, not straying far, merely to the next room. Soon, the deputy's anguished cries faintly pierced the air. Hearing this, Gao Xueqing felt a sense of satisfaction, pouring himself a cup of tea and sipping leisurely as he awaited further developments. Chen Rui, unable to suppress his curiosity any longer, asked Gao, "Have you known this Huang for a long time?" "How could I not know him? Young Huang served as my bodyguard for nearly a decade." Upon hearing this, Chen Rui's expression shifted to one of understanding. Zhang Lei, standing nearby, was left astounded, his eyes nearly popping out. The identity of Huang, the leader, was anything but insignificant. Yet he had only been deemed worthy of the role of a bodyguard beside this man. It appeared that he had indeed underestimated Chen Rui. Creak. The office door swung open, and the leader returned, striding confidently towards Gao Xueqing, his demeanor excessively respectful. "Leader, I have thoroughly grasped the situation. Brother Chen has committed no wrongdoing. In fact, he deserves commendation. That deputy, who condoned his relative's malevolence and dared to invert truth and falsehood, must face severe punishment. I intend to first relieve the deputy of his position and then have inspectors gather evidence of his crimes. In any case, he shall not emerge for at least 10 years. As for that sixth brother, such a societal parasite ought to be eradicated. Rest assured, with his transgressions, he shall never see the outside world again. Furthermore, Zhang Lei is quite commendable. I plan to promote him to the deputy's position." With these words, Gao Xueqing regarded the leader with a more benevolent gaze, pleased with his handling of the matter. "I am willing to assist Chen Rui in exposing the deputy, but not for the sake of promotion." At this juncture, Zhang Lei interjected with a wry smile, "Moreover, if you appoint me as deputy, sitting in an office every day hardly feels like a promotion to me." The leader could not help but chuckle, asking, "Then what do you wish to do?" Zhang Lei stood tall, asserting, "I believe my current role is quite satisfactory, allowing me to engage in field work and uphold justice. Although I am merely a squad leader, I am content." "Ha ha ha." The leader laughed again, patting Zhang Lei's shoulder with pride. "You are quite aware of your place. Very well. You shall not sit in an office or perform clerical duties. From today onward, I appoint you as the captain of the armed team." Zhang Lei was elated, exclaiming, "Thank you, leader." The leader then turned his meaningful gaze toward Chen Rui, approaching with a courteous smile. "It is my fault for not managing properly, allowing Brother Chen to suffer. I hope you can forgive me and not hold it against me. Had I not flown in by helicopter today, you would have likely turned Chen Rui into a sieve by now. Do you think a few words suffice to put this matter to rest? Chen Rui is indeed my disciple. In a few days, when we hold the apprenticeship banquet, he will be my most cherished student. I must inform you, should you fail to apologize to Chen Rui with a drink, do not expect to see me again." Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. The leader was astonished by Gao Xueqing's admiration for Chen Rui, while Zhang Lei was shocked that Gao Xueqing actually wanted the leader to apologize to Chen Rui. Chapter 72. Truly beneficial. Yes, indeed. What the leader says is correct. I should indeed apologize to my elder brother Chen with a drink. Seizing the moment, I suggested, "What better day than today? Let's dine together tonight. So, I may also extend a warm welcome to you." Coming back to his senses, Boss Huang nodded vigorously. His gaze towards Chen Rui became markedly more respectful, even tinged with a hint of trepidation. Being accepted as a cherished disciple by Gao Lao indicates that Chen Rui is extraordinary, and his future accomplishments will undoubtedly surpass Boss Huang's imagination. Listening to Boss Huang's words, Gao Xueqing nodded in satisfaction. However, Chen Rui smiled wryly and politely declined, "My grandmother and parents are still in the hospital waiting for me. Perhaps tonight is not suitable." Boss Huang promptly arranged to have lunch with Chen Rui the following day. Chen Rui agreed with a nod, courteously bidding farewell to Gao Xueqing before leaving the security bureau. As he scrutinized Chen Rui and observed that he was unharmed, Jiang Ran breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Chen Rui was leisurely gazing at her. Their eyes met, causing Jiang Ran to blush instantly. Do not let your imagination run wild. I'm not worried about you, but rather about Grandma Chen. With that, Jiang Ran dashed into the hospital, followed closely by Chen Rui. The floor Jiang was responsible for coincidentally housed Chen Rui's grandmother. The doctors and nurses in the inpatient department couldn't help but whisper as they saw the two approach. The sixth brother and his companions had been rushed to surgery. Yet the medical staff remained unaware of the dire circumstances they had faced at Chen Rui's hands. Others, however, continued to regard Chen Rui with fervent gazes. Even if it meant a loss, it demonstrated skill, who among ordinary people could effortlessly produce 200,000. Yet, how could Dr. Jiang accompany him? Surely they could not be. Chen Rui, now sharp and perceptive, absorbed every word, merely shaking his head in amusement, choosing to disregard their chatter. Creak. Upon reaching his grandmother's hospital room, Chen Rui pushed the door open. Xiao Rui, my dear grandson, come here so Grandma can have a good look at you. Chen Rui's father and mother hurried towards him, while Grandma sat anxiously on the hospital bed. Dad, Mom, I am fine. After reassuring his parents, Chen Rui smiled as he approached the bedside, taking his grandmother's hand. Grandma, do not worry. See, I am perfectly all right. Seeing Chen Rui unscathed, his father, mother, and grandmother all sighed in relief. However, Chen Rui's mother soon lamented, we have escaped this time, but what about next time? Regret gnawed at her. I should have firmly prevented you from borrowing from such people. As her words hung in the air, Chen Rui's father lowered his head, feeling a sense of helplessness rather than regret. In that moment, he found himself in a predicament, unable to delay the payment for medical expenses, nor could he abandon his mother's treatment. Observing the worry etched on his parents' faces, Chen Rui smiled and spoke. Mom and Dad, please do not fret. Everything has been resolved. The sixth brother and his companions are reasonable individuals. I have explained the situation to them, and they have promised not to trouble us again. Such words, it is needless to say, were met with disbelief not only from Chen's parents, but even from his grandmother. However, witnessing the confidence radiating from Chen Rui, they ultimately felt their worries dissipate. The family of four continued their conversation for a while, after which Chen Rui encouraged his parents to dine while he stayed behind to care for his grandmother. Chen's parents were somewhat apprehensive, and his grandmother, with a furrowed brow, cast a disapproving glance at them. Why are you still lingering? With my eldest grandson here, what is there to worry about? Off you go. I wish to converse with him without your presence hindering me. Understanding that their grandmother was merely concerned about their missed meal rather than harboring any disdain, Chen's parents chuckled and departed together. Once they had left, Chen Rui grasped his grandmother's hand once more. Grandma, how have you been feeling lately? Is there any particular discomfort? I can give you a massage, he added. I recently learned some new techniques and tried them on an old classmate who claimed they were quite effective. As he spoke, Chen Rui began to massage her arms, followed by her shoulders and temples. Well, I must say, your massage skills are commendable. I feel much more at ease than before. As if my body has become noticeably lighter, his grandmother remarked, her eyes half closed, relishing the massage. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Rui was drenched in cold sweat, his complexion pale as a sheet. If it is beneficial, I shall continue for a while longer. Rest well. Perhaps upon waking, you'll feel better, he said, suppressing the weakness caused by the rapid depletion of his internal energy, feigning calmness. His grandmother continued to chatter, praising Chen Rui for his apparent growth and expressing concern for his noticeably slimmer appearance. She then urged him to settle down, find a girlfriend, and marry, emphasizing that while pursuing his career, he must not neglect such lifelong matters. Gradually, her words grew fewer, her voice softer, until she drifted off to sleep. Chen Rui gently assisted her into a comfortable position, a hint of a smile gracing his fatigued face. Though his grandmother had succumbed to slumber, it was evident that she appeared much improved, her lips curving slightly upward, and her previously pallid complexion regained a touch of rosy hue. Chen Rui gazed at her, his heart swelling with delight. Indeed, his internal energy had aided her in restoring her health, though regrettably, its limited supply had constrained him to this extent. After covering his grandmother with a blanket, Chen Rui, moving with weakened strides, exited the hospital room. What is wrong? What do you feel unwell? He encountered Jiang Ran, who approached with an expression of alarm, his own visage reflecting deep concern. I cannot believe this. You should not be walking in this state. Is it a headache? Let's get you checked and do a CT scan. Chen Rui shook his head resolutely. I assure you, I'm fine. I am merely fatigued. A short rest will suffice. By the way, please do not mention this to my grandmother and the others. After speaking, Chen Rui disregarded Jiang Ran's attempt to retain him and swiftly departed. He was merely exhausted from overexerting his spiritual energy. Upon exiting the hospital, Chen Rui checked into a nearby hotel, collapsed onto the large bed, and instantly fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 73. Brotherhood the following day. The world of rivers and lakes was filled with laughter, and the mundane realm was serene. Chen Rui was jolted awake by the urgent ringing of his mobile phone. This was a new phone, and he was still somewhat unaccustomed to it. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already midday. He had truly slept for an extended period. Chen Rui, where on earth are you? Did we not agree yesterday to have lunch together today? How dare you keep old Gao and Director Huang waiting? You truly are something. As soon as the call connected, Zhang Lei's teasing voice rang out. Chen Rui slapped his forehead and sprang up. I almost forgot. Just a moment, I will be there shortly. After checking out of the hotel, Chen Rui hailed a cab to the South City restaurant. Chen Rui, over here. Just as he stepped out of the taxi, he spotted Zhang Lei standing at the entrance, waving his phone. If you had taken any longer, I would have had to resort to relentless calling, Zhang Lei joked before leading Chen Rui to a private room. Inside the room, both Gao Xueqing and Director Huang were already seated, with Gao Xueqing's bodyguard standing silently in the background like a wooden statue. The atmosphere in the room was not particularly amiable. Director Huang was busy flattering and complimenting Gao Xueqing, who remained indifferent. After a night of rest, Chen Rui's strength had largely returned, though his complexion still appeared somewhat pale. Gao Xueqing noticed and furrowed his brow. What's wrong? Did you stay up late last night? Chen Rui offered no explanation, merely nodding vaguely. Gao Xueqing felt a pang of concern, assuming Chen Rui had spent the night caring for his grandmother, and chose not to press further. After a long night, you must not have eaten anything today. Come, have some soup first. Gao Xueqing insisted on serving Chen Rui himself, but Chen Rui, feeling embarrassed, quickly took the ladle and served himself, then poured a bowl for Gao Xueqing as well. Gao Xueqing was greatly pleased by Chen Rui's filial piety, and a smile lit up his features. Director Huang observed this with a sense of nostalgia, reflecting that Gao Lao had never looked at his own grandson with such warmth as he did now towards Chen Rui. Once Chen Rui finished his soup and had another bowl of rice, Director Huang picked up a bottle of liquor and filled glasses for both himself and Chen Rui. Rising to his feet, Director Huang raised his glass with both hands. This is all my fault. I have failed to manage my subordinates properly, allowing corruption to flourish, which has caused you, Brother Chen, to suffer injustice. I shall drink 3 cups as penance. You may indulge as you wish. With that, he downed the strong liquor in one gulp, followed by 2 more glasses, each consumed in a single swig. Cough. The potent liquor, a high-proof Wuliangye, caused Director Huang to cough, his face turning crimson. Chen Rui watched with increasing amusement, not in a hurry to speak. He lifted his glass and downed it in one go, matching Director Huang's bravado by consuming 3 glasses as well. His gallant display elicited hearty laughter from Gao Xueqing. Director Huang, you are far too courteous. The previous matters are not your fault. You too were deceived by treacherous individuals. Moreover, I have nearly forgotten all about it. Upon hearing Chen Rui's words, Director Huang felt a sense of relief wash over him. Subsequently, with Zhang Lei's occasional jests, the atmosphere in the private room improved significantly. From time to time, the sound of Gao Xueqing's laughter could be heard. As a few bottles of Wuliangye had been consumed, Chen Rui suddenly rose to his feet. Both Director Huang and Gao Xueqing raised their eyebrows in surprise. This young man, could it be that he was so urged to drink that he intended to turn the tables and persuade them instead? Despite these thoughts, smiles remained on their faces. Chen Rui, though seemingly refined, exhibited a remarkable boldness when it came to drinking, garnering increasing admiration from Gao Xueqing and Director Huang. Old Gao, during our time in the interrogation room, I mentioned to Zhang Lei that if we could overcome that day's ordeal, we would become sworn brothers. I request your consent for this matter, Chen Rui declared, prompting another hearty laugh from Gao Xueqing. You lad, appearing so refined, yet increasingly embodying a man of the world. However, illicit, I find Zhang Lei quite commendable as well. I shall agree to your brotherhood, Gao Xueqing continued. Although Chen Rui's initiation banquet had yet to be held, Gao Xueqing had already taken it upon himself to regard Chen Rui as his master. Thus Chen Rui needed his approval for any brotherhood. Go fetch a statue of Guangong and prepare some offerings, Gao Xueqing instructed the guard. Old Gao, Chen Rui interjected hastily. I'm somewhat familiar with the rites of brotherhood, but let us forego the statue and offerings. I believe you are far more fitting than Guangong. Upon hearing this, Gao Xueqing burst into laughter once more. The traditional rites of brotherhood, passed down through the ages, bear similarities to blood oaths. Prepare the statue of Guangong, the offerings, and 3 cups of wine. While standing before Guangong, we shall toast to heaven, toast to earth, and for the final cup, we shall draw blood and pledge our vows, honoring each other as brothers. Very well. I too am not particularly superstitious about Guangong. Since you two are ready, let us commence. With that, Gao Xueqing rose and seated himself on a chair just brought in by the guard. At this moment, Chen Rui and Zhang Lei approached, each holding their first bowl of wine. To heaven, to earth. On the 3rd cup, both men simultaneously drew gleaming daggers, steadfastly slicing their left fingers to let their blood drip into the bowl. Today I, Chen Rui, willingly become sworn brothers with Zhang Lei, sharing fortune and facing adversity together. Today I, Zhang Lei, willingly become sworn brothers with Chen Rui, sharing fortune and facing adversity together. Their voices echoed simultaneously, and their sincere and earnest demeanor evoked a wave of sentiment in Gao Xueqing and Director Huang. Among today's youth, those who engage in such traditions often do so merely for amusement. How many truly grasp the profound significance of brotherhood? Yet, they believe that Chen Rui and Zhang Lei were not merely speaking empty words. From this moment forth, they genuinely regarded each other as brothers. The bond of brotherhood was forged, and Director Huang, as a witness, was quite thrilled, urging the two to drink. The atmosphere in the private room grew increasingly vibrant. The banquet reached another peak, filled with laughter and joy. Upon arriving in Zhongdu City, Chen Rui immediately took a taxi from the station to the audition venue. Fortunately, Wanda had been waiting outside the studio since early morning, and he spotted Chen Rui as soon as he got out of the car. Pushing through the crowd, Wanda rushed to Chen Rui, exclaiming, "You finally arrived. Come, let us get you changed. All the other appraisal experts are here. You are the only one yet to report." As he spoke, Wanda pulled Chen Rui backstage to the temporary office. He had prepared clothes and other necessities for Chen Rui. By the time Wanda finished speaking, Chen Rui had already changed behind screen. When he emerged, Wanda couldn't help but praise him, saying, "You look splendid. Now you truly resemble a master. Your entire demeanor has transformed." As he said this, Wanda felt a wave of emotion. Although the same attire looked decent on him, he appeared more like a middle-aged scholar, lacking the striking charm of Chen Rui, who resembled a youthful Panin. The other appraisal experts were enjoying tea in front. "Come, let me introduce you," Wanda said, pulling Chen Rui along as if hurrying to an event. Though it was merely a makeshift tea room, the ambience was perfect, filled with the rich aroma of tea. Master Yao praised, "I may have a bit more knowledge about porcelain, but when it comes to ancient jade, how can I compare to you, Master Wang?" "Master Su, you are being too modest. Everyone knows you are proficient in all areas, with an eye of discernment," replied several appraisal experts gathered around a table, exchanging compliments amidst laughter. At that moment, Wanda entered with Chen Rui. "Master Wen is here. Please take a seat." The group of experts greeted Wanda with great enthusiasm. However, they paid no attention to Chen Rui standing beside him. Wanda's smile turned slightly awkward, yet his usual tact allowed him to regain composure quickly. After his introduction, the experts continued to ignore Chen Rui, some not even glancing his way. Wanda greu increasingly inconfortable. How did someone like him become an appraisal expert? Inquired a middle-aged expert named Hong Liang, frowning as he watched Chen Rui sit down unperturbed. Wanda smiled and explained, "Don't let his youth deceive you. Chen Rui has an impeccable eye. He is also the owner and master of Wenchang Studio." Upon hearing this, the other experts finally regarded Chen Rui with some interest, although disdain still lingered in their hearts. What does it matter if he owns Wenchang Studio? Isn't it merely a matter of having some money to acquire it from Gao Dekang? "Ah, so he's the owner of Wenchang Studio," Hong Liang chuckled derisively. "What a pity. The tradition of Wenchang Studio remains unchanged. Its owners are merely those with wealth, but lacking discernment. By the way, didn't Gao Dekang sell it to you because he couldn't sustain it after making too many mistakes? It remains uncertain whether you can endure for a decade like Gao Dekang." His words, though veiled in politeness, unmistakably indicate that Chen Rui's Wenchang Studio is destined for closure. At this moment, when Da's countenance has turned exceedingly grim, such resounding declarations are indeed harsh. However, Chen Rui merely chuckles. "Pray tell, what is the name of this esteemed gentleman, and where do you hold your position?" As his words resonate, the proud and boisterous individual raises his chin defiantly. "I am Hong Liang, the master of Jinyu Studio." Chen Rui's brows arch in response. "I have not heard of Jinyu Studio. Are you contemplating a career shift, Master Hong?" "However, our standards at Wenchang Studio are quite elevated. Even if you were to join us, you would only qualify as an apprentice at best. At this proclamation, astonishment ripples through the crowd. Many raise their brows, perplexed by Chen Rui's insinuations. What nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever express a desire to join your Wenchang studio? Hong Liang retorts, his brow furrowing in indignation. The mirth in Chen Rui's eyes deepens. Were it not for your interest in our Wenchang studio, one might wonder why you are so concerned about our affairs. Your level of attention surpasses even mine as the proprietor. Or is it that you harbor intentions of becoming a commercial spy? This statement incites even greater ire in Hong Liang. Stop your baseless accusations. I have no interest in your Wenchang studio whatsoever. The lack of decorum exhibited by you. The owner assures me that Wenchang studio will not endure much longer. Before Chen Rui can counter, other experts interject. Young man, you have indeed gone too far. Master Hong is your senior. How can you address him in such a manner? Indeed, Master Hong speaks the truth. How can you distort reality? The crowd's admonitions persist. Chen Rui, fazit, hit darts, ichikachi. Do you, a group of biased individuals, deem yourselves worthy to lecture me on decorum? This man, who dares to defame President Gao and disparage my Wenchang studio, merits my respect. As the atmosphere grows increasingly tumultuous, Wenda steps forth, urging calm. Everyone, let us refrain from further bickering and give me some consideration. The preliminary arrangements are nearly complete. If you have all rested sufficiently, let us commence the grand selection. Though the crowd harbors disdain for Chen Rui, they still regard Wenda with a modicum of respect. I am merely extending courtesy to Master One, otherwise. With a cold snort, Hong Liang strides out first, soon followed by others exiting the tea room. Brother Chen, I apologize. I did not anticipate such an occurrence. However, once they recognize your true abilities, their perceptions will surely shift. At that moment, the crowd waiting outside surges in like a tide. The grand selection officially begins. Experts evaluate treasures one by one, while the audience, organized by the staff, voluntarily queues before them. In no time, the initially chaotic scene transforms into one of orderliness, with long lines forming before nearly every expert. Only Chen Rui stands before an empty space. Chapter 75. Who is the fool? The line of treasure appraisal masters was so lengthy that it seemed to stretch infinitely, with guests continuing to arrive and queue outside the studio. In contrast, Chen Rui's area remained eerily quiet. With a self-deprecating smile, he paid little mind to the bustling crowd, leisurely sipping his tea. His indifference was genuine. Among the few items appraised by the masters he observed, it was rare to find even one genuine artifact, let alone a masterpiece. Look at that fellow. Ong Yang, having just finished appraising an item, leisurely took a sip of tea and turned to his companion with a grin. Why? The companion inquired, fully engaged in the moment. Hong Liang burst into laughter, exclaiming, of course, it's to invite him over for a laugh. His mirth echoed, as if Chen Rui were merely a jest. Seated beside Hong Liang, Chen Rui heard every word distinctly, but chose not to retaliate, calmly finishing his cup of tea. Do you wish to see me as a fool? Perhaps you should first examine your own reflection, he mused. The phrase jumping jack aptly described Hong Liang's current demeanor, and the latter nearly choked on his indignation. Although he lacked the youth and charm of his rival, he still presented himself as a cultured gentleman. Master Hong, have you rested enough? Can you assist me in appraising my ancestral treasure? An impatient individual at the front of the line urged. With that, Hong Liang concealed his anger, donning a smile as he prepared to assist. At that moment, a portly, balding middle-aged man entered the studio, drenched in sweat, carrying a grand armchair. His eyes scanned the masters before he directly approached Chen Rui. Sir, it is remarkable that one so young has attained expertise in treasure appraisal. You are destined for greatness. He began, showering compliments upon Chen Rui. While others dismissed the young master due to his age, he prided himself on possessing discernment that transcended mere years. Master, this is a precious heirloom for my family, a Wang Wali grand chair. Could you please examine it and issue an appraisal certificate? The middle-aged man said, placing the chair on the table with such force that it nearly toppled Chen Rui's teapot. Furrowing his brow, Chen Rui couldn't suppress a cold smile. Recognizing the item as a fake, he refrained from being overtly blunt and chose to express his thoughts delicately. However, the middle-aged man's temper flared immediately. He slammed his left hand on the table and pointed a finger at Chen Rui. No wonder no one comes to you for appraisals. You have the audacity to claim expertise? He shouted, his words laden with disdain. Chen Rui's expression tightened further, his gaze growing colder. He had intended to spare the man embarrassment, but since he showed no regard for decorum, Chen Rui decided to speak plainly. Huali possesses 7 distinctive characteristics. To simplify, we look at 6 aspects and 1 set. Upon inspection, one must first observe the presence of stripe patterns, followed by the intricate interplay of textures, the nuances of polarization, the ghostly visages, the cowhide motifs, the fluorescence, and finally, the aroma. However, your so-called master chair fails to exhibit a single characteristic of true Wangwali wood, let alone meet all 6 criteria. According to the Guangzhou Chronicles, the grain of Wangwali wood resembles a ghostly visage, akin to the markings of civet. Do not presume that by presenting a mere dilapidated chair, you can masquerade as possessing Wangwali wood and expect me to issue you a certification of authenticity. Such a notion is utterly delusional. Chen Rui articulated his points with clarity and precision, emphasizing that this master chair bore none of the hallmarks of genuine Wangwali wood. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, became increasingly incensed, exclaiming, "You speak nonsense. What 6 observations? How many times have you even glanced at my chair? Did you even take a whiff? Let me make it clear. If you do not issue my certification today, I will not let this matter rest." The commotion drew the attention of the surrounding crowd, as well as that of appraisal experts like Hong Liang, who observed the unfolding drama. While Wenda expressed concern for Chen Rui, the others relished the spectacle. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves, questioning the authenticity of the master chair. Did that young man truly make a valid point? Is this chair indeed a counterfeit? Nonsense. He clearly cannot discern the truth. Look at the other appraisers, who meticulously examine every angle, yet he merely casts a fleeting glance before making his pronouncement. At this moment, the onlookers overwhelmingly sided with the middle-aged man, who had come seeking an appraisal. If an expert were to dismiss the chair with scarcely a glance, who could accept such a conclusion? As the crowd turned their ire towards Chen Rui, labeling him a fraud, the middle-aged man's disdain deepened. "I suggest you reconsider and issue me a certification," he threatened, lowering his voice in a blend of coercion and persuasion. Just then, Wenda approached Chen Rui, scrutinizing the master chair with a furrowed brow. However, Chen Rui merely smiled and shook his head, then picked up a loudspeaker. The crowd raised their eyebrows in anticipation, speculating that he intended to apologize for inciting their wrath. Soon, Chen Rui's vehement denunciation echoed clearly through the loudspeaker, leaving the audience in stunned silence. "You, who are ignorant yet seek quick riches, have you lost your mind? Presenting a counterfeit without even a semblance of authenticity? I saw right through your charade. Yet you dare to voice your objections? While you may lack discernment, do not tarnish my reputation. I am an appraiser, not a purveyor of false certificates. If you doubt my expertise, come forth and examine the chair. Should anyone prove this master chair to be genuine pearwood, I shall consume it on the spot." As Chen Rui concluded his declaration, Wenda volunteered to reassess the chair. Recognizing Wenda, the middle-aged man immediately fled, leaving the master chair behind. Was this chair truly an ancestral heirloom? The truth had been unveiled. Chapter 76. A copper mirror, a middle-aged man with a rotund face and large ears dashed away at an astonishing speed, vanishing from the photography studio in the blink of an eye. The stunned crowd was momentarily rendered speechless, enveloped in an eerie silence. Moments later, the stillness erupted into a cacophony of murmurs. Goodness, that shameless rogue was indeed a fraud, claiming to possess a family heirloom. He fled the moment master one arrived. Clearly fearing exposure, the crowd buzzed with chatter, and soon, many gravitated towards Chen Rui's table, scrutinizing the grand throne chair before him. The young expert's assertion rang true. This was undoubtedly a counterfeit, no different from the worthless chairs cluttering my storeroom. As they spoke, they assisted Chen Rui in moving the chair away. "Master Chen, we were indeed short-sighted. Please do not hold it against us. I unearthed this from my old house and am uncertain of its authenticity. Could you please take a look?" Before long, a long line formed before Chen Rui, with the individual at the front cradling an incense burner. On the second floor, the director and several photographers were setting up the scene. "Ha ha ha." Observing the spectacle, the director chuckled. The young man recommended by Masters 1 and Gua is indeed quite amusing. Lost in his appraisal of the incense burner, Chen Rui remained oblivious to the director's laughter and praise. The incense burner, with its ancient and unpretentious design, exuded a profound sense of history. In his hands, it felt weighty, confirming its status as an antique, a late Qing dynasty folk kiln piece, though not from a renowned master, valued around 30,000. After completing his assessment, Chen Rui spoke with a cool demeanor. The owner of the incense burner, however, was filled with delight. He had merely discovered it while rummaging through his home to feed his cat, and a valuation of 30,000 was a pleasant surprise. Although Master Chen is young, his discernment is truly remarkable. Thank you, thank you. Had you not informed me, I would have remained oblivious to the treasure in my possession. Gratefully accepting the appraisal certificate issued by Chen Rui, the owner expressed his thanks profusely. Before his words could fully escape, he was jostled aside by another person. Master Chen, please examine this. It is also a family heirloom. A newcomer presented an ancient jade pendant. Thus, Chen Rui found himself busy once more. Yet, his pace was remarkably swift. Including the time taken to write the appraisal certificates, he required no more than 2 minutes per item. Not only was he expeditious, but he also maintained a cool demeanor before those who had previously looked down upon him. In just 10 minutes, he had appraised 5 items, pausing only to sip tea. Among these items, some were genuine, others false, yet none were of exceptional quality. Those whose items were deemed inauthentic wore expressions of disappointment, but could only sigh in resignation. None dared to shout, like the earlier middle-aged man. Of course, Chen Rui's articulate assessments left no room for dissent. After pausing for tea, he set down his cup, and a smile finally graced his features. This young lady, please. Observing this, many in the vicinity stifled their laughter. Indeed, such is the nature of humanity. This expert Chen, who previously exhibited a cold demeanor towards everyone, now displays a complete transformation upon the arrival of a strikingly beautiful young woman. The onlookers, stifling their laughter, could not help but whisper among themselves. Though their voices were hushed, Chen's acute hearing captured every word, yet he paid them no mind. Continuing to smile at the approaching beauty, the young lady's appearance was indeed pleasing, yet to Chen, who had encountered breathtaking beauties like Zhu Xuyin and Qin Waner, she appeared rather ordinary. Initially, she had not chosen him for her appraisal, likely due to his youth, but Chen had noticed that she never regarded him with contempt. When she observed him pausing for tea, she did not rush him but waited patiently. Hence, Chen greeted her with a warm smile. Curiously, he inquired about the treasure she wished to authenticate. The woman smiled serenely, then retrieved a square brocade box from her bag, placing it on the table. Opening it, she revealed a bronze mirror, setting it down on the adjacent silk cloth. The mirror had an ancient charm, although it bore signs of wear and lacked exquisite craftsmanship. The crowd cast dismissive glances, seeing it as no different from the trinkets sold at street stalls. However, Chen's eyes lit up at the sight. The mirror was substantial and robust, its decorative patterns clear and intricate, a rare find. It was a Westerhan bronze mirror depicting the 4 divine beasts, a true masterpiece. At the previous Jiao auction, a similar mirror had fetched a staggering 2.3 million. Wearing white gloves, Chen examined the mirror, speaking while silently absorbing the rich spiritual energy emanating from it. The pure essence surged forth, eliciting a near-meditative comfort, though he maintained a serious facade. At this moment, the audience listened, utterly astonished. Up until now, the most valuable antiques presented, even with the participation of other experts, barely reached 600,000. Yet here was a piece valued at an astonishing 2.3 million. While they could not comprehend the mirror's unique qualities, they grasped the significance of its price. Acknowledging it as a true gem among gems, the lady smiled knowingly, devoid of surprise. She was certain of her mirror's authenticity and had not come seeking a certificate of appraisal, but rather to uncover its provenance. Her words elicited a wave of derisive laughter from the crowd. As long as the authenticity could be established, what need was there for a story? If every item had a tale, would they not all become national treasures? Yet at that moment, Chen smiled subtly. During the decline of the southern dynasties, the Prince Sudian had split a mirror with his wife, each keeping half as a token for their eventual reunion. Eventually, he indeed found her through the half mirror, leading to their joyful reunion. This tale gave rise to the idiom of mending a broken mirror. Thus, the bronze mirror became a symbol of unwavering love. If my conjecture holds true, this bronze mirror may very well be a token of fidelity. Chen's assertion, however, seemed to others as a forced connection. At this moment, however, the woman displayed a poignant expression, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She murmured softly, revealing that the ancestral bronze mirror left behind was not intended to provide clues for her grandmother to seek him out, but was rather a means of expression. With a graceful bow towards Chen Rui, she departed, clutching the ornate box in her hands, eliciting envy from the onlookers. Yet, envy for another's possessions is futile. Master Chen, I possess a scroll of a decree from the Qing dynasty. Could you please verify its authenticity? A man standing behind the woman hurriedly stepped forward, presenting a long, Elegant Box. Chapter 77, Blindly Misled. This decree was penned by Emperor Guangxu for an official. I suspect my ancestors held a government position. He eagerly elaborated as Chen Rui examined the document. However, Chen Rui merely cast a cursory glance before shaking his head, declaring the decree a forgery. In the Guangxu era, decrees featured Chinese characters on the right and Manchu characters on the left. This replica contains only Chinese characters, omitting the Manchu script. Furthermore, the imperial seal affixed to the edict is not genuine. As Chen Rui pointed out the discrepancies, the initially disgruntled man found himself convinced by the expert's insight. With a sigh, he lamented that the world of antiquities was fraught with deception. Even this decree contained numerous intricacies. Today, listening to Master Chen's discourse was far more enlightening than my 2 days of online searching. Soon, the man departed with his counterfeit decree, and the next enthusiast approached for appraisal. As praise for the goods, regardless of their authenticity, echoed louder, more treasure seekers gravitated towards Chen Rui, leaving him busier than ever. In stark contrast to the expressions of the others, Hong Liang, seated beside Chen Rui, was seething with frustration. He had hoped to witness Chen Rui's embarrassment, yet instead, he was witnessing this young man shine brilliantly. Half of those who had initially queued ahead of him had now rushed to join Chen Rui's line, effectively usurping his spotlight. Fuming with indignation, Hong Liang's focus on the appraisal waned. His indifference was not fully visible on his face. The owner of the porcelain vase was engrossed in his treasure, oblivious to Hong Liang's demeanor, and expressed disappointment upon hearing his words. My apologies, please hold on for a moment," Chen Rui said to a man in front of him, then turned to the vase's owner. "Greetings, I noticed your porcelain vase from the side and found it remarkable. May I take another look?" As Chen Rui's words resonated, the astonished owner had yet to react, when Hong Liang abruptly slammed the table, jumped up. "What do you mean, you little rascal? Are you suggesting I have misjudged it?" With a smirk, Chen Rui replied, "Whether you have misjudged it will be revealed once I have examined it." In truth, Chen Rui had recognized the vase's exceptional quality at first glance, feeling a hint of regret that it was not within his reach to absorb its spiritual essence. However, since Hong Liang had overlooked its worth, Chen Rui would not miss this opportunity. As Chen Rui's voice resonated, it was both resounding and infused with indignation, followed by a forceful slap upon the table. "What a misjudgment! I have spent twice the time you have in the realm of antiquities, and yet you presume that my discernment pales in comparison to yours? It seems you are intentionally provoking me, seeking to unsettle my composure." The furious and agitated Hong Liang directed these words pointedly at Chen Rui. This explosive exchange instantly captured the attention of onlookers, drawing nearly all present to gather around, including several esteemed appraisers of antiques. Except for Wenda, the rest stood firmly in support of Hong Liang, their gazes towards Chen Rui laden with reproach. Chen Rui smirked, aware that in the antiquities field, misjudgments are not disgraceful. Even the most adept appraisers cannot guarantee infallibility. However, your refusal to acknowledge a mistake is what truly tarnishes the reputation of our profession. Upon hearing this, several antique masters sighed and shook their heads in disapproval. "Chen Rui, you have overstepped. You have yet to conduct a proper appraisal. And you dare to assert that Hong Liang has erred?" The masters aligned with Hong Liang rallied to castigate Chen Rui. "On fazit, Sheng Hui Mirelis Milit Goldie," turning his attention to the visibly anxious owner of the vase. "Sir, may we proceed with the appraisal of your porcelain vase?" The owner, torn between hope and apprehension, wished fervently that Chen Rui's assertions were accurate, that it was indeed Hong Liang who had erred, but he also feared the prospect of disappointment. Nevertheless, he quickly presented the brocade box. Chen Rui did not seize it immediately, but instead guided the owner to his appraisal table, encouraging him to place it down. As the two approached, the surrounding crowd parted yet remained gathered, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Soon, Chen Rui, clad in white gloves, retrieved the porcelain vase. Hong Liang could not suppress a derisive laugh. This vase, polished to a sheen like jade, bears a striking resemblance to the most renowned Tang Dynasty white porcelain. Yet, the forger lacks the cultural depth to comprehend the true characteristics of Tang porcelain, which embodies elegance akin to orchids, with a texture reminiscent of ice and snow. Moreover, the painting adorning this vase is utterly nonsensical. Therefore, I declare this piece a counterfeit. Do you dispute my assessment? As Chen Rui conducted his appraisal, Hong Liang articulated his perspective. Although he had not examined the vase in detail, his extensive years of experience in the antiquities realm afforded him confidence. "Observing, Sheng Hui," who remained silent and focused on his evaluation. Hong Liang's derision deepened. What's wrong? Are you at a loss for words? Unable to admit that you are merely seeking attention and provoking me intentionally? At this, Chen Rui lifted his gaze, his expression unperturbed and laced with irony. I truly question whether your sight has been clouded. How could you fail to recognize such an evident piece from the Zizhou kiln? The Zizhou kiln inherits the characteristics of both northern and southern folk kilns of the Tang dynasty, blending local traits to achieve a unique balance of refinement and boldness. As for your so-called nonsensical imagery, it represents the sacred beliefs of the Kwa Yi clan during the Song dynasty. With these words, the assemblage of antique appraisers gasped in astonishment. The Zizhou kiln had opened new avenues for decorative painting in Chinese porcelain, and each surviving piece is considered a rare treasure in the world of antiquities. To encounter such a specimen on merely the first day of selection was indeed extraordinary. Incredulity swept through the crowd as they scrutinized the porcelain vase that Chen Rui had placed upon the appraisal table. Even Hong Liang himself widened his eyes in astonishment, his gaze penetrating as if attempting to see through the delicate vessel. Given the rarity of surviving pieces from the Zizhou kiln, Hong Liang had initially dismissed the notion. However, upon reflection, the more he examined the vase, the more alarmed he became, and his complexion darkened considerably. A sigh escaped the lips of a master appraiser, a man who had previously enjoyed a cordial relationship with Hong Liang. Alas, old Hong, you truly misjudged this time. This vase is indeed from the Zizhou kiln and is a prized artifact, an exquisite amalgamation of black and white artistry. At this proclamation, silence enveloped the room. Hong Liang's expression turned as grim as the bottom of a cauldron. Chapter 78, With Him Without Me. It turns out that the treasure left by my grandfather is genuinely an antique. Master, what is this antique worth? The owner of the vase inquired, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he seized the expert standing beside Hong Liang. Based on the auction price of the last Zizhou kiln vase, this piece is valued at approximately 4 million. The expert replied, his emotions a tumultuous blend of complexity. To unearth such a gem from a multitude of items should have heralded a significant rise in Hong Liang's reputation. Regrettably, it instead elevated Chen Rui, leaving Hong Liang a mere subject of ridicule. 4 million. The owner of the Zizhou kiln vase was momentarily rendered speechless with joy. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd began to murmur among themselves. Who would have thought? This youngest expert possesses the keenest eye in the room. I beg to differ. Master Hong was distractedly glancing at expert Chen during his evaluations, clearly lacking focus. As the discussions continued, a throng of individuals began to converge upon Hong Liang, their demeanor aggressive. I demand a reappraisal. I refuse to believe my ancestral treasure is a forgery. I too demand a reappraisal. This piece is undeniably authentic. It must be that this Mr. Hong was inattentive, carelessly declaring mine to be fake. Almost all the owners of items previously dismissed by Hong Liang as counterfeit gathered around him. Chaos erupted, and the scene devolved into disarray. Fortunately, the director had anticipated such a turn of events and, accompanied by staff, stepped in to restore order. After assuring those whose treasures had been deemed fake by Hong Liang that they could seek a second appraisal from other masters, the atmosphere gradually regained its composure. Soon, the appraisals resumed. A strikingly similar scene unfolded as before. Including Chen Rui, the appraisal experts found themselves with long lines of patrons. Only Hong Liang sat alone, devoid of visitors. However, unlike Chen Rui's previous calm demeanor, Hong Liang was seething with rage, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Glancing occasionally at Chen Rui, his expression grew increasingly cold and hostile. Chen Rui, occasionally catching a glimpse of Hong Liang's ire, chose to ignore it, remaining engrossed in his assessments. By 5 p.m., the day's appraisal session came to an end. The staff politely requested the patrons to return tomorrow as they began to clear out the space. Soon, aside from the crew, only a few appraisal experts remained in the studio. The director emerged, laughing heartily. This is the remuneration I have prepared for everyone. Come, take it, he said, personally distributing red envelopes to the experts. Tonight, our production team will host a gathering, and I hope all esteemed experts will grace us with their presence. We shall be leaving shortly, he continued with a smile, to which the experts graciously nodded in acceptance, creating a pleasant atmosphere. At that moment, Director Hong, with a booming voice, stepped forward. This young man has been deliberately provoking me today, as you have all witnessed. In short, between him and me, it is either him or me. You must make a choice, he declared, plunging the room into silence. A sigh of resignation escaped from one of the appraisal experts. Most felt that Hong's actions were excessive. Although Chen Rui had embarrassed him, few believed Chen Rui had erred. For those invited as experts typically possessed a sense of pride and principles. They might have misjudged, letting one genuine artifact slip away, but for the owner, it was a significant loss. Had it not been for Chen Rui's intervention regarding the porcelain vase, its owner would likely have discarded it upon leaving. 4 million could transform a family's fortune. At that moment, the director's furrowed brow spoke volumes. He wished to retain both individuals. However, Hong's resolute demeanor indicated he was not merely acting out of spite. He possessed the confidence to back his stance. He believed that due to his long-standing friendship with the director, the latter would not forsake him. He was compelling the director to relinquish Chen Rui. With a sigh and a wry smile, the director addressed, "Master Hong, you are putting me in a difficult position." Yet, Hong remained steadfast, unwavering in his resolve. Shaking his head, the director continued, "Although Chen Rui is young, he has a keen eye and is a good person. Even if I wish to abandon him, the audience would not permit it." Though unspoken, his answer was clear. With a huff of indignation, Hong angrily turned to leave. Lao Hong, zo not go." A friend of Hong's interjected, grasping his arm. "Your actions are truly disheartening. If Lao Hong departs, I shall leave as well." At this declaration, Hong's eyes widened in surprise, and he shot his friend a grateful glance. The friend, maintaining his composure, patted Hong's hand confidently. With only 7 experts present for the selection, if 2 were to depart, the situation would become untenable. The director chuckled. "Are you attempting to threaten me?" His friend laughed in response. "Threaten is such a harsh term. We merely hope Director Wong will consider this seriously and not make a grave mistake." The director laughed even more heartily, but as the laughter subsided, a cold smirk replaced it. "Do you truly believe I wish to retain you? I am merely showing you courtesy. Since you refuse to appreciate it, do not blame me for being candid. Do you know who Chen Rui is? The esteemed Masters Wan and Gua have jointly recommended this expert, who is the distinguished specialist for this city's themed treasure appraisal conference. As for you, Master Gua Chang'an has not even glanced in your direction. With your mediocre skills, do you really expect me to dismiss Master Chen?" At this point, the director turned his gaze toward Hong Liang, his sneer becoming more pronounced. "Let me tell you, Hong Liang, when I call you master, it is a courtesy. For years, I have grown weary of you. Your limited abilities paired with your arrogance is intolerable." This statement from the director was by no means an exaggeration. During the appraisal, Hong Liang was consistently distracted, either mocking Chen Rui or casting sidelong glances at him. He refused to acknowledge his blunders, and ultimately did not even apologize to the owner of the items. With such conduct, who would dare seek him out for future appraisals? Chapter 79. You may continue. Listening to the director's blunt remarks, Hong Liang's friends were incredulous, while Hong Liang himself turned pale with panic. However, he had completely lost his composure. "I had originally intended to spare you some dignity by not airing this, but alas, you have brought this upon yourself." With the director's words echoing, 2 security guards approached, appearing courteous yet firmly escorting Hong Liang and his friend out. Thrown out of the studio, Hong Liang looked ghostly pale, his expression one of utter despondency. Resembling a lost dog, he regretted his actions deeply, realizing too late the consequences of his arrogance. Meanwhile, within the studio, Chen Rui clasped his hands together and gave a slight nod, smiling at the director. "Thank you." The director waved his hand with a smile. "Mr. Chen, you are too kind. It is an honor to have you here. I should be the one expressing my gratitude. Master Gua Chang'an has spoken highly of you, claiming your appraisal skills surpass his own. Initially, I thought if you were unable to attend the preliminary selection, we would wait for you to join us in the exclusive appraisal session. I did not anticipate Master Wen's success in inviting you here. A distinguished expert of your caliber, yet so unpretentious, commands my utmost admiration." Upon hearing this, Chen Rui displayed a look of surprise, raising an eyebrow at Wenda. In response to Chen Rui's gaze, Wenda chuckled, his face slightly flushed. Eager to witness Chen Rui's expertise, he had taken the initiative. Observing this, the other experts began to engage with Wenda, and the atmosphere was filled with laughter and camaraderie. With Hong Liang absent, everyone had already come to genuinely respect Chen Rui, and the ambience remained delightful. They raised their glasses, apologizing to Chen Rui and expressing their desire for friendship. Chen Rui, without an air of superiority, graciously acknowledged each gesture with a smile. Welcoming their toasts, the banquet atmosphere grew increasingly jubilant. After the meal, the driver took the wheel, and he sat in the back seat alongside Chen Rui. "You, my friend, are now a successful businessman. How is it that you do not even own a car?" Wenda suddenly inquired during their conversation. Chen Rui raised an eyebrow, nearly having forgotten about the matter of purchasing a vehicle. With a smile directed at Wenda, he chose not to elaborate. Observing Chen Rui's vibrant energy and lack of fatigue, Wenda's astonishment deepened. Strange, after a whole day of viewing artifacts, my eyes are nearly drooping with fatigue. Yet you remain so vibrantly energetic. Appreciating antiquities requires more than mere observation and olfactory engagement. It demands total concentration and an intellectual exercise of related knowledge. Chen Rui is indeed exceptional. Furthermore, it appears that his complexion has improved since earlier. Upon hearing Wenda's inquiry, Chen Rui touched his face and remarked, "You all have been incessantly pouring drinks for me. After consuming so much, how can my face not blush? As for my vitality, I've merely been seated all day. What is so tiring about that?" He feigned nonchalance, though a hint of guilt lingered in his demeanor. Wenda, however, shook his head in reflection, exclaiming, "Ah, this epitomizes the disparity between youth and middle age. Youth is indeed a blessing. It seems I can no longer deny my aging." Hearing Wenda's words, Chen Rui felt a sense of relief wash over him. To be honest, he had been apprehensive that Wenda might discern something amiss. In truth, he could feel it himself. Having absorbed a considerable amount of spiritual energy, he was not merely energetic. His body felt so invigorated, it was as if he could scream with delight. As the two continued their light-hearted banter, time flew by. However, the moment the apartment door swung open, Chen Rui suddenly shuddered. Just moments ago, he had experienced a piercing pain in his eyes, a torment that felt as if it were penetrating to the very marrow of his bones. He nearly bit down on his teeth to stifle a cry of anguish. Nevertheless, this excruciating sensation was fleeting, dissipating as swiftly as it had come. In the blink of an eye, all returned to tranquility, as though the previous pain had merely been an illusion. Furrowing his brow, Chen Rui hastened into the apartment and made his way to the restroom. He was momentarily taken aback upon seeing his reflection in the mirror. At that moment, a faint golden light flickered within his eyes. Blinking in disbelief, he looked again, but this time he saw nothing amiss. His captivating eyes remained starkly black and white, devoid of any trace of golden luminescence. Was it truly an illusion? Or had he simply indulged too much in drink today, causing his vision to blur? Knock, knock, knock. Before Chen Rui could arrive at a conclusion, a knock resounded at the door. Shaking his head with a smile, he dismissed his thoughts and opened the door. Tang Ying stood at the entrance, clutching a box, her face radiating shyness. "These are the pastries I just baked. I'm uncertain of their quality, so please give them a try," she said. 2 days prior, Chen Rui had arranged for refreshments from the Wenchang studio for guests, but it was only today that Tang Ying brought the pastries. She had conducted several tests to ensure there were no issues this time before presenting them to Chen Rui. He placed the box on a nearby cabinet, responding, "With your baking skills, how could I possibly have any concerns? Come in for a cup of tea." As they settled together on the sofa, Tang Ying appeared even more bashful, fidgeting nervously. She occasionally stole glances at Chen Rui's face, only to lower her gaze the moment he turned to look at her. Chen Rui was taken aback by her words. "Didn't I ask the director to obscure my face? How could you still recognize me? Do you possess the legendary fire-eyed golden gaze?" His teasing remark eased Tang Ying's tension, prompting her to giggle. "Given our familiarity, how could I possibly fail to recognize you?" Chen Rui's interest was piqued. "How did you discern my identity? Was it by my hands or my neck?" In truth, Tang Ying had recognized him purely by instinct. However, upon hearing Chen Rui's inquiry, she lifted her gaze and scrutinized him earnestly, inching ever closer. Creak! At that moment, Fong Ming entered, and from his vantage point, the two appeared to be locked in an intimate gaze. He was taken aback, but quickly broke into a chuckle. "I saw nothing. Please continue." With that, Fong Ming turned to leave. Bang! The apartment door slammed shut behind him, inadvertently too forcefully due to his astonishment, causing a tremor throughout the room. Tang Ying's face flushed crimson, her cheeks burning as if ablaze. She almost leapt up, hastily making her way to the door, seemingly fleeing in panic, though in truth, she was merely embarrassed. Observing her retreating figure, Chen Rui also rose, his expression reflecting a hint of awkwardness. "Fong Ming, your timing is impeccable." Knock, knock, knock. Not long after Tang Ying's departure, a knock resonated. Chen Rui, sensing it was Fong Ming, remarked with exasperation, "Come in." Fong Ming entered, having unlocked the fingerprint door with a mischievous grin. "I apologize. In the future, I shall certainly knock first. I've interrupted your good fortune and frightened off your lovely neighbor. You don't hold it against me, do you?" Fong Ming teased, while Chen Rui's face bore no trace of embarrassment. It's not as you imagine. Tang Ying and I are merely friends, he clarified. Oh, I see. I understand. Fong Ming nodded knowingly, his eyes brimming with an expression of understanding. Chen Rui felt increasingly exasperated. This only compounded the misunderstanding. The following day, the auditions continued. Chen Rui was now well acquainted with the surroundings. He arrived at the studio and headed straight to the backstage, first visiting Wenda's office, but finding no one there. He proceeded to the tea room. As he approached the entrance, he could hear laughter and jovial chatter from within, accompanied by two unfamiliar voices. Hong Liang and his companion had been dismissed, and the director had brought in two new experts as replacements. At this moment, Chen Rui entered the tea room in silence, just as he had the previous day. However, this time, Wenda was already seated inside, and there was an unmistakable difference. Master Chen has arrived. Come, enjoy some tea. Lu Laotu exclaimed. Master Chen is here. Surely you can spare some of that fine tea you brought. Yesterday, the crowd had treated Chen Rui with indifference, as if he were invisible. Today, however, their demeanor had undergone a complete transformation of 180 degrees. As soon as Chen Rui entered, the core group gathered around him with enthusiasm. So you're Master Chen. Truly, your reputation precedes you. One glance, and it's evident you are a person of distinction. They continued to flatter him, expressing admiration. In comparison, we have truly aged like dogs. We are in awe. At this moment, the two new experts rose to their feet, showering Chen Rui with compliments. When Chen Rui had yet to arrive, the others listened to the accounts of his remarkable deeds from fellow experts. They learned that Hong Liang and his companion had been expelled, facing a complete industry ostracism. Who would dare to flaunt their status in front of Chen Rui now? Everyone greeted him with warm smiles, and Chen Rui, without pretense, reciprocated with friendly exchanges. The atmosphere in the tea room was filled with camaraderie. As Chen Rui and several other experts settled into their respective seats, the staff opened the photography studio. The eager merchants, who had been waiting outside, surged in and formed a lengthy queue under the staff's guidance. Ha ha! Wenda chuckled at the sight. It seems our young friend Chen will hardly find a moment's peace today. But then again, with your youth and vigor, you ought to bear the brunt of it. After his teasing remark, the others joined in with light-hearted banter. Chen Rui simply smiled and did not say much more, beginning to appraise the treasures presented by the merchants at the front of the line. This jade pendant is genuine, of decent quality, a bean green type. However, it is not an artifact from the Tang dynasty. It has been artificially aged. As a piece of jade, it is acceptable, but it cannot be classified as an antique. Next, please. As work commenced, Chen Rui's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Upholding the brisk pace from the previous day, he was not always met with smiles. He graciously congratulated those whose items were authentic while unreservedly pointing out the fakes. Occasionally, he would enlighten the merchants about the characteristics of genuine items. For the most part, barring a few petty merchants, the majority revered and appreciated Chen Rui, regardless of whether their treasures were real or counterfeit. Yet, Chen Rui maintained his composure, neither servile nor arrogant, just as he had at the outset. The entire morning passed in a flurry of activity, leaving him no time even to sip tea. Finally, the lunch break arrived. The production team had prepared a meal for the experts backstage. Gathered around a table, the experts could not help but express their admiration. To see someone so young as Chen Rui accomplish so much truly inspires envy and respect, remarked a newly arrived expert. Truth be told, he had remained somewhat skeptical despite treating Chen Rui with courtesy. Could someone so young genuinely possess such remarkable talent? Perhaps he had influential connections, and the director was merely cautious. The two exceptional treasures discovered yesterday could have been mere luck. However, after half a day's appraisal, he and another newcomer had come to wholeheartedly admire Chen Rui. His speed in evaluating treasures was astonishing, completing each assessment in just 2 to 3 minutes. Some merchants, discontent with being told their items were fake, sought second opinions from other experts. Yet, it was proven that Chen Rui had not erred once. Ha ha ha! Listening to the accolades from the experts, Wenda beamed with pride. The voting event organized on the television station's official website has you firmly in first place, young man. Just 2 days in, and you've overshadowed this old fellow. Despite his words, Wenda felt genuine joy for Chen Rui from the depths of his heart. The meal was filled with warmth and delight. The owners awaited patiently, while the experts, having taken only a brief respite, resumed their diligent work mere moments after their meal. A sigh escaped Chen Rui's lips as he observed the meager collection of genuine artifacts, The treasures he longed for remained elusive. Indeed, the selection process proved to be a vast sea of items, and it seemed that yesterday's stroke of luck was but an anomaly. Shaking his head, Chen Rui smiled and gestured to the next individual in line. The elderly man, clad in faded and worn garments, bore the roughened skin and calloused hands of a diligent farmer. Anxiously standing in line, he hesitated until encouraged by Chen Rui's warm smile to remove the burden from his back, a three-legged cauldron. Chen Rui's gaze shifted, and his expression changed dramatically. He lifted the artifact for closer inspection, and in an instant, he activated the alarm, commanding, "Bring the people. Cordon off this area." With the alarm blaring, security personnel swiftly surrounded the scene, while onlookers gasped in astonishment, their attention riveted upon the unfolding drama. Many of the owners attempted to approach for a closer view, but security held them at bay. Chen Rui, accompanied only by a few experts and the director, found himself at the center of a whirlwind of intrigue. The elderly farmer, visibly distressed, questioned the unfolding events. Temporarily seal off this information, Chen Rui instructed. No one is to leave until the security personnel arrive, and no messages are to be sent. The three-legged cauldron sat ominously on the table, and the director, sensing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly ordered staff to make calls and activated the signal jammers to prevent any communication. What is the meaning of this? I merely wish to authenticate this cauldron. Am I committing a crime? The farmer pleaded, panic etched across his trembling face. I no longer want this cauldron. Please let me go. Chen Rui, suppressing a smile, reassured him, "Dear sir, there is no cause for alarm. It is simply that the value of this three-legged cauldron is exceedingly high. For your safety, we must await the arrival of the security personnel. Could you share how you came into possession of this cauldron?" Fortune smiled upon me. It is indeed a stroke of incredible luck to witness a national treasure in my lifetime, the elderly man exclaimed. An expert, emboldened by his conviction, declared, "This is undoubtedly a Western Zhou bronze cauldron, inscribed with 120 characters, truly a national treasure." With an air of disbelief, the expert felt a surge of certainty, while Wenda's intense gaze fixed upon the cauldron, his breath quickening. The artifact stood tall, round-bellied, with dual upright ears and hoofed feet. The ears adorned with 3 dragon motifs, the neck embellished with spirals, and the belly graced with cloud patterns, while the upper sections of the feet showcased beastly faces. The inner wall was inscribed with 13 lines of text, totaling 120 characters. As the experts examined it further, their excitement grew, culminating in a collective breathlessness. Wenda's voice broke through the tension. If one person were to err in judgment, it could be excusable. However, if we all misjudge, that is unlikely. Moreover, Chen Rui has confirmed its authenticity. The emergence of this national treasure was monumental. Immediate notification to the provincial museum was imperative. Upon the utterance of those words, the elderly farmer, who had just begun to regain a semblance of composure, turned pale as a sheet, nearly collapsing in despair. Fortunately, Chen Rui, standing nearby, swiftly supported him. The old man, on the verge of tears, gazed at Chen Rui with a look full of pleading. "I beg you, please let me go. I no longer desire this tripod. It is something I unearthed from my own land. I had no idea it was a national treasure." The farmer may not have been well-versed, but he understood that harboring a national treasure was a crime, and that the authorities had already been alerted. Chen Rui offered him a round of comforting words, while also enlightening him on the laws, which brought a measure of solace to the old man's heart. Soon, the armed security team arrived with a resounding thud of footsteps. The imposing presence of the security personnel forced the surrounding crowd to retreat several paces. The spot where they had stood was now occupied by the armed guards, effectively forming a tight line of defense. "Brother, we truly share a fateful connection. On my very first day as captain, I did not expect to encounter you," came a familiar voice, followed by the emergence of a figure from behind the team. Zhang Lei, the newly appointed captain, and Chen Rui's sworn brother. Their reunion inevitably led to a round of pleasantries. However, the director, observing from the sidelines, was taken aback. Chen Rui's close ties with the captain of the security bureau revealed a depth to his character that the director had previously underestimated. This young man was not merely a promising appraiser. His background was evidently more intricate than it appeared. With this realization, the director regarded Chen Rui with increased respect. "Master Chen, is this 3-legged tripod truly a national treasure? What might it be worth?" asked a curious member of the crowd, prompting Chen Rui to chuckle. "Indeed, this gentleman is correct. A national treasure is, in essence, priceless. The value of this tripod, in terms of historical research, is absolutely beyond measure." A round of applause erupted in response. As the clapping subsided, an elderly man, accompanied by several individuals, stepped forward from the throng. Director Ouyang. Recognizing the elder, the director quickly approached with a smile, instructing the security personnel to stand down. Upon reaching Ouyang, the director cast an appreciative glance at Chen Rui before his attention was wholly captured by the bronze tripod on the appraisal table. Excellent. Truly splendid. The inscriptions within provide empirical evidence for certain historically unverifiable studies. After scrutinizing the tripod for an extended duration, an excited director Ouyang could not contain his astonishment. Turning to the farmer, he said, "Sir, it is impossible for you to retain such a precious artifact. There is no one who would dare to purchase it. I can offer you a Tang Dynasty painting from our museum in exchange for this tripod. What do you think?" As he spoke, he pulled out his phone to display an image of the painting. Given his authority, this was the highest value ancient artwork he could offer in trade, though it paled in comparison to the bronze tripod. The farmer, however, turned his gaze directly to Chen Rui. He felt utterly indecisive. Yet he held an unwavering trust in Chen Rui, who had comforted him earlier. The elder remarked that Director Ouyang's words were indeed accurate. This bronze tripod was beyond his means to retain. However, the painting could be traded, and if he wished, he could enlist the assistance of our Wenchang studio to facilitate the sale, previously valued at around 8 million. Financial constraints loomed large, or else Chen Rui would have claimed to purchase it himself. 8 million. The old farmer found himself in a daze, as if caught in a dream, nodding vigorously in agreement. Once settled, staff members escorted the old farmer to complete the formalities. Director Ouyang, finally at ease, scrutinized Chen Rui with an expression of satisfaction. "Thank you, young friend. The Provincial Museum has acquired a national treasure, and your contributions are invaluable." He continued, "At such a young age, with such remarkable talent, you must have had a distinguished mentor guiding you. May I inquire who that might be?" Chen Rui, with a modest smile, responded, "The director is too kind. It is merely my duty. My master is the esteemed Gao Xueqing, though I have yet to host a formal apprenticeship banquet." As his words settled, the surrounding experts were left in stunned silence. Director Ouyang, however, patted Chen Rui's shoulder with a hint of regret, exclaiming, "What a pity. Were you not a disciple of the esteemed Gao, I would have eagerly sought you as my apprentice." Chapter 82. Scenic Views Above. Upon the conclusion of Director Ouyang's statement, the surrounding experts were even more astonished, casting envious glances at Chen Rui. The fact that Director Ouyang was tempted to recruit him as a disciple spoke volumes more than mere words could convey. What truly astonished them was the revelation that Chen Rui was a disciple of the venerable Gao Xueqing in the realm of antique appreciation. In that moment, the crowd was left speechless. Only Director Ouyang's praises for Chen Rui echoed in the air. The director, warm and courteous, extended an invitation, but Director Ouyang politely declined. He then departed with the museum staff, escorted by security, taking the bronze tripod with him. At this moment, Chen Rui's voice emerged. From the moment he first engaged with the bronze tripod, he had absorbed the spiritual energy contained within. It was the most potent he had encountered since gaining his abilities, even more concentrated than all he had previously absorbed combined. Initially, he felt little, but now he sensed an overwhelming pressure building in his dantian, his eyes growing increasingly feverish. "That won't do," the director insisted, shaking his head. "You are the star of tonight's celebration. You are the one who discovered this national treasure. How could the banquet proceed without you? No matter the urgency, it must wait until the festivities conclude." His words brooked no refusal, and the director, with a knowing smile, looked at Chen Rui as if to say, "I understand. I've been there." He assumed Chen Rui was merely eager for a rendezvous. Just as the director finished speaking, several experts, including Wanda, seized Chen Rui and began to pull him away, determined to drag him to the banquet hall. As the feast progressed, the explosive sensation in Chen Rui's dantian subsided somewhat, yet his eyes throbbed painfully. Enduring until everyone had finished their meals, Chen Rui, despite having partaken in several rounds of toasts, could no longer bear it and bid farewell once more. "I truly cannot stay. I have pressing matters to attend to. I shall make amends over drinks another day." With this, he disregarded their attempts to dissuade him and hurriedly made his exit. "Ha ha ha," the director laughed, attempting to ease the situation. "Young people, after all, Chen is currently single, so everyone should understand." The crowd chuckled, continuing the feast, and no one dared to accuse Chen Rui of being ostentatious. At this moment, he was suffering from a dull ache in his head. After much effort, he finally retrieved his keys and opened the apartment door. Bang! He slammed the door shut, but could no longer contain himself. His vision darkened, and he collapsed to the floor. When Chen Rui awoke, it was already the following morning. The discomfort in his eyes had completely vanished, as if everything from the previous day had merely been a figment of his imagination. He rubbed his eyes in confusion, opened them wide, and then gasped. On the upper floor, Tang Ying was changing her clothes, now clad in only the innermost layer. A wave of heat washed over him, causing him to nosebleed. Startled, he quickly shut his eyes. After a long wait, he dared to open his eyes again, and fortunately, Tang Ying had dressed herself and was now putting on her shoes, presumably preparing to leave for work. Lost in thought, Chen Rui suddenly sat up straight, his mind reeling. Was it possible to see through walls? Did he possess the ability of X-ray vision? Previously, he had been able to see Tang Ying clearly upstairs, and now he could also distinctly view the scene in the neighboring apartment. Indeed, this was X-ray vision. However, Chen Rui was too overwhelmed by panic to revel in the surprise. Drawing upon his formidable willpower, he endured the headache and worked diligently to control his vision, closing and opening his eyes repeatedly. Finally, he managed to gain control over his newfound ability. At this moment, his eyes could move at will. He could choose to see through walls or revert to normal vision. Only then did the thrill of his discovery begin to sink in, and he hurried to the bathroom. Gazing into the mirror, he felt as though he could see through his own eyes. Thankfully, he did not observe the faint golden light he had thought was an illusion the day before. Otherwise, he might have found himself purchasing colored contact lenses. Dingling. The urgent ring of his phone interrupted his thoughts. Chen Rui pulled out his phone to see it was already 7 a.m. As soon as he answered, Gao Xueqing's exasperated voice came through, chastising him for his shortcomings. Chen Rui offered a wry smile, apologizing. "I'm sorry, old Gao. I was unwell last night, and just woke up." He assured him it would not happen again, and urged him to feel free to impose any punishment. Gao Xueqing's expression softened slightly, though concern crept in. "What do you mean you were suddenly unwell? Did you go to the hospital?" Chen Rui felt touched by his concern, replying, "It's nothing serious. I've just been quite fatigued lately. I'll come by now, and you can see for yourself that I'm full of energy." On the other end of the line, Gao Xueqing finally chuckled. "Well, you have indeed been busy lately. Today, we'll let it slide. Make sure to rest well. By the way, you performed admirably yesterday. You certainly made me proud in front of that old rascal Ouyang." Chen Rui was taken aback. "Old Gao, you know Director Ouyang?" Gao Xueqing laughed heartily. "Not just know him. We've been friends for nearly decades." After chatting for a while, Gao Xueqing advised Chen Rui to rest well before hanging up the phone. However, Chen Rui quickly finished his breakfast and headed straight to the train station, his heart brimming with excitement. He had finally gathered enough spiritual energy before his grandmother's surgery. Today, he would thoroughly cleanse her body, undoubtedly enhancing her vitality and aiding her in overcoming the operation. An hour later, Chen Rui arrived in Nandu City and hurried to the hospital. Upon seeing him, his parents and grandmother were filled with joy. The family reunion was marked by warm exchanges. "Mom, Dad, Grandma, allow me to accompany you for lunch," he suggested as he sent his parents away. Chen Rui then began to massage his grandmother, using his spiritual energy to rejuvenate her body. "My grandson is truly remarkable. His newly learned massage techniques are so effective," his grandmother praised, feeling utterly relaxed. Just then, the door to the hospital room swung open with a creak. Jiang Ran entered with a smile, greeting, "Hello, Grandma. How are you feeling today?" As Jiang Ran approached, she exchanged pleasantries with Chen Rui before checking his grandmother's temperature and blood pressure. "Grandma Chen, your complexion looks increasingly better," Jiang Ran remarked, astonished. It was hard to believe she was a late-stage lung cancer patient. Few elderly individuals appeared as vibrant as she did. This transformation seemed to have begun with Chen Rui's last visit, prompting Jiang Ran to cast a curious glance at him. "Ha ha ha!" Laughter erupted from his grandmother. "My grandson has come to see me. It brings me such joy." Jiang Ran quickly joined in the laughter, noting, "They say a positive mindset greatly influences one's health. It must be your happiness that has led to this improvement," she surmised, confident in her hypothesis. Previously, Grandma Chen had been preoccupied with thoughts of missing her grandson and concerns about being a burden to her family, leaving little room for recovery. Now, with her grandson by her side and her son and daughter-in-law demonstrating unwavering filial piety, along with the alleviation of financial worries, her spirits naturally lifted. Grandma Chen nodded enthusiastically, affirming, "Indeed, I have felt much better lately." Chen Rui approached and took his grandmother's hand, saying, "Grandma, my work schedule is less demanding now. I will visit you more often." It was clear to everyone that she longed for his presence. Witnessing their interaction warmed Jiang Ran's heart. She had seen too many instances of human indifference in the hospital, as well as families crushed under the weight of exorbitant medical expenses, some even shunning their elderly relatives. A family like Chen Rui's, culminating in such a joyful outcome, was indeed rare. "Grandma, the doctor has asked me to take you for some tests. If everything goes smoothly, we can schedule the surgery soon," Jiang Ran said, smiling. "Wonderful. I am confident that I will pass this upcoming examination, Grandma," Chen replied cheerfully. Jiang Ran promptly called for a nurse, enlisting Chen Rui to help will his grandmother for her tests. Some results would take time to process and were not yet available. The next day unfolded. The results of grandmother's examinations have all been compiled and delivered to the attending physician's office. After sipping a cup of tea, the doctor finally picked up the report, though a sigh escaped his lips. Given the patient's advanced age, even with recent improved care, how much better could her various indicators possibly be? The risks associated with surgery remained considerable. Shaking his head, the doctor adjusted his glasses and scrutinized the examination report before him. The more he gazed, the wider his eyes grew. "Jiang Ran, Dr. Jiang," he called towards the entrance. Jiang Ran quickly entered, asking, "Director, what is the matter?" The doctor waved the report in his hand, exclaiming that the laboratory had truly become increasingly irresponsible, committing such an obvious error. He urged Jiang Ran to investigate whether they had confused the patient's examination report. Confused, Jiang Ran took the report and was equally astonished. The report was signed by Granny Chun, yet it bore no resemblance to the physiological state of an elderly woman. It resembled that of a vigorous young man. No one, regardless of youth, could possess such robust health. "I will investigate immediately," Jiang Ran declared before swiftly exiting. Half an hour later, he returned with a peculiar expression. "Director, I have checked thoroughly, even reviewing the surveillance footage. The laboratory did not mix up the reports. This is indeed Granny Chen's report." As these words were spoken, the doctor was left speechless. In truth, even Jiang Ran found it hard to believe. Granny Chun had been receiving treatment in the hospital for quite some time and had undergone comprehensive examinations before. Yet her various indicators had never reached the minimum standards required for surgery. Her body was frail, and her bodily functions had begun to decline. Now, it was as if she had undergone a miraculous transformation. Quickly, have the elderly lady undergo another examination and expedite the results from the laboratory, the doctor instructed, and Jiang Ran hurriedly prepared to rush out. "Wait, I will accompany you," the doctor called after him, and together they took Granny Chun for further tests. The results of the examinations were available by the afternoon. A miracle. It was nothing short of a medical marvel. The doctor quickly notified the surgical team and the patient's family, scheduling the operation for the following morning. Holding the second examination report in his hands, the attending physician was filled with excitement. With such remarkable bodily functions, should the surgery fail, it would be a disservice to this medical miracle. However, if the surgery was successful and Granny Chun navigated her postoperative recovery smoothly, his reputation would surely soar. In the hospital room, Chen's father and mother were overwhelmed with joy upon hearing Jiang Ran relay the doctor's words. After signing the surgical consent forms and various informational documents, Chen's father called Granny Chun. When he heard his father's voice on the other end, Granny Chun was not particularly surprised. Everything had unfolded as he had anticipated. After hanging up, Chen's father's excitement began to settle. Although the doctor stated that his mother was now in good health and that there was a 70% chance of success for the surgery, which was quite high, it was still a major operation, and how could he not feel anxious? "Mom will have surgery tomorrow. Please inform your brother," Chen's mother suggested at that moment. As her words settled in the air, Chen's father furrowed his brow, carefully regarding his wife. Seeing her seemingly asleep, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mother Chun grasped his hand. Whether he chose to come or not was his own affair, yet it was still our duty to inform him. The following day, as time progressed, the grandmother and grandson exchanged but a few words before she was wheeled into the operating room. Chen Rui, alongside his parents, stood anxiously at the door, embarking on a restless and apprehensive wait, their gazes fixated on the surgical chamber. After an agonizing 2-hour wait, the door to the operating room swung open. Observing the doctors and nurses emerging, Chen Rui and his parents hurried forward, their eagerness to learn the outcome palpable, though none dared to inquire. Fear gripped them all. "Rest assured, the operation was successful and the patient's condition is stable," the doctor's voice resonated, bringing simultaneous joy to Chen Rui and his parents. Despite the physician's prior assertion that a complete cure for late-stage lung cancer was unlikely and that surgery alone would not suffice, They felt content knowing that if the operation succeeded, their elder would likely enjoy several more years with her grandchildren. The heavy weight that had burdened Chen Rui's heart began to lift. Chapter 84. A great weight lifted. The illness of his grandmother had been a tremendous burden on Chen Rui's soul. Although the doctor had stated that even with a successful surgery and good post-operative recovery, she could only expect to live for another 5 years at most, Chen Rui remained hopeful. He believed that with his own spiritual energy continuously nurturing her, she could undoubtedly live far longer. At that moment, the great weight lifted from his heart, and he felt a profound sense of relief. As clarity dawned upon him, the spiritual energy within him began to circulate spontaneously, as if a hidden technique had been activated. He closed his eyes in sheer comfort, acutely aware of the accelerated recovery of his internal energy. Having nearly depleted his reserves while tending to his grandmother the previous day, he had only regained a fraction of his energy overnight, yet astonishingly, half of it returned in the blink of an eye. Chen Rui's unusual state went unnoticed by his ecstatic parents. Once the elderly couple wiped away their tears of joy and turned to Chen Rui, he had already fully recovered. Wonderful. Xiao Rui, the surgery was successful. Your grandmother is saved. His father murmured repeatedly, trembling with excitement. His mother's tears seemed unending, yet her eyes sparkled with a smile. After enduring such a lengthy ordeal, they had finally triumphed over adversity. At this moment, the family remained enraptured in their elation. Suddenly, the ringing of Chen's father's mobile phone broke the atmosphere. Upon seeing the caller ID, the smile on his face instantly vanished. Impatiently, he pressed the answer button and barked, "What is it?" The call was from Chen Rui's uncle. "I assumed the surgery would be over by now. How is our mother faring?" The uncle's tone was gentle, reflecting a dutiful son. However, Chen's father retorted coldly, "Rest assured, our mother will not be driven to despair by you. She might even live long enough to see you off." With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. Understanding who the caller was, Chen's mother felt a wave of resignation wash over her. "You, my dear brother, when you receive a call from our father, who is merely concerned about our mother, could you not soften your tone?" As soon as the words left his lips, Father Chen responded with a cold snort. "If he genuinely cared for our mother, would I treat him in such a manner? Out there, acting as a foreman, he truly believes himself to be a grand boss. He looks down upon our family, and while I remain indifferent to his disdain, he should not extend it to our mother." Mother Chen sighed deeply, yet chose not to intercede further. Chen Rui also refrained from offering counsel, for father had already voiced his grievances to him. The medical expenses for grandmother are simply unaffordable. We cannot borrow any funds, and father is left with no choice but to turn to uncle. However, uncle merely lamented about the unpaid wages owed to numerous laborers under his charge, claiming he is utterly without financial means. After a lengthy lamentation, there was not a hint of assistance offered. The only time he provided money was when father sought him out, and uncle begrudgingly handed over a few hundred yuan. If uncle were truly destitute, father would not be so incensed, yet their family lives in opulence. Such relatives are better left unacknowledged. At this moment, Chen Rui found little inclination to comment. Creak. The operating room door swung open once more, and medical staff wheeled grandmother out on a hospital bed. They did not permit family members to see her, directly transporting her to the intensive care unit. Following surgery, there exists a 12-hour period of critical risk. Only after this perilous phase can one truly breathe easy. Chen Rui accompanied his parents in pursuit of the intensive care unit, watching anxiously from outside. At this moment, his parents began to fret anew. "Do not worry, dear parents," Chen Rui reassured them. "The doctors have stated that grandmother's condition is stable. She will be fine." Although Mother Chen remained anxious, she still sought to comfort Father Chen. "Xiao Rui is correct. Our mother will certainly be all right. She cherishes Xiao Rui deeply and has yet to cradle his child. How could she allow herself to be unwell?" Upon hearing this, Father Chen appeared somewhat consoled, nodding repeatedly. "Indeed, you are right. Our mother will undoubtedly be fine." Chen Rui, feeling somewhat awkward, rubbed his nose. He currently has neither a girlfriend nor a child. With a self-deprecating smile, Chen Rui led his parents to dine. He urged once again, "You can take turns to rest with your mother. You must take good care of yourself alone." Chen Rui felt a warm glow within, yet he firmly urged his parents toward the hospital exit. Night soon enveloped the world. Jiang Ran arrived to conduct an examination on grandmother Chen, and Chen Rui quickly stepped forward. "Could you allow me to see grandmother?" Jiang Ran appeared troubled. "You should wait until tomorrow. According to regulations, patients cannot meet with family members at this time. Furthermore, grandmother Chen has not yet awakened from anesthesia. Chen Rui's humiliated. Even if grandmother is asleep, she can surely sense my affection. Perhaps it will aid in her recovery. Jiang Ran, moved by his words, helped Chen Rui change into scrubs and led him inside. Seizing the moment while Jiang Ran was occupied with recording various instrument readings, Chen Rui gently combed grandmother's hair and once again infused her with vital energy. This time, he was cautious not to administer too much, fearful that her recovery would be so rapid as to astonish all. The following day arrived. Having spent a sleepless night, he exhibited no trace of fatigue and directly proceeded to Gao Xueqing's location. It was already 9 in the morning. Observing Chen Rui's beaming smile, Gao Xueqing could only click his tongue in astonishment. Strange, you seem rather different from before. In the past, even when you smiled, you wore a look burdened with worries. Now, it's as if the clouds have parted and the sun has emerged. Chen Rui's smile deepened. Previously, he had been preoccupied with his grandmother's health. But now that she was well, his concerns had dissipated. Gao Xueqing nodded in agreement, his gaze towards Chen Rui filled with admiration. In today's youth, many merely pay lip service to filial piety, yet sincerity like yours is indeed rare. Chapter 85. Continuing to practice the fundamentals. Gao Xueqing praised Chen Rui's devotion to his grandmother, but Chen Rui humbly smiled, eager to focus on his stances. Once Gao Xueqing concluded, he hurriedly inquired, "Old Gao, I believe my stances are now quite decent. When can we begin practicing other fundamental skills? Although martial arts initiation is not so straightforward, one cannot simply spend every day in stances." With a sharp sound, Gao Xueqing struck with his bamboo stick, causing Chen Rui's legs to tremble. "No, not good enough," he remarked, striking Chen Rui's back. "Your posture isn't sufficiently straight." After meticulously pointing out several of Chen Rui's shortcomings, Gao Xueqing finally nodded in satisfaction as he observed Chen Rui's corrections. Yet, he immediately shot him a sidelong glance. "You can't even master the most basic stances, and you wish to learn other fundamentals? Young man, martial arts cannot be achieved in haste. Exercise patience." Chen Rui offered a wry smile, his body rooted firmly in the stance, afraid to move. From 9 a.m. to noon, Chen Rui had maintained his stance for a full 3 hours. "Old master, lunch is ready," the butler announced cheerfully as he approached. Gao Xueqing then nodded at Chen Rui, indicating that they would pause for today. Only then did Chen Rui dare to rise, though he found himself unable to stand straight, his legs trembling. Gao Xueqing chuckled, "Look at you. You haven't even perfected the most fundamental skills." The venue was at the television station. As Chen Rui alighted from the taxi, Wenda awaited him at the entrance. "You really are busy, always making us wait," he remarked, pulling Chen Rui along. "Come quickly. The director and several masters are waiting." As they walked, he continued the introductions. "This time, there are 4 experts responsible for the on-site appraisal, including yourself. You will handle the miscellaneous items, while the other experts will cover their respective categories. The other 3 have already enjoyed several rounds of tea, just waiting for you." Antiques are broadly categorized into 4 types: ceramics, paintings and calligraphy, jade, and miscellaneous items. The term miscellaneous encompasses bamboo, wood, ivory, horn, the 4 treasures of the study, lacquerware, embroidery, metalwork, Buddhist statues, gilded items, and various objects that cannot be precisely classified, such as pendants, wrist beads, and walnuts. Chen Rui had no objections to handling the miscellaneous items, but upon hearing Wenda's words, he displayed a hint of surprise. "What? Is brother Wen not participating in this appraisal? Moreover, when it comes to quality assessment, my skills pale in comparison to yours." Chen Rui smiled as well. "While I cannot comment on other matters, when it comes to the art of humility, I cannot hold a candle to my esteemed brother." The two continued their light-hearted banter until they soon arrived at a tea house. Inside, the director was engaged in conversation over tea with 3 experts, who rose promptly upon seeing Chen Rui enter. "Expert Chen has arrived. Come, allow me to introduce you to everyone. This is another esteemed expert from our inner circle, Chen Rui. Do not let his youth fool you. He is a distinguished disciple of the venerable Master Gao." Upon hearing this, the 3 experts, who had initially regarded Chen Rui with a hint of disdain due to his age, were taken aback, quickly rising to their feet. "Brother Chen, your demeanor and countenance are indicative of a true phoenix among men. Indeed, especially those eyes of yours, sparkling with wisdom, they reveal a discerning vision." Once the 3 experts stood, they began to extol Chen Rui's virtues and promptly introduce themselves. Chen Rui understood that their courteous behavior stemmed from their respect for Master Gao. "Good evening, Elder Zhou. Good evening, Teacher Kai. Good evening, Elder Chen." He addressed them respectfully. As a junior in this field with limited experience, I humbly ask for your guidance should I err my assessments. At that moment, the director approached with a smile. Shall we proceed to the venue, esteemed experts? Before long, the director and Wanda led the group to a small hall. Within, there was a raised platform, and beneath it, an audience of around 100 invited guests awaited eagerly. Chen Rui and the others entered directly from the backstage. As the host's voice resonated, the audience leaned forward, their eyes filled with anticipation. Amidst their eager gazes, for experts clad in traditional Tang attire, exuding elegance and charm, made their entrance. Following the host's lead, a round of applause erupted, though it swiftly quieted down under his command. The host, a middle-aged man also dressed in Tang attire, exhibited excellent control over the crowd, guiding their emotions seamlessly. Now, I am honored to introduce today as 4 distinguished guest experts. As the host's welcome echoed, the first presenter stepped forward. She was a young woman of approximately 24, with minimal makeup but undeniably well-presented. She approached Chen Rui directly, bringing with her a Tang mirror, which had passed preliminary selections and was categorized among miscellaneous antiques, a domain for which Chen Rui was responsible. Upon reaching Chen Rui's appraisal table, the woman paused, unable to suppress a raised eyebrow. Compared to the other experts, Chen Rui appeared remarkably youthful. Nevertheless, she proceeded to unveil the Tang mirror from its ornate box. This is the treasure I bring today. I humbly ask expert Chen to examine it. With a gentle smile, Chen Rui nodded, donning white gloves before lifting the mirror. Indeed, this is a Tang Dynasty bronze mirror, he declared. Its surface bore a dark brown hue, robust in appearance, with a semicircular knob, making it a prized artifact. I estimate its value to be around 5 million. The woman listened, her smile growing more pronounced. I heard that expert Chen had also encountered an ancient bronze mirror during the preliminary selection, dating back to the Western Han Dynasty, which was appraised at approximately 5 million at the time. This left me quite perplexed. Is it not the case that the older an artifact is, the more valuable it becomes? Chapter 86. A lack of understanding of romantic nuance. Is age truly a measure of value? The question posed by the woman elicited a collective gaze from the audience, directed towards Chen Rui, all filled with curiosity. Everyone shared this query in their hearts. Chen Rui raised the corner of his lips, shaking his head with a subtle smile. This is a misconception. Since ancient times, rarity has been a key determinant of value, and the same holds true for collectibles. Some ancient coins, despite their age, possess little value due to their excessive circulation. As for bronze mirrors, while it is true that Western Han mirrors predate those of the Tang Dynasty, the pinnacle of Chinese bronze mirror craftsmanship was achieved during the Tang Dynasty. Tang mirrors inherited the cultural traditions of the Han and Wei dynasties while also embracing artistic accomplishments from ethnic minorities, resulting in a more intricate composition. The bronze casting techniques of the Tang era were indeed the most refined. As Chen Rui eloquently articulated his points, the audience responded with thoughtful nods. The 3 other experts seated beside him also nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Chen Rui now filled with admiration. Initially, they had been polite to him solely because he was a disciple of the esteemed Gao Xueqing. However, at this moment, they truly recognized Chen Rui's expertise. The woman holding the treasure across from Chen Rui gazed at him with a hint of infatuation. It is said that a man who is earnest possesses an undeniable charm. At this moment, Chen Rui was not only serious but also exceptionally knowledgeable. You are so young. How could you possibly know so much? She said, batting her eyelashes and sending him flirtatious glances. The director by the camera was also signaling to the host, who smiled knowingly in response. Our expert Chen is indeed quite popular. The director was present, and he urged not to miss this opportunity. As her words lingered, the woman smiled coyly and cast another flirtatious glance. If such an event were to occur, I would be the first to raise my hand to sign up. I just wonder if expert Chen would attend. The host, seizing the moment, brought the microphone closer to Chen Rui. In truth, Chen Rui already had a microphone. The host's action was merely to enhance the atmosphere. However, Chen Rui seemed oblivious to the hint, or simply uninterested in the woman before him. Upon hearing this, the host felt a bit awkward, but quickly recovered. It matters not whether the event takes place. Expert Chen could engage in private discussions with Miss Liu. To the audience, he posed a question, "What do you think of this suggestion?" The audience responded enthusiastically, "I support it. Miss Liu and Expert Chen make a perfect pair. I stand by this couple." The audience was fully cooperative, yet Chen Rui remained composed and silent. The next treasure bearer presented an ancient jade, which was not subject to Chen Rui's appraisal. Nevertheless, it was indeed a remarkable piece, valued at around 2 million. Although Chen Rui had yet to engage directly, he speculated that the ancient jade contained a considerable amount of spiritual energy. His gaze toward the jade grew more fervent. Once teacher Chen concluded his appraisal, Chen Rui promptly interjected, stating, "I am currently studying ancient jade as well, albeit not on par with your expertise, teacher Chen. Sir, may I have the privilege of examining this piece?" The jade bearer, having listened to Chen Rui's earlier discourse, held him in high regard and readily consented. What a splendid piece. In hand, it exuded a sense of history that modern stones lack. Truly remarkable. Teacher Chen had already commented extensively on the jade's appraisal, so Chen Rui merely offered polite compliments. Seizing the opportunity, he absorbed the spiritual energy emanating from the jade, feeling it converge within his dantian, which only intensified the smile in his eyes. The director and the previous holder of the Tang mirror could not help but shake their heads in disbelief. It was no wonder that such a young individual possessed profound skills in antique appraisal. This lad was indeed infatuated with antiquities, oblivious to the charm of the woman standing before him, focusing solely on the object. With Chen Rui leading the way, subsequent appraisals were conducted by various experts, who then engaged in collective discussions. Consequently, Chen Rui emerged as the greatest beneficiary of this venture. Not only did he gain insights from esteemed experts, but he also absorbed significant amounts of spiritual energy from exquisite artifacts, his delight becoming increasingly evident. Naturally, the other experts shared in this happiness. As Chen Rui occasionally expressed his unique opinions, their respect for him grew. However, the audience was not as thrilled. Despite the experts' attempts to use accessible language during their exchanges, most listeners remained perplexed. The director, near the camera, let out another sigh, hoping Chen Rui would shine as he did during the earlier selection rounds, generating topics to boost ratings. Alas, the proceedings felt rather conventional, lacking excitement. While the audience expressed dissatisfaction, Chen Rui found himself exhilarated, especially at the sight of a tiny jade ring valued at several million. As they departed, the audience engaged in discussions. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the director deliberately chose a seat next to Chen Rui, persistently seeking topics to engage him. "What kind of wine do you enjoy, Brother Chen?" Not only the director, but also other experts and staff sought to curry favor with Chen Rui during the meal. Despite his youth, he had already distinguished himself. He was a disciple of the esteemed Gao Xueqing, with an undeniably limitless future ahead. However, the three experts harbored ulterior motives, hoping to leverage their connection with Chen Rui to gain favor with Gao Xueqing. Chen Rui, fully aware of their intentions, graciously accepted their toasts while dismissing their other advances with polite indifference. By the end of the meal, he felt more exhausted than after a day of appraising antiques. Chapter 87. Can you manage it? Initially, following the conclusion of the appraisals, he was vibrant and invigorated. However, an hour and a half of socializing left him with a slight headache. Indeed, banquets can be quite taxing. With a surge of emotions, Chen Rui rolled down the car window, allowing the refreshing air to flood in. He then leaned back against the taxi seat, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. "Please stop following me. If you don't leave soon, I will call the police." "Call the police? Do you think we fear that?" One of the men sneered. "What will you tell them when they arrive?" As the taxi reached the entrance of the community, a commotion erupted outside, accompanied by a voice familiar to Chen Rui. "Driver, stop!" Chen Rui exclaimed to the taxi driver, handing over a 100 yuan note, insisting, "Keep the change." Without waiting for a response, he pushed the door open and stepped out. A few hundred meters from the community gate, Tang Ying was cornered by two imposing, rough-looking men. Without hesitation, Chen Rui approached and positioned himself protectively in front of her. Looking at Tang Ying, he softly inquired. The joy that had lit up Tang Ying's face upon Chen Rui's arrival instantly faded. She bit her lip and lowered her gaze. "Kid," one of the men stepped forward, looking at Chen Rui with disdain and an air of threat. "This is a private matter between us and Miss Tang. It'll be wise for you to stay out of it." Seeing Tang Ying's reaction, Chen Rui surmised that they were likely acquainted. Respecting their privacy, he decided not to meddle. With a polite smile, he addressed the two men. "I apologize, but could you grant me a favor and let this go for today?" To this, the two men erupted into laughter, as if he had shared the most ridiculous joke. Once their laughter subsided, they cast scornful glances at Chen Rui. "You think you deserve face? Take a good look at yourself. With that feeble appearance, how dare you play the hero? Don't push your luck. If you don't leave now, we won't hesitate to deal with you, even if we spare Miss Tang," one of them threatened. In response, a chilling smile spread across Chen Rui's face. "I won't say I didn't give you a chance. I'll count to 3. If you haven't departed by then, I won't hold back." "Ha ha ha." Did you hear that, Brother Dao? He says he wants he hold back. One of the men mocked. Just a clown if we stood still. Could he even touch us? As the taunts faded, a deeper smile appeared on Chen Rui's lips. In an instant, he clenched his right hand into a fist and struck the man who had spoken last. Bang! The man was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. A sudden silence enveloped the surroundings. The remaining man and the one sprawled in the grass were both left in shock, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. The fallen man was so astonished that he forgot to get up. Tang Ying couldn't help but cover her gaping mouth with her hand, astonished by the transformation of the seemingly refined scholar before her. Who would have thought he possessed such strength? How dare you lay a hand on me? After a brief moment of shock, the man who had collapsed in the grass sprang up, immediately unleashing a torrent of curses. You must be looking for death. Brother Dao, let's take him down together. With that, the man charged back towards Chen Rui, accompanied by his companion, both brandishing gleaming daggers as they lunged at him. These daggers, initially intended merely as a show of bravado, were now wielded in a fit of rage and fear, leaving little room for hesitation. Swish, swish, swish. As the cold glint of the blades flashed before her, Tang Ying's face turned pale with fright. Chen Rui, be careful. You all stop right there. If you have grievances, direct them at me, but do not harm my friend. Yet, her pleas fell on deaf ears, as the three men were oblivious to her words. Bang! Bang! Just as the two assailants closed in on him, Chen Rui retaliated with two swift kicks, sending both men crashing to the ground. Their daggers proved utterly ineffective, and as they lay there, fear replaced the fury in their eyes. They no longer even had the courage to meet Chen Rui's gaze. Nevertheless, they remembered their mission. Tang Ying, don't think you're safe just because this kid is protecting you. I don't believe he can guard you around the clock. You better prepare the money quickly, otherwise we will be back. One of the men hastily uttered this threat before fleeing alongside his companion, terrified of another potential attack from Chen Rui. Drip, drip. As the two men departed, Tang Ying could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears. Her expression grew more pitiful, her eyes filled with despair. Those two were sent by loan sharks to collect debts. Chen Rui, taken aback by Tang Ying's explanation, asked, Are you in need of money? Why would you resort to borrowing from loan sharks? Sniffling, she replied, It's not me. It's my father. If I could, I would want him to be my father. He is just a gambler. After accumulating a mountain of debts, he fled without a thought for what would happen to me afterward. As she spoke, her tears flowed freely. Chen Rui watched, feeling a mix of compassion and helplessness. If this were a matter of urgent debts incurred in desperation, he might consider offering assistance. However, debts from gambling were an endless abyss. This was a tangled family matter between Tang Ying and her father, one that Chen Rui felt ill-equipped to resolve. Suddenly, Tang Ying raised her gaze to Chen Rui, her heart racing. Having witnessed him effortlessly defeat the two towering thugs, she had already felt a flutter of affection. But hearing his words now left her utterly captivated. Thank you, she said through her tears, throwing herself into Chen Rui's embrace. Her quiet sobs transformed into a full-blown wail, as if she sought to release all her pent-up grievances. Chen Rui gently patted her back, offering silent comfort. After a full 15 minutes of weeping, Tang Ying finally calmed down. I'm sorry for making a spectacle of myself. Chapter 88, The Disruption. Observing Tang Ying trembling in fear and hearing her sobs, Chen Rui felt an overwhelming sense of compassion. As Tang Ying's heart stirred, her fear dissipated, replaced by a bashful demeanor. With a flushed face and downcast eyes, she softly replied, Her voice remained barely above a whisper as she continued, I've already eaten with my colleagues, and I'm not hungry now. At that moment, her cheeks burned with embarrassment, eagerly awaiting Chen Rui to utter the words she longed to hear. With that, Chen Rui strode directly towards the entrance of the community. True to his word, he accompanied Tang Ying all the way to her apartment door. Do not worry, everything will be resolved. Try not to overthink tonight and get a good night's rest. Before Chen Rui could finish his sentence, Tang Ying abruptly shut the door. The sound echoed sharply as he instinctively touched his nose in surprise, relieved he had retreated in time to avoid a collision. Almost immediately after Chen Rui entered, the door swung open once more. My refrigerator is broken and hasn't been repaired yet. I came to grab a cold beer, Fong Ming announced as he barged in. Treating the space as if it were his own, he casually opened the fridge, popped open a beer can, and took a swig. What's on your mind? He inquired, noticing Chen Rui's furrowed brow and contemplative expression. Perplexed, Chen Rui recounted his encounter with Tang Ying. What could I have done to offend her? We were perfectly fine, and I even personally escorted her home. How could she suddenly be upset? After sharing his story, he expressed his confusion. Fong Ming burst into laughter, spraying beer in the process. Are you trying to kill me with laughter? When you claimed you couldn't flirt, I thought you were just being modest. But now I believe it. You're single by sheer talent. He patted Chen Rui on the shoulder, reveling in his amusement. Feeling embarrassed, Chen Rui wished for the ground to swallow him whole. Fortunately, Fong Ming ceased his laughter but then remarked, "You really should have bought a car by now. When do you plan to do that?" Chen Rui, no longer needing to manage the art studio, still reported to Gao Shuetching every morning. After a moment of contemplation, he realized it was time to take action. He decided to visit the dealership the next day at noon. With excitement, Fong Ming clapped his hands. "Perfect. I love your decisiveness. Let us go together tomorrow after I finish work." Chen Rui promptly decided to wash up and get some rest. Meanwhile, Fong Ming in the adjacent apartment was too exhilarated to sleep, spending the entire night browsing the latest car models. The following midday, as soon as he finished work, Fong Ming called Chen Rui. "I'm off work now. Are you done? When are we heading to the dealership?" His eager tone made Chen Rui chuckle. "I'm all wrapped up here. I'll head over now. Let us meet at the dealership." "Great," Fong Ming replied, hailing a taxi. "Driver, take me to the largest 4S store in Zhongdu." 10 minutes later, the taxi halted at the entrance of the dealership. "Good day, sir." A sales representative greeted them as they entered, seemingly unfazed by Fong Ming's enthusiastic demeanor. The guests who come to experience the world like this have become a daily occurrence for him. Most of them are simply window shopping, showing no intention of making a purchase. Maintaining a facade of politeness, the salesperson's demeanor towards them is neither warm nor cold. At this moment, Fong Ming's attention has been completely captivated by the array of luxury vehicles displayed in the showroom, rendering him indifferent to the salesperson's attitude. After wandering for a while, his phone buzzed with a call from Chen Rui. "Chen Rui, over here," Fong Ming called out, turning his head towards Chen Rui, who was peering in from the entrance. The two quickly converged, and the salesperson's attitude underwent a complete transformation. "Good day, sir. Welcome to Zhongdu 4S. Would you prefer coffee or tea?" The salesperson, now bustling with courtesy, offered tea and snacks, along with a plethora of brochures detailing the new cars. Fong Ming was taken aback by the sudden change in treatment. "Is this preferential treatment? I stood here for about 10 minutes earlier without even being offered a glass of water, and now this tea seems merely incidental." Fong Ming's inquiry prompted a wave of awkwardness from the salesperson, who was busy introducing the models to Chen Rui. However, Fong Ming persisted. "You must clarify this for me. Is it that my friend appears wealthier, or is it simply that he is more handsome than I?" Fong Ming was determined to get to the bottom of it, leaving the salesperson increasingly uncomfortable. The salesperson approached Fong Ming, bowing respectfully in apology. "I sincerely apologize, sir. I hope you can overlook my mistake. I admit I treated you differently, but our sales staff have a challenging job. We are all forced to wear smiles, and it can be exhausting." Mr. Chan's demeanor exudes calm and refinement. His gaze is so composed, reminiscent of those discreetly affluent individuals. As for you, the salesperson trailed off, unable to continue. In truth, Fong Ming wasn't genuinely angry. He found the salesperson's honesty amusing. "However, I must inform you that you have misjudged." Upon saying this, Fong Ming directed his gaze towards the vehicles in front of him. The new Audi A6, with its youthful and fashionable exterior, exudes an impressive presence, while its interior is replete with a sense of advanced technology. After commenting on one vehicle, Fong Ming moved on to the next, speaking fluently and confidently. The salesperson stood there bewildered. Fong Ming did not miss a beat in his assessment of each car showcased, accurately detailing the brand, model, specifications, approximate pricing, and key selling points, his knowledge surpassing that of the salesperson. After a 10-minute monologue, he finally paused to sip his tea. Setting down the cup, he glanced at the salesperson with an air of triumph. "So, are you now willing to admit your misjudgment?" However, as those words fell, the salesperson suddenly grew irate, his gaze turning icy. "Are you sent by another dealership to disrupt us?" Upon hearing this, Chen Rui burst into laughter. Is he not normal? If he refrains from complimenting me, that would suffice, but this reaction? Fong Ming expressed his bewilderment and irritation, pointing at the salesperson. Yet, Chen Rui simply shook his head in amusement. His reaction is entirely normal. It is you who is not. Only car enthusiasts and those who sell cars possess such extensive knowledge of various models. You, on the other hand, do not appear to be one who has a penchant for automobiles. After explaining the situation to Fong Ming, Chen Rui turned his gaze back to the salesperson with a smile. "Do not misunderstand. We are indeed here to purchase a vehicle. As for my friend, he is not in car sales. He is simply idly curious and enjoys research. With that, Chen Rui extracted a brochure for a Volvo from a pile in front of him. This car looks rather impressive. Is there any in stock? Please, lead us to take a look. After testing a Volvo priced over 500,000, Chen Rui, spurred by Fong Ming's encouragement, sampled several other models. Ultimately, he resolved to acquire the first Volvo that had caught his eye. After completing the payment and paperwork, they received a temporary license plate and were ready to drive away. At this moment, Fong Ming was more exhilarated than if he had purchased the vehicle himself. Chen Rui, may I have a turn at the wheel? Fong Ming's eyes gleamed with eagerness. Though he could now afford a vehicle of that price, he was reluctant to part with all his savings. Chen Rui chuckled and shook his head, tossing the keys to Fong Ming. Quick as a flash, Fong Ming caught them, yet his gaze was tinged with reproach. Next time, please do not throw them like that. They're new keys, and it would be unfortunate if they were to fall and get scratched. Before he could finish speaking, he had already dashed to the driver's seat. Chen Rui intended to park the car in the television station's lot, but the security guard would not permit entry. I apologize, but our parking spaces are limited. Outside vehicles cannot enter. The guard was polite yet resolute. After a few unsuccessful attempts to persuade him, Chen Rui reluctantly called for Wenda. Upon his arrival, the guard granted them access. Neither Chen Rui nor Wenda took offense at the guard's diligence. But Wenda could not resist making a jest as he surveyed Chen Rui's vehicle. You truly have a knack for surprising people in all your endeavors. When you decide to buy, you go all out. He reflected on his own first car, which had cost merely 80,000, in stark contrast to Chen Rui's extravagant choice. Chen Rui parked the car and smiled as he explained, Brother One, you prefer a gradual approach. I tend to favor making a definitive statement. Buying an ordinary car might alleviate some immediate pressure, but eventually one must upgrade, which is a hassle. As he spoke, he had already exited the vehicle. Wenda, patting him on the shoulder, teased, I can confidently assert that after purchasing a standard model, you will inevitably switch to a luxury car. Such confidence is commendable. Yet, his tone bore no hint of disdain for prudent spending. Those with true ability possess the confidence to be audacious. Wenda firmly believed that Chen Rui's future would only shine brighter. Chen Rui was talented, possessed keen insight, and had a formidable background, with a mentor like Gao Xiueqing, a master in the realm of cultural artifacts. The two engaged in conversation as they entered the television station's building. The program had yet to commence, and several experts were waiting in the tea room. Upon seeing Wenda enter with Chen Rui, they exchanged warm pleasantries. Leaving Chen Rui feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the cordiality displayed by the three experts and the director, he came to assess the treasures, not only to scrutinize but also to absorb the spiritual essence surrounding them. He was rather disinclined towards the atmosphere of mutual flattery and praise. Fortunately, after merely 10 minutes in the tea room, the director rose and invited the esteemed experts to enter. The venue for today's appraisal remained the same modest hall as yesterday. Chen Rui and three other experts entered amidst the host's grand introductions and the audience's enthusiastic applause. The program proceeded in a manner identical to the previous day, adhering strictly to protocol without a hint of deviation or disturbance. Next came the final invited holder of a treasure. However, this particular holder was unlike the others. His item had previously been identified as a high-quality imitation during the preliminary selections. Under the host's introduction, Mr. Yao, the last holder, took the stage, presenting a porcelain plate from the Song dynasty. Upon stepping onto the platform and spotting Teacher Qin seated among the audience, he abruptly halted. During the last preliminary selection, it was Teacher Qin who had appraised his treasure. After a moment of silence, Mr. Yao approached the esteemed Zhou, who specialized in porcelain appraisal, cradling his item. While Zhou was busy assessing it, he politely addressed Teacher Qin, saying, I am not doubting your expertise. I simply cannot accept this outcome. I have heard that your forte lies in the appraisal of ancient jade, so Mr. Yao hesitated, then continued, please do not take offense. I genuinely do not question your judgment. I just feel disheartened. If the esteemed experts present today also declared a forgery, I shall resign myself to that fate. Teacher Qin merely nodded with a faint smile, unperturbed and somewhat pleased. He had a vivid recollection of the Song dynasty plate and was entirely confident that it was indeed a counterfeit. Mr. Yao's current discontent only served to enhance his own reputation. Thus, why would he feel anger? Meanwhile, Zhou had completed his preliminary assessment, but was not in haste to declare his findings. Since Mr. Yao had voiced his concerns, it would be prudent for the others to weigh in as well. He then handed the porcelain plate to Elder Chen. After Elder Chen examined it, he passed it to Teacher Kai, who only glanced briefly before transferring it to Chen Rui, who had yet to see it. At this moment, Elder Chen nodded subtly at Zhou. This was not their first collaboration, and they shared a profound understanding. Although Chen Rui had not yet formed an opinion, Zhou, assuming that his views aligned with the consensus, spoke on behalf of the group. This porcelain plate measures 35 centimeters in height, with a mouth diameter of 19.3 centimeters and a foot diameter of 12.6 centimeter. Its craftsmanship is exquisite, and the glaze is pure, exhibiting ice-crack patterns reminiscent of the finest Song Dynasty Rui kiln porcelain. Alas, it is merely a replica. First, the Song Dynasty Rui porcelain should display ice-crack patterns, but the cracks on this piece are too densely packed. Furthermore, the inscription on the base is incorrect. Zhou enumerated the discrepancies, leading Mr. Yao to sink into utter despair. No, this plate is genuine. Chen Rui's voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 90, Still Neighbors. It is indeed genuine. Chen Rui's words resonated with conviction, unhesitating and resolute. Mr. Yao, the owner of the porcelain plate, felt a sudden spark of hope as he turned his gaze towards Chen Rui. However, the other experts simultaneously furrowed their brows at that moment, especially Teacher Qin, whose expression towards Chen Rui had turned decidedly unfriendly. Were it not for the consideration of Chen Rui being a disciple of Gao Xueqing, he might have erupted in a direct outburst. He perceived Chen Rui's remarks as a deliberate provocation. The porcelain plate had initially been appraised by him. Due to its exquisite craftsmanship and quality materials, he had classified it as a high-end imitation. An imitation remains an imitation, no matter how refined. It can never attain the status of authenticity. Now, among the 4 experts, 3 unanimously deemed it a replica, yet Chen Rui boldly asserted its authenticity, clearly striking at Qin's pride. Suppressing his inner fury, Teacher Qin forced out a stiff smile. Chen expert, perhaps you should take a closer look. This plate, in terms of craftsmanship and texture, is indistinguishable from a genuine piece. Initially, I too believed it to be authentic, but alas. At this moment, Teacher Qin was still mindful of Chen Rui's dignity, yet he remained steadfast in his belief that it was counterfeit. Let us not even mention the ice crack on the rim. Observe the mark on the bottom. The character for longevity, according to the Song Dynasty's traditional writing, should possess a dot in the middle and 2 dots beneath. Instead, it has an additional one. As these words were spoken, Mr. Yao, who had meticulously memorized every detail of his porcelain plate, trembled with renewed disappointment. His gaze towards Chen Rui lost the gratitude it once held. Chen Rui had offered him hope, only to let him plummet from the heights of expectation. This profound sense of disillusionment was particularly painful. Yet, Chen Rui merely chuckled and shook his head at the gathered crowd. I still trust my instincts. This plate is indeed authentic. To verify, let us conduct a test right here. With that, Chen Rui summoned a staff member and provided a list of commonly used materials for porcelain restoration. Although live appraisals rarely involve on-the-spot repairs, the director had prepared thoroughly. The staff member quickly returned. Chen Rui took the materials and concocted a solution before selecting the finest brush to apply it to the extraneous dot on the base of the plate. He then used the largest brush to coat the opening of the plate, finishing with a specialized silk cloth for polishing. At this moment, all those on stage had gathered around. Heavens, I am witnessing a miracle. The host's exclamation echoed as Chen Rui lifted the silk cloth. The camera focused intently on the porcelain plate in Chen Rui's hand. The previously identified flaws, the superfluous ice cracks, and the extra had vanished. Chen's discerning eye is truly astounding. I am in awe. Mr. Zhou's voice of admiration followed suit. Is it truly authentic? Mr. Yao inquired eagerly. Chen Rui smiled graciously at him. Congratulations, Mr. Yao. This porcelain plate from the Song Dynasty is indeed a genuine article. The exquisite piece from the Rui kiln, preserved in such impeccable condition, is estimated to be worth around 3 million. However, it seems the previous owner may have intentionally forged it, which explains the discrepancies observed. This is not a matter of Qin's lack of discernment. It was only due to my audacity to take a chance that this porcelain plate would have been dismissed as a counterfeit by any antique establishment. Moreover, without Qin's expertise, you likely would not have had a second opportunity for authentication. Qin had refrained from expressing his fury at the moment, and Chen Rui was willing to elucidate the matter to the owner on his behalf. At this juncture, the owner repeatedly expressed gratitude to Chen Rui and Qin. Yet, Qin felt an increasing sense of shame. The host then began to deliver the closing remarks. Applause erupted. The astonished audience, finally awakening to the moment, stood in unison, clapping fervently. The sound of applause and cheers resonated, deafening in its intensity. The director, observing from the side, wore a smile that reached from ear to ear. Upon exiting the venue, Chen Rui politely declined the director's invitation to dine together, opting instead to drive his newly purchased Volvo to the tea house where Tang Ying worked. Although Tang Ying had been somewhat indifferent during their parting the previous evening, she sent a message early that day, informing Chen Rui she would finish work early but would wait for him to arrive without haste. At the Hongru tea house, Chen Rui walked directly through the entrance. "I am sorry, sir, but we are already closed," the server, clad in a chi pao, said with a smile. As her words left her lips, her eyes widened in surprise, glancing at Chen Rui and then at the Volvo parked outside. No problem, no problem. Please wait a moment," she stammered before rushing to the kitchen. Shouting, "How could you hide such an exceptional boyfriend from us? Were you afraid we would steal him away or that we might ask him to treat us to dinner?" The server's voice boomed as she entered the kitchen. Chen Rui, now far removed from his former self, felt a tinge of embarrassment as his keen hearing caught every word. In the kitchen, Tang Ying found herself surrounded by a throng of colleagues. Confess openly or face strict consequences. When did you meet? How did you two get involved? Those surrounding her teased and pressed for details, while others peeked from the doorway. Someone soon recognized Chen Rui. "Goodness, isn't that the master from the last tea gathering? I heard that Mr. Gao transferred Wan Chong's studio to him. He is now the youngest owner among the major antique establishments in Zhongdu City. Tang Ying, you can't slip away. You must treat us to a meal." Amidst the clamoring of her colleagues, Tang Ying's face flushed with embarrassment. "You misunderstand. He is not my boyfriend, merely my neighbor at present." As her words hung in the air, her colleagues exchanged knowing smiles. "Just a neighbor for now, but perhaps a boyfriend in the future?" Tang Ying nearly fled the scene in haste. "I apologize for keeping you waiting," she said as she approached Chen Rui, repeatedly expressing her regrets. Sheng Hui, Fazit, ushered her directly to the car. Due to the awkwardness, silence enveloped the journey. Soon, they arrived at the community. Upon witnessing the scene ahead, Tang Ying suddenly trembled all over. Chapter 91, A Lesson Unlearned. At the entrance of the community, the knife-wielding thug who had been driven away by Chen Rui just yesterday had returned, accompanied by another companion. Yet they were not alone. A dozen fierce ruffians had joined them. At this moment, the group stood in 2 rows at the entrance, glaring at passing vehicles and pedestrians. Tang Ying sat inside the car, her face as pale as paper, trembling uncontrollably. "Why couldn't they let me go? What have I done wrong? Is it solely because I am my father's daughter?" Trembling lips whispered her thoughts repeatedly. Chen Rui listened, his heart aching for her. Yet he found himself at a loss for words to comfort her. He did not stop the car, but drove straight ahead. "They are coming. That girl is in the car." The voice of a knife-wielding thug echoed at that moment as he and his gang blocked Chen Rui's path. As they prepared to enter the community, Chen Rui had already begun to decelerate and eventually came to a halt. After speaking to Tang Ying, he unbuckled his seatbelt. However, Tang Ying urgently grasped his hand, her eyes pleading, "Please don't go. There are too many of them, and they might be armed." She had witnessed Chen Rui's prowess the day before, knowing well his capabilities. Yet, facing a dozen ruffians, how could he possibly prevail? If anything were to happen to him because of her, she would carry the burden of guilt for a lifetime. Chen Rui smiled at her reassuringly, saying, "Do not worry. I possess discernment and will not undertake any reckless actions." With that, he released her hand, opened the door, and stepped out. A group of thugs approached, surrounding Chen Rui and the Volvo. "Living in this place and driving such a car, you must be financially well off. Why not simply pay her debt?" The knife-wielding thug sneered. He was eager to vent his frustration on Chen Rui for the previous day's humiliation, but for him, money was paramount. Without it, his followers would go hungry, and he would face reprimands from above. Once the money was secured, Chen Rui would not escape his grasp. He would ensure that the humiliation he had suffered would be repaid tenfold. With this thought, the thug's gaze turned even colder. For an ordinary person, such a look might compel them to kneel and beg for mercy. Yet Chen Rui remained undaunted. As a man of culture, he preferred not to resort to violence. Thus, he resolved to reason with the group first. "You seek to collect debts, which is understandable, but debts must be settled with the debtor. You should seek out those who owe you, rather than harassing innocent individuals for repayment." As Chen Rui's words fell, the knife-wielding thug and his companions erupted into laughter. "I see you have wasted your education, and your traditional attire is a disgrace. Do you not understand the principle of repaying a parent's debt? Without further ado, if you wish to avoid trouble with Tang Ying, you may immediately produce 1 million. Otherwise, we shall pay Miss Tang a visit to discuss matters thoroughly." Brother Dao spoke again, his words laced with menace. At that moment, the group of ruffians behind him erupted into lewd laughter, their eyes fixed hungrily on Tang Ying within the car, as if they sought to undress her with their gaze. Inside the vehicle, Tang Ying, already trembling with fear, quaked even more violently. She could feel the degrading stares of the thugs piercing her. Observing this, Chen Rui's expression grew colder, his patience nearing its limit. So this is non-negotiable? You are determined to confront Tang Ying and demand repayment? One of the thugs, standing beside Brother Dao, the very one who had come with him yesterday and had been struck by Chen Rui, grew impatient. He stepped forward, saying, "Brother Dao, why waste breath on this fellow? I see his car is rather nice, probably just purchased. Let's serve as our interest." With those words, he waved his hand, and a dozen thugs rushed towards the Volvo, their eyes ablaze with desire, leaving one to wonder whether they yearned for the new vehicle or for Tang Ying herself. Inside, Tang Ying was nearly paralyzed with fear, curling into a ball in the passenger seat. Chen Rui, unable to restrain his anger, clenched his fists. With a swift motion, he unleashed a punch, sending the fastest of the assailants flying. The atmosphere fell eerily silent. The remaining thugs stood in stunned disbelief, casting bewildered glances at Brother Dao and his companion. They had not anticipated that Tang Ying's protector would possess such prowess. Brother Dao, infuriated, recalled how brutally they had been defeated the previous day. "Do not worry. This fellow does have some skill, or I would not have summoned my brothers for assistance. However, no matter how formidable he may be, he is but one man against us all. Let us draw our weapons and converge upon him. We shall vanquish him." With that declaration, Brother Dao brandished a dagger and charged at Chen Rui, prompting the other thugs to follow suit. They all felt emboldened by Brother Dao's words, believing that their sheer numbers would overpower Chen Rui, rendering fear unnecessary. Their only concern was ensuring they contributed sufficiently to avoid receiving a lesser share of the spoils later on. At that moment, from Tang Ying's perspective, Chen Rui had become engulfed, his figure obscured by the throng of attackers. Shenghui, Tang Ying, filled with anxiety, could no longer remain still. She unbuckled her seatbelt, attempting to open the door to escape. Yet, she found the door locked, as Chen Rui had secured it. Nevertheless, as the battle raged outside the window, Tang Ying's worries began to dissipate. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the thugs surrounding Chen Rui were sent crashing to the ground. In less than a minute, half of the assailants lay defeated. The remaining rogues quickly lost their will to fight, their only thought being to flee. Brother Dao was the first to escape. Whoosh! With a sudden surge of energy, Chen Rui delivered a powerful kick. Subsequently, the knife brother collapsed, utterly drained of strength, unable to rise. Bang! Chen Rui followed up with another kick. A scream, more harrowing than that of a slaughtered pig, erupted from knife brother's lips. The remaining thugs, paralyzed by fear, dare not flee. "We have offended you, esteemed brother. Please spare us," pleaded one spineless thug, begging for mercy. Chen Rui responded with a chilling smile, declaring, "If I do not teach you a lesson, I fear you shall not remember." One by one, he toppled them all. Chapter 92, Dereliction of Duty. The anguished cries echoed relentlessly through the air, a symphony of despair. On the ground, a dozen thugs writhed in agony, lamenting their plight. Chen Rui was true to his word. He intended to impart a lesson and ensured none escaped unscathed. However, he exercised restraint, targeting only the painful but non-fatal points on their bodies. Yet for these thugs, this restraint rendered their suffering even more unbearable. Knife Brother, who had summoned his companions, was now filled with regret. Had he known the prowess of this young man, he would never have dared to confront him, nor would he have brought such a meager number of accomplices. Hut, hut, hut. At that moment, Chen Rui advanced towards him, each step echoing in Knife Brother's ears like the harbinger of death. Instantly, Knife Brother felt a chill, trembling uncontrollably like a leaf in the wind. "Esteemed brother, I recognize my mistakes. I truly do," he cried. "After this lesson, I vow never to return. Please spare my life. If not for the excruciating pain." Knife Brother would have knelt right then and there. Though he did not bow, his pleas for mercy were ceaseless. Chen Rui halted before Knife Brother, delivering a cold snort. "I hope you genuinely learn from this lesson and do not merely pay lip service. Otherwise, next time, the lesson will be far more severe than a mere beating. Now get out of my sight. Do not let me see you again." As Chen Rui's icy words fell, Knife Brother, who had been unable to rise moments before, suddenly sprang to his feet and fled with his companions, executing a remarkable escape as though demons were on their heels. Chen Rui paid them no mind, turning instead to retrieve his car keys and unlock the door. Tang Ying hurriedly exited the vehicle, rushing to Chen Rui's side, her eyes scanning him with concern. "Are you all right? Did you get hurt?" Although the battle had appeared as a one-sided rout in Chen Rui's favor, the presence of so many thugs wielding knives left her anxious. Chen Rui smiled, shaking his head. I'm fine. They were merely a bunch of small fry, incapable of harming me. Yet Tang Ying remained unconvinced, examining him from every angle. Amidst their intimate exchange, a head peeked out from the community, eyes wide with astonishment, glancing around in disbelief. Suddenly, Chen Rui narrowed his eyes, pushing Tang Ying aside and gazing towards the entrance of the community. Oomph. He let out a cold snort and strode purposefully toward the gate. As I stepped halfway into the security booth, an unexpected force struck me from behind, twisting my head uncontrollably. The security captain, Chen Rui, displayed none of the prior astonishment, as if he were just encountering me for the first time. Is there something you need, sir? Would you like assistance with your belongings or parking? His smile was courteous and warm, devoid of any fault. Oomph. Chen Rui scoffed again, momentarily disregarding the security captain, directing his gaze towards a visibly anxious guard within the booth. Called the property manager to come out. The guard, who had been intently monitoring the surveillance, had witnessed the chaotic skirmish at the entrance of the community all too clearly. His face remained pale. He dared not defy Chen Rui's command and hastily dialed the phone with trembling hands. Soon, the property manager arrived. The inquiry was directed at the security captain. Chen Rui had already released his grip on the captain's shoulder, and now the captain, free once more, wore an expression of considerable impatience. He even resorted to casting blame first. You've kept a cold stare, preventing me from leaving, and now you've summoned the property manager. Upon hearing this, the manager's brow furrowed deeper, yet he quickly managed a semblance of a smile while addressing Chen Rui. Dear homeowner, may I ask what the security captain has done to incur your displeasure? Chen Rui wasted no time on pleasantries and got straight to the point, immediately interrogating the captain. Why are there so many ruffians loitering at the entrance? They've been there for quite some time. Why have you not intervened? Are you neglecting your duties? Perhaps receiving benefits from them? Had the ruffians been positioned further from the entrance, Chen Rui would not have directed his ire at the security captain. However, with such a large group stationed at the gate, monitoring the comings and goings of vehicles and pedestrians, how could they possibly be overlooked? With the exorbitant property fees collected monthly, should not some oversight be expected? At that moment, before the property manager could inquire further, the security captain shot an angry glare at Chen Rui. Do not slander. Have I not been diligent since I began working here? Those individuals are merely at the entrance, not inside. What can I do about it? You, young man, should not presume that your residency grants you the right to treat us as subordinates. Do not think I am unaware that you are merely a tenant. And as for Miss Tang, she is not even a homeowner. Upon hearing this, Chen Rui's smile deepened with mockery. You seem well informed. It appears you are not only receiving benefits from those ruffians, but also leaking information to them. He then turned his attention to the property manager. How does your management plan to address this matter? Faced with Chen Rui's relentless questioning, the security captain's anger flared. If you continue to accuse me baselessly, do you believe I won't retaliate? He glared, exuding an air of intimidation. Unfazed by the potential repercussions from the property manager, who was a relative, he regarded Chen Rui merely as a tenant. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed through the air, a resounding slap. The captain's eyes widened in disbelief as he covered his swollen cheek, struggling to maintain his composure while glaring at Chen Rui. You dared strike me? He stammered. Chen Rui replied coldly. You asked for it. The disdain in his tone and gaze only fueled the captain's fury further. I'll take you on, he bellowed, immediately adopting a fighting stance and lunging at Chen Rui with an electric baton. Just as the baton was a mere half-inch from Chen Rui, the captain was sent flying by a single kick. An eerie silence enveloped the air. Cousin, call the police. This brat hit me, and you witnessed it. There's so many brothers here. They can all testify. After a brief pause, the captain struggled to his feet, erupting into another tirade. The property manager wore a pained expression, caught in a dilemma, but his heart ached for his distant cousin. At that moment, Chen Rui's laughter echoed, his gaze icy as he regarded the captain. Go ahead, report it. The security team has arrived. They might just take you away. With Chen Rui's words, the head of the security team burst into laughter, looking at Chen Rui as though he were a fool. Are you out of your mind? You hit me and expect the security team to apprehend me? Do you think the security bureau is your family business? The mocking words only intensified the cold smirk in Chen Rui's eyes. You might want to reconsider. I have a sworn brother in the security bureau. Even if he cannot handle it, I can certainly arrange it financially. I assure you, once you enter, you will never come out. Upon hearing this, the head of security finally panicked. In the past, He might have doubted the veracity of Chen Rui's claims, but now. Chen Rui was the owner of a luxury car worth over 500,000. Sir, please calm down. I assure you that I will handle this matter appropriately. How about I deduct half a year's salary from him? The property manager interjected, attempting to mediate with a smile. However, before Chen Rui could respond, Tang Ying approached, tugging at his sleeve. Let go. She did not wish for the situation to escalate further or to draw trouble to Chen Rui. Chen Rui softened slightly at her words, but when his gaze returned to the property manager, it remained icy. If I see him in the community again, you can forget about your property management. With that, Chen Rui led Tang Ying to the car. After parking in the designated spot at the apartment, they entered the elevator. Ding! The elevator doors opened swiftly, and Tang Ying's face drained of color, filled with sorrow. Her apartment was directly across from the elevator. Now the entrance stood ajar, the doorframe emblazoned with blood-red letters, "Repay the money." After a brief moment of shock, Tang Ying dashed into the apartment, bursting into tears. The door had been pried open, and blood-red words sprawled across the walls. Even the furniture and appliances bore the same ominous markings. The room was in disarray. Every drawer and cabinet had been ransacked, the contents strewn across the floor. Witnessing this scene ignited a furious rage within Chen Rui. Beside the security booth, the property manager continued to console his distant cousin. You fool, Sai. Forget it. I shall find you another residence. You will even be appointed as the captain there, but kindly be more forthright next time. Before the comforting words could fully escape my lips, my phone unexpectedly rang. Hello. Upon glancing at the unfamiliar caller ID, the property manager's impatience was palpable. You have 1 minute. Make haste to Miss Tang's apartment. The familiar voice resonated, and even through the phone, the property manager sensed an eerie chill, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards Building 9. Soon enough, the property manager arrived. Before he even reached the entrance, he was greeted by a scene of utter chaos. A sigh escaped his lips. At this point, what was there left to comprehend? It was indeed his distant cousin who had divulged Miss Tang's information and allowed them access. Sir, we will address this matter with the utmost seriousness. The head of security has already been dismissed, but regarding this, the property manager's expression shifted to one of discomfort. While the walls and doors could be easily repaired with a fresh coat of paint, the household appliances and furniture would likely need to be replaced entirely, a cost the property management was unwilling to bear. Sir, perhaps you should consider reporting this to the authorities. Once those ruffians are apprehended, it will be up to you to decide whether they restore everything to its original state or compensate you financially. However, Chen Rui was not inclined to accept his evasions. He retrieved his phone and displayed a photograph of himself with the photography crew. Each word Chen Rui uttered resonated with gravity, yet nothing struck the property manager as profoundly as the image before him. His complexion paled, and his body trembled slightly. It was only at this moment that he grasped the enormity of the situation. A misstep could cost him his position, and he knew his employer would not overlook such an error. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, within 3 days, at most 2, we shall restore Miss Tang's apartment to its original condition. That head of security will no longer be employed in any of our managed properties and will be reported throughout the entire property management industry. The property manager, no longer daring to be dismissive, bowed and assured Chen Rui profusely. He hastily dialed to summon assistance. Only then did Chen Rui's expression soften. He turned to the still weeping Tang Ying, offering a gentle smile. It's all right. Everything will pass. Allow me to take you to my place. Like a marionette devoid of its strings, Tang Ying allowed Chen Rui to guide her down to the apartment below. Once the apartment door closed, Tang Ying suddenly collapsed into Chen Rui's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. After a full 15 minutes, she finally ceased her tears, her entire being fidgeting, unsure of where to place her hands and feet. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let me prepare something for you, he said, rushing towards the kitchen. Half an hour later, a meal of 2 dishes and a soup was ready. After finishing the meal, Tang Ying took the initiative to clear the table. Emerging from the kitchen once more, she appeared anxious. Will I sleep tonight? Chen Rui retrieved a blanket and a pillow from the bedroom. You can sleep in my room. I will take the sofa, he replied, heading off to take a shower. Upon his return, he settled onto the sofa. I've finished in the bathroom. You may use it at your convenience. Yet, Tang Ying remained rooted in place, motionless. With a wry smile in response to Chen Rui's perplexed gaze, she asked, May I borrow a piece of clothing? Upstairs, her garments lay in disarray, with even her undergarments strewn about, and she was reluctant to don any of them again. Feel free to wear anything from my wardrobe, Chen Rui replied. Afterward, Tang Ying rummaged through the closet and retrieved a t-shirt before heading to the bathroom. The sound of running water filled the air, stirring Chen Rui's restless thoughts. The situation intensified. Reclining on the sofa with his eyes shut, images of Tang Ying emerging from the bathroom cascaded repeatedly through his mind. Her beauty akin to a lotus emerging from water, both alluring and shy. In that moment, he could distinctly hear her breaths emanating from the bedroom. Within the confines of her room, Tang Ying too found herself unable to sleep, her heart racing like a startled fawn. Thus, a night filled with both difficulty and sweetness passed. Knock, knock, knock. Early the next morning, Chen Rui, who had planned to indulge in a leisurely slumber due to a rare day off, was roused by the incessant knocking at the door. Irritated, he rose from the sofa and made his way to answer it. Are you heading to the art studio today? If so, could you give me a ride? I'd be happy to be your chauffeur, Fong Ming said with a cheeky grin as the door swung open. Chen Rui chuckled and shook his head. It seems you're not merely trying to save on cab fare, but rather eyeing my car. At that moment, the bedroom door creaked open and Tang Ying emerged. Still in a daze, Fong Ming, unlike his usual self, refrained from teasing Chen Rui further. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated as Fong Ming's phone tumbled to the floor. "Ah, my newly acquired smartphone," he exclaimed, quickly bending down to retrieve it. After ensuring it was unharmed, relief washed over him, though he wore a playful grin. "No worries. Just pretend I wasn't here. You two carry on," he quipped before turning to leave. In that instant, Tang Ying regained her composure. Her cheeks flushed as she dashed back into the bedroom. Chen Rui seized the opportunity to intercept Fong Ming at the door. "Don't let your imagination run wild. Miss Tang and I are entirely innocent. Nothing untoward occurred," he insisted, recounting the events of the previous night. Fong Ming raised his eyebrows, gesturing dismissively. "No need to explain. I'm not your girlfriend. It's merely a platonic relationship between a man and a woman. I understand." Chen Rui recognized that Fong Ming was not convinced by his reassurances. Overwhelmed, he felt a headache brewing, and the closed bedroom door only added to his distress. Creaking sounds signaled Tang Ying's swift return from her room, now dressed in her outfit from the previous day, though the blush on her cheeks had yet to fade. Their eyes met, and they quickly averted their gazes, as if jolted by an electric shock. Clearing his throat, Chen Rui attempted to alleviate the awkward tension. "I've already explained everything to my friend. He won't misunderstand, so there's no need for concern." Just then, a knock at the door echoed once more. At this moment, Chen Rui revealed a hint of a smile, likely anticipating the arrival of my friend. I assured him that I had clarified everything, and there would be no further misunderstandings. He would see for himself shortly. His intention was to alleviate the awkwardness between the two. However, as Tang Ying listened to his explanation, she merely smiled faintly, her heart a mixture of shyness and disappointment. After all, she had emerged from Chen Rui's room, dressed in his clothes. Could that truly be explained away? Furthermore, why was Chen Rui in such haste to clarify matters? Was he truly so fearful of others misinterpreting their relationship? Creak. The apartment door swung open, but it was not Fong Ming who entered. Rather, it was the property manager. "Good morning, Mr. Chen, and good morning, Miss Tang," he greeted respectfully, bowing to each of them. Yet, he looked anxious and troubled as he addressed Chen Rui. "Mr. Chen, we have thoroughly inspected your apartment, and we worked through the night to make repairs. However, the walls have sustained some damage, and the plumbing has been dismantled. It will be quite challenging to restore everything within 2 days. Might we request a little more time? A fortnight, or at most, a week, should suffice for complete restoration. Rest assured, all expenses will be covered by our property management. Miss Tang will not need to spend a single penny." With the property manager expressing such humility, Chen Rui felt reluctant to press him further. He nodded slightly and gestured for him to leave. The property manager departed, as if granted a reprieve. Meanwhile, Tang Ying remained in place, her brows furrowed and her lower lip clenched tightly. Chen Rui could sense her concern and offered a reassuring smile. "It's all right. A week is just a week. You can stay with me." Although Tang Ying found this arrangement quite desirable, she felt embarrassed. "Perhaps not. It's a bother for you. A day or two is manageable, but a week is too intrusive. I would rather stay at a hotel." Chen Rui maintained his cheerful demeanor. "Don't overthink it. We are neighbors and friends. It's only natural to help one another. Besides, I wouldn't feel at ease if you stayed at a hotel. What if those people come looking for trouble again?" His words warmed Tang Ying's heart, banishing the worries that had been gnawing at her. Reluctantly, she acquiesced, shyly nodding in agreement. After freshening up, Chen Rui accompanied Tang Ying to knock on Fong Ming's door. The three of them then set off together, first delivering Tang Ying to a tea house before proceeding to the art studio. After a busy morning and sharing lunch with Feng Ming, Chen Rui made his way to the television station. Driving his Volvo, he approached the station, and this time, the security personnel did not impede his entry, allowing his vehicle to pass without issue. On this occasion, Chen Rui did not require Wen Da's assistance and directly located the tea room where the experts were waiting. As expected, pleasantries were exchanged, but this only lasted for about 10 minutes. Several experts examined the treasures, their eyes widening in delight at the valuable artifacts. The audience, observing the staggering worth of such seemingly insignificant items, gasped in astonishment. In summary, the first half of the event passed without incident, with fewer appraisers present. The audience had more time to interact with the experts, which they found quite enjoyable. This is an opportunity for them to showcase their talents. Regrettably, we now invite Mr. Zhou, the esteemed collector, along with his treasured artifact to the stage. Under the host's compelling words, and amidst the enthusiastic applause of the audience, Mr. Zhou makes his entrance. He presents a small bowl, which the experts examine and unanimously commend. Indeed, it is a genuine Northern Song Dynasty June kiln bowl, with a diameter of 89 centimeters, featuring an inwardly curved rim adorned with purple speckles, representing the finest June purple, a true gem among June wares. Last time at Honda Auction House, a sky blue June kiln bowl fetched $3 million, and given the superior condition of this piece, its value should be around $3 million. Listening to the experts, Mr. Zhou is filled with astonishment. Subsequently, the audience poses questions to the experts. Chen Rui also hastens out of the hall to catch Mr. Zhou, who has just departed. Mr. Zhou, do you have any intention of parting with this June kiln bowl? Here is my business card. We at Wenchang Studio are willing to offer $3 million for your piece. Chapter 95, The Night Event. Mr. Zhou inspects the business card presented by Chen Rui, his eyes widening in surprise. Mr. Chen, you are indeed a young achiever. Many individuals of your age are still striving and learning. Yet you have already established yourself as an expert and the owner of Wenchang Studio. After exchanging pleasantries, Mr. Zhou regretfully shakes his head. I too am an enthusiast of cultural relics, and I intend to keep this piece for the time being. I have no plans to part with it just yet. However, rest assured, should I decide to sell in the future, I will certainly reach out to Wenchang Studio. After a brief exchange of formalities, Mr. Zhou takes his leave. No sooner has he departed than Wen Da approaches Chen Rui, his gaze filled with curiosity. Chen, since you have an interest in this June kiln bowl, why did you let him leave so easily? A bowl valued at $3 million is not something just anyone can afford to collect. This gentleman does not appear impoverished, but neither does he seem like a high-ranking official or wealthy individual. His claim of not wishing to sell is likely a mere pretext. He probably seeks to wait for a better offer. The price you proposed is already quite reasonable. Just because it is valued at $3 million does not guarantee it will sell for that amount. Of course, if it goes to auction, it should not fall below that price, but auctions are not held continuously, and there are commission fees to consider. Listening to Wen Da's inquiries, Chen Rui raises an eyebrow, then reveals a sly grin akin to that of a cunning fox. The high offer I extended was not intended to hasten his sale to me. It was merely to convey that the price from Wenchang Studio is the most equitable. This way, when he decides to sell his cultural relics in the future, he will naturally think of us first. Wen Da, however, remains perplexed. What is your reasoning behind this? You have an immediate treasure at hand, yet you opt to fish for a larger catch? Chen Rui continues to smile, though his expression carries a hint of bitterness. I find myself in a predicament. My available funds are limited, and I must also make monthly installments to General Gao for the transfer fee. If he is reluctant to sell now, it might complicate matters if he does decide to part with it. As his words settle, Wen Da is left even more astonished. In the realm of cultural collectibles, the esteemed master Gao Xueqing's disciple should not be lacking in financial means. However, Chen Rui found himself in a tight spot, which sparked a thought in his mind. Over the years, I have navigated the world of cultural artifacts and amassed a considerable fortune. If my dear brother Chen is in need. Wen Da was convinced of Chen Rui's limitless potential and contemplated extending a loan to cultivate goodwill. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Rui politely declined, expressing his gratitude for Wen's kind intentions, yet assuring him that Wen Changjai was still managing well and did not require assistance at the moment. Should the day arise when he could no longer sustain himself, he would not hesitate to seek Wen's help, even if it meant swallowing his pride. The two continued to chat amiably as they made their way to the backstage area, where other experts had already gathered. and the director was expressing his gratitude to everyone present. Upon noticing Chen Rui's arrival, he promptly called out, "Brother Chen, we are hosting a celebratory banquet tonight, and you must stay." As he spoke, he handed Chen Rui a red envelope. With his keen insight, Chen Rui's eyes widened in surprise at the sight within the envelope. A check for 500,000. Such generosity was indeed remarkable. After accepting the envelope, Chen Rui smiled and graciously replied, "One cannot refuse the gifts of elders. I shall accept it without hesitation." The director regarded Chen Rui with even greater admiration. Although the other experts discreetly opened their envelopes, Chen Rui showed no inclination to do the same, as if the money held little significance for him. Whether it was a large sum or a modest one, it mattered not. Fortuitously, Chen Rui remained oblivious to the director's underlying thoughts. Otherwise, he might have burst into laughter on the spot. Soon, the group proceeded to the restaurant where the celebratory banquet commenced. After exchanging pleasantries, the director poured himself a glass of wine and raised it towards Chen Rui, saying, "Brother Chen, I hope to collaborate with you in the future." With that, he emptied his glass in one gulp, promptly refilling it twice more and finishing both in quick succession. Following his lead, other experts also raised their glasses to Chen Rui, who welcomed their toasts with open arms. His exuberance garnered admiration from those present, deepening their appreciation for him. The atmosphere of the banquet remained congenial throughout. "Brother Chen, after dinner, there is a night event. As a young man, you cannot miss it." The director, feeling the effects of the wine, draped an arm around Chen Rui's shoulder. Chen Rui laughed heartily, allowing the director to take the reins. At that moment, Wanda, with a slightly flushed face, chimed in, "Director, I am still quite young as well. Is there a place for me at the night event?" His remark elicited laughter from the entire room. Though Wanda was well preserved, he was in his 40s. How youthful could he truly appear? Nevertheless, the director did not refuse and proceeded to invite a few other experts. Zhou and Chen, being the eldest, declined outright. Teacher Qin raised an eyebrow and remarked, "If Mr. Wen is considered youth, then I am even younger. It would be unreasonable for me not to attend." The group, filled with laughter and jovial banter, made their way to the new venue, an upscale private club. At that moment, aside from Chen Rui, few in the private room remained sober. Everyone else was quite inebriated. "Waitstaff, count them yourself. Each person present deserves one. Ensure they are clean, beautiful, and with an education level no higher than undergraduate." Upon entering the private room, the director shouted at the staff, "Rest assured, Director Wang, we guarantee your satisfaction along with that of your esteemed guests." However, at this moment, Chen Rui interrupted him, stating that he did not require any arrangements for himself and that others could be taken care of instead. Wanda chuckled, "What is this? Are you worried your girlfriend might find out, Chen? Ha ha ha. At such a young age, you've already fallen under the thumb of your wife." Chen Rui joined in the laughter, responding, "I assent that what you're implying about yourself, Brother Wen. Just be cautious tonight. Once the alcohol wears off tomorrow, it may be too late for regrets." With the liquor taking effect, Wanda boasted, "Am I afraid of your sister-in-law? Nonsense. Waiter, bring me 2 more." The waiter, politely acknowledging, departed with a smile. Inside the private room, everyone was in high spirits, either teasing Chen Rui or poking fun at Wanda. Soon, the waiter returned, accompanied by a group of charming young women, all dressed lightly yet elegantly, reminiscent of university students. With the arrival of these enchanting ladies, the atmosphere in the room surged to new heights. The gathering indulged in drinks, conversation, and games, reveling in the merriment. Only Chen Rui remained silent, observing and sipping alone. Suddenly, the door to the room was kicked open. "Xiao Piao, come out quickly. You're in luck. My brother specifically requested your company." Chapter 96. The Plea for Mercy. In the village, there lived a young woman named Xiao Fong, who was both beautiful and kind-hearted. The music from the director's new song resonated loudly in the room, the sound almost deafening. Yet, the individuals present felt an eerie silence enveloping them. The director let out a cold laugh, immediately rising to his feet. Chen Rui and the others who accompanied the director now turned their gazes toward a rough-looking man at the door. Meanwhile, the women in the establishment were all focused on the girl named Xiao Piao. Embarrassed, Xiao Piao quickly stood up, saying, "I'm sorry, gentlemen, but I think I should step outside." As she attempted to leave, the director's authoritative voice rang out, firm and unyielding. With a disdainful glance at the thug at the door, he declared, "I don't care about your brother's status. There must be order and reason in everything. If your brother truly likes Xiao Piao, he should wait until we finish our fun before seeking her company. We are in the midst of enjoying ourselves." and it would be unbecoming to allow her to be taken away so abruptly. Listening to the director, the rough-looking man sneered. With a sudden movement, he seized a nearby bottle and smashed it, charging into the room. "You dare disregard my brother as authority? It seems you're looking for trouble," he shouted, his demeanor menacing. Devoid of reason, merely a drunken fool seeking to assert himself. Wanda, seated closest to the door, felt a jolt of sobriety. "Young man, don't act impulsively. Let us discuss this rationally." His words, however, only drew the thug's attention to him, his eyes flashing dangerously as he hurled a bottle in Wanda's direction. The girls in the room screamed in shock, and the young crew from the production team rushed towards the thug, striving to subdue him and protect Wanda. However, their reaction was exceedingly sluggish. Whoosh! Seated in the corner, Chen Rui propped himself on the table, leveraging his strength to execute a backflip, directly delivering a kick to the thug. The thug was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, finding himself outside the private room. An abrupt silence enveloped the surroundings once more. The onlookers gazed at Chen Rui with admiration, yet their expressions were predominantly filled with astonishment. His refined demeanor was starkly contrasted by his recent display of valor and the swift precision of his movements. "Just wait. If you have guts, don't run. I'll summon my elder brother immediately," came the thug's voice before he hastily fled the scene. Bang! The director stepped forward and kicked the door shut, beckoning everyone. "No need to worry, just a drunken fool causing a scene. Please continue." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged knowing smiles. Almost everyone gravitated towards Chen Rui. "Expert Chen, have you practiced martial arts? Reflecting on that kick you just delivered feels like a dream, as if I were watching a film." In response to the inquiries and compliments, Chen Rui merely smiled faintly and remained silent. "Director Wong, I'm sorry," came the tearful voice of Xiao Piao. "You should leave with the other bosses quickly. I recognize that man. His elder brother is formidable. Every time he visits our establishment, he is accompanied by dozens of people, all entrenched in the underworld." As these words fell, an air of trepidation enveloped the crowd. They felt both fear and reluctance. To leave like this would be a tremendous loss of face. Yet if they remained, what if the thug truly summoned his elder brother and his entourage? Could they withstand such a confrontation? Hesitant, their gazes turned once again towards Chen Rui. "Brother Chen, with your skills, do you think you could take on dozens of them?" Wanda inquired on behalf of the group. This remark elicited a chorus of wry smiles from the crowd. "Take on dozens? Do you think this is a martial arts film?" Yet, Chen Rui maintained his tranquil smile. "Bang, brother. It's the people in this room holding Xiao Piao back from joining you. And this brat, he asked the one who just assaulted me." A man pointed at Chen Rui, complaining to his elder brother. "Ha!" The elder brother smirked, a cold, bloodthirsty smile spreading across his face. "You got some nerve? Even daring to take what belongs to the women I have my eye on, let alone striking my man. Now, how do you intend to explain this?" With each word, the elder brother's tone grew colder and more menacing. The women in the room had become utterly terrified, huddling together in a corner, trembling in fear. Step, step. The director approached the elder brother with a grim expression. He aimed to reason with him, ensuring that the other party understood he too had connections. However, just as he began, a thug standing behind Biao Gu shot him a furious glare. "Shut up. Who do you think you're to call my brother your elder brother? You, with your balding head, are not worthy of even licking my brother's shoes." The disdainful words fell heavily, causing the director's expression to darken, and his gaze towards the crowd ignited with fury. "How dare they glare at my elder brother? Do they seek a beating?" The thug who had spoken earlier said, delivering a sharp slap towards the director. The crisp sound echoed clearly. Wanda, who had always shared a close brotherly bond with the director, was also enraged. With a forceful smash, he shattered a beer bottle against the marble coffee table, charging forward. "What if there are many of them? I am not one to be easily intimidated. Let us confront them together." At over 40 years old, Wanda still possessed such fierce spirit. The younger ones should not be outdone. The sounds of footsteps and shattering glass resounded throughout the room. Yet, a figure moved faster than the group of youths. Chen Rui was the first to charge out, and the ensuing scene left everyone astounded. With one hand, he effortlessly lifted Wanda and tossed him onto the sofa. Ha ha ha! Upon witnessing this, the group of thugs erupted into laughter, their gazes towards Chen Rui laced with mockery. "So, you do have some self-awareness. Are you here to plead for mercy? Kneel and lick my brother's shoes, then crawl under him, and you may leave." Chapter 97. The Martial Artist. "Chen, why did you throw me?" A bewildered Wanda exclaimed, disregarding the thug's taunts as he clambered back to his feet. He could hardly believe that Chen Rui intended to beg for forgiveness from such ruffians. Chen Rui, however, momentarily ignored the thugs, turning to Wanda with a calm smile. With me here, as your junior, there is no need for you, my esteemed elder, to take action. I can handle these individuals alone. As his words settled, the thugs erupted in laughter. Truly, one should be cautious with their words. Are you perhaps raised on Bergal? How audacious! The jeering from the thugs persisted, as they deemed Chen Rui excessively arrogant and blindly confident. Even if he possessed skill, how could one man possibly contend against more than 10? A cold smirk from the notorious Biao emerged at this moment, his gaze towards Chen Rui filled with amusement. You're quite bold. It has been a long time since anyone dared to be so arrogant in front of me. Unfortunately, you have chosen the wrong opponent and must face the consequences. With that, Biao waved his hand decisively. In the next instant, more than 30 of his subordinates surged forward, all aiming their attacks at Chen Rui. The sheer number created an overwhelming force, causing the ground to tremble as if the private room were experiencing an earthquake. The girls huddled in the corner trembled even more violently. Yet, Chen Rui showed no sign of anxiety or fear, a scornful smile playing at the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, the fastest thug reached Chen Rui, swinging a bottle directly at his head. At last, Chen Rui sprang into action, delivering a swift kick. Whoosh! The thug was sent flying, taking several others down with him in the process. The sudden scene left the remaining ruffians momentarily stunned, but after a fleeting moment of shock, their fury intensified, propelling them toward Chen Rui with a menacing fervor. The sounds of fists striking flesh and feet connecting echoed throughout the air. This was an intense battle. It was decidedly one-sided. Despite the considerable number of ruffians charging at Chen Rui, none managed to inflict even the slightest harm upon him. Instead, they were sent flying one after another, or sometimes in groups. Bang! Another ruffian was hurled through the air by Chen Rui, the thud resonating like a drumbeat in the hearts of the onlookers, stirring their emotions. This marked the last of the small-time thugs. At this moment, aside from their leader, Biao Gu, who still stood, the rest lay prostrate on the ground. Merely 2 minutes had elapsed since Chen Rui began his assault. The sound of gasps filled the room as the crowd's gaze towards Chen Rui transformed entirely. Even Wanda regarded Chen Rui with an unfamiliar air. The once arrogant and dismissive Biao Gu, who had not even spared a glance for Chen Rui, now stood wide-eyed and dumbfounded, observing the expressions of those around him. Chen Rui could not help but smile wryly. To others, he might seem akin to a martial arts master, yet he was painfully aware of his own limitations. He was no true expert, merely someone with a bit of strength, recently enhanced by the nurturing of spiritual energy that had sharpened his senses and reflexes. Furthermore, the entrance of the room was narrow, which meant that although over 30 ruffians charged at once, only a few could reach him at any given moment, allowing him to dispatch them with relative ease and within such a brief span of time. A cold snort broke the silence, signaling Biao Ji's approach. His demeanor, now icy and resolute as he strode toward Chen Rui. Few are worthy of my personal attention, but you, brat, are one of them. If I were to teach you a lesson, you could die with your eyes closed. As his words fell, Biao Gu stood directly before Chen Rui, dispensing with any further pleasantries and launching into a series of powerful strikes. The ferocity of his blows escalated with each passing moment, and only then did Chen Rui's previously calm expression shift to one of gravity. Compared to Biao Gu, his earlier opponents were utterly ineffectual. This man was undoubtedly a trained fighter. With each of Biao Ji's punches, Chen Rui deftly evaded, though his back was soaked with cold sweat. Had he not been fully focused, heightening his awareness to its utmost, he would have surely been sent flying by Biao Ji's ferocious blows. After several successive strikes failed to topple Chen Rui, Biao Ji's frustration mounted, and his attacks grew increasingly violent. Yet, at that moment, a smirk crept onto Chen Rui's lips. In his frantic rage, Biao Gu revealed more and more openings, driven solely by the desire to subdue Chen Rui without regard for defense. Once more, Chen Rui dodged a punch from Biao Gu, retaliating with a swift kick. Chen Rui did not dare to linger, channeling all his strength into a single strike. Whoosh! Biao Ji's body was propelled backward, not directly sent flying like his inept subordinates, yet he staggered back several dozen steps before finally stabilizing himself. However, a trickle of blood soon escaped from the corner of his lips. The force exerted by Chen Rui was immense, resulting in internal injuries. Huh! Biao Gu, filled with rage, laughed mockingly. You truly are a surprise. It's been ages since anyone has managed to defeat me. What is your name? In the face of Biao Ji's sardonic inquiry, Chen Rui felt no hint of triumph nor fear. Biao Gu indeed contemplated a rematch, silently committing Chen Rui's name to memory, while preparing to depart with his subordinates. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. The club manager arrived, accompanied by a group of security personnel. What has caused such fury among the two esteemed gentlemen? The manager inquired smoothly. It is a rare fortune for everyone to patronize my royal club on the same day. Might I request a favor and let today as events pass? Unaware that Chen Rui and his companions had concluded their altercation, the manager observed Biao Ji's furious expression, mistakenly believing they were poised for another confrontation. Very well, Biao Gu retorted with a dismissive snort. Initially intending to leave, he changed his mind. Manager Zhao, I am a regular patron of your establishment and have supported your business. This young man has assaulted my brother in your venue. Do you not intend to provide me with an explanation? The manager's brow furrowed, his gaze turning icy. He was well aware of Biao Ji's prowess and background. Unfortunately for Chen Rui, he was bound to suffer the consequences. Chapter 98. An apology between them. The manager exchanged a knowing glance with Biao Gu before turning to Chen Rui, his smile courteous yet infused with menace. Young man, you have erred gravely. Of all the people to provoke, how could you choose Biao Gu? Thankfully, I am here, otherwise you would be in dire straits today. His demeanor almost suggested that he wished for Chen Rui to kneel and beg for forgiveness. Chen Rui, listening, felt a mix of irritation and irony. Yet he refrained from elaborating to the manager, appearing quite composed, devoid of the previous intensity from their altercation. He turned and approached a nearby coffee table, retrieving 2 bottles of liquor. Without so much as a glance at the manager, he walked directly up to Biao Gu. You are correct. It is only fitting to apologize for one's misdeeds, he declared. To you and your comrades, each shall receive a bottle, down it in one. And let today's incident be forgotten. I assure you, I shall not trouble you again in the future. At this proclamation, Biao Gu and his entourage burst into laughter. Meanwhile, the manager and his crew regarded Chen Rui with looks of incredulity. Did this young man not comprehend human language, or was he simply unhinged? The manager had instructed him to apologize to Biao Gu, yet he dared to counter. At that moment, even Wanda and the director cast astonished glances at Chen Rui. Young man, is there something wrong with your hearing? Do not imagine that acting foolishly today will allow you to sweep this matter under the rug. I shall grant you 3 more seconds. If you do not kneel and apologize, I shall make you regret it. The mocking and menacing words of Brother Biao echoed at this moment. Chen Rui, listening, could not help but sneer again, his gaze turning icy. I am not jesting with you. I demand a sincere apology, or you shall bear the consequences. As his words settled, laughter erupted from the private room, louder than before. At this moment, nearly everyone regarded Chen Rui with expressions of utter disbelief. Huh, Brother Biao coldly interjected, do not presume that just because you possess some skills, you are invincible in this world. Were it not for the fact that my brothers and I are unarmed today, you would have already reported to the King of Hell. Bang! With that, Brother Biao forcefully knocked the bottle of liquor from Chen Rui's hand, sending shards of glass scattering across the floor. Brother Biao, please do not be angry. He is young and naive. We shall offer you an apology, the director said, approaching with a fawning smile. Although internally he felt a surge of frustration. He realized there was little he could do. It was evident that the manager of the establishment was siding with Brother Biao, while Brother Biao and his companions were unarmed. The staff here were undoubtedly equipped. In a brawl, even if Chen Rui possessed extraordinary strength, it would likely not suffice. Furthermore, he held a favorable impression of Chen Rui and wished to avoid any mishap befalling him. Let him bear the brunt of this humiliation. Yet, Chen Rui could not suppress a smile. Instead of leaving, he leisurely seated himself on the sofa. He retrieved his phone and dialed Hule. Once the call connected and he heard the voice on the other end, Chen Rui could only let out a bitter laugh. Now is not the time for drinking. I am at the Royal Club and surrounded. After hanging up, Chen Rui picked up some peanuts from the coffee table and began to eat them slowly. Brother Biao, watching with mounting fury, was on the verge of losing control. He glared at the manager. The manager stepped forward again, asking, are you truly intent on remaining obstinate? At this moment, the manager's gaze toward Chen Rui was frigid, and the threat in his voice grew more pronounced. Chen Rui raised his head, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Do not rush, my brother will arrive shortly. If he consents to my apology, I shall accompany him. At this proclamation, laughter erupted once more. However, their patience was wearing thin. Manager Zhao, will you act or not? If not, I demand your subordinates lend me their weapons. 2 minutes later, Brother Biao's cold voice rang out. The manager hesitated for a moment, preparing to nod in agreement. Suddenly, a shrill ringtone pierced the air. Annoyed at the caller ID, the manager reluctantly answered. Upon hearing the guard's report, his expression shifted dramatically. Why are the security personnel arriving now? If this is a routine inspection, why was no one notified beforehand? Brother Biao, please hold for a moment. I need to attend to an urgent matter. With that, the manager hurriedly exited. As he reached the first floor, Hule arrived, accompanied by a substantial contingent of security personnel, marching in with great authority. Captain Hu, welcome to our humble establishment. Why did you not inform me in advance, so that I could prepare the finest VIP room for you and your companions? The manager of the establishment approached Hule with an exaggeratedly obsequious smile. Before Hule was promoted to the captain of the armed squad, he had already gained a degree of notoriety in this area, and the manager, well aware of this, had always been cautious. Now that Hule had ascended to the position of captain, the manager dared not cross him further. After much contemplation, he surmised that they must be here to indulge in libations. He then insinuated, with a sly smile, that there were new young women at the club, all quite pristine. However, before he could finish his sentence, Hule swiftly struck him across the face. Spare me your antics. I'm not here for amusement. The manager, clutching his swollen cheek, dared not express his anger and trembled with fear. Captain Hu, could you perhaps clarify what transgression we have committed? He implored. In response, Hule delivered a swift kick, sending the manager sprawling to the ground. Concealing members of the underworld. Do you think that is a minor offense? Not only that, but you also had the audacity to allow them to surround my brother. You truly have a reckless spirit. With that remark, Hule disregarded the fallen manager and strode past him, leading his team upstairs towards the private room. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Inside the private room, Biao Ge was taken aback by the unexpected arrival. Could it be that the manager brought all the security personnel to his aid? However, upon recognizing the visitors, his joy dissipated. Captain Hu, what a coincidence! He laughed nervously. But I have reformed. I assure you, I have committed no wrongdoing. Yet, with his men already encircled, it was hardly credible for him to claim innocence. Bring them all in, apprehend them, commanded Hule. As soon as he uttered those words, security personnel surged into the room like a tide, handcuffing Biao Ge and his subordinates. Biao Ge was utterly stunned. Brothers? What brothers? It didn't take long for him to grasp the situation. Agauli approchid Chen Rui, échanging warmi plaisanteries. Captain Hu, I am wronged. Biao Ge cried out, observing the camaraderie between the two. What else was there to misunderstand? I swear we did not harm your brother. It was your brother who took issue with us and gave us a thorough beating. At that moment, Biao Ge regretted his past actions deeply. He had committed too many offenses, and if he were to be taken to the security bureau, escaping would be nearly impossible. Hule, known for his fairness and strictness, would not tolerate any favoritism or injustice. Captain Hu, if you doubt my words, you may inspect my brothers and their injuries. Look closely. These wounds were all inflicted by your brother. As Biao Ge finished speaking, the other thugs joined in, lamenting the severity of their previous beatings and their current agony. This spectacle brought a smile to Hule's face, though he remained unmoved. Approaching Biao Ge, he coldly remarked, even without today's incident, do you think I would have spared you? I have long set my sights on you, and the evidence I possess is sufficient to imprison you for over a decade. Take everything away. Brother Biao, unwilling to concede, continues to shout, Manager Zhao, you must help me explain to Captain Hu. I have truly turned over a new leaf. I haven't committed any offenses for a long time. Unfortunately, that manager is equally ensnared, currently being escorted over by a security officer. Captain, this manager is acting suspiciously. He must be planning to destroy some incriminating evidence. With a wave of his hand, Hule ordered both to be taken away. Hule, accompanied by the security personnel, led Brother Biao and the others away. Chen Rui and those in the private room also followed to the security bureau to provide statements. However, they did not travel by police car, but instead drove their own vehicles. At the security bureau, sir, what exactly do you want me to say? Brother Biao was once a rogue, but he has already faced punishment. Since his release, he has committed no illegal acts. This incident is even more laughable. We were the ones assaulted, and if you truly seek justice, you should arrest Chen Rui. In the interrogation room, Brother Biao adamantly refused to confess, repeatedly condemning Chen Rui's actions, claiming how brutal and merciless he had been. On this side, there was no cooperation, nor was there any from the manager. When the interrogators pressed for answers, the club manager only had one response. I want to see Captain Hu. Eventually, the interrogators had no choice but to summon Hule. Creak. The door to the interrogation room swung open once more, and Hu Lei entered. Now you can confess, can't you? I have already obtained your club's surveillance footage. If you truthfully recount what you know and report Brother Biao, this is your chance for redemption. Otherwise, I will thoroughly investigate your club's affairs. The manager coldly smiled, showing no intention of identifying Brother Biao. He held evidence against Brother Biao, who likewise possessed incriminating evidence against him. If Brother Biao were to be imprisoned, he would certainly not let the manager off the hook. Observing the two interrogators standing beside Hu Lei, the manager raised an eyebrow. Hu Lei, visibly impatient, furrowed his brow but gestured for the other interrogators to leave. Once the door closed, Hu Lei also turned off the surveillance. Speak quickly if you have something to say. At this moment, the manager had already torn off the facade of politeness. His gaze at Hu Lei was devoid of any prior flattery, filled instead with menace. Captain Hu, having attained the position of armed squad leader at such a young age, surely has limitless potential ahead. It would be unwise to jeopardize your future for someone inconsequential. I have connections at a higher level. You know Director Wen, right? He's my cousin-in-law. As the words left his lips, Hu Lei erupted into laughter. A director of a branch is worthy of your pride? The manager, hearing this, became even colder in his demeanor. But what of a branch director? He had many classmates in high positions who could easily orchestrate your downfall with just a few phone calls. Ha ha ha. Hu Lei's scoff was even more pronounced. You do have a point. While Director Wen's rank is comparable to mine, his connections far outweigh my own. The manager, unable to comprehend Hu Lei's derision, arrogantly lifted his chin. Since you are aware of the stakes, why not promptly release both me and Brother Biao? Hu Lei could not help but chuckle, shaking his head in amusement. The manager, observing this, furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. What are you laughing at? Hu Lei met his gaze, eyes gleaming with derision. I laugh at your ignorance, at your unawareness that there are always greater talents beyond the horizon. Perhaps in terms of connections, I may not rival you, but when compared to Chen Rui, you're not even worthy to carry his shoes. Do you know who stands behind Chen Rui? That influential figure, with a mere cough, could upheave the entire provincial government. In this province, no one dares to cross him. As the last words echoed, the manager of the establishment was drenched in cold sweat. Chen Rui paid little mind to the ensuing interrogation and verdict, confident in Hu Lei's capabilities. At this moment, the group had already exited the security bureau. Over a dozen individuals walked together, yet silence enveloped them. All eyes turned towards Chen Rui. Yet none knew how to break the silence. Their gazes were filled with reverence, even a hint of trepidation. The director, only then realizing the extent of his previous underestimation of Chen Rui, recognized that his abilities and connections were far more profound than he had imagined. Burp. Wanda broke the silence with a loud belch, immediately drawing closer to Chen Rui, draping an arm over his shoulder. From now on, I shall call you brother, and you shall call me little brother. Starting today, I am your loyal follower, wagging my tail for you for life. Upon hearing this declaration, the director and others exchanged peculiar glances, stifling laughter they dared not express. Wanda was indeed the one among them who shared the closest bond with Chen Rui. Chen Rui, observing Wanda's flushed face and drunken demeanor, felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Turning to engage the directors in light conversation to ease the atmosphere, he quickly found himself smiling wryly. Their overly cautious demeanor made the interaction rather dull. Creak. As he opened the apartment door, the bright lights within momentarily blinded Chen Rui, causing him to squint. At that moment, Tang Ying rose from the sofa, rushing to the entrance to retrieve slippers for him. Chen Rui was still in a daze, while Tang Ying's cheeks flushed crimson as she realized how much their actions resembled a young couple. Chapter 100. The disciple acknowledges his mistake. At the apartment entrance, their eyes met, and they quickly averted their gazes, as if struck by an electric jolt. In the midst of budding feelings, both felt a sense of awkwardness. Why have you consumed so much alcohol? Let me prepare a bowl of hangover soup for you, Tang Ying said bashfully, breaking the silence before darting towards the kitchen. Upon opening the wardrobe, she was momentarily taken aback. Chen Rui was inherently a tidy person, and his wardrobe was relatively organized, certainly better than that of many other single men. However, at that moment, the wardrobe appeared more immaculate than he had arranged it himself. Ties and underwear were neatly separated, while shirts and jackets were hung perfectly, devoid of any creases. It was evident that Tang Ying had meticulously ironed everything. A warmth spread through Chen Rui's heart, his cheeks flushing slightly. It was hard to discern whether it was due to burgeoning feelings or the effects of alcohol. As Chen Rui gathered his clothes and emerged from the bathroom after a refreshing shower, Tang Ying skillfully prepared and served the hangover soup. Chen Rui offered a faint smile, tinged with a hint of resignation. He was hardly intoxicated, yet he accepted the soup and drank it down. Tang Ying observed him with concern, exclaiming, "Why are you consuming so much?" The living room is still permeated with the strong scent of alcohol. In truth, even if he had indulged in copious amounts of wine, he would not have carried a heavy scent of it. Gulp. Chen Rui confidently drained the entire bowl of soup in one go. Watching the rhythmic movement of his Adam's apple, Tang Ying felt a surge of masculinity wash over her, causing her already flushed cheeks to burn even hotter. "It's quite late. I shall retire for the night," she declared, closing the door behind her but leaning against it, her right hand pressed against her chest, where her heart raced uncontrollably. After a prolonged moment, she managed to regain some composure, only to cover her still warm face with her hand. "How useless of me. Why am I so anxious? Nothing has occurred. It was merely a normal interaction," Tang Ying murmured softly to herself as she made her way to the grand bed. This night, however, was not plagued by the restlessness of the previous evening. She soon drifted into a peaceful slumber, her lips curled in a gentle smile, and her brows arched in delight, suggesting sweet dreams. Outside the bedroom, in the living room, Chen Rui had yet to succumb to sleep. However, lulled by the rhythmic sound of Tang Ying's steady breathing, he too soon found himself in the embrace of slumber. The following morning, at 4:30 a.m., Chen Rui rose early, refreshed and ready for the day. After a quiet wash and a change of clothes, he tiptoed out the door. At 4:55, he arrived at Gao Xueqing's courtyard 5 minutes ahead of schedule. Gao Xueqing was already in the front yard, practicing his martial arts. Upon noticing Chen Rui's arrival, he merely nodded before resuming his routine. Chen Rui obediently stepped aside, settling into a horse stance, a self-deprecating smile playing on his lips. During a casual chat with Feng Ming, he had been asked what remarkable martial arts he was learning under the tutelage of the esteemed Gao, and how far he had progressed. Chen Rui felt too embarrassed to admit that he was still merely practicing the horse stance. Soon, the self-mocking smile faded from his face, replaced by a serious demeanor. As he observed Gao Xueqing's martial techniques, a sense of trepidation arose within him. At that moment, Gao was simply practicing his forms, devoid of any murderous intent or malice. Yet Chen Rui could discern the truth. If Gao Xueqing were to engage him in combat, even with divine strength, he would stand no chance of victory. Reflecting on this, Chen Rui chuckled softly to himself. Were it not for the daily practice sessions where he witnessed Gao Xueqing's prowess, he might have doubted the authenticity of Gao's claims regarding his family's martial arts legacy, suspecting it to be a mere ruse. However, having witnessed it firsthand, his doubts had dissipated entirely. Now, he was capable of dissecting Gao Xueqing's techniques, but as Gao had not permitted him to learn, he refrained from attempting any unstructured practice. With a swift motion, Gao Xueqing completed his set of forms, exhaling a breath of stale air as he concluded his practice. Turning around, the glimmer of vitality in his eyes, yet to be reined in, shot directly towards Chen Rui. "I heard you got into a fight again yesterday?" Gao Xueqing's tone was remarkably indifferent, akin to a casual conversation about the weather with Chen Rui. However, Chen Rui quickly adopted a serious demeanor, acknowledging his mistake. As his words settled, Gao Xueqing smiled slightly, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. He leisurely sipped the tea handed to him by a servant and inquired, "Well then, do enlighten me on what exactly your error was?" Chen Rui's expression grew more solemn, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of bitter amusement. Scratching his head in contemplation, he donned an earnest visage and declared, "As martial artists, we should not engage in combat lightly. The practice of martial arts is not merely for the purpose of fighting." Puffed. Gao Xueqing abruptly spat out his tea, unable to contain his amusement. "Who imparted such a theory to you? If the practice of martial arts does not involve striking, how does it differ from simple calisthenics?" At this, Chen Rui found himself taken aback. To be fair, he did not believe he had erred. Yet, given Gao's earlier expression, which seemed laden with reproach, he felt compelled to admit his fault. As he pondered where he might have gone wrong, Gao Xueqing's voice resonated once more, now laced with authority. Chen Rui was even more perplexed, scratching his head in vain. If fighting was not an error, then what precisely had he done wrong? Standing on the side of justice, one must act when the moment calls for it. To be in the right, yet suffer defeat, is a disgrace to those who practice martial arts. However, you have indeed erred in this instance. Upon hearing this, Chen Rui's astonishment deepened, accompanied by a swell of confusion. Gao Xueqing continued, "Your mistake lies in your recklessness and impulsiveness. Though endowed with innate strength, without the skills to back it up, you were fortunate this time not to have sustained injuries. Had those individuals you encountered last night been armed, would you have emerged unscathed? Chen Rui's head lowered slightly in acknowledgement, unwilling to retort. Gao Xueqing's words were undeniably accurate. He had indeed been too rash, overestimating his natural prowess and believing he could never be defeated. Thankfully, the group he faced the previous night had been unarmed, and the skills of that brawny fellow were insufficient. Otherwise, he might very well be lying in a hospital bed now. Observing Chen Rui's expression of self-reproach, Gao Xueqing soon broke into a smile. Your horse stance has improved remarkably. The foundation of martial arts requires not only a solid stance, but also the practice of agility and other skills. Fortunately, you have demonstrated sufficient acuity. Therefore, I intend to commence your instruction in boxing from today onward. Chapter 101. The Formal Practice of Martial Arts. With Gao Xueqing's proclamation, Chen Rui was filled with elation. Master Gao, is this truly the case? I can begin learning martial arts today? Gao Xueqing chuckled heartily, shaking his head at Chen Rui's exuberance. Did you grasp the boxing technique I demonstrated just now? At this statement, Chen Rui was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on him that Gao Xueqing had often practiced that particular technique in his presence with the express purpose of teaching him. What a thoughtful endeavor it was. A smile crept across his lips, and a glimmer of pride shone in his eyes. After observing it for several days, how could he possibly have missed it? Gao Xueqing nodded. Then let us see what you've learned. With that, Chen Rui quickly assumed the stance for practicing his horse stance once more. With eager anticipation, Chen Rui rolled up his sleeves. He had longed to personally try the set of martial arts moves demonstrated by Master Gao, but had refrained from practicing it without permission. At last, the opportunity had arrived. Steadying himself, he grounded his feet firmly like a rock and began to execute the punches, emulating Gao Xueqing's previous form. Before long, he completed the entire sequence. With a sense of pride, he glanced at Gao Xueqing, hoping for approval. How about that, Master Gao? Did I perform adequately? Although he lacked the refined aura of Gao Xueqing, Chen Rui felt a sense of accomplishment in executing the moves correctly on his first attempt. Gao Xueqing, though secretly pleased, shook his head disapprovingly. To consider this even satisfactory is rather presumptuous, young man. Confidence is commendable, yet excessive self-assurance borders on arrogance. With a gentle smile, he repeated the sequence, deliberately slowing down the movements. Wherever Chen Rui faltered, Gao Xueqing's motions became even more deliberate. Observing intently, Chen Rui nodded thoughtfully and attempted the sequence once more. This time, his execution appeared significantly improved, though still lacking fluidity. Gao Xueqing watched, increasingly astonished. Despite Chen Rui not being a novice to this martial art, mastery could not be achieved merely through observation. Having only practiced for the second time, his ability to perform so well was nothing short of extraordinary and exceptional talent in the realm of martial arts. The more satisfied Gao Xueqing felt, the more sternly he gazed at Chen Rui. Do not slack off. Continue your practice. Unless I call for halt, you must not stop. Upon hearing this, Chen Rui promptly resumed his training, repeating the same sequence again and again. Although he sensed a growing fluidity and improvement in his movements, the effort remained immensely taxing. By the fifth repetition, he was out of breath, drenched in sweat. No stopping, Gao Xueqing commanded, brandishing a bamboo stick menacingly at his side. Chen Rui steeled himself, gritting his teeth as he continued. Just as exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him, a surge of internal energy began to circulate within his body, flowing to his limbs and meridians. Suddenly, he felt lighter, and his movements became not only more fluid but also imbued with a newfound rhythm. Gao Xueqing, astonished, felt as if his eyes and jaw were about to drop in disbelief. His rigorous training was intended to push Chen Rui to transcend his limits and achieve a miraculous feat in martial arts. In his own experience, it had taken 3 months to master this set of moves, and he had anticipated that even a prodigy like Chen Rui would require at least half a month. However, at this rate, it seemed the young man might master it by the end of the day. As Chen Rui finished the sequence and prepared to execute it once more, Gao Xueqing's astonishment reached new heights. This young man had indeed completed the learning process. Alongside his shock, Gao Xueqing felt an overwhelming joy welling up within him. Such an exquisite martial arts prodigy has unexpectedly become his disciple. Ha ha! Stifling a hearty laugh, Gao Xueqing's expression grew increasingly stern. He clenched his fist and approached Chen Rui. Boom! Gao Xueqing unleashed a powerful punch, engaging Chen Rui in combat. He employed the very same set of techniques, prompting Chen Rui to focus intently and quickly adopt a defensive stance. Bang, bang, bang. As their confrontation intensified, the surrounding air seemed to shatter under their blows. Initially, Chen Rui struggled to keep up, narrowly evading Gao Xueqing's relentless assaults. However, as time passed, he began to find his rhythm. Now, he could barely keep pace with Gao Xueqing's attacks, though this was largely due to Gao Xueqing withholding his full strength. Ha ha! Gao Xueqing could no longer contain his exhilaration and burst into laughter. Excellent. You fight splendidly. At last, I have found the most suitable heir for my martial arts legacy. Young man, do you realize that your current prowess rivals that of someone who has trained for 2 years? Upon hearing Gao Xueqing's praise, Chen Rui was momentarily taken aback. But he quickly responded with a humble smile, acknowledging, Master Gao, your greatness leaves me no room for shame. It is indeed your exceptional teaching. Gao Xueqing laughed heartily once more. As the laughter subsided, his expression turned serious as he addressed Chen Rui. Alongside this martial art, there exists a corresponding breathing technique, which I have prepared for you as a foundational practice. It is said that mastering this technique can lead one into the ethereal realms of cultivation. Of course, such claims are merely rumors, yet they underscore the extraordinary nature of this practice. With that, Gao Xueqing formally began imparting his teachings to Chen Rui. After their training concluded, the art studio appeared to be thriving, with everyone busily engaged in their tasks. Upon entering, Chen Rui was met with indifference, as no one had the time to greet him. He was engrossed in a book on gem appraisal. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the room, startling Chen Rui. He looked up to find Gu Dong glaring at him with fury. What had provoked such ire? I came here to learn about gem appraisal, not to be treated like a mere servant. The sound of his angry declarations reverberated throughout the office. Fong Ming, alarmed, quickly abandoned his work and rushed over, attempting to calm Gu Dong while reproaching Chen Rui. You mustn't blame Master Gu for his outburst. Your conduct as a boss has been utterly unacceptable, akin to that of a mere figurehead. The studio relies entirely on our efforts, and Master Gu has been working overtime almost daily. After hearing this, Gu Dong let out a cold snort, declaring, I quit. Chapter 102. The Carjackers. Upon hearing Gu Dong's words, Chen Rui felt a mix of guilt and amusement. With immense willpower, he stifled a laugh and forced a friendly, apologetic smile. Master Gu, please do not be angry. Moreover, as they say, those capable should take on more work. Given your exceptional skills, it is only fitting that you bear a heavier burden. After saying this, Chen Rui quickly turned to Fong Ming. How has the studio been performing lately? Fong Ming curled his lips, feeling a bit embarrassed to speak. It wasn't that he hadn't made any profit, but the earnings were essentially tied up in the items. The studio's cash flow was pitifully scarce. The two had known each other for a long time, and as brothers, they shared a profound understanding. Chen Rui could decipher his thoughts merely through his gaze. Regardless of the profits, it was imperative to distribute bonuses to everyone promptly. Master Gu had worked diligently and deserved a greater recompense. After hearing Chen Rui's explanation, Gu Dong's expression had slightly eased, but upon hearing Chen Rui's words, his brow furrowed again. Do you think I came to you to vent my frustration over money? Chen Rui quickly smiled reassuringly. Of course, I know that is not the case, but this is my sincere intention. Master Gu has dedicated himself to the studio. I cannot let anyone be underappreciated. Rest assured, I will stand by you in managing the studio, and I won't let you bear the burden alone. Only then did Gu Dong's expression soften a little as he turned to leave. Upon reaching the office door, he suddenly recalled something and turned back. By the way, other antiquities dealers have mentioned that someone has recently been selling items with a distinctly earthy odor. We haven't encountered any yet, but should we take them if we do? Items with such a scent would undoubtedly be freshly unearthed. Occasionally, items unearthed by individuals do occur, like the old farmer Chen Rui had encountered during the open selection, who had unearthed a bronze ding, a national treasure. Such opportunities are rare, and if there are many, it would surely indicate a tomb raiding group. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Rui replied, we cannot engage in illegal activities. If we come across any, just as he was about to finish, Gu Dong nodded, I understand. With that, he exited. Once he left, only Chen Rui and Fong Ming remained in the office. Although Chen Rui was the boss, Fong Ming was not one to feel restrained. He casually sat down across the desk, making faces at Chen Rui. As Fong Ming's teasing words fell, Chen Rui frowned. Stop spouting nonsense. Didn't I explain this to you last time? Miss Tang is merely staying temporarily. Given her circumstances, I can't possibly send her to a hotel. Those loan sharks. although they hadn't caused any trouble recently, were hardly the type to let Tanging off easily. Fong Ming raised an eyebrow, skeptical. Who would believe that? If you truly didn't have feelings for her and were only helping her, why not stay at my place? Are you hoping for a closer connection? Or? Fong Ming paused here, making more faces. Being men, Chen Rui understood his insinuation all too well. He felt exceedingly awkward and was at a loss for a rebuttal. After a moment of silence, he awkwardly replied, I assent it because I'm afraid of disrupting your single life. Fong Ming raised his brow, the meaning in his eyes intensifying. No worries, I'm not afraid of trouble. Chen Rui shot him a sidelong glance. I see you're quite idle as the store manager. How about practicing martial arts with me? Let us spar? Fong Ming smiled even more smugly, unafraid. If you don't treat me to a grand meal, I'll head to your place tonight and share my kind suggestion with Miss Tang. Since you are innocent, it is likely that Miss Tang would prefer not to share the same roof with you any longer. Chen Rui felt a blend of embarrassment and helplessness. All right. Is it not merely a lavish meal you desire? I shall treat you. With that, Fong Ming departed with the pride of a peacock that has just won a contest. Observing Fong Ming's retreating figure, Chen Rui could only shake his head in resignation. Upon exiting the office, he cast a glance at Gu Dong's workspace, a reassurance that he was occupied, allowing him to leave with peace of mind. He could not help but indulge in a moment of self-deprecating laughter. It was indeed an unprecedented situation for a boss to be concerned about employees accusing him of tardiness. As he approached the parking lot, Chen Rui was about to stride towards his Volvo when, suddenly, a van careened towards him. With swift reflexes, he sidestepped just in time. In that instant, a door swung open, and a thug lunged from within, attempting to drag Chen Rui into the vehicle. The entire event unfolded with startling abruptness, leaving Chen Rui unprepared. Instinctively, he grasped the outstretched hand of the driver and, with a sudden surge of strength, yanked the assailant out of the van. The van sped away, now several dozen meters distant, and continuing its reckless course. The air fell into an eerie silence, time seemingly suspended. Both Chen Rui and the thug were momentarily frozen in shock. Sounds emanated from the van, but those inside were oblivious to the unfolding drama. The thug had assumed his accomplice would succeed in their endeavor, eagerly anticipating a swift getaway. Little did he know that not only had his partner failed to seize Chen Rui, but he had instead been unceremoniously expelled from the vehicle. In the adjacent parking lot, the thug, with a chilling remark, taunted, Well, you're rather fortunate to have evaded capture this time, but today you shall not escape. With that, he extended his hand, reaching for Chen Rui's throat. Chen Rui, bemused, regarded the thug's audacity. How could one who had just been unceremoniously thrown from a vehicle exhibit such confidence? With a resigned shake of his head, Chen Rui retaliated with a decisive punch. A sharp crack reverberated through the air, accompanied by the thug's anguished cries. At that moment, the thug's outstretched hand was shattered, and he was propelled backward, crashing heavily onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath him. Chen Rui was momentarily taken aback by the spectacle. Amidst the thug's groans of pain, Chen Rui remained transfixed, contemplating the power behind his recent blow. The martial arts techniques learned from Gao Lao proved to be extraordinarily effective. Prior to mastering these skills, he could still topple an opponent with a single punch, particularly since his abilities had intensified with the awakening of his supernatural powers. However, this recent strike had hardly employed his full strength, merely 50%, yet it had been sufficient to shatter bones and send a man flying. The sheer potency was astonishing. The door of the van was swiftly opened, and all occupants, including the driver, surged out, surrounding Chen Rui. Quick, beat him! The thug, who had just been sent flying by Chen Rui, suddenly felt a surge of exhilaration, as if the pain from his severed hand had diminished. He raised his uninjured arm and shouted at Chen Rui. Their objective was to capture him, and witnessing their companion's miserable state only fueled their rage. Go! The leader waved his hand decisively, issuing a cold command, and immediately charged at Chen Rui, delivering a fierce kick. With the swiftness of lightning, Chen Rui sidestepped to the left, effortlessly evading the attack, and countered with a punch. This time, he exerted merely 30% of his strength, yet still managed to send the leader sprawling. The resounding thud as he hit the ground caused the remaining 5 thugs to shudder, their earlier arrogance replaced by sheer terror. What are you waiting for? Get him! This kid is worth 800,000. The leader scrambled to his feet, only to collapse again due to the pain from his wounds. Nevertheless, his words invigorated the remaining thugs, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. 800,000. The eldest and second eldest will each get 200,000, and we can each have 100,000. The saying that money can move mountains rang true. At that moment, the fear in the eyes of the remaining 5 thugs vanished, replaced by a fierce and burning determination as they glared at Chen Rui. In the next instant, they all drew steel pipes from behind and charged at Chen Rui with unyielding ferocity. The fastest among them closed the distance, reaching Chen Rui in an instant. With keen reflexes, Chen Rui delivered a kick while simultaneously snatching the steel pipe from the thug's grasp. The thug felt a tremendous force, and the pipe vanished from his hand as he was sent flying, landing directly atop their leader. With the steel pipe in hand, Chen Rui began to swing it. One by one, the remaining thugs were sent crashing to the ground, piling on top of one another. The leader, crushed beneath them, was now coughing up blood. With purposeful strides, Chen Rui approached them, steel pipe in hand. The thug who had been sent flying earlier now looked upon Chen Rui with a terror that eclipsed his previous bravado, feeling as if his very soul was about to dissipate. Seizing the opportunity as Chen Rui moved toward his companions, he attempted to escape quietly. Now mere inches away from the van. Do you dare to run? Just as the thug was about to pull open the driver's door, Chen Rui's icy voice cut through the air, freezing him in place with terror. Yet, courage soon returned to him. The more fearsome Chen Rui appeared, the stronger his urge to flee became. Now, so close to the door, all he needed was to get inside to escape. With a swift motion, he yanked the door open. With a heavy heart, the assailant approached the van, exhaling a sigh of relief, his eyes glinting with the joy of having survived a perilous encounter. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Chen Rui hurled the steel pipe he held. A piercing scream erupted, more harrowing than that of a slaughtered pig, as the assailant's head was struck, blood gushing forth profusely. In that moment, Chen Rui positioned himself behind the man, lifting him effortlessly as one would a chick, before tossing him atop a pile of thugs. Sir, we were blind to your stature and have offended you. We beseech you to spare us, considering the lesson we have endured. We merely acted as hired hands, with no grievances against you. I assure you we shall never return. They pleaded, under the frigid gaze of Chen Rui, and the ominous echo of his footsteps akin to those of the Grim Reaper. The thugs beneath the pile dare not rise. The few above, trembling, repeatedly begged for mercy. Hold on, Chen Rui interjected, his tone sharp. Whose money did you take to do this? The gang, already paralyzed with fear, answered without hesitation. It was Master Tao Quan. He promised us 800,000 if we brought you to him. Please spare us. Chen Rui furrowed his brow in disbelief. Wasn't Tao Quan already ostracized by the entire industry? He should be destitute, utterly downcast. How could he possibly muster 800,000 to orchestrate such a kidnapping? A smirk crept across Chen Rui's lips as he realized that perhaps Tao Quan was faring better than expected. Murmuring to himself, Chen Rui turned his attention back to the gang. Did Tao Quan instruct you on where to take me after capturing me? Upon finishing his inquiry, a cold smile formed in his eyes as he dialed a number, warning Tao Quan not to play tricks. The thugs, emboldened by their newfound resolve, helped their leader to his feet. However, the leader was left gasping for breath, utterly weakened. Under Chen Rui's chilling gaze, he hastily retrieved his phone, trembling as he dialed. In a suburban courtyard, Tao Quan received the call, his fury igniting as he slammed his phone down. The sound of shattering plastic echoed through the room, yet it failed to quell his rage. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. He bellowed in wrath, although the leader had conveyed everything as per Chen Rui's instructions. The quivering voice was unmistakable. Tao Quan recognized that the young man had been defeated and taken hostage. With a disdainful scoff, a cruel smile reminiscent of the Grim Reaper flickered in Tao Quan's eyes. Chen Rui, you overestimate your cunning, believing you can deceive me, unaware that you have unwittingly walked into the lion's den. Chapter 104, Please Punish Me. A van sped down the road, closely followed by a Volvo, both vehicles racing towards the outskirts. Half an hour later, they arrived at a grand courtyard. Tao Quan has been waiting for this moment. He commanded, surround him. Ensure he cannot escape. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as the order was executed. The sound of hurried footsteps soon enveloped the area, and within a mere moment, dozens of thugs armed with weapons surrounded the two vehicles. Bang! It was at this instant that Chen Rui pushed the door open and exited the car. Observing Chen Rui's calm demeanor as he strolled forward, Tao Quan's sneer deepened. Chen Rui, did you think I wouldn't see through your devious scheme? You dream of capturing me by turning my own tactics against me. But now that you've arrived, there is no chance of your departure. Tao Quan spoke with unwavering confidence, his words laced with conviction. As his voice resonated, Chen Rui approached, halting just 2 steps away from him. Did you summon people to capture me out of vengeance? Chen Rui's indifferent voice echoed, prompting an even more pronounced sneer from Tao Quan. You truly deserve credit for being my apprentice for so long. You seem to grasp my intentions. Yet, you only guessed half of it. I did not intend to take your life. Once I break your legs to vent my anger, I will treat you well and allow you to continue working under me. At this proclamation, Chen Rui raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. You actually hesitate to kill me and wish for my continued service under your command? It seems you possess a modicum of self-awareness, recognizing that your appraisal skills are nowhere near my level. Pray tell, are you seeking my assistance to capitalize on your losses? Or do you intend to open another illicit establishment for me to oversee? At this juncture, Chen Rui let out a derisive laugh. What can I say about you? It's one thing to overestimate your capabilities, but to harbor such delusions is quite another. Why not simply fluff your pillows and dream of riches instead? With every word dripping with sarcasm, Tao Quan could no longer contain his fury. Chen Rui's remark struck at the very core of his vulnerabilities. Whoosh! In a fit of rage, Tao Quan seized the machete from a nearby thug. Once I sever your legs, I shall relish the sight of your arrogance crumbling. As he bellowed in wrath, he lunged at Chen Rui with the intent to strike. Though he had never practiced martial arts, save for a bit of Tai Chi, and was no longer young, his explosive anger lent him extraordinary strength. As the blade sliced through the air, it felt as though it could shatter the very atmosphere around them. However, Chen Rui merely scoffed disdainfully, dismissing Tao Quan entirely. With a slight sidestep, he effortlessly evaded the strike. Tao Quan, having overexerted himself and missed his target, stumbled and nearly fell. Yet he did not hit the ground, for Chen Rui caught him. The manner of support was far from courteous. Chen Rui gripped his neck with one hand while swiftly confiscating the weapon from his grasp. A mere 30 seconds had elapsed since Tao Quan first attacked. The group of thugs surrounding them were only now beginning to comprehend the situation, and the lead thug who had previously stood beside Tao Quan charged at Chen Rui, shouting, "What do you think you're doing? Release Master Tao at once." Before his words could fully leave his lips, he lunged violently toward Chen Rui. Chen Rui did not evade at all. A cold smile crept upon his lips as he gripped the machete with his right hand, exerting a slight pressure. Tao Quan immediately felt a sharp sting in his neck, and a line of blood appeared. Are these muscle-bound fools devoid of intellect? I am your boss. If this brat were to slay me, whom would you seek for compensation? At this moment, observing the group of thugs rushing forward, Tao Quan was even more anxious than Chen Rui. The sound of pounding footsteps grew denser. It was not the thugs charging forth, but rather one after another retreating. Ha! A cold chuckle escaped Chen Rui's lips, his gaze towards Tao Quan filled with intrigue. Master Tao truly values his life. Yet did you not wish for vengeance? Do you intend to let me off so easily? Do not be shy. I assure you, I am utterly unperturbed. As these scornful words landed, Tao Quan's fury intensified. What exactly do you want, Chen? Chen Rui found amusement in his words. Was it not you who invited me here? This inquiry ought to be directed at you. By the way, Master Tao, have you recently felt a burning embarrassment? Or is your backbone rusting? Tao Quan was left bewildered by his question. Chen Rui, however, continued to raise an eyebrow. Otherwise, why would you so eagerly summon me? Surely it was to request my assistance in dealing with you? Pray tell, how would you like me to torment you? Upon this utterance, Tao Quan was nearly driven to the brink of explosion. Yet now, held firmly in Chen Rui's grasp, he found himself utterly powerless to resist. Nor did he dare to retaliate. Overwhelmed with rage, he ultimately fainted. Chen Rui raised an eyebrow at this. His constitution was so frail that he was either fainting or vomiting blood daily, yet he still refused to be docile, persisting in his futile struggles. With a resigned shake of his head, Chen Rui remarked before redirecting his gaze towards the surrounding ruffians. I have heard that Tao Quan has generously compensated you for dealing with me. I am inherently benevolent and willing to grant you an opportunity. Previously, I had not fully relished the confrontation with the few adversaries. Now, I wish to hone my skills against a group of you lesser beings. A slight smile graced his lips as he flung Tao Quan aside. The leading thug promptly caught Tao Quan and set him aside. Once Tao Quan was settled, the leader turned his gaze towards Chen Rui, mirroring the fury of his comrades, their eyes gleaming with malice. This brat was unbearably arrogant, daring to underestimate them. Today, even if it were not for the money, they would not let him go unscathed. Charge! Beat him to a pulp. The leader shouted, gesturing grandly. As his words echoed, the group of thugs surged forward with renewed vigor, their murderous intent palpable as they raised their weapons against Chen Rui. The leader took the lead, being the first to close the distance to Chen Rui. Whoosh! Chen Rui delivered a kick, sending the leading thug hurtling backward, taking several of his companions down with him. Despite the remaining thugs being astonished by Chen Rui's prowess, they pressed on fearlessly, continuing their assault. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The icy glint of blades flickered incessantly. Kill, kill, kill. The deafening cries of battle reverberated endlessly. In this moment, Chen Rui felt a twinge of panic within. Though he was confident in his formidable skills and strength akin to that of a deity, the ferocity of this group of thugs was indeed overwhelming.